Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Moon and Sunday. On the continent of Douluo, within the Sun and Moon Empire, a formidable army of 5,000 marched steadily, their formations precise and their steps synchronized. Each soldier donned specially crafted armor, wielding sharp spears that exuded an imposing aura of martial prowess. At the forefront of this lengthy column, a golden carriage was drawn by 8 robust, powerful unicorns, progressing at a measured pace. Flanking the carriage were a dozen exquisitely attired guards, exuding a formidable presence. Their noble status was unmistakably superior to that of the marching soldiers. "Stop!" commanded a balding elder beside the carriage, raising his hand and issuing a low call. The sound of his voice, the entire procession came to an immediate halt. Over 100 soldiers swiftly encircled the carriage, their spears poised defensively, while the mounted warriors tensed, their senses alert in response to the elder's command. "Old Yi, what is the matter?" came an authoritative voice from within the carriage, aged yet resonant with dignity. The elder, known as Yi Yulin, stood tall and vibrant, despite nearing a century in age. He was a level 91 title Douluo, as well as a level 9 soul engineer, holding a prestigious position as one of the esteemed offerings to the Sun and Moon Empire. Upon hearing the voice, even Yi Yulin, a revered soul engineer, displayed a respectful demeanor, slightly bowing as he replied, "Your Majesty, I have detected unusual energy fluctuations ahead that I feared it might pose a threat to your Majesty, which is why I halted the procession." Indeed, it was the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire that commanded such reverence, even from a level 9 soul engineer. "Let us investigate." The Emperor expressed curiosity regarding the energy fluctuations mentioned by Yi Yulin. Why Yi Yulin hesitated momentarily before responding. "Your Majesty, allow me to assess the situation first, just in case there is indeed a threat." "There is no need for such caution, Old Yi. In the Sun and Moon Empire, none would dare to harm me. If there were, will we not have you and your companions for protection?" "I shall be quite safe," the Emperor interjected, his tone assertive and self-assured. Recognizing the Emperor's unwavering stance, Yi Yulin refrained from further insistence. His suggestion to scout ahead was merely a precaution. He knew that accompanying him would not pose a significant risk. "Advance," Yi Yulin commanded, and the troops resumed their prior formation, continuing their journey. After traversing approximately 500 meters, a sudden chill enveloped the air, starkly contrasting the blazing sun, as if they had entered the depths of winter. As a title Douluo, Yi Yulin possessed exceptional vision. Peering through the white mist, he discerned an unusual sight in the distance. Amidst the fog, it appeared there was an infant. Upon witnessing this peculiar scene, Yi Yulin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the sight several times to confirm his observation, as a sense of unease began to stir within him. "Master Yi, what is the situation ahead?" The Sun and Moon Emperor emerged from the carriage, gazing at the vast expanse of white before him, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he inquired of Yi Yulin beside him. "There is an infant within the ice fog," Yi Yulin replied earnestly. "An infant?" The Sun and Moon Emperor paused, his gaze returning to the icy mist, a flicker of astonishment crossing his aged visage. Even from outside the fog, he could sense an intense chill. If the air beyond was so frigid, the inner depths must be even colder. How could a child possibly survive in such an environment? "Bring him out," the Sun and Moon Emperor commanded after a moment's contemplation, addressing a nearby, formidable warrior. Yes, the mounted warrior clasped his fists in respect, preparing to venture into the ice fog. "Your Majesty, I must advise against this. I sense something unusual about the infant. It would be prudent not to act hastily," Yi Yulin interjected urgently. As a level 9 soul master, his spiritual strength far surpassed that of an ordinary title Douluo, granting him heightened sensitivity. Initially, he had not discerned anything amiss with the child, but as his perceptions deepened, he began to feel an aura of danger emanating from the infant. This revelation startled even him. A level 9 soul master, how could he perceive a threat from a mere child? His first instinct was to dismiss it as a misperception. Yet, after multiple careful assessments, he could no longer deceive himself. There truly was a faint yet palpable sense of danger surrounding the infant, so subtle that it could easily be overlooked, yet undeniably real. The notion that a child could evoke such feelings of peril in a level 9 soul master was utterly bewildering, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. The Sun and Moon Emperor waved dismissively, indicating for the level 8 soul master to retrieve the infant. In the face of the Emperor's and Yi Yulin's directives, the level 8 soul master understood whom to heed and dismounted, approaching the icy fog on foot. He opted not to ride, as the solid ground beneath his feet offered reassurance. and enabled him to respond promptly should a crisis arise. That Wei Yuan felt a sense of helplessness, wishing to persuade them otherwise, but upon meeting the emperor's authoritative gaze, he shuddered, swallowing back the words he had intended to voice. Alas. Yi Yuan sighed internally, summoning a level 9 defensive soul tool into his hand, ready to activate it at a moment's notice. Noticing Yi Yuan's tense demeanor, the Sun and Moon Emperor chuckled softly, thinking him excessively cautious. Soon, the level 8 Soul Master reached the heart of the ice fog, where a newborn boy lay exposed upon the ground. The infant emitted faint energy waves, which transformed into an icy aura that spread outward, freezing the ground in a radius of several dozen meters. The surrounding ice fog was a direct result of this chilling energy. Upon contact with the aura released by the infant, even the level 8 Soul Master, possessing the strength of Soul Daw, shivered involuntarily, prickling with goosebumps as he found himself unable to withstand the biting cold. The peculiar infant, the 8th level Soul Master uttered with a quivering voice, a consequence of both the biting cold and the dread that gripped his heart. Indeed, it was fear. The abnormality exhibited by the infant instilled a sense of terror even in the seasoned 8th level Soul Master. Had it not been for the imperial decree from the Sun and Moon Emperor commanding him to retrieve the child, he might have instinctively drawn his 8th level soul guiding device. To extinguish the infant's life? Why must this task fall to me? The 8th level Soul Master sighed, burdened by his mission. With no other choice, he steeled himself to lift the infant. As he drew closer to the child, the chill that enveloped him intensified. The moment he cradled the infant, he felt as though his arm had been encased in ice. This transformation caused his complexion to pale, prompting him to exert his soul power in a futile attempt to combat the encroaching cold. Without delay, he hastened back along his original path, mindful of the urgency of his mission. Perhaps his abrupt movements disturbed the infant, for the child's previously closed eyes began to flutter open. Am I not dead? As his eyes opened, a voice echoed in his mind, one that belonged to him alone. It was the sound of his own consciousness awakening. The infant blinked repeatedly, striving to sharpen his blurred vision. After several attempts, the world before him came into focus. He beheld a man's chin, clad in dark armor, accompanied by the sensation of being cradled. 1 second, 2 seconds confusion enveloped the infant for a full 2 seconds before realization dawned. His deep, starry eyes narrowed, and the natural cold emanating from his body grew more frigid in response to his heightened emotions. The 8th level Soul Master grimaced as he felt the biting chill intensify. Have I been reincarnated, or is this a case of possession? The infant pondered, astonished by the alterations in his surroundings and his own form. Yet, his customary composure remained intact as he began to analyze his predicament with clarity. Just as he sought to discern whether he had been reincarnated or possessed, his thoughts were interrupted by a shift in his environment that heightened his alertness. With a powerful surge of consciousness, he expanded his awareness, instantly mapping out the vicinity within a 10-mile radius. The clarity of the landscape in his mind surpassed that of his physical sight. My spiritual awareness has diminished significantly, the infant mused, directing his focus to the sensations he perceived. The Sun and Moon Emperor, Yi Yuan, and the military forces did not escape his detection, vividly materializing within his consciousness. The situation appears dire, he soon realized, attempting to muster his strength, only to discover that apart from his awareness, all of his former cultivation had vanished, rendering him powerless, as fragile as a mere infant. That a momentary panic washed over him as his formidable power waned. However, his past life had been fraught with crises, and his temperament had been tempered to a rock-solid resilience. He could remain unperturbed in the face of calamity, and this situation was insufficient to shatter his composure. After a brief moment of disarray, he regained his calm. His thoughts raced, and the infant quickly devised a plan to navigate the current predicament. He first endeavored to retract the chilling aura emanating from his body, a manifestation of his spiritual essence leaking outward. Controlling it proved to be a trivial task, and with his formidable mastery, the chill surrounding him began to diminish, ultimately vanishing entirely. Once he had subdued the coldness, he withdrew his consciousness from the surroundings, though he did not retract the awareness enveloping the Emperor of the Sun and Moon. Not only did he refrain from doing so, but he also augmented the intensity of his consciousness, employing a unique secret technique to influence the Emperor's mind. He was uncertain how these individuals would react to him, but he had never been one to sit idly by. His life and death were matters he would manage himself, refusing to relinquish control to others. His gaze was piercingly astute. From the attire of the Emperor of the Sun and Moon, he discerned that the man must be the ruler of a certain dynasty, capable of commanding these individuals. That if he could sway this person's thoughts, then he would be shielded from danger. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul, Ice Dragon, and Dual Eyes. The 8th level Soul Master felt the temperature rising and voiced his astonishment, casting a bewildered glance at the infant in his hands. Why has it returned to normal? The 8th level Soul Master pondered aloud, his unease mounting as the return accelerated significantly. Upon witnessing the 8th level Soul Master's approach, Yi Yulin's heart sank, and he immediately braced himself, as if facing a formidable foe. The powerful figures surrounding the Emperor of the Sun and Moon shielded him, each brandishing advanced soul-guiding artifacts, prepared for any sudden turn of events. What are you all making such a fuss about? Stand back. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon admonished. The Soul Masters exchanged glances, slightly embarrassed. Their heightened tension over an infant seemed excessive, bordering on paranoia. After a brief hesitation, those blocking the Emperor's path stepped aside. The 8th level Soul Master approached the Emperor, slightly bowing as he presented the infant with both hands, extending him forward for the Emperor's view. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon gazed at the infant and smiled softly. With a wave of his hand, a nearby maid understood the cue, retrieving a piece of yellow silk from the carriage and coming closer to wrap the infant securely. As Yi Yulin observed the infant draw near, his gaze remained fixated upon him, shifting from apprehension to confusion. The aura of danger that had once surrounded the child had dissipated, revealing a seemingly ordinary infant, indistinguishable from any other. This transformation compelled him to question whether he had misread the situation, for how could a mere child evoke such a sense of peril? This child seems to have a remarkable affinity with me. Let us take him back to the palace, the Emperor of the Sun and Moon remarked after studying the infant for a moment. Your Majesty, please reconsider, Yi Yulin hastily interjected, urging, this child's presence in such an extraordinary environment is indeed peculiar. I harbor concerns that he may possess some oddities himself. It would be prudent not to bring him back to the palace. After a moment's reflection, he added, if your Majesty cannot bear to leave this child in the wilderness, perhaps it would be better to send him to a nearby town or village for adoption, as that may prove more beneficial for him. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon remained silent, gazing intently at Yi Yulin. His expression bore no change, yet the air around him had shifted. He now emanated a heightened sense of authority. Under the weight of the Emperor's steady gaze, Yi Yulin felt an overwhelming pressure. Your Majesty, why do you look at me so? Yi Yulin inquired, bowing his head, unable to meet the Emperor's eyes. Though he was a 9th level soul mentor, standing before the sovereign of the Sun and Moon Empire instilled in him a sense of trepidation, this ruler was not known for his benevolence. The Emperor offered a slight smile, placing a hand on Yi Yulin's shoulder, saying, it is nothing, merely a reminder. Dear Yi, I hold you in high regard, but that does not grant you the liberty to defy my will, nor does it empower you to make decisions on my behalf. As he concluded, a chill crept into his tone that Yi Yulin shuddered, quickly responding, Your Majesty, I would never presume to do, so do not be so anxious. I merely sought to remind you, not to imply that you would dare. The Emperor spoke gently, patting Yi Yulin's shoulder once more before entering the carriage, with his attendant, the infant boy also being brought inside. Once the Emperor had entered, Yi Yulin gradually straightened his posture, relief washing over his face. The Emperor's prior words had left him drenched in cold sweat, and his heart had raced with anxiety. Proceed, Yi Yulin commanded once he regained his composure. 6 years later, Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun and Moon, Mingda Hall. This expansive hall was adorned in a metallic style, predominantly featuring soft golden hues, neither extravagant nor opulent, yet exuding a palpable sense of quality. Prince Wei, are you prepared? An elderly man inquired. He was of shorter stature, yet robust, embodying a stocky build. Despite his appearance, it would be somewhat misleading to label him as an elder, for he appeared to be in his 40s, though in reality, he had surpassed a century in age. This venerable figure held a distinguished position. He was the head of Mingda Hall, Jing Hongchun, one of the rare 9th-level soul mentors on the continent, commanding significant influence within the Sun and Moon Empire. The young boy referred to as Prince Wei was merely 6 years old, named Wei Xuan, the very child brought back by the Emperor 6 years prior. Upon his return, the Emperor had adopted Wei Xuan as his own son, bestowing upon him the title of Prince. However, rather than giving him the surname Su, the Emperor named him Wei Xuan. The reasons behind this decision likely remain known only to Wei Xuan himself. At 6 years of age, Wei Xuan stood nearly a meter tall, his icy blue hair cascading down his back. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with eyes reminiscent of a tranquil pool, concealing depths that belied his tender years, revealing a composure and serenity not typical for one so young. Master Hongchun, let us begin. Wei Xuan smiled. Not waiting for Jing Hongqin's instructions, he proactively stepped into the awakening array, relaxing his body and closing his eyes, anticipating the infusion of soul power from Jing Hongqin. Having arrived in this world 6 years ago, he had garnered a comprehensive understanding of it through books and the narratives of others. This knowledge naturally encompassed the awakening of martial souls, and having witnessed the process before, he exhibited remarkable poise when it was his turn, prepared without needing any guidance from Jing Hongqin. This child, Jing Hongqin, shook his head with a chuckle, wasting no time as he struck a palm forward, gently infusing soul power into the array. As he channeled the soul power, his gaze remained fixed on Wei Xuan's right hand. Filled with anticipation, he was genuinely curious about the nature of the martial soul this child would awaken. Given the extraordinary demeanor he had displayed, it was unlikely that the martial soul would be anything ordinary. Once Jing Hongqin infused the soul power, the array immediately activated. Standing within it, Wei Xuan felt waves of warmth coursing through his body. At last, soul power has manifested. Wei Xuan mused inwardly, his consciousness keenly observing the changes within him. In what had previously been an empty vessel, he finally sensed the emergence of energy, filling him with an unexpected sense of joy. The sensation of warmth intensified, only to be supplanted by an encroaching chill that emanated from Wei Xuan's body. A deep, resonant dragon's roar erupted from him, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet precipitously. In an instant, the room's temperature fell below freezing, continuing to descend at a staggering rate. The ground beneath Wei Xuan was encased in ice, which spread outward like ripples across water. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Jing Hongqin's face registered disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Wei Xuan. The mere utterance of the first syllable rendered him speechless, for the transformation unfolding before him was astounding. An ice dragon emerged slowly from the space behind Wei Xuan, coiling upward with a robust presence, its girth matching that of Wei Xuan himself, exuding a weighty pressure akin to that of a mountain. As the ice dragon fully materialized, it hovered behind Wei Xuan, without needing to turn around. He comprehended the entirety of his martial spirit, a nearly 4-meter-long ancient ice dragon. He was not particularly surprised by the awakening of such a martial spirit. In fact, it was rather anticipated. The type of martial spirit a soul master can awaken is determined by the bloodline within their body, absent any mutations. The nature of the bloodline dictates the martial spirit that emerges, and within him resided the bloodline of the ancient ice dragon. Thus, the manifestation of such a martial spirit was hardly unexpected. Suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through his eyes, causing Wei Xuan to furrow his brow and cover his eyes with his right hand. What is happening? He pondered, bewildered by the sudden agony. He extended his consciousness to examine the changes in his eyes, aware that such intense pain could not arise without reason. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind, fueled by Jing Hongqin's unwavering gaze fixed upon the ice dragon. Could this possibly be the ultimate ice martial spirit? The moment this speculation entered his mind, he could no longer maintain his composure. He became exceedingly agitated. Upon witnessing Wei Xuan suddenly clutching his eyes in apparent agony, a chill ran through his heart, and his joy dissipated. He swiftly approached Wei Xuan, placing a hand on his shoulder, and urgently inquired, "Your Highness Wei, what has happened to your eyes?" "I am fine, Master Hongqin. You need not worry," Wei Xuan replied, his voice relatively steady, undeterred by the pain. Hearing this, Jing Hongqin anxiously stepped aside, keenly observing Wei Xuan's condition. "This is the..." Wei Xuan was profoundly astonished. Through his spiritual perception, he distinctly saw that an additional pupil had formed within each of his eyes. The shape of his eyes now mirrored that of the ancient he had encountered in the ruins. Does this mean he has become a wielder of double pupils? Just the thought of it made Wei Xuan's heart race and his breath become labored. His emotions transcended mere joy or excitement. He was acutely aware of what being a double pupil wielder signified, an innate invincibility. A pair of eyes could pave the way to an undefeated path. While he was confident that he could ascend to unparalleled strength even without double pupils, possessing them would undoubtedly ease his journey towards becoming the ultimate powerhouse. This would henceforth serve as his greatest asset. As the pain gradually subsided, Wei Xuan opened his eyes. Under his deliberate control, the initial manifestation of his double pupils did not reveal any formidable power, nor did it exude even a hint of might, as if it were non-existent. In truth, Wei Xuan's double pupils were indeed non-existent at that moment, for he had concealed them. Indeed, concealed them. Upon realizing he possessed double pupils, Wei Xuan understood that they were In essence, his second martial soul. Since it was a martial soul, it could be retracted, in order to avoid drawing the attention of Jing Hongquan. He had specifically chosen to conceal his double pupils. Your Highness, are you all right? Jing Hongquan inquired once more. I'm fine, Wei Xuan replied, shaking his head. Noticing Jing Hongquan's intent to press further, he smiled and shifted the topic. What do you think of my martial soul, Hall Master Hongquan? Jing Hongquan instinctively glanced at the ice dragon behind Wei Xuan, nodded in satisfaction, and remarked, Your Highness's martial soul is extraordinarily powerful. If I am not mistaken, it should be an ultimate martial soul of the supreme ice attribute. Chapter 3. Su Fan and Su Tian ran upon mentioning the supreme ice. Jing Hongquan's eyes sparkled with fervor. Supreme ice, after all, is a martial soul that appears only once in a millennium, and it had never graced the empire of sun and moon until now. How could he not be exhilarated? Supreme ice? Wei Xuan smiled faintly, having no intention of elaborating, to Jing Hongquan. If one were to truly assess it, the ice attribute possessed by the ancient ice dragon was likely far superior to the ultimate ice. To label its ice as merely ultimate would be an understatement. Though he had not experienced the temperature of the ultimate ice in this world, he was certain that it could not match the frigidness of that possessed by the ancient ice dragon, a testament to his absolute confidence in the creature. Should the ultimate martial soul reach maturity, His Highness would undoubtedly become a formidable soul master, and, of course, an equally powerful soul mentor. The combination of the two stirred a fiery excitement within Jing Hongquan as he envisioned Wei Xuan's future growth. His rapport with Wei Xuan was not predicated on the latter's noble status. As the head of the Mingda Hall, he found no need to curry favor with any prince or princess. Their camaraderie stemmed entirely from Wei Xuan's prodigious talent for soul engineering, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Before the age of 6, Wei Xuan had not awakened his martial soul and lacked soul power to craft soul devices. Yet this did not hinder his ability to showcase his innate talent in this field. With a formidable spiritual consciousness, what this world refers to as mental strength, Wei Xuan mastered the creation of level 4 soul devices by the age of 3. Had he possessed the requisite soul power, he would have undoubtedly been able to produce level 4 soul devices. This conclusion was one Jing Hongquan had personally verified. It was precisely for this reason that Jing Hongquan had consented to Wei Xuan's residency in Mingda Hall. Since moving in, Wei Xuan had continuously engaged in discussions with Jing Hongquan about the crafting of soul devices, and their relationship deepened with each exchange. After 3 years of companionship, they had become friends despite the vast difference in their ages. Jing Hongquan recognized Wei Xuan's terrifying aptitude for soul devices, and now that he had awakened such a powerful martial soul, the synergy of the two would undoubtedly give rise to an extraordinarily formidable soul master and mentor within the Sun and Moon Empire. Noticing Jing Hongquan's exuberance, Wei Xuan couldn't help but smile wryly. It was he who should be excited, yet Jing Hongquan appeared even more so. Please, Hall Master Hongquan, restrain yourself, Wei Xuan advised. Haha, I am merely overwhelmed with joy. Jing Hongquan chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had indeed lost his composure. Now that my martial soul has awakened, Hall Master Hongquan, please accompany me to obtain a soul ring, Wei Xuan stated. He sensed that his soul power had reached a certain plateau, and to break through, he would need to absorb a soul ring. Obtain a soul ring? You haven't even tested your soul power yet. How can you be certain you possess innate full soul power? Jing Hongquan queried, puzzled. However, he quickly realized his oversight, slapping his forehead in amusement. Look at me. So elated that I forgot the fact that the possessor of an ultimate martial soul must indeed have innate full soul power. Very well. I shall accompany your Highness to obtain a soul ring. Jing Hongquan readily agreed. By the way, your Highness, where do you intend to acquire this soul ring? Jing Hongquan inquired, aware that Wei Xuan had harbored a fascination for books concerning soul masters and soul beasts since his youth. His remarkable memory rendered him a living repository of knowledge. Having perused countless tomes, he possessed profound understanding of the habitats and varieties of soul beasts across the continent. Without needing to articulate it, Wei Xuan knew precisely where to procure soul rings and which ones would befit him. To acquire an ice attribute soul ring, one must venture to the extreme north of the original Douluo continent, a veritable paradise for ice attribute soul beasts. Finding a suitable soul ring there would be considerably easier, Wei Xuan remarked. Jing Hongquan hesitated slightly and cautioned, Your Highness, the extreme north is renowned as a forbidden zone for humanity. fraught with peril and situated at a great distance from our Sun and Moon Empire. Might it not be overly cumbersome to seek a soul ring there? Our Sun and Moon Empire also boasts standard soul beast forests, where locating a fitting soul beast should not pose a significant challenge. His primary concern about the extreme north was indeed its vast distance. The journey from the Sun and Moon Empire to the extreme north spanned thousands of miles and required traversing the Heavenly Soul Empire, which would entail at least a month of travel, a considerable investment of time. Rather than undertaking such an arduous expedition, it would be more prudent to search for ice attribute soul beasts within the ordinary soul beast forests. While it may be more challenging, finding a suitable one within half a month should be quite feasible, Jing Hanshan suggested. Wei Xuan shook his head, resolutely insisting, "It is imperative that I journey to the extreme north to acquire my soul ring. Ice attribute soul beasts are exceedingly scarce in the ordinary soul beast forests, and those that might suit me are even rarer, leaving me with little choice. Even if I were to eventually encounter an ice attribute soul beast, it would likely be a compromise, which is not my desire. To fully unleash the potential of my ultimate martial soul, I must find the most fitting soul ring." In the realm of cultivation, he would never settle for mediocrity or laxity. He aspired to excel at every stage, ensuring he could progress further. Jing Hanshan found merit in Wei Xuan's reasoning and, after a moment of contemplation, acquiesced to his request, stating, "Then let us proceed to the extreme north." "Indeed, Master Hanshan. Please make your preparations as well. We shall depart for the extreme north in 3 days, Wei Xuan declared. These 3 days are not only meant for Jing Hanshan to discuss matters pertaining to the Mingda Hall, but also for Wei Xuan himself. He intends to utilize this time to thoroughly examine his martial soul and compile a list of soul beasts he may wish to absorb. Jing Hanshan nodded in agreement. After awakening his martial soul, Wei Xuan did not return to his quarters within the Mingda Hall. Instead, he departed from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and made his way to the Imperial Palace. After all, as the adopted son of the Sun and Moon Emperor, it was only fitting that he inform his adoptive father of this significant development. Upon arriving at the palace, and with the guards announcing his presence, Wei Xuan entered the emperor's chamber. The emperor's quarters were, as expected, extravagantly opulent, adorned with jade floors, rosewood furniture, intricately carved porcelain and jade artifacts, as well as numerous lavish decorations. Over a dozen exquisitely beautiful maidens attended within the hall. "Xianer has arrived," the Sun and Moon Emperor remarked with a smile as Wei Xuan stepped into the grand hall. Wei Xuan slightly bowed before the emperor and said, "I have come primarily to inform Father about the awakening of my martial soul." "Oh," the Sun and Moon Emperor's eyes brightened with interest. "Do share the details with me." In a certain study within the palace, a relatively handsome man in his 30s paced back and forth before a desk, a letter in his right hand being waved slowly, rhythmically striking his left hand, the sound echoing throughout the spacious room. He was not alone. 2 elderly men stood quietly nearby, refraining from making a sound. The ancient ice dragon, the ultimate ice martial soul, possesses such formidable talent, the middle-aged man murmured, a sinister expression crossing his face. The 2 elders exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock in the other's eyes. They were acutely aware of what the ultimate ice martial soul could signify, should it develop. It would undoubtedly herald the emergence of an extraordinary powerhouse. After a moment's hesitation, one of the elders bowed and inquired, "Your Highness, who is the possessor of this ultimate ice martial soul?" The middle-aged man, referred to as the Great Prince by the elder, is none other than Su Fan, the Grand Prince of the Sun and Moon Empire. Su Fan halted his steps, casting a cold and piercing gaze upon the elder. Under such scrutiny, the elder's body tensed, a sense of dread enveloping him, akin to being locked in the gaze of a fierce beast. After observing the elder for a brief moment, Su Fan tossed the letter he held. The elder caught it and began to peruse its contents alongside another elder nearby. This wild offspring's talent is indeed extraordinary, possessing an unparalleled aptitude for soul-guiding devices, and his martial soul is exceptionally formidable as well. If he were to mature, it would spell disaster. Su Fan gritted his teeth, a potent aura of murderous intent radiating from him. The wild offspring he referred to as naturally Wei Xuan, a foundling who, despite his origins, receives immense favor from the emperor, a reality that deeply unsettles Su Fan. Now, upon learning that Wei Xuan has awakened an ultimate martial soul, his resentment has only intensified, as he fears Wei Xuan might usurp his rightful position as the crown prince. After the two elders finished reading the letter, their expressions turned astonished, plunging them into silence. To venture into the extreme north to acquire soul rings, what an excellent opportunity. Su Fan suddenly let out a chilling laugh, one that sent shivers down the spine. In addition to Su Fan, another prince was also closely monitoring Wei Xuan. He too had received a letter containing similar news regarding Wei Xuan's martial soul awakening. In a modest study, Su Tianran, seated in a wheelchair, grew increasingly serious as he read the letter in his hand. The ultimate ice martial soul, this younger brother. Returned from obscurity is indeed remarkable to have awakened such a powerful soul, Su Tianran murmured. The figure in black beside him spoke, Your Highness. If the letter is to be believed, then Prince Wei's talent is rather terrifying. Should we? The black-clad figure made a gesture across his throat. The implication unmistakable. Su Tianran appeared momentarily tempted by the suggestion, his right hand resting on the armrest of his wheelchair, fingers tracing his chin as he fell into contemplation. Weighing whether to heed the black-clad figure's counsel. After a moment of silence between them, the atmosphere in the study turned exceptionally still. Su Tianran pondered for several minutes before finally shaking his head, stating, Although Wei Xuan possesses extraordinary talent and is favored by the emperor, he ultimately does not share our royal bloodline, so the likelihood of his being named crown prince is slim. As long as he does not contest my claim to the throne, allowing him to live is not out of the question. He then coldly smirked and continued, Moreover, it is possible that Wei Xuan may not even require our intervention. Others may eliminate him for us. The figure in black was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Realizing, Your Highness, are you referring to the great prince? Upon hearing the name of the grand prince, Su Tian instinctively clenched his fists, his emotions surging violently. And his expression darkened considerably, akin to that of one who has encountered the name of a bitter enemy, evoking a fierce desire for vengeance. Observing his own vanishing legs, Su Tian inhaled deeply and spoke in a low tone. My elder brother has always relished in the destruction of kin. He must be aware of Wei Xuan's awakened martial soul by now, and I surmise he is already devising a plan to eliminate Wei Xuan. With him in the picture, the task of dealing with Wei Xuan does not fall upon us. We shall await the good news from his end. Su Tian continued, By the way, is everything I instructed prepared? He suddenly inquired. It has been arranged, Your Highness. We are merely awaiting your command to proceed. The figure in black responded respectfully. Su Tian nodded in satisfaction, his gaze glinting with hatred as he contemplated his severed legs, murmuring to himself, Let Su Fan linger a while longer. Once he has dealt with Wei Xuan, it will be his turn to meet his demise. The debt for my broken legs shall be repaid in due course. Chapter 4. The far north 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Wei Xuan departed Mingdu with Jing Hongqian. Upon leaving the city, Jing Hongqian produced his flying soul guide, a level 7 device resembling a bat, with a wingspan reaching 5 meters. Naturally, they would not choose to travel by horse-drawn carriage to the far north, as that would be far too slow. The speed of the flying soul guide was incomparable. To save time, the flying soul guide was the optimal choice for their journey. Observing Jing Hongqian unveil the level 7 flying soul guide piqued Wei Xuan's interest. Among the wonders of this world, the soul guides undeniably captivated him. As he felt the texture of the device in his palm, his eyes suddenly flickered. His pupils transformed into two, as he subtly activated his dual pupils. The change was so discreet that one would scarcely notice it without meticulous observation. Once the dual pupils manifested, his vision altered dramatically, rendering the surroundings astonishingly clear, allowing him to perceive even the dust particles in the air. Time seemed to slow, and he could clearly discern the intricate internal structure of the level 7 soul guide. Seeing Wei Xuan so engrossed, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Jing Hongqian's eyes. To achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the realm of soul guides, one must possess a fervent passion and obsession for them. Wei Xuan had already exhibited the qualities befitting a master of soul guides. Allowing him to admire the device for a while longer, Jing Hongqian chuckled, All right, you can study this soul guide thoroughly upon our return. For now, let us ascend. It is time for us to depart. At Jing Hongqian's words, Wei Xuan snapped back to reality, retracting his dual pupils. Reflecting on his earlier fascination, he cast a resigned glance at the level 7 soul guide and smiled, realizing how compelling this novel artifact was to him. The allure of novelty did not solely pertain to this particular level 7 soul guide. It encompassed the entire realm of soul guides. To Wei Xuan, soul guides were wondrous entities he had never encountered before, which explained his profound intrigue. Let us proceed. Wei Xuan nodded, and at Jing Hongqian's gesture, he leaped onto the flying soul guide. Jing Hongqian stood to Wei Xuan's left, and as he infused energy into the device, a pale blue energy shield enveloped them both. The soul guide ascended vertically. When it reached a height of over 20 meters, the tail wings erupted with powerful thrusts, propelling the device forward like a streak of light. Initially, Wei Xuan felt somewhat unaccustomed to the rapid speed, but he was no ordinary individual. Within mere seconds, he adapted. Thanks to the protective energy shield, he was not concerned about the tearing sensation from the high-speed airflow, even without having absorbed his first soul ring. Although the realm of cultivation here was rather lacking, these peculiar inventions were indeed commendable, Wei Xuan mused as he gazed at the fleeting scenery below. The wild seed has set forth. Mo Lao, Zhou Lao, you must immediately make your way to the far north as well. The crown prince Su Fan spoke with evident excitement. Before him stood two elderly men. The taller one, known as Mo Lao, stood nearly 2 meters tall. His emaciated frame adorned with white hair, and the wrinkles on his face rendered him somewhat unappealing. Zhou Lao, standing around 1.80 meters, had a moderate build and was similarly white-haired, having surpassed 100 years of age. Yes, your highness, rest assured, we shall eliminate that Wei Xuan. The two elders replied in unison. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction, but then appeared to recall something, his expression suddenly turning grave as he cautioned, Mo Lao, Zhou Lao. This mission requires utmost caution. Mingda's master Jing Hongqian is right beside Wei Xuan. He is a 9th-level soul master and not to be trifled with. The most critical aspect is that you must not reveal your identities. Otherwise, even if you succeed in killing Wei Xuan, we will face significant complications. If that old man reports us to father, it would spell disaster. Su Fan's countenance grew increasingly serious. Wei Xuan was deeply favored by his father. Should his father discover that Su Fan had dispatched assassins against Wei Xuan, his fate would be sealed. Upon mentioning Master Mingda, the two elders also adopted a somber demeanor, their eyes reflecting deep trepidation. Although they too were 9th-level soul masters, they recognized the considerable gap between their abilities and those of Jing Hongqian. Otherwise, they would not have become pawns for the crown prince. The two elders nodded gravely. Su Fan furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth within the hall. After several minutes of silence, he arrived at a decisive conclusion, his expression shifting to one of ruthless determination. He looked up at Mo Lao and Zhou Lao, speaking coldly. If there is a risk of exposure, then we must exert all our efforts to eliminate Jing Hongqian. The two elderly men were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at Su Fan, utterly startled by his words. To kill Jing Hongqian? This revelation astonished them even more than the thought of eliminating Wei Xuan. Unlike the merely 6-year-old Wei Xuan, who wielded little power, Jing Hongqian was the esteemed leader of the Mingda Hall, a figure situated at the pinnacle of authority within the empire. Furthermore, he was a 9th-level soul mentor. The prospect of taking his life was no trivial matter, entailing grave repercussions. Setting aside the dire consequences of such an act, the mere endeavor of assassinating him was no simple task. His ascension to the position of Mingda Hall leader was not merely a matter of connections. It was grounded in formidable strength. Among the 9th-level soul mentors of the Day and Moon Empire, Jing Hongqian stood out as a formidable presence. Could they truly hope to vanquish such a powerful being? Indeed, it is the death of Jing Hongqian that must be orchestrated. In order to prevent him from reporting us to the emperor, he must perish, Su Fan stated solemnly. This old man has remained indifferent despite my numerous attempts to win him over. He is likely to become a hindrance to my ascension. Rather than allow this to continue, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to eliminate him, thus clearing the path for the future, Su Fan declared with a fierce intensity, bordering on madness. The two elders fell silent, chilled by Su Fan's current demeanor. Once Su Fan's emotions had somewhat calmed, Elder Mo mustered the courage to speak. But your highness, with our combined strength, it is a formidable task to eliminate Jing Hongqian. Su Fan cast a frigid gaze upon Elder Mo, inwardly cursing their incompetence. You are utterly useless. As 9th-level soul mentors, you cannot even eliminate a single opponent. What purpose do you serve? Feeling the weight of Su Fan's ire, both men lowered their heads in alarm. Logically, as 9th-level soul mentors, they should not be so intimidated by Su Fan, even if he is the Grand Prince of the Empire. Yet, their lives rested in Su Fan's hands, and should they provoke this Grand Prince, not only would they perish, but their families would also face dire consequences. which instilled in them a profound fear of Su Fan. Taking a deep breath to temper his anger, Su Fan addressed them with a measured tone. Rest assured, I will dispatch several 8th-level soul mentors to accompany you. With such a formation, eliminating Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan should pose no significant challenge. The Sun and Moon Empire lies on the western side of Douluo continent, while the extreme north is located directly to the north. To reach the extreme north, one must travel in a northeastern direction. To avoid passing through the Star Luo Empire, they first flew directly north for nearly 1,000 miles before veering eastward, entering the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Upon entering the Heavenly Soul Empire, their pace inevitably slowed, not by choice, but due to the numerous inspections they faced as denizens of the Sun and Moon Empire. Their flying soul devices could not traverse freely, thus naturally hindering their speed. After nearly half a month, they finally arrived at their destination, the extreme north. Traversing the Heavenly Soul Empire proved to be quite arduous. As they encountered over a dozen inspections along the way, Wei Xuan lamented, reflecting on their experiences with a sense of exasperation. Jing Hongqian's expression was equally displeased. Given his status, it was infuriating to be subjected to searches by those petty subordinates. Had he not feared provoking the attention of powerful figures in the Heavenly Soul Empire, he might have taken more drastic measures against them. After casually voicing his frustrations, Wei Xuan redirected his focus ahead. The ground beneath their feet was blanketed in a thin layer of snow, trees adorned in silver, and snowflakes danced through the air, creating an ambience reminiscent of winter. The expanse before them was a world engulfed in white, with the howling winds akin to ravenous wolves, proclaiming the dangers of this icy realm. This is indeed the extreme north. Your Highness, you must stay close by my side. The designation of the extreme north as a forbidden zone for humanity is not without reason. Besides the perpetual snow and harsh environment, the soul beasts within are exceptionally formidable. Should you encounter a sudden attack from a soul beast while being too far from me, I may not be able to reach you in time. For your own safety, do not stray too far, thus allowing me to better protect you. Jing Hongqian cautioned with a serious expression. Wei Xuan understood the perils of the extreme north and nodded earnestly, but then could not help but inquire, given the prowess of Hall Master Hongqian. Traversing the outer regions of the extreme north should pose no significant issue, should it? Is it still not guaranteed that my safety is assured? He is well aware that Jing Hongqian is a 9th-level soul master, possessing soul power that has reached the rank of title Douluo. Such prowess should not warrant excessive caution. However, the solemnity etched upon his countenance is rather peculiar. Who can guarantee that formidable soul beasts will not emerge in this outer region? The extreme northern lands harbor some exceptionally powerful entities, and should one encounter them, it would not only jeopardize your safety, but even my own life would be at stake. Jing Hongqian gazed into the distance, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he spoke. Wei Xuan's eyes sharpened, comprehending the deeper meaning behind Jing Hongqian's words, and he instinctively followed his gaze towards the depths of the extreme north. At first glance, there appeared to be nothing amiss, but as he continued to watch, a growing sense of unease began to stir within him, a feeling of oppression settling in his heart. Elder Hongqian, let us proceed, Wei Xuan declared, retracting his gaze after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, Jing Hongqian nodded, surveying the swirling snowstorm, and with a cheerful demeanor, he turned to Wei Xuan. Are you able to withstand such frigid temperatures? Wei Xuan replied with a subtle smile, devoid of any hint of trepidation. Elder Hongqian, do not forget that my martial soul is of the ultimate ice attribute. Have you ever encountered an ultimate ice soul master who fears the cold? In fact, I find these temperatures rather mild. With that, he took the lead, advancing forward as his formidable spiritual awareness radiated outward, enveloping the surroundings within a mile radius in his perceptive grasp. Chapter 5, Selecting Soul Beasts. The hidden assassins Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian wandered aimlessly across the vast icy expanse. Though the extreme north teems with soul beasts, they are not readily visible, making the search for a suitable soul beast a challenging endeavor. Soon, 5 hours had elapsed, and the two found themselves resting upon a rocky outcrop. Your Highness, I remarked, might your expectations be somewhat excessive? The previous 8-armed Ice Ape King was perfectly suited to you in terms of both age and quality. Yet you deemed it unsuitable and insisted on continuing the search. Now, after 2 or 3 hours, none of the creatures encountered compare to that 8-armed Ice Ape King. Are you not creating trouble for yourself? Jing Hongqian took a sip of strong liquor, his face etched with perplexity as he expressed his bewilderment over Wei Xuan's previous actions. The eight-armed Ice Ape King, a rare top-tier soul beast from the extreme north, boasts immense strength and has existed for over 4 centuries, making it the perfect candidate for Wei Xuan's first soul ring. However, he chose to forego this opportunity, which left Jing Hongqian feeling quite regretful. Wei Xuan, unfazed by Jing Hongqian's complaints, simply smiled and calmly retrieved a flask of liquor from his storage ring, uncorking it for a sip. He was unperturbed by the cold. His indulgence in strong liquor was not for warmth, but rather a mere desire to savor a drink in such an environment. Patience, Hall Master Hongqian. While the quality of the eight-armed Ice Ape King is commendable, its age leaves much to be desired. Accepting it as my soul ring would be somewhat of a compromise, Wei Xuan explained after taking another sip. Seated back-to-back with Wei Xuan, Jing Hongqian turned his head in surprise upon hearing this, his gaze fixed on Wei Xuan's profile. Is 450 years insufficient? Surely, you don't intend to absorb a soul ring that exceeds the normal age limit? As one who had achieved the position of Hall Master, his perception was astute. He quickly grasped Wei Xuan's implication, realizing he deemed 400 years too low. Wei Xuan nodded, taking another sip before stating, "Indeed, that is my intention. Based on my assessment, the limit I could endure for my first soul ring should be around 800 years. If I were to take a reckless gamble, I could attempt to absorb a soul ring nearing 1,000 years." Jing Hongqian's astonishment morphed into a bemused smile. "Your assessment? How did you arrive at that conclusion?" "Your Highness, aiming too high is not a commendable habit, especially when it comes to absorbing soul rings. Blindly pursuing higher ages could be detrimental." In his view, Wei Xuan was overestimating himself, believing that his ultimate ice martial spirit would grant him the ability to absorb rings beyond his level, leading him to desire an 800-year-old soul ring as his first, or even to attempt a 1,000-year ring, which was quite absurd. In response to Jing Hongqian's skepticism, Wei Xuan remained calm, glancing at him with a smile. "Elder Hongqian, we have known each other for over 3 years. Do you truly think I am someone who aims too high? I am not jesting. I genuinely aspire to absorb a soul ring that has existed for over 800 years. With unwavering confidence and a steadfast gaze, Wei Xuan asserted that he could indeed absorb such an ancient soul ring. His conclusion was not a mere whim, but rather the result of a meticulous comparison between the energy intensity contained within soul beasts of varying ages and the energy intensity he could endure. He held this conviction resolutely, for his divine consciousness and dual pupils would not deceive him, nor could they err. Of course, the energy attributed to the 800-year soul ring pertains to those generated by ordinary soul beasts. Should the quality of the soul beast be exceptionally high, this figure may diminish. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqian paused, harboring doubt in his heart regarding Wei Xuan's ability to absorb a soul ring of such age. Yet, Wei Xuan's certainty and earnest demeanor began to erode his skepticism, leading him to contemplate that perhaps success was indeed within reach. Remaining silent, Jing Hongqian refrained from voicing opposition or agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Do you truly possess such confidence?" "Absolutely," Wei Xuan replied with a serious countenance. Jing Hongqian regarded Wei Xuan intently and nodded. "Since you are so assured, then proceed." Wei Xuan merely smiled in response, raising the wine jug in his hand. Understanding his intent, Jing Hongqian grinned widely, clinking his jug against Wei Xuan's, and said, "You must succeed, or else I shall be at a loss when addressing His Majesty upon my return." "I will not fail," Wei Xuan stated with a calm demeanor. His simple words were imbued with unwavering self-assurance, a testament to his absolute belief in himself. Jing Hongqian, taken aback by this declaration, momentarily halted his drinking, astonished. From Wei Xuan's words, he sensed an unparalleled confidence that stirred something deep within him. What a peculiar fellow, Jing Hongqian mused inwardly, regaining his composure as he took a generous swig of his drink. The two rested upon the rocks for a brief spell before resuming their quest for soul beasts. This time, Wei Xuan expanded the range of his spiritual perception to twice its usual extent, rendering the surroundings within a radius of 2 miles vividly clear in his mind. The soul beasts within the area covered by his perception could not evade Wei Xuan's scrutiny, and he meticulously identified and sifted through these creatures. In recent years, Wei Xuan has perused numerous tomes on soul beasts, enabling him to identify most of them by name and estimate their approximate age. This extensive theoretical knowledge has significantly facilitated his quest for soul rings. As he methodically eliminated various soul beasts, Only 3 or 4 within a 2-mile radius met his initial criteria. Rather than hastily selecting from this small pool, Wei Xuan resolved to continue his search, aspiring to find the most exemplary specimen. Before long, 3 hours had elapsed without Wei Xuan encountering a soul ring that inspired him to commit. By this time, darkness had enveloped the landscape. The frigid night on the ice plains was further exacerbated by a relentless snowfall, accompanied by a howling wind that cut like a blade. After nearly an hour of effort, Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian finally managed to erect 2 tents. It must be noted that both were novices in this endeavor. They expended considerable energy to barely succeed in their task, and the result was less than aesthetically pleasing. The two exchanged glances, a hint of wry amusement on their faces, acknowledging the challenge of setting up the tents. Once the tents were assembled, they commenced preparations for dinner. In order to roast meat and ensure a more comfortable rest, Jing Hongqian conjured a 7th-level soul guide barrier, enveloping a 10-meter radius and shielding them from the biting wind and snow. Your Highness, I possess a certain expertise in grilling meat. Your palate is in for a treat, Jing Hongqian remarked, as he began to prepare the ice tiger they had just hunted. Placing it on the grill, his clumsiness betrayed his inexperience. Observing Jing Hongqian's fumbling attempts at cooking, Wei Xuan's initial anticipation evaporated, replaced by a skeptical gaze. Is this what you call expertise? He questioned silently. Suddenly, a chill ran through Wei Xuan as he turned his attention to the right, his brow furrowing slightly. His spiritual awareness remained active, continuing to survey the 2-mile vicinity, during which he detected several powerful human presences. Upon further scrutiny, a grave expression settled on Wei Xuan's face. He discerned the auras of 2 tidal Douluo and 4 soul Douluo, their mental energies finely honed, likely indicating either mental-type soul masters or soul engineers who frequently wielded mental prowess. Wei Xuan surmised that the latter was more probable, for mental-type soul masters were exceedingly rare, and the likelihood of 6 appearing simultaneously was virtually non-existent. These 6 individuals were likely soul engineers hailing from the Sun Moon Empire. Having spent 3 years in the Mingda Hall, he was intimately familiar with the aura emitted by these soul engineers, allowing him to swiftly ascertain their origins. Given that their soul power reached the levels of tidal Douluo and soul Douluo, it was reasonable to conclude that their ranks as soul engineers were not inferior to those of soul masters. This implied that all 6 were at least 8th-level soul engineers, with the 2 tidal Douluo possibly being 9th level. Through this analysis, Wei Xuan had deduced a wealth of information. Your Highness, what are you so intently observing over there? Jing Hongqian lifted his gaze and noticed Wei Xuan intently staring in a particular direction. Curiously, he inquired about it. Following Wei Xuan's line of sight, he looked over. But the dimming twilight rendered even the scenery a mere 100 meters away indistinct. In his search, he found nothing. Wei Xuan withdrew his gaze and, after a moment's hesitation, shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. I'm just idly observing." He certainly couldn't disclose to Jing Hongqian that he sensed the presence of 6 formidable soul masters from the Sun and Moon Empire. If even this titled Douluo had failed to perceive their existence, how could he, a mere 6-year-old child, explain his awareness? Even though he suspected that these 6 might pose a threat to them, he refrained from articulating such thoughts. Very well, let us wait a little longer. Our meal will soon be ready, Jing Hongqian said, trusting him completely and redirecting his focus to the roasting meat. Wei Xuan's gaze, profound and penetrating, shifted toward the right, as if disregarding the distance, allowing him to glimpse those hidden 6 figures. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he silently mused. I hope you are not here with ill intentions towards me. Otherwise, this place shall become your final resting ground. Despite his current lack of even a first soul ring, one should not underestimate his combat capabilities. He possessed an immense spiritual consciousness. Although his previous death had diminished his spiritual acuity considerably, it still remained formidable. In this realm, his spiritual strength could still be regarded as elite, comparable to the level of a super Douluo. With his powerful spiritual awareness, coupled with certain offensive techniques at his disposal, he held a 70% certainty of annihilating all 6 of these soul masters. Furthermore, with Jing Hongqian by his side, if these 6 truly intended to attack them, their fate would undoubtedly be sealed. In the distance, 6 elderly figures clad in white, their faces obscured by white cloth and their hair wrapped in white fabric, lay concealed in the snow. Their all-white attire rendered them nearly invisible against the snowy backdrop. Elder Zhou, Elder Imo, shall we strike tonight? A robust elder murmured. There is no rush. Now is not the optimal moment. We shall wait until Wei Xuan absorbs the soul ring before we take action. At that point, eliminating them will be considerably easier. Old Emo stated. Zhou Lao nodded in agreement, saying, let us proceed as Old Emo suggests. We shall exercise a little more patience. The other four replied in unison, their voices barely audible, overshadowed by the howling wind. Chapter 6. The killing intent of Jing Hongqian. A tranquil night passed, and Wei Xuan along with Jing Hongqian awakened at dawn. After dismantling their tent, refreshing themselves, and having a modest breakfast, the two set off in search of soul beasts. In pursuit of suitable soul beasts, they ventured deeper into the frigid north. As they progressed, the strength of the soul beasts they encountered markedly increased, and they soon began to confront thousand-year soul beasts. Wei Xuan expanded the range of his consciousness, enveloping an area of 3 miles. A multitude of soul beasts manifested in his mind, and the number of those meeting his criteria grew increasingly abundant, with one or two eliciting a compelling urge to absorb them. It seemed these individuals were indeed targeting me, Wei Xuan mused inwardly. The consciousness he sensed was not limited to soul beasts. It also included 6 soul mentors who had been trailing them at a safe distance. If his previous detection of them had been merely coincidental, leaving him uncertain of their intentions, today he was resolute that these 6 were undoubtedly after him. Otherwise, they would not have closely followed like shadows. With a flicker of thought, a strategy quickly materialized in his mind. Jing Hongqian, do you possess any reconnaissance-type soul-guiding devices? Wei Xuan inquired of his companion. Jing Hongqian halted, casting a curious glance at Wei Xuan, uncertain. You aren't suggesting I use a reconnaissance soul-guiding device to assist you in locating soul beasts, are you? Wei Xuan commended Jing Hongqian's comprehension with a smile and nodded. That is precisely my intention. The soul beasts in this extreme northern region all sport white fur, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, making them exceedingly difficult to spot with the naked eye in the snow. Our efficiency in locating them is quite low. However, employing a reconnaissance soul-guiding device would significantly ease our search, eliminating the issue of visibility and allowing for a broader search area, thereby conserving our energy. Jing Hongqian's eyes widened in surprise, her expression peculiar as she regarded Wei Xuan. Had you known of this approach, why did you not mention it sooner? If you had asked me to utilize the soul-guiding device for reconnaissance yesterday, we might have secured the soul ring by now, rather than aimlessly searching here. Wei Xuan smiled awkwardly and said, I just remembered this matter. Jing Hongqian, amused by the situation, shook his head, realizing he had been rather forgetful himself for not recalling the existence of a probing soul guide earlier, despite being a 9th-level soul master. My focus in crafting soul guides has always been on offensive and defensive types. I have not thoroughly studied probing soul guides, Jing Hongqian remarked with a hint of indifference. Wei Xuan observed Jing Hongqian, anticipating a pivotal moment. Given Jing's earlier reaction, it was improbable that he lacked a probing soul guide. Sensing Wei Xuan's calm demeanor, Jing Hongqian found the conversation less engaging and decided to be straightforward, continuing, while I am unable to create 8th or 9th-level probing soul guides, as a 9th-level soul master, I can certainly manage to devise some simpler ones. In fact, during my leisure time, I attempted to create a probing soul guide. With that, Jing Hongqian retrieved a palm-sized, half-ellipsoidal white metallic object from his storage ring. Wei Xuan stared at the object in Jing Hongqian's hand, momentarily taken aback. After examining it a few times, he inquired, Is this the probing soul guide you mentioned? This design is hardly commendable. Jing Hongqian, with a self-satisfied smile, appeared oblivious to Wei Xuan's peculiar expression and proudly proclaimed, Indeed. Under my transformation, the size of this soul-detecting device has been reduced by several folds, rendering it remarkably compact and convenient to carry. Do not be deceived by its diminutive size. Its functionality is anything but trivial. It can ascend to an altitude of 700 meters, with a maximum reconnaissance range of approximately 4 miles. Moreover, its small stature and white exterior render it nearly undetectable to the naked eye after takeoff, ensuring exceptional concealment. Even a tidal Douluo would find it challenging to notice without deploying their spiritual perception. Impressive, isn't it? Jing Hongqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his head held high, exuding an air of superiority. What level is this soul device? Wei Xuan inquired seemingly casually. Upon hearing this question, Jing Hongqian's facade faltered, an expression of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He cleared his throat and replied, The level is not what matters. What is crucial is that it can assist us in locating soul beasts here. As he spoke, Jing Hongqian infused the device with soul power, enabling it to ascend. Typically, soul-detecting devices are equipped with storage formations that allow for pre-injection of soul power, permitting immediate activation upon launch. However, this particular device, having been crafted by Jing Hongqian, had only been used once and had not been recharged since. Thus, it required a fresh infusion of soul power to function. Wei Xuan regarded Jing Hongqian with a smile that was neither fully approving nor disapproving, causing the latter's face to flush as he turned slightly away to avoid direct eye contact. Although the function of this reconnaissance soul guide is considerable, it is merely a level 4 soul guide. How laughable it is that the esteemed master of Mingda Hall, a 9th-rank soul master, could only produce a level 4 soul guide. Upon returning, I must thoroughly study the crafting of reconnaissance soul guides. This is truly embarrassing. Wei Xuan chuckled for a moment but refrained from further mocking Jing Hongqian, standing quietly beside him, awaiting the ascension of the reconnaissance soul guide. With Jing Hongqian's tidal dual level soul power, it took him merely a few seconds to fill the level 4 soul guide with soul energy. Elevating the reconnaissance soul guide with his soul power, a controller, comparable in size to the reconnaissance soul guide, materialized in Jing Hongqian's hand. Under the controller's command, the reconnaissance soul guide swiftly ascended, reaching an altitude of 700 meters in less than 10 seconds. As the reconnaissance was activated, images appeared on the controller's screen. The reconnaissance soul guide resembled an eye, presenting all it observed upon the display. Jing Hongqian, leaning against a small rock with Wei Xuan, initially bore a smile as they both watched the unfolding scenes on the screen, searching for suitable soul beasts for Wei Xuan. However, when his gaze fell upon several peculiar light spots, his smile faltered. What is this? Wei Xuan had been attentively observing Jing Hongqian's reaction, and upon noticing his focus on the light spots, he feigned curiosity, pointing at them. Jing Hongqian did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow, casting his gaze toward the left front where the light spots were located, lost in contemplation. Master Hongqian, have you discerned something? Wei Xuan inquired after a brief pause. I have spotted some rats, though I cannot ascertain whether they pose a threat to us. Further observation is necessary, Jing Hongqian replied coldly, his words veiled. Yet Wei Xuan understood the implication. Let us proceed. If these rats follow us, it would suggest that we are their target, Wei Xuan proposed. Jing Hongqian shot him a surprised glance, taken aback by Wei Xuan's astuteness, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let us go. As they walked, they continued to monitor the movements of the 6 individuals behind them. Jing Hongqian utilized the controller for observation, while Wei Xuan relied on his own spiritual perception, which proved far superior to the reconnaissance soul guide. After approximately half an hour, Jing Hongqian reached a conclusion. The rats were indeed hazardous. Are these the minions of the Heavenly Soul Empire? Jing Hongqian's countenance darkened, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Elder Hongqian, do you believe it is more likely to be the former or the latter? Wei Xuan inquired with profound significance. Another unspoken conjecture of Jing Hongqian was that these individuals hailed from the Sun and Moon Empire. Their journey to the far north was known only to the high-ranking officials within the empire, and perhaps to those in the Tianhun Empire they traversed. The likelihood of the Tianhun Empire recognizing Jing Hongqian was exceedingly low, verging on negligible. The possibility of the Tianhun Empire dispatching formidable warriors to ambush them could be categorically dismissed, leaving only one remaining conjecture. With a deep breath, Jing Hongqian, his voice as frigid as the depths of winter, uttered, I never anticipated that there would be individuals within the empire bold enough to attempt my assassination. A peculiar expression crossed Wei Xuan's face as he quietly suggested, Master Hongqian, do you think it is possible that these individuals are primarily after me? In his perspective, the chance of these individuals targeting him was far greater than that of them pursuing Jing Hongqian. The rationale behind this lay in his relationships with his nominal brothers. Though he had not engaged deeply with them, his previous life had afforded him substantial insight into human nature. Through several interactions, he had gleaned a considerable understanding of their characters. Externally amiable, their brotherly bond appeared enviable, yet covertly, each harbored ulterior motives, contemplating how to eliminate one another. In the face of the throne, the bonds of blood were rendered fragile, scarcely worthy of mention. The injury to the second prince Su Tianran's leg was the handiwork of the first prince, while several younger princes pondered ways to dispose of their elder brothers. The term brotherly strife was vividly embodied in their circumstances. He had relocated to Mingda Hall precisely to avoid entanglement in their conflicts, harboring no interest in the throne. However, His disinterest did not imply that others would spare him. These 6 individuals must have been sent by one of his brothers to execute his assassination. Jing Hongqian paused, gazing at Wei Xuan, and shook his head, expressing disbelief. Targeting you? Hee. Although you are a prince, there seems to be no formidable power behind you. Who would send someone to take your life? Just as I was halfway through my words, Jing Hongqian appeared to recall something, his gaze sharpening, and his expression turned exceedingly grave. My several elder brothers are not to be trifled with, Wei Xuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm, his eyes cold as ice. He is not someone easily bullied. Should anyone harbor murderous intent towards him, he would show no mercy. If these individuals were indeed dispatched by his so-called elder brothers, he would not hold back. What audacity! Once those individuals are captured, they must be rigorously interrogated to uncover who sent them. Even as a prince, I shall ensure he is rendered powerless, Jing Hongqian declared with fury. Chapter 7. Ice Xin Dragon Jiao. Verifying the hypothesis, Wei Xuan's gaze towards Jing Hongqian shifted slightly as he said, let's discuss that later. What we need to consider now is how to deal with them. Jing Hongqian looked into the distance, his eyes filled with murderous intent, boldly asserting, what is there to consider? We should simply go over and eliminate them. I am not someone who can be trifled with. With that, Jing Hongqian intended to soar towards the concealed position of the 6 individuals. But Wei Xuan hurriedly grasped his arm, exclaiming helplessly, Elder Hongqian, do not act rashly. Since they are aware of your presence and still dare to send someone, it implies that those they dispatched pose a genuine threat to you. Charging recklessly would be akin to walking into a trap. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqian furrowed his brow slightly and paused, reflecting calmly before nodding. You make a valid point. These individuals likely would not dare to attack us without adequate preparation. Jing Hongqian gazed at Wei Xuan, instinctively asking, then what do you propose we do? Wei Xuan smiled faintly, gesturing for Jing Hongqian to lean closer and whisper in his ear. After hearing Wei Xuan's plan, Jing Hongqian's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at Wei Xuan with admiration, generously offering his praise. You, my boy, are truly clever beyond your years, full of mischief. Yet, I find it quite endearing, haha. An hour later, a nearly 5-meter-long ice dragon, its body adorned with diamond-shaped crystalline scales, roared in the sky. Its icy blue slitted eyes were filled with resentment and murderous intent as it surveyed the 2 humans below. After a brief moment of hesitation, it surged into the distance like a swift ice arrow. The ice dragon belonged to the subdragon species, the closest creature to true dragons, possessing many draconic traits. Even without wings, they could soar freely through the skies at remarkable speeds. In less than 100 meters of flight, a deafening boom erupted from the ground. The frigid snow was pierced by a searing wave of heat as a cannonball shot diagonally into the air, aimed directly at the fleeing ice dragon. Though the ice dragon was swift, the cannonball's speed surpassed it by several times. After precise aiming, the projectile struck the ice dragon with pinpoint accuracy. The cannonball, the size of an infant's arm, detonated upon impact, a burst of flames expanding dramatically, raising the temperature in the air. The ice dragon screamed in agony as it was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily onto the snow. Jing Hongqian stowed away the 5th-level soul-guided cannon and turned to Wei Xuan. But Wei Xuan was already quicker than he anticipated, rushing toward the ice dragon without needing to be prompted. This child, Jing Hongqian chuckled, shaking his head as he followed suit. Wei Xuan halted a little over 4 meters away from the ice dragon, refraining from approaching any closer. He sensed that the creature had not entirely lost its fighting spirit. Any further proximity could prove perilous. With Jing Hongqian's command, the 5th-level soul-guided cannonball unleashed its full power, significantly wounding the over 700-year-old ice dragon. The ice dragon was no ordinary ice attribute soul beast. It possessed an exceptionally high quality, with physical strength comparable to that of a giant dragon of the same level. The ultimate ice attribute combined with its formidable physique made it a top-tier entity among super soul beasts. Even a 700-year-old ice dragon was a creature that even 10,000-year soul beasts would think twice before provoking, underscoring its ferocity. Regrettably for the ice dragon, it encountered the 9th-level soul master Jing Hongqian. Had it possessed a 10,000-year cultivation, it might have escaped this fate, but with only 700 years of cultivation, its strength proved insufficient to evade capture. Naturally, a 10,000-year ice dragon was not a plausible occurrence. Struck by the 5th-level soul-guided cannonball, the ice dragon bore a massive gaping wound in its abdomen, blood gushing forth, the surrounding scales shattered and in disarray, its previous ferocity diminished. Wei Xuan observed the ice dragon from a distance, a contemplative expression on his face. He was not hesitant to end its life, but rather preoccupied with other thoughts. Jing Hongqian approached Wei Xuan, gazing at the ice dragon trembling slightly from pain on the ground, his expression still alight with excitement. Your Highness, you have struck it rich this time. This ice dragon is undoubtedly a prime specimen of an ice attribute soul beast. Its quality rivals that of the dominant creatures in the far north, perhaps even surpassing them slightly, he remarked wistfully. It is a pity that they rarely live beyond 10,000 years. Otherwise, the rulers of the far north would surely have to reckon with the ice dragon as well. Jing Hongqian's words piqued Wei Xuan's interest, halting his musings as he inquired curiously, why do they not live beyond 10,000 years? Super soul beasts like the ice profound dragon serpent should find it relatively easy to survive for over 10,000 years. However, why does Jing Hongqian assert that they generally do not live beyond that age? Jing Hongqian regarded the ice Xian dragon crawler with a tinge of compassion and remarked, the reason the ice Xian dragon crawler is referred to as a dragon crawler is due to the richness of dragon blood within it, far surpassing that of other crawlers among soul beasts, nearly akin to that of a true dragon. Such potent dragon blood endows them with formidable power, but also brings about their misfortune, which could indeed be seen as a rare opportunity. Pausing momentarily, he added, upon reaching the age of 10,000 years, they have a singular chance to transform into a dragon. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan's gaze shifted, revealing a flicker of surprise as he looked at the ice Xian dragon crawler. Their difficulty in surviving past 10,000 years must be related to the dragon transformation. If my conjecture is accurate, failure to achieve this transformation leaves the ice Xian dragon crawler with no path forward, and the probability of successful transformation is nearly non-existent. Wei Xuan stated, having grasped the implications of Jing Hongqian's earlier words. Indeed, Jing Hongqian affirmed with a nod. You are correct. Without a successful transformation, they are doomed to perish. As for the likelihood of their transformation not being zero, I cannot say. However, I have never heard of the existence of ice dragons on the continent. The absence of ice dragons itself indicates the exceedingly slim chances of the ice Xian dragon crawler achieving successful transformation, a probability that, while not entirely zero, is practically negligible. Wei Xuan found little surprise in this revelation. The path to dragon transformation is fraught with challenges, and it is exceedingly difficult for crawlers to achieve such a feat in this world. It is precisely because most of them succumb at the 10,000-year mark that the ice Xian dragon crawler lineage struggles to produce any sovereign-level powerhouses, Jing Hongqian lamented, feeling a sense of pity for the ice Xian dragon crawler. Quickly, eliminate it, otherwise it shall perish at my hands, Jing Hongqian urged. As the aura of the ice Xian dragon crawler grew increasingly feeble, nearing death, if they delayed any further, Wei Xuan would miss the opportunity to acquire this exceptional soul ring. Nodding in understanding, Wei Xuan approached the ice Xian dragon crawler, extending his consciousness to influence its thoughts. Jing Hongqian remained vigilant beside Wei Xuan, prepared for a sudden strike from the ice Xian dragon crawler. A crimson shield materialized in his hand, and upon being cast into the air, it swiftly expanded to a diameter of 10 meters, enveloping them within its protective embrace. The red shield obstructed external perception, rendering it impossible to discern the internal situation with the naked eye, and even spiritual energy could not penetrate its barrier. The gaze of the ice Xian dragon crawler gradually turned vacant as Wei Xuan plunged a dagger into its body. This seemingly simple thrust caused the ice Xian dragon crawler to cease its struggles, its head falling limply to the ground as a deep yellow soul ring floated forth. Wei Xuan did not rush to absorb it, but instead glanced at Jing Hongqian as if seeking confirmation. Upon receiving a serious nod from the latter, he settled into a meditative posture. The ancient ice dragon martial spirit manifested behind Wei Xuan, and with its appearance, the temperature within the shield dropped even further. The overwhelming dragon might causing the very space to feel denser. Though it was Wei Xuan's first experience with soul ring absorption, he displayed an unexpected proficiency. Requiring no guidance from Jing Hongqian as he drew the soul ring toward him and commenced the absorption process. The yellow soul ring hovered above Wei Xuan's head, its golden light flickering and subtly coalescing into the shape of a dragon, indistinguishable from that of the ice Xian dragon crawler. Jing Hongqian observed the spectral form of the ice Xian dragon crawler manifesting above the soul ring, his brow furrowing slightly as he murmured, "What is happening here?" Having absorbed 9 soul rings, he had never encountered a situation where a spectral image of the soul beast appeared above the soul ring. This unusual phenomenon caused him to feel apprehensive for Wei Xuan. "Please, Let nothing go awry, Jing Hongqian silently prayed. Even as a titled Douluo, he could not assist in the matter of soul ring absorption. It was solely reliant on Wei Xuan's own capabilities. The predicament Wei Xuan faced was such that even Jing Hongqian could not fathom the reasons behind it. And even if the continent's foremost experts on soul rings were summoned, they would be unable to elucidate the situation. The only one who truly understood what was occurring was Wei Xuan himself. The ethereal figure manifested upon this soul ring is, in fact, the essence of the ice mystic dragon serpent's soul. Prior to slaying the ice mystic dragon serpent, Wei Xuan employed a secret technique to safeguard its soul essence, allowing it to perish without experiencing true death. By expending his own spiritual energy to protect the soul essence of the ice mystic dragon serpent, Wei Xuan undoubtedly harbors his own ulterior motives. In recent years, in addition to his research on soul-guiding devices, he has also delved into the study of soul rings. Through the power of his formidable spiritual awareness, he has attained an understanding of soul rings that far surpasses that of the ordinary, comprehending their composition and the manner in which they integrate with a soul master's body. These revelations ignited a bold notion in his mind, a concept that could potentially enhance the longevity of soul rings. Typically, soul beasts under 10,000 years old witness the complete dissolution of their soul essence upon death, leaving no remnants of their spirits within the soul rings. Conversely, when soul beasts surpass the age of 10,000 years, their soul essence dissipates at a much slower pace. During the absorption process by soul masters, residual spirits may linger, exerting a psychic impact on the masters. However, it is customary for soul masters to eradicate these remnants while assimilating the soul ring. In essence, there exists no trace of the original soul beast spirit within the soul ring. It is merely a lifeless entity. Yet, what if one were to preserve their soul essence and integrate it into the soul ring? In this context, does the soul ring possess vitality? The presence of vitality implies that it has the capacity for growth. As the essence of the soul beast strengthens, the power inherent in the soul ring will naturally elevate correspondingly, with the most evident manifestation being the alteration in the age of the soul ring. This idea had long been conceived in his mind, yet he had never taken the initiative to test its feasibility. Now, he is determined to undertake this endeavor himself, aiming to preserve the essence of the soul beast while absorbing the soul ring. Should his hypothesis prove successful, his soul rings would possess the capacity for growth, strengthening in tandem with his rising prowess. Chapter 8, Level 8 Soul Guidance Cannon, Silver Moon Radiance Shield. The power of a soul master is fundamentally incapable of preserving the soul of a soul beast. However, he is different. Armed with formidable spiritual consciousness and arcane techniques not of this world, achieving this feat is far from arduous. The energy from the soul ring surged into his body, an overwhelming sensation enveloping him entirely. The frigid, colossal energy caused a swelling sensation in his meridians, while Wei Xuan was immune to the chilling attributes. As the extreme cold of ice is not comparable to that of the ice mystic dragon, he could not disregard the sheer magnitude of this energy, which surged through him like a flood breaching its banks. As a minute elapsed, the energy within him swelled further, reaching the very limits of what Wei Xuan's meridians could endure. No signs of pain marred his countenance, yet the slight furrow of his brow betrayed the fact that his condition was less than optimal, under the suppression of his spiritual consciousness. The essence of the ice mystic dragon's soul stirred not a ripple. However, he found himself unable to suppress the energy itself. The absorption of a super soul ring that had existed for over 7 centuries proved to be a formidable challenge, and Wei Xuan sighed inwardly, realizing the difficulty was greater than he had anticipated. With his soul power in motion, an aura of extreme cold emanated from him, and the ancient ice dragon behind him let out a resounding roar, its majestic voice reverberating through the air, causing the deep yellow soul ring to tremble. The ancient ice dragon coiled around Wei Xuan, its head lowered, releasing a faint blue energy beam. As the energy beam struck Wei Xuan, his body was immediately encased in ice, the frost swiftly spreading until he was transformed into an ice sculpture. Seeing Wei Xuan encased in ice by his own martial spirit, Jing Hongqian gaped in astonishment. What was happening? It was one thing for the soul ring to manifest a soul beast phantom, but for the martial spirit to freeze its master was an utterly bizarre occurrence. After releasing his spiritual power to ascertain that Wei Xuan was not in any immediate danger despite being frozen, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. The ancient ice dragon had intentionally encased Wei Xuan in ice. This action slowed the flow of energy from the soul ring into his body. thus alleviating the pressure he experienced. Wei Xuan commenced the full-speed operation of his soul power to refine the energy of the soul ring. While refining, he also compressed this energy. As the energy acquired in this manner felt somewhat insubstantial, it was imperative to condense it to render it more potent. Outside the soul-guiding shield, an elder spoke excitedly, "Old Imo, old show, the opportunity has arisen. Let us take action." Others turned their gazes toward the two elder figures in anticipation of their directives. Old Zhou and Old Imo exchanged glances, each recognizing the gleam of excitement in the other's eyes. Although Jing Hongqian had obscured their vision and spiritual probing with a 9th-level soul-guiding shield, preventing them from discerning the happenings within, half an hour had passed. Even without direct insight, they could surmise what was transpiring. Wei Xuan was in the process of absorbing the soul ring. Their long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Act now. The expressions of the two men turned grim, revealing a chilling intent to kill. The six had already devised their attack strategy while lying in wait, and, upon making the decision to strike, they swiftly sprang into action. Cautiously, they approached the location of Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian, halting more than 200 meters away from the soul-guiding shield. With a wave of his hand, Elder Imo signaled the group to spread out in a fan shape, maintaining a distance of over 50 meters between each other. 12 fixed-position soul-guiding devices were set up on the ground, each of considerable caliber, level 8 soul-guiding devices paired with 12 level 8 fixed-position soul-guiding shells. To ensure the success of the mission, Su Fan had made significant sacrifices, preparing these fixed-position soul-guiding cannons specifically for Elder Imo and his companions. Had it not been for Su Fan's inability to procure level 9 soul-guiding shells, he would have sought them to deal with Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan. With such terrifying weapons, Jing Hongqian would undoubtedly meet his demise. Upon observing the arranged fixed-position soul-guiding cannons, smiles spread across their faces. The might of level 8 soul-guiding cannons was such that even a titled Douluo would hesitate to confront them directly. A simultaneous volley of 12 would surely shatter the level 9 defensive shield. Elder Imo signaled, and the 12 level 8 soul-guiding shells were loaded simultaneously. At his command, the others infused energy into the soul-guiding cannons, and mere moments later, a thunderous roar erupted as the 12 shells soared through the sky, tracing an astonishing arc before striking the soul-guiding shield released by Jing Hongqian. The explosions that followed were magnitudes greater than before, with the shells detonating in a series of cataclysmic blasts. Flames coalesced into a ferocious entity, consuming the soul-guiding shield, and the fire surged outward like a ravenous beast, melting the surrounding ice and snow in an instant. Within moments, the flames had spread to a radius of 500 meters, culminating in a colossal mushroom cloud that darkened the sky. The distant snow-capped mountains seemed to respond to the explosion, triggering avalanches, while nearby soul beasts fled in terror. As the flames encroached upon them, Elder Imo and the others swiftly retracted their soul-guiding cannons and ascended into the air, deploying their own soul-guiding shields to withstand the force of the blast. Shock etched their faces as their heartbeats quickened. The power of the 12 level 8 soul-guiding cannons surpassed their expectations. Although they were capable of crafting level 8 soul-guiding cannons, none had ever detonated one. The cost of such devices was exorbitant, and crafting them required months of labor. Thus, they had never dared to unleash their full might, which was precisely why they were so taken aback at that moment. With such a catastrophic explosion, surely Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan must be dead, one of them remarked, excitement lacing his voice. Below them, the icy landscape had transformed into a sea of flames, the energy radiating from the epicenter sending shivers down their spines. Under such circumstances, he could hardly believe that Jing Hongqian could survive. The others nodded in agreement, clearly convinced that even if Jing Hongqian were not dead, he would be severely injured. And for them, severe injury was akin to death. Just as they relaxed their guard, believing the mission accomplished, 2 shells erupted from the inferno, hurtling toward the 2 level 8 soul masters at supersonic speeds. Be careful. 2 9th-level soul masters simultaneously changed color and shouted loudly. The other 4, reacting to their shouts, noticed that the faces of the 2 targeted by the soul guidance artillery shells turned an ashen hue. The palpable sense of impending death rendered their bodies rigid, cold sweat cascading down their backs. They attempted to activate their invincible shields, yet the soul guidance shells offered them no respite. In the blink of an eye, the distance of over 200 meters was traversed, and as the shells detonated just a few meters away from them, flames erupted, engulfing the 2. The ferocious energy transformed into a tempest, wreaking havoc around them. The two fireballs, each exceeding 100 meters in diameter, shone with extraordinary brilliance against the backdrop of the white world, resembling two blinding suns, their radiance surpassing even that of the actual sun. The two 8th-level soul masters, whether they failed to emit a scream in time or were drowned out by the terrifying explosion, produced no sound that reached the outside world. The other four hastily distanced themselves from the artillery shells and summoned their most formidable defensive soul guidance devices. However, even with such precautions, they were still caught in the aftermath of the explosion, their bodies propelled away by the shockwave. As they emerged from the blast radius, they gazed in disbelief at the distance, where Jing Hongqian not only survived but appeared to have suffered minimal injury. Otherwise, how could he have so swiftly launched two 8th-level soul guidance artillery shells? Indeed, the prior two shells were also 8th level, as determined by their destructive power. The automatic detonation and the ability to instantaneously obliterate two individuals of soul Douluo strength could only be attributed to 8th level or 9th level artillery shells. They promptly discounted the possibility of 9th level shells. Had that been the case, none of the six would have survived. Moreover, even if Jing Hongqian were indeed the leader of the Mingda Hall, it was improbable he would carry 9th level soul guidance shells, as those are classified as strategic imperial weapons, not to be casually transported. This could only be an 8th level soul guided artillery shell. At this moment, the expressions of the four individuals were ashen. The 6 soul guided cannons had failed to vanquish Jing Hongqian, and instead, he had retaliated, claiming the lives of 2 among them, which incited their fury. The flames on the ground had diminished, and the once pristine white snow had been scorched, leaving behind a vast expanse of gray earth still flickering with embers. Jing Hongqian's crimson 9th level soul-guided shield bore a massive breach due to the bombardment of the artillery shells, its surface shimmering with a dull red light that had lost its previous vibrancy and stability. Within this red shield, there lay another barrier, a brilliant silver one, safeguarding both Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan. Judging by the energy fluctuations emanating from this silver shield, it too was a 9th level soul-guided shield, and among the finest of its kind, for otherwise it could not have remained unscathed amidst such a violent explosion. As the red shield dissipated, Jing Hongqian emerged from the gleaming silver barrier. Remarkably, this seemingly impenetrable soul-guided shield flowed like water as he stepped out, allowing his exit with ease. Once he had departed, the once fluid shield solidified once more, becoming indomitable, a truly extraordinary phenomenon. Jing Hongqian's countenance remained frosty as he gazed at the 4 figures hovering in the distance. His anger palpable, he had nearly fallen victim to their machinations. The simultaneous firing of 12 8th-level soul-guided cannons was indeed an audacious display. Had it not been for his teacher's soul-guided shield, he might have faced dire consequences. While he himself was protected by a personal soul-guided device, Wei Xuan was in a different predicament. Under such an explosive force, his demise would have been inevitable. Fortuitously, his teacher had possessed foresight. Jing Hongqian felt a sense of relief, recalling that upon learning he would bring Wei Xuan to the extreme north. His teacher had deliberately bestowed upon him a 9th-level soul-guided shield, named the Silver Moon Flowing Shield, to ensure Wei Xuan's safety. This 9th-level defensive shield is a masterpiece crafted by his mentor. When fully activated, it can withstand even the most formidable assaults of a limit Douluo for a full minute, illustrating the formidable defensive prowess of the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield. Although the power of an 8th-level soul-guided artillery shell is indeed formidable, even 12 simultaneous explosions would fail to compromise his 9th-level soul-guided shield. It remains utterly unshaken in the presence of the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield. The Silver Moonlight Shield was not intended for these individuals, as they were not worthy of it, nor had they anticipated an assassination attempt. The true adversaries that the Silver Moonlight Shield was designed to defend against were the major powers of the far north. With such defenses and his own means, even when facing those formidable foes, he and Wei Xuan could still escape. Ironically, instead of encountering those great powers, they found themselves facing assassins from their own nation. "Who sent you?" Jing Hongqian inquired in a low voice. The 4 remained silent, their gazes fixated on the silver shield behind Jing Hongqian, their expressions turning grave at the sight of such a formidable soul-guiding barrier. As 8th and 9th level soul masters, they could discern the remarkable aura emanating from the shield. They wondered if they could breach its defenses should Jing Hongqian take refuge within it. Chapter 9. The Battle of Soul Masters. The terror of Jing Hongqian. The 4 exchanged glances, offering no response to Jing Hongqian's question, instead choosing to launch their assault. Soul power surged forth, and a multitude of soul-guiding cannons materialized around them, with each individual wielding hundreds of cannons, all aimed at Jing Hongxun, unleashing a barrage of projectiles that fell like rain from the sky. After firing a round, the four dispersed, encircling Jing Hongxun while their cannons continued to fire relentlessly. Although this was their first time collaborating, their prowess as soul masters ensured a seamless coordination in their attack. Jing Hongxun scoffed, a brilliant red light erupting from his form. Behind him, a swirling mass of metallic radiance, resembling a crimson lotus, spun rapidly, and in an instant, thousands of cannons, each the size of a thumb, materialized around him. He leaped into the air, and as he ascended, the myriad of cannons erupted in a blaze of red, unleashing a deluge of projectiles accompanied by a deep, resounding discharge. The projectiles collided in the sky, resulting in explosions that echoed like firecrackers, creating countless brilliant bursts of flame. Not all the projectiles were intercepted. Some managed to pierce through the hail of fire and hurtled toward Jing Hongxun. Hundreds of unimpeded projectiles were aimed at him, yet he remained unflinching. The cannons on his shoulders rapidly disassembled and reconfigured, forming a single cannon of arm's thickness from 15 thumb-sized barrels. A white light ignited within the red cannon, and with a thunderous roar, a projectile was launched, its velocity swift. As it neared the incoming projectiles, cracks appeared on its smooth, spherical surface, as though it were of inferior quality and spontaneously fracturing. However, could a 9th-level soul master like Jing Hongxun possibly craft a substandard projectile? The answer is in the negative. Upon the emergence of cracks in the sphere, a brilliant white light illuminated its interior, subsequently causing it to shatter. Contrary to expectations, the explosion did not produce a conflagration of flames. Aside from a brief tremor in the surrounding space, no further phenomena were observed. However, this tremor triggered the detonation of over 100 incoming projectiles mid-flight, akin to the activation of a timed explosive. Indeed, the ruptured projectiles served as the detonators. They were concussion grenades, which, lacking inherent destructive power, operated solely to generate shockwaves. These waves inflicted impacts akin to collisions upon the other shells, thereby achieving the intended detonation effect. Additionally, some of the projectiles launched by Jing Hongxun remained undetonated, converging upon one of the 4th and 8th-level soul mentor. The power of such simple artillery shells is relatively limited. Dispersed attacks pose little threat to the enemy, while concentrated assaults yield far superior results. Although the shells launched by Jing Hongxun may not match the sheer quantity of a 4-person barrage, they undoubtedly excel in quality. When dozens of shells are directed towards an 8th-level soul master, the adversary finds themselves somewhat overwhelmed in their defense. The cannons from both sides continuously unleashed shells, creating a rain of artillery that darted through the sky, with explosions illuminating the air without pause. The outcome of their skirmish would not be determined solely by these shells. Rather, they served to create a cover of fire and disrupt the enemy's movements. The true essence of the battle would rely on the advanced soul-guided devices. Nevertheless, in terms of fire coverage, Jing Hongxun found himself at a disadvantage, outnumbered by his opponents and facing 2 9th-level soul masters, making it exceedingly difficult for him to gain the upper hand, as he was suppressed by their firepower. This situation was achieved by taking advantage of their unpreparedness, as he eliminated 2 level 8 soul masters with the aid of an 8th-level soul-guided cannon. Had those 2 soul masters still been present, his predicament might have been considerably worse. The 4 individuals exhibited remarkable intelligence, exhibiting no inclination to approach the mirror red dust. Instead, they launched a series of remote assaults from a distance. Alongside the bombardment from their cannons, they also deployed an 8th-level soul-guiding cannon. While the portable soul-guiding cannon may not possess the same potency as its fixed counterpart of equivalent grade, its mobility and ease of firing rendered it exceptionally well suited for the ongoing battle. The portable soul-guided cannons launch energy projectiles, the nature of which is intrinsically linked to the soul power attributes of both the creator and the user. The projectiles fired by the Elder Mo, whose martial soul is the twin-headed fire eagle, exhibit a fiery attribute, and upon detonation, they unleash a raging inferno, generating exceptionally high temperatures. In contrast, the projectiles launched by the Elder Zhou, whose martial soul is the glimmering halberd, possess greater impact and explosive power. The distinct characteristics of these projectiles render the task of countering them increasingly arduous for Jing Hongxun. Naturally, they have not forsaken the use of fixed-position soul-guided cannons. Such formidable weapons are not easily relinquished. They entrusted all fixed-position soul-guided shells to an 8th-level soul master, instructing him to set up the cannon 2 miles away, poised to unleash a more terrifying offensive. An 8th-level fixed-position soul-guided cannon boasts a range of 30 to 40 miles, allowing it to effortlessly cover Jing Hongqian with firepower from 2 miles away. Their earlier decision to fire projectiles from a distance of just over 200 meters stemmed from a desire to avoid extending the range too far, thereby preventing Jing Hongqian from making an escape with Wei Xuan. Otherwise, they could have opted for bombardment from a greater distance. The 8th-level soul engineer moved with remarkable swiftness, completing the installation of 2 fixed soul cannons in less than a minute. With both 8th-level soul cannons loaded, a terrifying aura emanated from their mouths as he infused them with his soul power. Upon their arrival, they bore more than just 12 Grade 8 soul guidance cannons. Each of the 4 Grade 8 soul masters possessed 2, while both Elder Mo and Elder Zhou carried 5 apiece. The shell currently chambered in his cannon was sourced from these 2 esteemed Grade 9 soul masters. Jing Hongqian, acutely aware of the soul master's movements, felt a chill run down his spine and decided to forego any pretense. With a cold smile, he produced a button and pressed it firmly. As 2 Grade 8 soul guidance cannons were discharged, the distant sound of cannon fire echoed, and 5 soul guidance shells ascended into the sky. Among them, 2 intercepted the incoming shells aimed at Jing Hongqian. 1 targeted the location of the Grade 8 fixed soul guidance device, while the remaining 2 were directed at the 2 Grade 9 soul masters. Long before, Jing Hongqian had sensed that someone was tracking them with malicious intent and had taken precautions. Along the way, he had discreetly set up 6 fixed soul guidance devices in concealed locations, 4 Grade 8 and 2 Grade 9, all capable of remote operation. With the press of a button, these devices could initiate an assault. At this moment, he had activated 5 of these fixed devices, launching 5 Grade 8 soul guidance shells. Although he had Grade 9 shells in his possession, he deemed it unnecessary to employ them, as he considered it a waste to unleash such weaponry upon these individuals. Certainly, the circumstances were not appropriate for the use of Grade 9 shells. Their explosive power does not discriminate, and should one detonate, both he and Wei Xuan would inevitably be caught in the fallout. He would not engage in a strategy that would inflict 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. The shell aimed at the opposing fixed soul guidance cannon originated from the Grade 9 device, its velocity nearly approaching 10 times the speed of sound, rendering the few miles to its target a mere heartbeat in time. The 8th-level soul master, upon witnessing the incoming artillery shell, felt a chilling sensation wash over him. Ignoring the fixed soul guiding device, he maximized his speed in a bid to escape. However, before he could traverse 100 meters, the shell detonated. A terrifying inferno instantaneously engulfed an area exceeding 500 meters, and a mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the 8th-level soul master unleashed his most formidable defensive soul-guiding apparatus, but the force of the explosion hurled him through the air like a projectile, crashing back to Earth. His strongest defensive device sustained numerous cracks under the impact, and he bore significant injuries upon his descent. Meanwhile, Jing Hongqian precisely intercepted the shells aimed at him and Wei Xuan, as 4 shells erupted in the sky. Another wave of horrifying explosions ensued, with searing energy radiating outward, scattering the nearby ice and snow, which melted into droplets under the intense heat. The 2 9th-level soul masters' pupils constricted, momentarily disregarding their astonishment at the sudden onslaught. They swiftly activated their defensive soul-guiding devices and distanced themselves from the artillery shells. The caliber of soul-guided artillery shells at this level cannot be detonated by mere conventional attacks. At this moment, they simply lacked the time to unleash sufficient counterattacks to intercept the projectiles. All they could do was defend and evade. The 8th-grade soul-guided cannon crafted by Jing Hongqian was equipped with a detonation device, allowing him to trigger it at will. Seizing the opportune moment, Jing Hongqian activated the explosive mechanism, unleashing 2 colossal detonations. Although Elder Mo and Elder Zhou were not positioned at the epicenter of the explosions, they were nonetheless significantly affected, being violently propelled by the terrifying energy. Jing Hongqian's face was a mask of frost. The earlier suppression by the enemy's firepower had left him feeling deeply humiliated, and he was determined to vent his fury. Without hesitation, he pressed the activation button of the 9th-grade fixed soul-guided device. Several miles away, a brilliant red light suddenly ignited, traversing the sky and piercing through Elder Mo's chest in the blink of an eye. Still reeling from the shock of the explosion, Elder Mo's expression froze, his pupils widening in disbelief as he slowly lowered his gaze to his left chest. He beheld a slender, thread-like red beam that had penetrated through him, the wound so minuscule that not a single drop of blood escaped. Yet, this seemingly insignificant injury was siphoning his vitality. The beam had accurately traversed his heart, and the annihilative energy it radiated shattered his heart, severing his life force. As he raised his head to glance at the distant Jing Hongshun, his eyes reflected profound fear and regret. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter something, but no sound emerged. The seemingly intact, invincible shield dissipated, and his body, now rigid, plummeted toward the ground. Elder Mo. Elder Zhou cried out in anguish at the sight, his eyes wide with disbelief. Having been longtime friends with Elder Mo, witnessing his demise shattered his composure. The 8th grade soul master, who had been attacking Jing Hongshun, stood frozen in shock, trembling involuntarily, gripped by fear, and ceased all assaults against Jing Hongshun. Chapter 10. The Three Kings of the Extreme North. Annihilation Ray. Old Zhou gritted his teeth, watching the gradually dissipating red beam, his eyes betraying profound fear and lingering dread. Though he was deeply sorrowful over Mo Lao's demise, he could not help but feel a twinge of relief that the ray was not aimed at him. His vision was astute, recognizing the accomplishments of Jing Hongshun, who wore a satisfied smile, his face brimming with pride over the results achieved by the Annihilation Ray. The fixed soul guide for the Annihilation Ray was his most cherished creation and represented the pinnacle of his current achievements, possessing enough power to obliterate even a titled Douluo. Such might positioned it among the foremost in the realm of 9th grade soul guides. It was indeed through this soul guide that he secured his position as the leader of the Mingda Hall. However, the Annihilation Ray, despite its terrifying power, bore a conspicuous drawback: charging time. Each discharge required over 3 months of energy accumulation, rendering it a lengthy process. Taking a deep breath, Old Zhou gradually suppressed the terror within him. Bloodshot eyes and a grimace marred his expression as he glared at Jing Hongshun, hissing, "What a fine leader of the Mingda Hall you are! You have slain my brother. Today, I shall surely take your life." He was evidently aware of the Annihilation Ray's limitations, knowing that after one discharge, Jing Hongshun would be unable to unleash such a formidable assault again, thus alleviating much of his fear. With murderous intent surging forth, a bow-like soul guide materialized in Old Zhou's hand. This soul-guiding device bears a resemblance to the standard bows and crossbows utilized by the military, yet it is far more exquisite in craftsmanship, entirely composed of metal. The original trigger mechanism has been replaced with a cylindrical structure, perfectly sized to accommodate the arm of Elder Zhou, rather than merely a cylinder. It serves as the source of energy infusion. Elder Zhou inserted his right hand into the cylinder, channeling his soul power. As he did so, the obsidian-hued soul-guiding crossbow began to shimmer with a metallic sheen, and the surrounding air grew heavy with tension. What Elder Zhou wielded at this moment was no ordinary bow. It was a 9th-level soul-guiding device, meticulously crafted by him in accordance with his own soul power attributes, representing the pinnacle of his achievements. Fire coverage. Elder Zhou bellowed, taking the lead to aim the cannon's sight at Jing Hongshun, unleashing a barrage of 800 or 900 projectiles. Startled by Elder Zhou's commanding shout, the 8th-level soul master, previously paralyzed by the Annihilation Ray, regained his senses, his heart still trembling. He hastily retrieved his most formidable 8th-level soul-guiding device to launch a long-range bombardment at Jing Hongshun. Another 8th-level soul master struggled to rise from the ground, enduring excruciating pain as he began to set up a fixed-position soul-guiding cannon, intent on launching the remaining 4 8th-level soul-guiding shells. Upon witnessing the bow in Elder Zhou's hands, Jing Hongshun's gaze sharpened. He, with his discerning eye, could not mistake it for an ordinary bow. The energy emanating from it suggested it was at least an 8th-level soul-guiding device, with a significant likelihood of being a 9th-level one. "Quite an impressive piece," he murmured, acknowledging the threat, yet he remained composed. He poured his soul power into the bow without reservation, infusing it with his very essence and spiritual energy. Elder Zhou's face was alight with madness. He was prepared to risk his life to eliminate Jing Hongshun, driven not only by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Timo, but also for the sake of his family. Should Jing Hongshun and Wei Xuan remain unscathed, it would mean death for him and his loved ones, compelling him to fight with all his might. A mixed-energy arrow, white and blood-red, materialized on the obsidian bow, its sharpness so acute that it made the very air tremble. Dark clouds gathered overhead, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the vicinity. "What a lunatic!" Jing Hongqian spat in anger, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the arrow. He momentarily panicked, redirecting his target towards Elder Zhou, intent on interrupting his energy accumulation. Elder Zhou flashed a sinister smile at Jing Hongqian and darted to the side. At that moment, the 8th level Soul Master appeared just in time, using his defensive soul guiding device and the barrage to shield Elder Zhou from Jing Hongqian's attack. While the 8th level Soul Master could not match Jing Hongqian's offensive capabilities, he was more than capable of withstanding the onslaught for a time, especially since Jing Hongqian had already expended some of his abilities, lacking the means for a swift execution. Do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? Jing Hongqian, seethed with rage as a cannon barrel, nearly 30 centimeters in diameter, materialized upon his shoulder. Reluctant to employ such a weapon, he felt compelled to do so by the incessant provocation of his adversaries. While channeling energy into the cannon, he cursed vehemently. He could have easily sought refuge within the protective barrier of the Silver Moon Shield, which would have undoubtedly withstood the impending strike. However, the sheer audacity of these foes infuriated him. He could not allow them to escape without paying a bloody price for their transgressions. Thus, he abandoned the idea of retreating to the shield and resolved to confront them head-on. Determined to demonstrate that even a dignified leader of the Mingda Hall was capable of formidable resistance. Though the cannon appeared rudimentary, it was, in truth, a bona fide level 9 soul guidance device known as the tracking energy cannon. This apparatus, which merged mental force with energy, could launch projectiles that were manipulable by one's consciousness, allowing them to pursue their targets. The energy expenditure required to fire such a tracking shell was considerable, draining both his soul power and mental strength, and had he not been provoked, he would have refrained from utilizing this device. As Jing Hongqian unleashed the cannon's barrage to counter the enemy's firepower, he simultaneously charged the tracking energy cannon. The dual focus proved taxing, yet he managed to maintain his composure. Die! Zhou Lao revealed a sinister grin, his pale, bloodless visage betraying a hint of sadistic glee. His attack had reached its full charge, soul-seizing crossbow, fire. The final syllable of his incantation had barely escaped his lips when a splitting headache assailed him, as an inexplicable force tore through his mental faculties. With a violent cough, Zhou Lao expelled a mouthful of blood, his 7 orifices bleeding profusely. His vitality waned instantly, his pupils dilating, the grotesque smile frozen upon his face as he succumbed to death. The crossbow bolt, poised for release, spiraled into chaos, becoming a wild, uncontrollable force, its red and white energies flickering ominously. Zhou Lao, sensing the erratic energy behind him, the 8th level Soul Master turned in confusion to regard Zhou Lao. However, upon witnessing the latter's condition, his expression contorted in horror, a chilling dread enveloping him. Breath caught in his throat, he beheld the violent flickering of red and white light. A terrifying energy surging forth, and a singular thought permeated his mind. It was over. A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the sky, devoid of blazing flames or mushroom clouds. Yet the destructive force emanating from the red and white energy sphere rivaled that of 12 level 8 soul guidance shells detonating simultaneously. Zhou Lao and the 8th level Soul Master were instantly consumed by the energy sphere as the shockwave of the explosion surged forth with the ferocity of a tsunami. In the distance, avalanches cascaded down the snow-capped mountains, and the accumulated snow was thrust into the air, swirling chaotically. Jing Hongqian, witnessing this spectacle, stood agape, momentarily halting the energy he was channeling into the soul guidance device. What was happening? His mind buzzed with questions. Had it self-destructed? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. A 9th level soul mentor had perished at the hands of his own soul-guiding device. How absurd. The chaos of the preceding moments, filled with incessant explosions, had rendered him oblivious to the changes in Elder Zhou, leaving him completely unaware of the true nature of the events that had unfolded. Strange occurrences are commonplace, yet today seemed particularly rife with them. To encounter such a scenario was almost laughable. Jing Hongqian shook his head in disbelief, momentarily surprised before succumbing to laughter. The 8th level soul mentor, still occupied with the installation of the fixed soul-guiding device, was rendered utterly speechless by the sight before him. Collapsing to the ground in a state of shock, his gaze fixed vacantly into the distance. How could this be? How could this be? The sole surviving 8th level soul mentor murmured repeatedly, struggling to accept the harsh reality. Nothing is impossible. A chilling voice pierced his thoughts, jolting him back to his senses, prompting him to scramble to his feet and flee. In a swift motion, Jing Hongqian delivered a fierce kick, sending the 8th level soul mentor careening several meters away. tumbling in the snow before sliding to a halt. Do you still wish to escape? You will clarify the situation for me, or I shall make your existence a living hell, Jing Hongqian declared, suddenly appearing beside the 8th level soul mentor, lifting him from the ground as if he were a mere chick, striking him twice before uttering his threat. The combination of intense fear and those 2 slaps rendered the 8th level soul mentor unconscious. What a coward, Jing Hongqian scoffed, lifting him with one hand as he made his way towards Wei Xuan, casually retrieving the fixed soul-guiding device along the way. After neutralizing the threat, Jing Hongqian's face lit up with a smile. He felt particularly elated. He first went to retrieve the soul-guiding device he had previously buried, then returned to the silver moonlight barrier. However, just as he intended to dismantle the barrier, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him, instantly replacing his smile with a grave expression as he turned to gaze into the depths of the north. This is bad, Jing Hongqian exclaimed, his composure faltering. He promptly tossed the unconscious 8th level soul mentor into the silver moonlight barrier, summoning a 9th level propulsion flying device that materialized behind him, pouring a vast amount of soul power into the barrier. As he infused his soul power, the silver moonlight barrier, originally in a hemispherical shape, extended downward, transforming into a complete sphere. Once the propulsion device activated, Jing Hongqian surged forth at a velocity several times that of sound, with the 7-meter diameter silver moonlight barrier in tow, racing into the distance. His demeanor was more serious than ever, his body tingling with fear. In mere moments, he vanished into the horizon. The speed at which he traveled was unimaginable. Barely half a minute after Jing Hongqian had departed with Wei Xuan, several figures appeared at the location where the silver moonlight barrier had just been. That spot now bore the mark of a 7-meter diameter ice pit. Damn it! He let that human escape. I shall pursue. The scorpion, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length and possessing an exquisite beauty that rendered her nearly flawless, seethed with fury. Her emotional upheaval caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet drastically. I shall accompany you, declared the towering ice giant, whose height exceeded 120 meters and bore a striking resemblance to humanity. His voice was laced with anger and a thirst for vengeance. Amidst them stood a woman, indistinguishable from humans and possessing an ethereal beauty. She hovered more than a meter above the ground, surrounded by swirling snowflakes, as though the entire icy realm revolved around her. It is too late. That human has already escaped the confines of our far northern territory. Aided by a peculiar metallic object, she lamented with a shake of her head. Her words halted both the beautiful scorpion and the ice giant, compelling them to return to the side of the enchanting woman. Shall we truly allow them to go unpunished? Look at the devastation they have wrought, protested the scorpion, her gaze sweeping the area, growing increasingly incensed. Indeed, the destruction wrought by the battle between high-level soul mentors was immense. The surrounding area for miles had been affected. The ice surface marred by deep craters, vast amounts of snow melting away, and numerous soul beasts perishing in the chaos, while potent waves of energy still lingered in the air. How could they possibly endure such a scene of devastation? The exquisite woman remained silent, her smooth and delicate palm raised towards the heavens, as an icy blue energy surged upwards, subsequently causing a flurry of snowflakes to descend upon the area. While the residual energy in the air swiftly dissipated, the temperature in this area, ignited by the explosion, plummeted abruptly, swiftly reverting to the frigid state reminiscent of the pre-battle chill. Snowflakes descended gracefully to the ground, filling the craters and mending the scarred terrain. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded in mere moments, as the landscape, ravaged by the fierce clash of 9th-level soul masters, was restored to its former glory, as if it had never been marred. The ability to transform the environment through sheer will is nothing short of extraordinary. After accomplishing this feat, the enchanting woman cast her gaze towards the horizon, a flicker of lethal intent dancing within her ice-blue eyes, whispering, "Should you dare to return to the extreme north, I shall personally bring about your demise." Even upon departing from the extreme north, Jing Hongqian maintained her swift pace, hurtling towards the distance, her spirit taut with anticipation. This was his first experience of such a frantic escape, yet he felt no shred of shame in his heart. Given the circumstances, anyone would have fled. He merely made the choice that anyone else would have made. There was no disgrace in it. 2 minutes later, Jing Hongqian discovered a relatively concealed valley where he could pause to recuperate. As soon as he landed, he collapsed weakly onto the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Utterly exhausted. In just over 2 minutes, He had flown over 150 miles, depleting nearly all of his soul power. It was no surprise that he felt so drained. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, or I would have met my demise in the far north, Jing Hongqian thought with lingering trepidation. The mere recollection of the menacing auras he had since sent shivers down his spine. The soul beasts capable of instilling such fear were undoubtedly formidable. If he surmised correctly, those auras originated from several overlords of the far north. Confronting such beings, even in his prime, would pose a significant challenge, let alone after enduring a fierce battle. Which explained his hasty retreat. Chapter 11. The Breath of the Ice Dragon. Supreme Soul Skill. 10 hours later, a resounding dragon roar reverberated through the valley. The night air was already frigid, and upon the echo of this roar, the temperature dropped further, causing frost to appear in various parts of the valley. Jing Hongqian, dozing atop an 8th-level soul master, was instantly awakened by the sound, rising with a look of astonished delight toward the direction of Wei Xuan. At that moment, Wei Xuan had completed the absorption of the soul ring. An ancient ice dragon swirled around him, exuding a chilling aura that froze the water generated from the melting snow nearby. A deep yellow soul ring pulsed rhythmically around him. After standing up, he stretched languidly, a smile of joy gracing his face. He had succeeded. This success signifies not only his effective absorption of the soul ring, but also the successful realization of his concept. Your Highness, how do you feel? Jing Hongqian promptly approached Wei Xuan, inquiring cheerfully while scrutinizing him. Quite well. I have experienced a significant enhancement in my physical constitution, and my soul power has ascended by 2 levels, Wei Xuan replied with a nod of satisfaction. How could your soul power have only increased by 2 levels? The energy contained within the Ice Xian Dragon Flood Dragon, which exceeds 700, is more substantial than that of some Millennium Soul Rings. Given your lower base of soul power, it would be reasonable to expect an increase of 5 or 6 levels after absorbing such energy, Jing Hongqian remarked with surprise, feeling that Wei Xian's elevation was rather minimal. Doubting that Wei Xuan might have miscalculated, Jing Hongqian confirmed once more and found that it was indeed at level 12. It could have increased several more levels. However, I opted to compress my soul power, rendering it more refined, which is why it has only risen by 2 levels. Wei Xuan elucidated. Although this approach has slowed the enhancement of his soul power, it has elevated its quality, making it worthwhile in the long run. Furthermore, in terms of total capacity, his compressed soul power is by no means inferior to that of soul masters at levels 15 or 16. This is akin to a vessel. Although the level of soul power is elevated, its quality remains inferior. When the base is broadened, even if the height diminishes slightly, its capacity remains substantial, not inferior to those with greater height. It has been compressed. Jing Hongqian gazed at Wei Xuan with astonishment, as if encountering him for the very first time. In truth, Jing Hongqian felt a genuine sense of novelty at this moment, realizing that such a young child could comprehend the concept of compressing soul power. Considering the long-term implications and resisting the allure of enhancing soul power, is this truly something a mere 6-year-old could achieve? Not to mention children, even those of their age, who have lived for decades, are often unable to withstand the temptation of soul power enhancement. They strive to absorb soul rings to elevate their levels as much as possible. Who would opt to compress their soul power and diminish their rank? After a brief moment of shock, Jing Hongqian reproached, "Why do you compress your soul power? Do you understand that while it may improve the quality of your soul power, it also significantly complicates the process of leveling up? This approach is decidedly a double-edged sword. In many respects, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits, potentially leaving you ensnared at a particular major rank for a lifetime, making advancement exceedingly difficult. Hardly any soul master would make such a choice, yet here you are." Wei Xuan did not take offense at Jing Hongqian's admonition, recognizing that it stemmed from genuine concern for his well-being. With a smile, he explained, "I have encountered the disadvantages of compressing soul power in literature. However, I perceive them differently. To me, they do not constitute true drawbacks, but rather a distinct advantage." An advantage? Being stuck at a bottleneck is considered beneficial? Jing Hongqian retorted, incredulous, unable to fathom this line of reasoning. Wei Xuan shook his head in resignation, stating, "The bottleneck of a major rank is merely an obstacle to a soul master's qualitative transformation. The greater the impediment, the more profound the transformation," implying that once the barrier is breached, one will reap significantly greater rewards. "Each time I surpass a bottleneck, my strength increases more than that of others. Does that not signify an advantage?" After a brief pause, he added with a smile, "Of course. All that I have mentioned rests on a significant premise, that overcoming bottlenecks is not constrained by innate talent. Jing Hongqian could not help but ponder this, finding a semblance of truth in the statement. Rest assured, the compression of my soul power will yield only benefits. The drawbacks you mentioned will not manifest, Wei Xuan asserted, brimming with confidence. You, my friend, truly rely on your exceptional talent to act recklessly, Jing Hongqian remarked with a chuckle, acknowledging Wei Xuan's approach. Given Wei Xuan's extraordinary aptitude for ice, it was unlikely that he would encounter a bottleneck. By the way, do share with me the details of your soul skill. Over 700 years of the ice profound dragon serpent soul ring, Jing Hongqian expressed with anticipation. My first soul skill. I have named ice serpent dragon breath. As for its specifics, behold the effects, Wei Xuan replied. With a powerful push of his foot, he propelled himself backward a few meters. As he landed, his soul rings illuminated, and a dense energy surged forth. After the first soul ring shimmered, the ancient ice dragon martial spirit behind him soared skyward, halting 30 meters above the ground. With its ma agape, it unleashed a torrent of icy mist. The mist poured forth relentlessly, freezing the moisture in the air, and countless tiny ice shards cascaded down, reminiscent of a frigid winter. Jing Hongqian was directly impacted by the icy mist, and the moment it enveloped him, he shivered, his teeth chattering. The biting cold rendered his body rigid, slowing the flow of his blood. Realizing the changes occurring within him, Jing Hongqian was startled and swiftly channeled his soul power to resist the chill, which provided him some relief. Yet he still felt an even more penetrating cold than he had experienced in the extreme north. This skill. Jing Hongqian's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings in disbelief. At that moment, within a radius of several dozen meters around him, everything was enveloped in icy mist. The once lush greenery transformed into pristine, glistening ice sculptures, while the ground became a sheet of ice. Had he not known he was in a valley within the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire, he might have believed he had returned to the extreme north. No, rather, he felt he had arrived in a place even colder than the extreme north. Such temperatures affected even his status as a title Douluo. Under low temperatures, physiological functions decline, and soul masters cannot disregard such effects. The most direct manifestation of diminished function in soul masters is a reduction in combat effectiveness. Master Hongqian, how do you find my skill? Wei Xuan inquired, having controlled his martial soul to cease the continuous release of skills. Although the soul skill had been withdrawn, the released icy mist lingered. Jing Hongqian did not respond immediately. Instead, he attentively sensed the changes within his body. After a moment, astonishment deepened on his face. What a formidable soul skill! It has managed to diminish my combat prowess as a title Douluo by approximately 1%. Jing Hongqian could not help but exclaim. Though this percentage may seem insignificant, one must not forget that he is a title Douluo. The fact that a primary soul skill of a level 12 soul master could influence the combat capabilities of a title Douluo is nothing short of fantastical. Were it not for his personal experience, he would scarcely believe it to be true. Moreover, if the impact on a title Douluo is 1%, what would be the effect on those soul masters of lower ranks, perhaps those in their teens or 20s? He surmised that these lower-ranked soul masters would likely see their strength diminished by at least half when confronted with this soul skill. This is merely a rough estimate. The actual effect might exceed his conjectured ratio. This can be regarded as a domain-type skill, collectively weakening and suppressing foes. Haha, Your Highness. Your primary soul skill undoubtedly deserves the title of the strongest. Jing Hongqian clapped his hands, laughing with delight. To be precise, it also possesses offensive capabilities. The frigid temperature of ice is inherently aggressive, capable of inflicting harm upon living beings, Wei Xuan interjected. Indeed. This soul skill is simply perfect. Jing Hongqian responded with a smile. Wei Xuan then cast his gaze towards the distant figure, bound and face down, an elderly man, and feigned curiosity, asking, Master Hongqian, who is that? This is one of the 6 individuals we sensed earlier, and the only one who survived. The other 5 have fallen to my hand, Jing Hongqian replied, a hint of pride coloring his expression as he recounted his previous exploits, elaborating on the opponent's strength. To single-handedly battle 2 9th-level soul mentors and 4 8th-level soul mentors, such achievements are indeed remarkable and worthy of pride. Oh, Wei Xuan approached the 8th-level soul mentor with keen interest, unfazed by Jing Hongqian's accomplishments, having sensed the prior events through his spiritual awareness. The demise of the last individual was also his handiwork. Noticing Wei Xuan's lack of surprise, Jing Hongqian was slightly taken aback. Shouldn't he have received some praise? Hall Master Hongqian, have you interrogated him yet? Wei Xuan turned his gaze towards the nearby Jing Hongqian. After several rounds of interrogation, this fellow remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge anything, even attempting to bite his own tongue in despair. Consequently, I knocked him unconscious, Jing Hongqian remarked, his frustration mounting, and he delivered a kick to the man with a frosty expression. Let us awaken him and continue our questioning, Wei Xuan suggested. This man will likely remain obstinate, a dead duck refusing to yield. It seems we must take him back to endure the tortures of the Department of Punishments before he will confess anything, Jing Hongqian replied. Though he spoke thus, he nonetheless infused a surge of soul power to rouse the man. You may interrogate me as much as you wish, but I shall never speak. Resign yourself to this despair, the 8th-level soul master spat vehemently, his features contorted as he attempted to end his own life by biting his tongue. With a countenance as cold as ice, Jing Hongqian delivered a sharp kick to the 8th-level soul master's abdomen, the excruciating pain forcing his mouth open and diminishing the intensity of his self-destructive resolve, sending his body rolling several meters across the ground. Do you dare to insult me? Jing Hongqian's voice was frigid, intent on delivering a thorough reprimand to him. Jing Hongqian, wait. Wei Xuan interceded, gesturing for him to remain calm. Wait for what? If we delay, he will surely bite his tongue and die. He is our only lead. If he perishes, uncovering the instigator behind this will be exceedingly difficult. Jing Hongqian retorted. Wei Xuan remained silent, focusing on the elderly man, who was curled in pain. His pupils transformed into 4, overlapping to reveal obscure and intricate runes flickering within. A chaotic aura enveloped his eyes, as if he were on the verge of unraveling the very fabric of existence. Under Wei Xuan's penetrating gaze, the old man's eyes met his, their glances intertwining in the air. The elderly man trembled slightly before calming down, the suicidal thoughts dissipating from his mind. If you confess who sent you, I may spare your life, Wei Xuan inquired. It was the Crown Prince, the old man replied, his expression somewhat vacant, his tone devoid of emotion. Jing Hongqian glanced at the old man, and then at Wei Xuan, incredulous. Is that all it took for him to confess? What other option did he have? Wei Xuan shrugged. I had previously interrogated him multiple times, employing both soft and hard tactics, yet he only insulted me without uttering a single useful word. Now you tell him that he can live if he confesses, and he simply complies? This cannot be serious. Jing Hongqian struggled to accept such an effortless admission. That is beyond my understanding. Perhaps it is a matter of charisma. However, dear Hongqian, I believe your focus may be misplaced. Did you catch what he just said? Wei Xuan replied. To hell with your charisma. My status as the esteemed lord of Mingda Hall surely surpasses that of a mere boy like you. Jing Hongqian retorted with irritation. Having said that, Jing Hongqian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he turned to the old man, demanding, is what you said truly the case? To accuse a prince is a grave sin. In this matter, even 100 lives would not suffice as penance. Should we uncover your deceit, not only shall you face death, but your entire family shall share the same fate, leaving none to survive. Think carefully before you speak. Do not dare to deceive me. Jing Hongqian's gaze was piercing, exuding a formidable aura to instill fear. He did not doubt the first prince's innocence, yet he recognized the potential for falsehood and sought to ascertain the veracity of the words spoken. This matter involves the imperial prince. It is no trivial affair. One cannot simply believe whatever the other party claims. I did not lie. It was the elder sent by the Grand Prince who gradually revealed the details of this operation. Initially, Jing Hongqian harbored doubts about whether this man was slandering him, but after listening to his account, all suspicion dissipated. The details were so intricate that even if one wished to fabricate a story, it would be impossible. What a ruthless Grand Prince. He even aims to eliminate me alongside him. Thankfully, I did not heed your temptations at that time. Had I acquiesced, it would have ruined my lifelong reputation. Jing Hongqian seethed with anger, a potent desire for vengeance swelling within him. Wei Xuan displayed little outward change. He had believed the elder's words upon hearing about the Grand Prince, and, having now heard the detailed narration, felt no emotional upheaval. He had utilized the soul control secret technique through his dual pupils. Anyone controlled by such a technique is compelled to answer truthfully, leaving no room for deceit. Rest assured, Your Highness, upon our return, I shall ensure the Grand Prince pays dearly for his actions, Jing Hongqian vowed, unable to suppress a cold smirk. Mutual betrayal and the assassination of the Ming De Hall master, combined, These charges render him beyond the protection of even the crown prince. Wei Xuan nodded in agreement. It was advantageous for Jing Hongqian to take the lead in this matter. With his status as the Ming-Da Hall master and the supporting witnesses, the Grand Prince's elder brother would find himself with no escape. Jing Hongqian delivered a powerful blow to the elder's neck, rendering him unconscious, and discarded him onto the flying vessel as he and Wei Xuan began their journey back to the Sun and Moon Empire. Chapter 12. The Royal Court Interrogation. Kill him. Having learned from their previous experience, the return journey proved significantly smoother. Within 10 days, they arrived back at the Sun and Moon Empire. In the capital, within the royal palace, the emperor sat upon the golden dragon throne, his expression dark and foreboding, silently brewing a tempestuous rage. The ministers below, witnessing the emperor's countenance, lowered their heads, breath held, not daring to exhale. Bring Su Fan, that rebellious son, before me, the emperor thundered. Several guards bowed in response and promptly exited the hall. 10 minutes later, the Grand Prince was brought into the hall, still perplexed and indignant, questioning why these guards had seized him. Had they staged a coup? However, upon entering the hall and meeting the gazes of the two individuals fixed upon him, he instantly understood the reason, his countenance paling and his body trembling with fear. Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian had returned to the capital discreetly, avoiding any significant commotion, which explained the Grand Prince's fright upon seeing them. In his imagination, they should have been dead by now. Steeling himself, Su Fan approached the emperor with a respectful bow, saying, "Your son pays his respects to father." The emperor's gaze bore into Su Fan, filled with disappointment and fury. Slamming his fist upon the dragon throne, he rebuked, "You still remember me as your father? Engaging in mutual strife and attempting to assassinate the hall master of Mingda? You truly possess audacity." The crown prince was struck with fear and fell to his knees at the emperor's thunderous roar, his expression fraught with panic as he shook his head in protest. "Father, I am wronged. When have I ever committed such an act? Someone is surely slandering me." "Slandering you? Does His Highness, the crown prince, believe that I would fabricate baseless accusations against a royal heir?" Jing Hongqian replied with a cold smirk. "Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Perhaps I have inadvertently offended the master of Hongqian, prompting the fabrication of unfounded charges against me," the crown prince retorted, casting a frosty glance at Jing Hongqian. "Huh. How astutely the crown prince plays the role of the victim. However, I shall not ascribe any baseless accusations upon you. Since I dare to lay bare your transgressions before His Majesty, it is evident that I possess ample evidence," Jing Hongqian responded, unperturbed, with a light laugh. A sudden pang of dread gripped the crown prince's heart. Could it be that someone had been captured alive? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of anxiety, yet he maintained his composure, secretly mocking the notion that those captured would dare to expose him. They lacked the gall to do so. Evidence. Surely, Master Hongqian has not merely summoned some random individual to serve as a witness against me? The crown prince scoffed. "Whether they are random or not, you shall soon find out," Jing Hongqian replied coolly. He cast a questioning glance at the emperor, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to call out, "Bring him forth." The captured level 8 soul mentor was escorted into the grand hall by the guards, kneeling with a somewhat dazed expression. Upon seeing the elder enter, the crown prince's pupils constricted, and he subtly gestured at him, the threat evident in his demeanor. "Fong Xian, reiterate precisely what you previously stated," Jing Hongqian said nonchalantly, casting a teasing glance at the crown prince. "Yes, I am Fong Xian," the elder replied. At this single utterance, the crown prince's countenance shifted dramatically, and in a panic, he exclaimed, "Do not falsely accuse me, or I shall ensure your family is utterly destroyed, your lineage obliterated." Fong Xian's expression remained unchanged in the face of the crown prince's threats, dismissing them entirely. The surrounding ministers exhibited a range of reactions, being present in this chamber. They were by no means dull-witted. From the crown prince's menacing words, they gleaned considerable insight, forming their own judgments about the matter at hand. Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan stood silently, observing the unfolding drama without uttering a word. "How dare you threaten him while I am present? What, if he speaks the truth? Would you annihilate his entire lineage?" The Emperor of the Sun and Moon shattered the armrest of the dragon throne with a single strike, rising in fury. The crown prince, trembling in fear, quickly bowed his body forward, his head lowered, too afraid to meet the emperor's gaze. The emperor cast a cold glance at the crown prince, disappointment evident in his eyes. "Speak the truth, and I may spare your life," ensuring the safety of your family, the emperor declared, his voice imbued with imperial authority. However, should you dare to deceive me, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. In that moment, death will become a luxury for both you and your kin. He continued, his tone calm, yet chilling, invoking a palpable fear among the ministers present. Fang Xian, he began, recounting how the crown prince had instructed them to assassinate Wei Xuan, revealing everything. The crown prince's face turned as pale as parchment, collapsing weakly to the ground, murmuring, "He is slandering me, slandering me." Following Fang Xian's revelation, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. No one dared to speak. Those ministers who typically favored the crown prince were rendered mute, their hearts racing as if blades were drawn at their throats. "You have greatly disappointed me, Su Fan," the emperor stated, taking a deep breath to maintain his composure. "Father, please listen to me. I truly did not commit these acts. He is slandering me. He must be colluding with Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan. They are in cahoots." The crown prince, Su Fan, with bloodshot eyes, lost all sense of decorum. "Do you truly believe I have grown senile? Still lying before me?" the emperor scolded. Su Fan, witnessing the emperor's demeanor, dared not speak further, his body trembling. "Xianer, you are the victim in this matter. How you choose to handle him is at your discretion. I will heed your decision," the emperor said softly, glancing at Wei Xuan. The ministers in the hall were taken aback by this decision, their gazes instinctively turning toward Wei Xuan, curious about his intended course of action. Jing Hongqian furrowed her brow, pondering whether the emperor wished to spare the crown prince's life by casting the decision upon Wei Xuan. "Your Highness, do not show mercy. Act according to your heart, and I will support you unconditionally." "Ming Detang is also with you," Jing Hongqian's voice echoed in Wei Xuan's ear, transmitted through a private communication that others could not hear. Wei Xuan's innate talent for soul-guiding artifacts warranted her unwavering support. Without glancing at Jing Hongqian, he shot a sidelong glance at Su Fan and then turned to the emperor, his expression impassive, declaring, "Kill him." He bore no blood relation to Su Fan, and since the latter wished to end his life, he would not choose to repay malice with kindness. To show compassion towards an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Thus, it would be wise to seize this opportunity to eliminate him once and for all, sparing future troubles. The simplicity of his two-word decision caused the ministers to pale slightly, taken aback by Wei Xuan's resolute and callous demeanor. Jing Hongqian smiled and nodded, thoroughly pleased with Wei Xuan's resolution. The emperor of the sun and moon said nothing, merely inclining his head slightly, gesturing to the guards with a wave of his hand, commanding, "Take him out and administer the poison wine." "Father, no. Please, do not kill me. Spare me this time. I was merely momentarily foolish, and I shall never dare again. For the sake of being your son, please forgive me this once, Father," the crown prince pleaded hoarsely, his head striking the ground until it bled. Had he known this would be the outcome, would he have acted differently from the start? Now, as I reflect upon my regrets, it is too late. In a fratricidal act, the assassination of Lord Mingda is a transgression deserving of dual penalties. Even if you are my son, forgiveness is out of the question. Go in peace. This emperor shall accord you a grand burial befitting the imperial lineage." The emperor turned away, his voice imbued with fatigue. In the evening hours, within the chambers of the second prince, he lamented, "Brother, truly you are a failure. You attempted to steal a chicken but ended up losing rice. How could you die so easily? It is indeed disappointing." Su Tianran shook his head and chuckled after sipping his fine wine, feeling both joy and dissatisfaction. "How wasteful it was for me to have plotted for you for so long," he mused, gazing at his wine glass with a sense of wistfulness. Su Tianran's eyes brimmed with regret. It was a pity that Su Fan did not perish by his hand, and that his death was far too effortless, depriving Su Tianran of the gratification of avenging a great enmity. Alone in the expansive study, he filled his glass once more and downed it, closing his eyes slightly to relish the thrill brought by the wine. "Oh well, you worthless fool, your demise is inconsequential. I shall redirect the schemes I devised for you toward my other worthy brothers." Su Tianran eventually opened his eyes, which now glinted with a fierce intensity. The loss of his legs and the blow to his masculine pride were closely tied to those brothers, a grudge he would not forget. After partaking in a few more cups, Su Tianran's smile faded somewhat as he contemplated, "Those individuals are indeed manageable to eliminate, but concerning Wei Xuan." The mere thought of Wei Xuan induced a headache. Having learned from Su Fan's misstep, he knew that to eliminate Wei Xuan, he must tread carefully, otherwise he might find himself in a predicament akin to that of the fool. One step at a time, he resolved, deciding to eliminate those few individuals before devising a plan against Wei Xuan. Unable to conjure a strategy, he dismissed the thoughts and continued to drink. The following day, at Mingda Hall, Jing Hongxuan rose early, rousing Wei Xuan and ushering him into her exclusive soul guide laboratory. However, it could not truly be said that she awakened him. Wei Xuan was already awake before her arrival. Cultivators typically rest by meditative sitting and tranquil contemplation, rarely indulging in sleep. Even in the Douluo continent, Wei Xuan had not cultivated the habit of slumber, spending his nights engaged in meditation. The restorative effects of deep meditation far surpassed that of sleep, leaving him devoid of fatigue. Within Mingda Hall, every soul master possessed their own soul guide laboratory, albeit with varying levels of configuration. Naturally, Jing Hongxuan, as the hall master, boasted a top-tier laboratory. Though lacking certain extraordinarily rare metals, everything related to soul guides could be found within, making it a veritable treasure trove. Spanning nearly 500 square meters, the room was filled with tools and rare metals, showcasing soul guides from levels 1 to 9, resembling a grand exhibition hall for soul guides. This was not Wei Xuan's first visit. He felt no novelty and smiled, saying, "Hall Master Hongxuan, even if you desire me to craft a soul guide, there is no need for such haste. It is still the break of dawn." Chapter 13, Crafting the Soul Guide. Kong Deming, can I not be anxious? Mirroring a sense of impatience, Jing Hongxuan urged, after such a long anticipation, it is only fitting that I witness your practical skills. Please endeavor to create a soul guide. I am eager to discover the extent of your capabilities. His gaze upon Wei Xuan was imbued with fervor, akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure. 3 years prior, Wei Xuan had acquired the theoretical knowledge of a 4th-level soul engineer. Over the past 3 years, he had remained within the confines of the Mingda Hall, mastering the intricacies of soul guide technology to a degree that surpassed even some 6th-level soul engineers. To Jing Hongxuan, the value of such a prodigious talent eclipsed that of a 9th-level soul engineer. Given sufficient time, not only could Wei Xuan aspire to the ranks of a 9th-level soul engineer, but he might even approach the threshold of the 10th level. This genius could no longer be measured by mere value. He was truly priceless. How could Jing Hongxuan's gaze not burn with intensity in the presence of such brilliance? Wei Xuan felt somewhat uneasy under the fervent gaze of Jing Hongxuan. He nodded and said, "All right, I happen to wish to attempt crafting a soul guidance device." To discern the disparity between theory and practice, gazing at the array of tools before him, he felt a surge of anticipation and excitement. He had long harbored the desire to create a soul guidance device, but had been hindered by his lack of soul power, relegating him to theoretical research. Now that he possessed soul power within him, it was time to transform theory into practice and forge his first personal soul guidance device. Let us commence. You are well acquainted with the circumstances here, so feel free to utilize whatever you wish, Jing Hongxuan urged. With a resigned shake of his head, Wei Xuan began to search for materials on the shelves housing metals, having already planned what kind of soul guidance device he intended to create. The shelf, measuring 20 meters in length and 4 meters in width, was filled with a plethora of metallic materials, and there were 5 such shelves in total. From the most common coarse iron to the rare deep-sea silver, a wide range of metals was displayed. Wei Xuan did not bother to search among the shelves of rare metals, as those were required for crafting advanced soul guidance devices, which he did not yet need. After examining the first row of shelves, he ultimately selected a piece of light blue metal interspersed with hints of deep black, ice crystal cold iron. Jing Hongxuan murmured, "The ice blue metal you have chosen is not rare, but acquiring it is no easy feat, for its origin lies in the far northern reaches of the original Douluo continent. More precisely, it is sourced from a mountain range situated 50 miles from the extreme north, where perpetual ice and snow prevail, and the mines are imbued with ice attributes. Extracting the ore from the vicinity of the extreme north is no simple task. The frigid conditions pose a challenge, and one must also guard against detection by the Heavenly Soul Empire, making the difficulty of extraction quite apparent. Furthermore, transporting it post-extraction is equally arduous. Due to these factors, the yield of ice crystal cold iron is relatively low, comparable in quantity to some rare metals, though its value falls short." Jing Hongxuan hesitated, contemplating the challenges of using ice crystal cold iron to craft a soul guidance device. Its ice attribute characteristics prevent it from being softened through conventional heating methods. Instead, One must rely on soul power to reduce its hardness, allowing it to be forged and shaped into components for the soul guidance device. The requirement for soul power in the softening process is considerable. Even many soul masters find it challenging to fully soften a piece of ice crystal cold iron the size of a human head. How could Wei Xuan, who was only at the 12th rank, possibly accomplish such a feat? At this moment, he contemplated advising Wei Xuan to select different materials, but recalled the vast reservoir of theoretical knowledge Wei Xuan possessed. Surely, he must understand the necessity of soul power for softening the ice crystal cold iron. So why had he chosen this particular metal? I find myself quite curious about what you intend to do with this piece of metal. Therefore, I have decided to observe further. Placing the ice crystal cold iron upon the experimental table, Wei Xuan ignited the furnace beside him, and soon, the once dormant flames roared to life. Your Highness, this ice crystal cold iron must not be heated, lest its frigid properties be compromised. In that case, it would be no different from ordinary fine iron, Jing Hongchen cautioned. A tinge of disappointment swelling within him as he noticed Wei Xuan's intent to apply heat. Undeterred, Wei Xuan continued to raise the temperature of the furnace, casting a knowing smile at the puzzled Jing Hongchen. Rest assured, Hall Master Hongchen, I am well aware of what you have stated. My actions are driven by my own rationale. You may simply observe patiently from the sidelines. Jing Hongchen's perplexity only deepened, and after a moment's hesitation, he opted for silence, standing by to watch quietly, his eyes brimming with both confusion and anticipation. He was intrigued to witness Wei Xuan's ultimate intentions. In a secluded chamber of the vast laboratory, a tall elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently through a one-way transparent glass window at the unfolding events outside. His short, gray-white hair stood on end, and he donned a resplendent yellow robe, a garment reserved solely for members of the royal family, a clear indication of his extraordinary status. However, he was not a member of the royal family. His name was Kong Deming, the esteemed head of the Royal Offering Hall of the Sun Moon Empire, and arguably the most powerful soul mentor in the empire, if not the entire continent. Given his accomplishments in soul-guiding devices, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as the father of soul mentors, a title he rightfully deserves. Even someone as distinguished as Jing Hongchen must address him with the utmost respect as master, and the emperor of the Sun Moon Empire must also show him great deference, illustrating the remarkable and exalted nature of his position. What an amusing young fellow, Kong Deming mused, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Wei Xuan outside. As the furnace blazed, Wei Xuan picked up a cutter and began to shape the ice crystal cold iron. The cutter is inscribed with a power storage array, allowing for immediate use once charged, thus saving Wei Xuan considerable effort. With deftness, he placed the irregular metallic sphere atop the cutter and skillfully sliced the ice crystal cold iron into elongated strips, resulting in 15 pieces of varying sizes. Once the metal was cut, the temperature display above the furnace neared 2,000 degrees. Upon reaching this critical temperature, Wei Xuan ceased to increase the heat and swiftly placed the largest strip of ice crystal cold iron into the furnace. His eyes fixated on the metal as he began to count silently. As the ice crystal cold iron entered the furnace at 2,000 degrees, it emitted wisps of azure smoke, accompanied by a continuous sizzling sound, reminiscent of red-hot iron plunging into icy water. The pale blue hue visibly faded, and the frigid essence that had fused with the metal began to dissipate. The ice crystal cold iron, being a metal, softened under the intense heat. Upon reaching 70 in his internal count, Wei Xuan extracted the ice crystal cold iron with tongs and placed it upon the forging table. He then seized the forging hammer, which had been prepared beforehand, and commenced his rhythmic strikes, each blow eliciting a shower of sparks. Simultaneously, the soul power within Wei Xuan surged forth, summoning the ancient ice dragon spirit, which manifested behind him. The dragon, extending over 4 meters, significantly lowered the temperature within the entire laboratory. The first soul ring shimmered to life as the ice dragon coiled protectively around Wei Xuan, its massive jaws gaping wide as it exhaled a frosty mist. This time, the icy mist did not disperse. Under Wei Xuan's meticulous control, it coalesced into ice pillars as thick as his waist, exhaling upon the crystalline cold iron that was being forged. With the invocation of Wei Xuan's first soul skill, even though the icy mist did not extend elsewhere, the temperature in the laboratory plummeted significantly, having already surpassed the freezing point. The frigid air began to permeate the room. Jing Hongchen furrowed her brow slightly. observing Wei Xuan's maneuvers with a sense of bewilderment. Was it not redundant to heat the space while simultaneously employing a soul skill to lower the temperature? Not only did the ice crystal cold iron lose its icy attributes, but it also rapidly cooled to a point where it could not be forged. This series of peculiar actions left even the 9th-level soul mentor bewildered, casting doubts upon Wei Xuan's practical abilities. In the secret chamber, Kong Deming appeared contemplative, seemingly discerning something from Wei Xuan's actions. Jing Hongqin's eyes widened gradually, his pupils constricting as disbelief spread across his somewhat rotund face. He exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The temperature of the ice crystal cold iron enveloped in icy mist did not plummet sharply. Rather, it descended at a sluggish pace, far inferior to that of being immersed in room temperature water. Given the extraordinarily low temperature of Wei Xuan's first soul skill, such a scenario should not have occurred. The essence of ultimate ice symbolizes the pinnacle of low temperatures, and under the enhancement of the first soul skill, this temperature should manifest fully. It was conceivable that the freshly heated ice crystal cold iron could be frozen instantaneously, yet the current situation was entirely contrary. This situation left Jing Hongqin somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend how Wei Xuan had achieved such a feat, which defied all logic. Naturally, Wei Xuan paid no heed to Jing Hongqin's astonishment. He was wholly engrossed in the art of forging and the infusion of frigid energy. Indeed, it was an infusion, under his meticulous control. The ultimate icy attribute of his essence permeated the interior of the icy crystal cold iron, replenishing the icy attributes that had been lost due to the prior heating of the metal. With each strike, the metal and ice attributes were incessantly compressed, amalgamated, and bonded more intimately. The resounding clang of metal echoed throughout the room, as the elongated icy crystal cold iron diminished in size with hundreds of blows. After half an hour, Wei Xuan showed no signs of perspiration. His inherent icy attribute rendered him nearly impervious to sweating. However, his complexion had paled somewhat due to the excessive consumption of soul energy, and he breathed heavily, noticeably reducing the speed and force of his hammering. With a final clang, Wei Xuan delivered the last strike, and upon setting down the hammer, he staggered back a step, drained of strength. During this half hour, he not only incessantly wielded the hammer to forge, but also infused the metal with a chilling essence, which nearly drained his soul energy. This outcome is a result of his meticulous control, minimizing the consumption of soul power. Were it any other soul master, it would be utterly impossible to continuously infuse energy for half an hour with the 12th level soul power while also engaging in hammer forging. Of course, in terms of total capacity, Wei Xuan's 12th level soul power is by no means inferior to that of a 15th or 16th level soul master. A metal strip, originally the thickness of Wei Xuan's arm, has been forged into a curved shape, resembling a segment of a cylinder. The deep blue, arc-shaped metal emanates a chilling aura, far colder than unheated ice crystal cold iron, akin to the frigidness of an ice block. Jing Hongqin approached Wei Xuan, handing him a soul guide milk bottle. Captivated by the metal on the forging table, his face a canvas of incredulity. It is difficult to fathom the reality of this spectacle without witnessing it firsthand. It is truly astonishing, almost otherworldly. Such craftsmanship could only be described as divine, eliciting an authentic exclamation from Jing Hongqin, imbued with a sense of surrealism. Upon receiving the milk bottle, Wei Xuan consumed its contents with the fervor of a parched traveler in a desert, rapidly absorbing the soul power within. This swift intake significantly rejuvenated his internal energy, alleviating the fatigue caused by soul power depletion. "What do you think of my method of forging?" Wei Xuan inquired, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the completed component. His 12th level soul power made it nearly impossible to soften the ice crystal cold iron solely through his own capabilities, except perhaps by reducing the metal to the size of a thumb, which might render it malleable enough for forging. However, such a diminutive piece of metal would have little utility. So he devised a different approach, utilizing flames to soften it while infusing his own ice attribute energy during the forging process, thereby restoring the ice-cold properties of the cold iron. This approach not only achieves the goal of forging, but also significantly enhances the ice attributes of the ice crystal cold iron, making it a dual benefit. Such a method is not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Wei Xuan possesses profound knowledge of metals with ice attributes and understands the characteristics of ice crystal cold iron. This method was conceived by him based on the principle that the internal structure of ice crystal cold iron becomes soft and vacuous after the cold air dissipates. Provided that the timing is meticulously managed, it may be possible to restore it to its original state by reintroducing ice attribute energy after the cold air has vanished. Naturally, this demands a high degree of precision in energy manipulation, requiring an exquisite level of control to infuse energy through the minuscule crevices of the metal, thereby altering its inherent structure. Such exquisite mastery of power is unparalleled in the Douluo continent, with the sole exception of Wei Xuan. Not only is it possible, but it has utterly reshaped my understanding. I truly did not anticipate that one could forge the ice crystal cold iron as such, exclaimed Jing Hongqian in excitement. Please tell me how this is accomplished. Although I have a vague understanding, I cannot articulate the underlying reason, he said, his curiosity piqued, yearning to know more. The principle is quite simple, Wei Xuan replied with a gentle smile, beginning to elucidate the reasons behind such remarkable craftsmanship. Ah, so this is how it is. Your Highness, you are indeed a genius to conceive of such a method, Jing Hongqian laughed heartily, unable to restrain his praises upon grasping the rationale. His admiration for Wei Xuan's intellect deepened, and he picked up the meticulously forged metal, inspecting it closely, his face reflecting both gratitude and astonishment. To infuse energy into the metal while achieving such a level of refinement is something even many high-ranking soul engineers might struggle to accomplish. Yet, Wei Xuan has achieved it, showcasing an extraordinary talent in the realm of soul-guided devices, almost absurdly so. Chapter 14, The Ranking Carving Knife, an Improved Array? Wei Xuan smiled slightly, focusing on absorbing the pure soul power from the bottle. Jing Hongqian did not disturb him, instead toying with the crafted components, a subtle smile adorning his face as he speculated on the type of soul-guided device Wei Xuan sought to create. In the secret chamber, Kong Deming also listened attentively to Wei Xuan's earlier explanation, unable to suppress an impressed exclamation. A natural soul engineer indeed, he thought, feeling an indescribable excitement and growing satisfaction with Wei Xuan. 10 minutes later, once Wei Xuan's soul power was fully restored, he began processing another piece of ice crystal cold iron, repeating the previous steps. Soon, deep into the night, Wei Xuan sat wearily in a chair. Exhaustion etched across his face, his body feeling somewhat drained. Before him lay 15 metallic components, the fruits of over 10 hours of labor dedicated to forging ice crystal cold iron. Completing these 15 components was no simple task. The process had utterly depleted his soul power 15 times, each time requiring rapid recuperation, coupled with prolonged hammering and meticulous control of his soul power, leaving him physically and mentally fatigued. His formidable spiritual strength kept his mind alert, yet how could his 6-year-old body withstand such an arduous workload? If it were not for the support of his divine consciousness, he would have long since collapsed, unable to endure until now. Gazing at the 15 meticulously crafted components on the stage, Wei Xuan's weary face revealed a hint of satisfaction. He then reclined in his chair, adopting the most comfortable position possible, and closed his eyes, succumbing to sleep within mere moments. Jing Hongqian, standing beside Wei Xuan, was startled by this action, fearing something was amiss, and hurriedly checked on his condition. After a brief moment, Jing Hongqian felt a wave of relief, observing Wei Xuan's fatigued state. He couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, murmuring, "You could have completed this over several days, yet you chose to cram it all into one. Exhausting yourself like this, it is truly best to send His Highness back to rest." At some point, Kong Deming appeared behind Jing Hongqian. Startled, Jing Hongqian swiftly turned around, offering a respectful bow and saying, "Teacher." In that moment, Jing Hongqian displayed no trace of the lofty demeanor typical of the Hall Master of Mingda. His attitude was exceedingly humble. Even when facing the Emperor of the Sun and Moon, he had not exhibited such deference. His respect for Kong Deming was genuine and heartfelt. This child is exceptional, highly talented, resilient, and capable of enduring hardship. With him, the soul-guiding devices of my Sun and Moon Empire are destined to ascend to a new pinnacle, Kong Deming remarked, his gaze towards Wei Xuan filled with admiration, offering a commendation of the highest order. "It seems this is the first time I have heard you praise someone so highly, teacher," Jing Hongqian responded, a look of surprise illuminating his face as he laughed. In the Sun and Moon Empire, to receive such accolades from his teacher, Wei Xuan could undoubtedly be regarded as the first, and to be praised to such an extent was remarkable indeed. Should this matter come to the attention of others, it would surely leave them utterly astounded. And in that moment, Wei Xuan would achieve fame. Kong Deming merely smiled, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Jing Hongchen's gaze sharpened, astonished by her teacher's prowess, murmuring, "My teacher has become increasingly unfathomable." On the following day, Wei Xuan rose from his slumber and approached the window. He drew back the curtains, gazing at the blinding yet pleasantly warm sun outside, and couldn't help but indulge in a languorous stretch. At 6 years of age, his body still felt rather feeble, as he had succumbed to exhaustion and fainted, quite unlike his former self. Wei Xuan sighed with a light chuckle. Had this been a time of year, he would have tirelessly crafted the soul-guiding apparatus without a hint of fatigue. However, now, merely forging metal had rendered him so exhausted that he succumbed to slumber. The disparity was staggering. While consciousness may govern the body, there are moments when the body exerts its own control over the mind. When fatigue overwhelms, even the most resolute will find it challenging to resist sleep. In such instances, the mind succumbs entirely to the body's instincts. After standing by the window for a while and completing a brief freshening up, Wei Xuan made his way towards Jing Hongchen's laboratory. Upon entering, he was greeted by Jing Hongchen's cheerful gaze. "Come, have something to eat," Jing Hongchen suggested, pointing at the breakfast laid out on the table. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, not wishing to be polite, and settled into a chair to partake in the meal, finishing it in mere minutes. "Let us begin," Jing Hongchen said with a grin. As soon as Wei Xuan had finished eating, Wei Xuan paused, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. "I was wondering why you previously forbade me from eating in here, yet today you make an exception. And it turns out you simply wish for me to start working sooner." Jing Hongchen chuckled, displaying no sign of embarrassment. "I am merely trying to save you time. Besides, urging you to commence the creation of the soul-guiding apparatus is for your own good. I gain nothing from it." The only benefit he might derive was the early sight of the finished product, satisfying his anticipation. Wei Xuan shrugged with a smile, not wishing to waste time, and continued his work on the soul-guiding apparatus. After forging the metal into components, he arrived at the most crucial step in the creation of the apparatus, inscribing the magical formations. He began by organizing the 15 components, arranging them according to their positions in the finished product. Picking up one component, he double-checked its placement before starting to etch the magical formation with a carving knife. Each component of the soul-guiding apparatus he designed possessed its unique magical formation. Unlike most apparatuses where several components share the same formation, differing only in quantity, the core formation stood apart from the ordinary ones. Lower-tier soul-guiding apparatuses might have just 1 or 2 core formations, whereas ordinary formations could number several. "Wait," Jing Hongchen suddenly interrupted, halting Wei Xuan's progress. "What is it?" Wei Xuan asked, puzzled, as Jing Hongchen had just urged him on moments before. Jing Hongchen smiled mysteriously. "To ensure your first soul-guiding apparatus is perfect, I believe you require a special carving knife." "A special carving knife?" Wei Xuan was taken aback, but quickly recovered, rising with a smile. "Are you offering to lend me your knife, Master Hongchen? Or perhaps, to gift it to me?" As they conversed, Wei Xuan gazed intently at Jing Hongchen, harboring a long-standing desire for the exquisite carving knife that belonged to him. "You entertain such fantastical notions. The Hongchen carving knife is a treasured heirloom of my family, and I could never part with it. You should abandon such thoughts," Jing Hongchen chided playfully, regarding Wei Xuan with a watchful eye. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wei Xuan's gaze, for he truly admired the renowned Hongchen carving knife. Ranked 17th on the carving knife list. "Do not despair. The Hongchen carving knife will never be yours. To prevent you from dwelling on it, I have no intention of lending it to you either, lest your fondness for it only deepen," Jing Hongchen teased with a smile. "If you had refrained from interrupting me and from uttering those words, I assure you, I would not have felt disappointed," Wei Xuan replied, his spirits dampened. "Oh, while you cannot wield the Hongchen carving knife, I do possess another carving knife that I can lend to you," Jing Hongchen remarked. Wei Xuan's eyes lit up at once, urging, "Quick, let me see it." Sensing Wei Xuan's eagerness, Jing Hongchen smiled with satisfaction and retrieved a dark golden carving knife from his storage ring. This carving knife measures approximately 1 foot in length, its body a deep golden hue, while the blade, delicate as a cicada's wing, gleams with a silvery brilliance. Wei Xuan gazed at the carving knife in Jing Hongchen's hand, his expression reflecting astonishment. This exquisite carving knife surpasses even the renowned red dust knife in sharpness. The metallic aura it emanates sends a tingling sensation across his skin. Its remarkable sharpness reveals the extraordinary nature of this blade. This is the dark gold carving knife, ranked 15th on the carving knife leaderboard, as explained by Jing Hongchen. Wei Xuan gazed in astonishment at Jing Hongqian and chuckled, Master Hongqian. I never imagined you were so adept at concealing your talents, possessing not one but two blades ranked among the top 20. Jing Hongqian shook his head and replied, This dark gold carving knife does not belong to me. Its owner is someone else. As for who that is, I advise you not to inquire. Just know that this knife is temporarily lent to you. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan discreetly cast a glance toward a certain secret chamber, his mind racing with speculation. In that case, I shall not be polite, Wei Xuan remarked as he accepted the knife from Jing Hongqian. He toyed with the carving knife, lightly tapping it against his fingertip, and a wound instantly appeared, blood seeping forth. How sharp, Wei Xuan murmured. As a chill emanated from the wound, and the flowing blood was swiftly encased in a delicate layer of ice, resembling a fine gauze. Observing Wei Xuan's casual handling of the knife, Jing Hongqian's eyelids fluttered, prompting him to caution, Your Highness. This knife is crafted from the claws of the dark gold terror claw bear, ranking among the top 3 in sharpness on the carving knife leaderboard. With your physical constitution, a mere touch could inflict a wound, and a jab could result in a severe injury. Please exercise utmost caution. The claws of the dark gold terror claw bear? Wei Xuan's expression reflected a moment of realization. He now understood the reason behind the extraordinary sharpness of this carving knife. To be precise, it was crafted from the left paw bone of a millennium-old dark golden terror bear. When Jing Hongqian mentioned the left paw bone, his emotions were evidently stirred. To fashion a carving knife from an external soul bone was quite extravagant. Wei Xuan found himself at a loss for words, pondering which generous soul would use such an invaluable treasure to create a knife of mere monetary worth. Just the thought of it was heart-wrenching. Of course, this was a perspective pertinent to soul masters. For soul mentors, the value of the dark golden carving knife might surpass that of the external soul bone. Jing Hongqian's expression was somewhat peculiar, uncertain how to assess such a practice. To say it was a loss would not be entirely accurate, for the carving knife could be retained indefinitely, while the external soul bone would dissipate upon the soul master's demise. Yet, to claim it was a gain seemed equally unconvincing. Despite the knife's rarity, its worth still paled in comparison to that of the external soul bone. Let us not linger on the carving knife. You should acclimate to it and begin etching the formation, Jing Hongqian advised. Wei Xuan nodded, picking up some metal to commence his work. With his formidable spiritual awareness and bodily control, he swiftly adapted to the sharpness of the dark golden knife. It must be said, the knife was indeed sharp. Describing it as capable of slicing through iron like mud would not be an exaggeration. While carving into the metal, minimal force was required to effortlessly engrave a deep mark. Once fully accustomed to the knife's edge, Wei Xuan began inscribing a standard formation upon the icy crystal cold iron. He had meticulously planned the type and number of formations to etch on this component. Thus the process unfolded smoothly, his movements fluid and uninterrupted. Typically, soul mentors exercise utmost caution when inscribing formations, fearing that the slightest misstep could render the entire component worthless. However, Wei Xuan bore no such apprehension. Bolstered by his powerful spiritual awareness, he could complete the formation even with his eyes closed, without a hint of deviation. His speed in etching the formation astonished Jing Hongqian, who stared in disbelief. Jing Hongqian found himself at a loss for words, wanting to urge Wei Xuan to slow down and be more meticulous, yet he swallowed his words, knowing that disturbing a soul mentor during the creation of a soul guide device could prove detrimental. Recognizing the level of the formation Wei Xuan was inscribing as a third tier, Jing Hongqian furrowed his brow, pondering to himself that this third-tier formation seemed somewhat different, more intricate and complex. The energy fluctuations surpassed those of an ordinary third-tier formation, reaching a fourth-tier level. As he analyzed the scene, Wei Xuan's speed remained rapid, yet his soul power was insufficient to complete the formation in one go. He managed to inscribe 2 ordinary formations on this component, which consumed 5 of his soul power reserves, taking nearly 4 hours to accomplish. Each line of the formation required an infusion of soul power, and since a formation consists of hundreds or thousands of lines, the magnitude of soul power required is immeasurable. My lord, your current soul power is somewhat lacking. Inscribing a fourth-tier formation is still too strenuous, Jing Hongqian remarked with a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, a smile of undeniable delight adorned his face as he gazed at the completed formations. In the eyes of a 9th-level soul mentor like him, these 2 formations were nothing short of perfect, and he was thoroughly impressed with Wei Xuan's performance. At that moment, Jing Hongqian scrutinized the ordinary formations as if he had never seen one before. Who said that was a fourth-tier formation? It's a third-tier formation. Merely improved upon according to my understanding, Wei Xuan corrected. He was seated at the table, resting and having lunch. His face somewhat pale from the repeated depletion of his soul power. You made some improvements? Jing Hongqian grasped the essence of Wei Xuan's words, and her smile transformed into one of astonishment. Well, I noticed that the previous ordinary magic formations had numerous flaws, so I attempted to improve them, Wei Xuan remarked casually, as if the matter were trivial and hardly worth mentioning. In his past life, he had dabbled in the study of formations. While he could not be deemed a master, he was certainly proficient enough to enhance the formations of this world. Not to mention a third-tier formation, even a ninth-tier one would be within his capacity to refine. Though Wei Xuan spoke nonchalantly, he was oblivious to the profound impact his words had on Jing Hongqian. Not only she, but even Kong Deming, who was in the secret chamber, stood in shock. The complexity of magic formations was such that mere words of improvement seemed ludicrous. A high-ranking soul master, well-versed in soul-guiding tools, would not be surprised to claim improvements on formations. However, when a mere 6-year-old child asserted he had modified a formation, it evoked an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Jing Hongqian quickly approached Wei Xuan, grasping his arms and lifting him, holding tightly onto his shoulders, her breath quickening. Your Highness, you mustn't jest. Have you truly improved this third-tier formation? If Wei Xuan had merely depicted a fourth-tier formation, she would have felt surprise, but not to this extent. Yet, the implication of enhancing a third-tier formation to possess power comparable to that of a fourth-tier formation was monumental, enough to send her into a frenzy. Chapter 15. Hand Cannon. Refusal of Kong Deming startled by being lifted so suddenly. Wei Xuan instinctively struck out with his palm, aiming directly at Jing Hongqian's chest. Caught off guard, she stumbled back several steps after being struck, a frost forming on her chest. Upon realizing it was Jing Hongqian, the sharpness in Wei Xuan's gaze vanished. He had not extended his consciousness to detect her approach, thus reacting defensively only upon contact. Calm yourself, Hall Master Hongqian, Wei Xuan urged. All right, I shall calm down. Jing Hongqian, still in an exhilarated state, paid no mind to the blow she had received and hurriedly inquired, Your Highness, please tell me, have you truly improved the formation? Wei Xuan did not deny it and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I made some modifications. Upon receiving this confirmation, Jing Hongqian stood frozen in place, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, How did you accomplish this? How else? I identified the problems and made the necessary adjustments. It's quite simple. Wei Xuan replied casually. Jing Hongqian's lips twitched slightly. While his words suggested simplicity, she couldn't help but wonder if it truly was as easy as he implied. Jing Hongqian fell silent, instead choosing to observe the intricately crafted components of the magic array repeatedly, attentively sensing the oscillations of energy within them. Wei Xuan, noticing Jing Hongqian's sudden silence, shrugged helplessly and turned to sit on a chair, continuing his lunch. A few minutes later, Jing Hongqian approached Wei Xuan briskly. Sensing her presence, Wei Xuan stood up in advance to avoid being caught off guard once more. Your Highness, aside from the third-level magic array you can enhance, are there other arrays you are capable of improving? Jing Hongqian gazed intently at Wei Xuan, his eyes unwavering, his words infused with anticipation and excitement. Wei Xuan glanced at Jing Hongqian, comprehending the implication behind his words. After a moment's contemplation, he provided a response that was not entirely affirmative. It should be possible. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqian leapt up in exhilaration, his demeanor reflecting that of a child, overflowing with joy. Utterly devoid of the authoritative presence expected of the Hall Master of Mingda. Your Highness, you are truly a genius among geniuses. Our empire's soul-guided technology is bound to undergo a monumental transformation because of you, he exclaimed. In his eagerness, Jing Hongqian attempted to embrace Wei Xuan, but the latter deftly evaded him. Hall Master Hongqian, please, do not be so overwhelmed. Remain calm. Remain calm. Wei Xuan maintained a distance of 10 meters from him. Realizing his own indiscretion, Jing Hongqian exerted some control over his exuberance, offering a sheepish smile. I may have been a tad too enthusiastic. Your Highness, your ability to improve the formation is truly astonishing. If you could also enhance the 4th level, 5th level, or even higher level formations, the changes that would ensue are beyond imagination. Jing Hongqian continued, his excitement reigniting, heart racing, breath quickening. Wei Xuan could empathize with Jing Hongqian's fervor, for one who had devoted his life to soul-guided devices. Nothing could be more exhilarating than advancements in soul-guided technology. We shall discuss this matter in greater detail later. For now, I must focus on my soul-guided device. Wei Xuan stated. Jing Hongqian quickly composed himself and nodded. Yes, please proceed. I eagerly anticipate the power of the soul-guided device you will create using the improved formations. Once his soul power was restored, Wei Xuan resumed inscribing the formations on the second component. This time, 2 formations were inscribed, entirely distinct from the previous ones. More intricate and profound. By the time he completed the formations on the second component, night had fallen. After dinner, Wei Xuan refrained from further inscribing formations. The rigorous engraving throughout the day had left him in a state of extreme fatigue. Continuing would likely lead him to succumb to unconsciousness. Upon returning to his chamber, Wei Xuan immediately settled into a meditative posture, recovering his soul power while also employing mental techniques to alleviate his exhaustion. For the following days, he devoted his daylight hours to inscribing formations and spent the nights in meditation, and soon 10 days had swiftly passed. By the afternoon, Wei Xuan had completed the formation inscriptions on the final component, having inscribed 5 ordinary formations and 3 core formations on this pivotal piece, the most challenging component to inscribe. After resting for 2 hours to optimize his condition, Wei Xuan began assembling the components. In less than half an hour, a uniquely designed cannon took shape. However, the soul-guided device was still incomplete. Wei Xuan commenced inscribing formations across the entire surface of the device. Jing Hongqian, who had been observing intently, wore a puzzled expression. Typically, soul-guiding formations were inscribed within the device. What purpose did inscribing them on the exterior serve? Even the esteemed 9th-level soul mentor, Jing Hongqian, could not comprehend Wei Xuan's actions. It is not that one cannot inscribe a magical array upon the surface of a soul-guiding device. Rather, such an endeavor would hinder the array from unleashing its true potency, as internal inscriptions yield far superior results. Furthermore, external engravings risk compromising the overall stability of the device, rendering the effort superfluous. As time passed, Jing Hongqian gradually discerned elements within the array inscribed by Wei Xuan, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. The surface array was not completed until deep into the night, and as Wei Xuan traced the final line, the soul-guiding device was finally finished. A sense of relief washed over him. At that moment of completion, joy blossomed within his heart. The form of the soul-guiding device resembled a combination of 2 cylinders, one larger and one smaller. The smaller diameter was sufficiently wide for an adult man's arm to reach inside, serving as the control section of the device. The larger diameter formed the barrel, within which flickered an icy blue luminescence, resembling a thin membrane that obscured the internal structure of the soul-guiding device from view. The design of this soul-guide device is rather simplistic, yet adorned with intricate formations on its surface. It exudes an extraordinary aura. Is this a soul-guide cannon? Jing Hongqian scrutinized the crafted soul-guide cannon, glancing back and forth, ultimately casting an inquisitive gaze towards Wei Xuan. His uncertainty stemmed from the fact that this soul-guide apparatus lacked a conventional firing mechanism, resembling merely a cannon barrel. Wei Xuan affirmed with a nod, gesturing towards the smaller cylindrical section, indicating that he should place his hand inside. Place my hand inside. Jing Hongqian hesitantly extended his hand into the narrower cylinder, and suddenly, his eyes brightened as he discovered a new realm. A series of mechanical sounds followed, as the diameter of the smaller cylinder diminished, its shape morphing slightly, merging closely with Jing Hongqian's hand, as if the soul-guide device had become an extension of his arm. A look of astonishment spread across Jing Hongqian's face, his previous doubts evaporating. With his understanding of soul-guide devices, he quickly grasped how to operate this one, attempting to channel a modicum of soul power into it. As his soul power flowed in, the formations on the surface of the soul-guide device illuminated with a radiant white light, drawing in the surrounding energy. A blue glow concentrated at the cannon's barrel, coalescing into a luminous sphere, while a chilling aura emanated forth, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. Sensing the transformation at the cannon's barrel, Jing Hongqian's excitement intensified. He unleashed a soul shield, followed by the firing of a projectile. A fist-sized, ice-blue light orb erupted from the cannon's barrel, unleashing a frigid tempest in its wake, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the soul shield. The orb detonated upon impact, generating a shockwave that radiated outward like crashing waves, toppling various objects within the laboratory and transforming the once orderly space into chaos. The explosion did not yield flames, but rather shards of ice, which scattered like daggers, instantly encasing the soul shield in frost. Jing Hongqian, witnessing the formidable power of the projectile, felt his pupils constrict in astonishment as he glanced at the soul guide cannon in his grasp before approaching the soul shield. The hemispherical shield had been encased in ice, and through the thick 5-centimeter layer, he observed the spidering cracks that marred its surface. The soul-guiding cannonball nearly shattered the 4th-level soul shield. Generally speaking, a soul shield of the same rank can withstand attacks from equivalent soul devices without sustaining damage. The current situation indicates that the attack power of this soul device has reached the pinnacle of 4th level, approaching the 5th-level realm. The esteemed mirrored red dust has made a discernment regarding this soul-guiding cannon. Your Highness, congratulations. You have successfully crafted a peak 4th-level soul device, which signifies your ascension to the rank of a 4th-level soul master, a 6-year-old 4th-level soul master, an unprecedented achievement, exclaimed mirrored red dust with excitement. Master Red Dust, have you forgotten that I have inscribed only 6 core magical formations on this soul device? By strict definition, it can only be regarded as a 3rd-level soul device. Wei Xuan corrected mirrored red dust's oversight. Mirrored red dust's smile faltered, and his face flushed slightly, as if he had indeed only inscribed 6 core magical formations. After a brief moment of awkwardness, his eyes widened in realization, and he burst into hearty laughter. A 3rd-level device is splendid. It is truly remarkable that a 3rd-level soul device can possess the power of a 4th level, nearing that of a 5th-level soul-guiding cannon. This is truly wonderful. Although this soul-guiding device is merely of the 3rd level, it brings him greater joy than a 4th-level one. This indicates that Wei Xuan's enhancement of the formation has yielded unexpectedly excellent results, allowing the soul-guiding device's power to elevate by a significant tier. Naturally, the formidable strength of this soul-guiding cannon is also attributed to the formation etched onto its surface, a gathering energy formation that does not compromise the stability of the device. Moreover, in terms of effectiveness, this external formation is by no means inferior to those inscribed within. Wei Xuan smiled, feeling quite pleased with the soul-guiding cannon he had crafted. The power demonstrated by Jing Hongqian is merely 70% of the cannon's potential. Only he can unleash its full capability. His ultimate ice soul power serves as the optimal energy catalyst for this soul-guiding cannon. Allow me to take a look. An excited voice resonated. Accompanying this voice was an elderly man with short gray-white hair, clad in a yellow robe, Kong Deming, the master of the worship hall. Upon hearing this voice, Jing Hongqian felt as if cold water had been splashed over him, instantly regaining his composure as he respectfully bowed to Kong Deming, saying, "Master, please let me show you the soul-guiding device." Kong Deming waved his hand and reiterated, "Oh." Jing Hongqian promptly removed the device and presented it to Kong Deming with both hands. Kong Deming scrutinized the soul-guiding device, his palm gently caressing it as if he were handling a priceless treasure. "This is my master. You may refer to him as Old Kong." Jing Hongqian whispered to Wei Xuan as he approached. "Your master, Old Kong?" Wei Xuan cast a questioning glance at Jing Hongqian, as it was his first encounter with such a figure. "I will explain my master's identity to you later. You must show utmost respect in his presence. He is someone whom even the emperor must honor. Do not let me down," Jing Hongqian earnestly cautioned. Kong Deming continued to examine the device for over 10 minutes before reluctantly shifting his gaze towards Wei Xuan, who was also observing him intently. "Do you wish to become my disciple?" Kong Deming asked directly after a prolonged silence. Wei Xuan's expression remained largely unchanged. He recognized that this individual was exceptionally powerful, the strongest presence he had encountered thus far. Even the formidable auras he had sensed in the extreme north were inferior to this one. From Jing Hongqian's address, it was evident that Kong Deming possessed extraordinary expertise in soul-guiding devices, as evidenced by a 9th-level soul teacher referring to him as master. However, despite his formidable prowess in this world, he deemed Kong Deming insufficient to become his mentor. "Your Highness, do not hesitate. Quickly become his disciple. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not let it slip away," Jing Hongqian urged, nudging Wei Xuan's shoulder. Although Kong Deming had several disciples, they were all individuals who sought to learn from him voluntarily. Wei Xuan was the first to evoke Kong Deming's desire to take on a disciple. "I apologize, but I am not inclined to take on any master." Wei Xuan shook his head, firmly refusing the offer. "Why not? A skilled mentor is indispensable for a soul guide aspiring to reach greater heights. Regardless of one's innate talent, the guidance of a teacher is essential. In this realm, apart from myself, it seems no one else possesses the qualifications to be your mentor, Kong Deming remarked unexpectedly, as he discerned Wei Xuan's refusal, a profound disappointment evident upon his countenance. Your Highness, my esteemed teacher is undoubtedly the most powerful soul guide in the continent. Under his tutelage, your journey with soul-guiding devices will be considerably smoother. It is highly likely that you will eventually advance to the esteemed rank of a level 10 soul guide. Jing Hongqian urged, his eagerness palpable. Wei Xuan's decision perplexed him. He had outright declined an opportunity that many would covet. The reason is, as I have stated, I do not wish to take any teacher, even if you, Old Kong, are the strongest soul guide on the continent. Wei Xuan replied, his tone imbued with a polite firmness that brooked no debate. Kong Deming fell into a contemplative silence, casting a lingering glance at Wei Xuan before sighing softly. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. However, should you encounter any uncertainties regarding soul-guiding devices in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Of course, Wei Xuan smiled, feeling an increased appreciation for Kong Deming. What is the name of the soul-guiding device you crafted? Kong Deming inquired, his gaze fixed upon the soul guide device in his hand, filled with astonishment and curiosity. In his estimation, even a 9th-level soul guide would not evoke such a response. Yet, this mere 3rd-level soul guide cannon left him struggling to maintain his composure, for the impact it had on him was truly profound. Chapter 16. Gifts and Critiques of Cultivation Ethos. I shall name it the Ice Crystal Hand Cannon, Wei Xuan declared. Ice Crystal Hand Cannon, Kong Deming murmured softly, nodding with a smile, a most fitting name. Compact in size, convenient to wield, yet immensely powerful, Kong Deming gradually assessed. After a moment's reflection, his eyes fell upon the energy convergence array etched upon the device's surface, revealing a satisfied and even exhilarated smile. What astonishes me most is the minimal energy consumption of this soul guide. When soul power is infused, this energy convergence array automatically absorbs energy from the surroundings to recharge the cannon. Remarkably, the energy accumulated through the array surpasses that which the soul master contributes. It is simply extraordinary. Kong Deming's face radiated awe. In his perspective, this soul guide could only be described as flawless. Even he could find no faults within it. Wei Xuan cast a deep glance at Kong Deming, recognizing his exceptional prowess with soul guides, as he was able to discern so much without prior usage. You have indeed modified this 4th-level energy convergence array, Kong Deming stated with certainty. The array on the surface of the device bore a resemblance to the 4th-level energy convergence array, but was evidently more profound and powerful, making it easy to surmise that it had undergone enhancements. Indeed, I have made slight modifications. Engraved upon this soul guide, its energy convergence efficacy can reach 60%. If the energy of a single shell is divided into 10 parts, it can provide 6 parts, requiring the user to contribute only 4, Wei Xuan elucidated. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's explanation, both Kong Deming and Jing Hongqian's pupils contracted, exchanging glances that revealed mutual astonishment. The extraordinary efficacy of the energy convergence effect ignited fervor in the hearts of both masters of soul-guiding devices. Although it was merely a level 4 soul-guiding formation, what they perceived was a revolutionary breakthrough in soul-guiding technology, a transformation in its very framework potentially instigated by this enhanced energy convergence formation. Your Highness, might you transcribe this improved energy convergence formation onto paper in its entirety? I yearn to disseminate it widely, inquired Jing Hongqian, breathless with excitement. Before Wei Xuan could respond, he continued, somewhat incoherently, no, it is not solely the energy convergence formation. If possible, I implore you to transcribe all the improved formations. These formations of yours will significantly advance the overall progress of soul-guiding technology. Upon concluding his request, Jing Hongqian offered a deep, respectful bow to Wei Xuan. Bending at a 90-degree angle, his expression grave and devoid of any jest. This gesture of respect was not merely due to Wei Xuan's princely status, but rather in recognition of his remarkable achievements in the realm of soul-guiding devices. The formations refined by Wei Xuan were sufficient to elevate the soul-guiding technology of the Sun Moon Empire to unprecedented heights, reaching a new echelon altogether. Such an achievement undoubtedly warrants a respectful bow, not merely a gesture of deference, but if Wei Xuan were to desire the position of the Mingda Home Master, he would unhesitatingly relinquish it. Kong Deming uttered no words, merely gazing intently at Wei Xuan, harboring sentiments akin to those of Jing Hongqian. Wei Xuan found himself somewhat bewildered by Jing Hongqian's sudden bow, promptly assisting him to rise, saying, "There is no need for such formality, Hall Master Hongqian. As a member of the Sun and Moon Empire, it is my duty to contribute to its welfare. Even without your prompting, I shall unconditionally share my findings." "Really?" Jing Hongqian exclaimed in delight, feeling a sense of gratitude and appreciation. It is indeed rare to encounter such magnanimity in Wei Xuan. Kong Deming cast a surprised glance at Wei Xuan, raising his estimation of him yet again. "Is there any doubt? These research results are not secrets that cannot be shared." "I see no harm in making them available," Wei Xuan replied with ease, his sincerity evident, for he genuinely bore no concern. To him, these findings were foundational, devoid of any intrinsic value for solitary possession. "Your Highness, on behalf of the Mingda Hall and the entire Empire's soul mentors, I extend my heartfelt thanks." Jing Hongqian expressed earnestly. He refrained from suggesting any form of exchange. To do so at such a moment would be foolish. Wei Xuan's research was priceless, beyond any measure of value. What could he possibly offer in return? Even selling the Mingda Hall would not suffice. Recognizing the futility of barter, he chose silence, etching Wei Xuan's kindness deeply in his heart. Who would benefit most from Wei Xuan's shared research? Undoubtedly, it would be the Mingda Hall, and he, as its master, had been bestowed an opportunity that surpassed those of his predecessors. This kindness was one he would cherish for a lifetime. Wei Xuan nodded, acknowledging Jing Hongqian's gratitude. "Hongqian, you are quite commendable," Kong Deming remarked as he approached Jing Hongqian, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. With that, Kong Deming vanished without a sound. Receiving such praise from Kong Deming stirred Jing Hongqian's already heightened emotions, igniting a fervor within him, bringing forth an unprecedented joy. Wei Xuan's gaze flickered. With his formidable spiritual perception, he noted how Kong Deming had disappeared, seemingly utilizing a soul-guiding device. Has his research on soul-guiding devices now ventured into the realm of spatial manipulation? In his heart, Wei Xuan pondered, having developed a certain understanding of this venerable Kong. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, bestowing a refreshing sensation. Within the office, Jing Hongqian presented Wei Xuan with a cerulean badge adorned with 3 diamond stars, signifying his status as a third-level soul mentor. "You are now a true third-level soul mentor," Jing Hongqian remarked with a smile. In truth, Wei Xuan could already be regarded as a 4th-level soul mentor, given his abilities. Creating a 4th-level soul guide was not beyond his reach. However, as he had only theoretical knowledge without practical application, Jing Hongqian hesitated to bestow upon him the title of 4th-level soul mentor. When he handed the badge to Wei Xuan, a hint of pride and honor illuminated his expression, for he had witnessed the emergence of a 6-year-old 3rd-level soul mentor. Upon receiving the badge, Wei Xuan examined it closely before putting it away. "Aren't you going to wear it?" Jing Hongqian inquired, taken aback. The soul guide badge not only served as proof, but also as a mark of honor. Typically, soul mentors would don it to signify their status. "Why wear it? I am aware of my standing as a 3rd-level soul mentor." "There is no need to flaunt it with a badge," Wei Xuan replied with a light laugh. Jing Hongqian paused for a moment. Comprehending Wei Xuan's intent, he wished to avoid drawing excessive attention. A 6-year-old 3rd-level soul mentor would undoubtedly pique curiosity and invite unnecessary trouble. Jing Hongqian smiled, refraining from persuading Wei Xuan to wear the badge, and instead retrieved the dark golden engraving knife from his storage ring, presenting it to Wei Xuan. "This dark golden engraving knife is a gift from my teacher, meant to congratulate you on becoming a 3rd-level soul mentor." The carving knife that Wei Xuan used last night has now been returned to Jing Hongqian. A gift? Might this offering be rather lavish? Wei Xuan refrained from reaching out to accept it, instead inquiring with a smile. Aside from a few specialized ranking knives of lesser value, most others are indeed quite precious, especially those within the top 20 rankings, each of which could be described as priceless. Their worth measured in billions. One should not underestimate the value of this seemingly simple carving knife. For a soul mentor, these highly ranked knives are undeniably significant. This particular dark gold carving knife alone is valued at no less than 200 million gold soul coins, and that is a conservative estimate. The actual worth is likely to be even greater. To gift such a knife is to present a truly opulent offering. In this world, aside from Kong Deming, it seems no one possesses the capability or audacity to bestow a 15th-ranked carving knife. It is indeed quite generous. My teacher has never gifted me such a precious item. remarked Jing Hongqian with a hint of jealousy. Soon, however, he added with a smile, nevertheless, in my view, you undoubtedly deserve such a lavish gift. As the saying goes, a fine steed deserves a good saddle, and a worthy ship deserves a strong sail. A genius soul master like you should possess a formidable carving knife. With it, I believe your crafting of soul tools will become significantly more convenient, and the tools you create will be even more powerful. The value of a ranked carving knife lies not solely in its sharpness but in its ability to enhance the effects of soul tools when inscribing formations, thereby augmenting their potency. A soul tool crafted with a knife from the top 20 rankings boasts nearly a 20% increase in power compared to those made with ordinary knives. And the greater the rank, the more substantial the enhancement. Wei Xuan nodded in agreement, feeling quite drawn to the knife. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted the dark gold carving knife. I shall remember this kindness from you, old Kong, Wei Xuan said earnestly, feeling somewhat guilty about receiving such a valuable item for free. You rascal, Jing Hongqian chuckled, understanding Wei Xuan's character and choosing not to dwell on the matter. I do not possess the means of my teacher, so I can only offer you this. As he spoke, a bright silver ring appeared in his hand. Wei Xuan, feeling less inclined to be polite regarding Jing Hongqian's gift, took the ring without waiting for further words. He naturally did not assume that Jing Hongqian was merely gifting him a ring. As he extended his consciousness into it, the contents of the ring materialized in his mind. With a mere thought, a box of medicinal pills appeared in his hand, and he gently hefted it, hearing a soft rustle. Curiously, he opened the box, releasing a faint medicinal aroma. Inside were 9 round, brown pills, each the size of a longan, arranged neatly. These are soul-enhancing pills, suitable for a soul master of your level. Taking one at each bottleneck will directly assist you in breaking through, saving you the time of struggling against those barriers. Jing Hongqian explained. There exist bottlenecks between each level for soul masters, and when faced with such a barrier, their cultivation speed slows considerably. Even the most talented soul masters may require several days to break through a minor bottleneck. Thus, utilizing these pills for direct breakthroughs undoubtedly saves a great deal of time. Wei Xuan remained silent, picking up a pill to smell it, his brow slightly furrowing. Assuming Wei Xuan was merely intrigued by the pill, Jing Hongqian continued cheerfully. In addition to aiding you in overcoming minor-level bottlenecks, these pills will also enhance your cultivation speed. With their assistance, reaching the Great Soul Master level within 2 years should pose no problem. Besides the soul-enhancing pills, the ring also contains ascending soul pills suitable for Great Soul Masters, and Ziyun pills for those at the soul respect level. Jing Hongqian elaborated, providing a detailed explanation of each pill's appropriate stage and effects. In total, there were 10 types of pills, each designed to either enhance a soul master's soul power or assist in breaking through bottlenecks. These pills would undoubtedly suffice to elevate Wei Xuan to the soul sage level at an accelerated pace. So what do you think? Do you like my gift? Jing Hongqian asked proudly. Although the value of these elixirs pales in comparison to the dark gold engraved dagger, they are nonetheless quite expensive, collectively exceeding 5 million gold soul coins. These elixirs are of the highest quality, with minimal side effects upon consumption, and their price is several dozen times that of ordinary potions. Wei Xuan placed the elixirs back into their box, shaking his head in resignation. The level of alchemy was rather crude, representing a sheer waste of materials. Jing Hongqian had initially anticipated a display of surprise and gratitude from Wei Xuan, but upon witnessing his reaction, she paused momentarily and couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this reaction? The value of these elixirs is exceedingly precious. Even a prince would find it difficult to procure them. Why do you appear so disdainful?" Wei Xuan, realizing his words had been cut short, shook his head in exasperation. After all, this was the other party's goodwill, and it seemed somewhat inappropriate to express disdain. After a moment's thought, he remarked, "I merely feel that relying on elixirs to enhance soul power may be akin to pulling up seedlings to hasten their growth, which could hinder my development." "Ah, so it is concerned for that," Jing Hongqian reassured him. "Rest assured, these elixirs are of the finest quality, with very minimal side effects, and will not cause significant adverse impacts. Moreover, utilizing these elixirs may only slightly diminish your combat capability as a soul master, but in terms of soul guides, they will offer tremendous benefits, allowing you to become a truly formidable soul guide in the shortest possible time. Based on my estimates, after consuming these elixirs, you could potentially reach the threshold of an 8th level soul guide before the age of 15. An 8th level soul guide is undoubtedly superior to an 8-ringed soul Douluo. So a slight weakening of soul master abilities is of little concern. Jing Hongqian spoke with indifference, for in her view, while Wei Xian's extraordinary talent was indeed precious, it paled in comparison to his prowess in soul guiding. Could Wei Xian truly reach the level of a soul Douluo by 15? It was obvious that such a feat was impossible. Yet, she was convinced that Wei Xian would undoubtedly become an 8th-level soul guide by the age of 15, rendering any concerns about soul master capabilities rather trivial. Wei Xian, however, disagreed with Jing Hongqian's perspective, shaking his head and stating, "Master Hongqian, I believe you are somewhat prioritizing the trivial over the essential." "What do you mean by that?" Jing Hongqian felt a surge of excitement at the thought of Wei Xian becoming an 8th-level soul mentor at the mere age of 15. In this moment of elation, he received Wei Xian's slightly critical remarks with a smile. A soul mentor, in simpler terms, is a soul master who utilizes soul guiding devices. Since one is a soul master, the primary focus should be on enhancing one's own strength, rather than neglecting personal development in favor of an obsession with soul guiding devices. However, Jing Hongqian's smile faded, and his brow furrowed slightly. Wei Xian's words had escalated from mere rebuttal to a denial of the cultivation ethos of the Sun and Moon Empire. Noticing the change in Jing Hongqian's expression, Wei Xian continued undeterred. No matter how powerful a soul-guiding device may be, it remains merely a weapon, an external object. While soul masters may employ them, they must not become reliant upon them, nor sacrifice their own strength in pursuit of achievements with these devices. In my view, such sacrifices are neither worthwhile nor wise. Chapter 17. Dreaming of red dust, smiling in red dust, Your Highness. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Jing Hongqian inquired, his voice laced with indignation. Wei Xian offered a faint smile and replied, "Of course, Master Hongqian. Do you believe I have erred in my statements? The initial part of your assertion holds merit, yet your claim of it being unworthy constitutes a significant mistake in my eyes. While consuming medicinal pills may lead to a superficial increase in soul power, it can also result in higher soul power levels, enabling soul mentors to forge more formidable soul-guiding devices. With a powerful soul-guiding device, one can undoubtedly compensate for any deficiencies in a soul master's capabilities, even surpassing them entirely. Take yourself as an example. I am highly confident you could break through to 8th-level soul mentor before the age of 15. However, if you were to solely concentrate on cultivating your soul power, do you believe you could reach the rank of soul Douluo by then? Let alone soul Douluo, you might struggle to achieve soul king status. Even if you did break through, who would be stronger, the soul king or an 8th-level soul mentor? The medicinal pills grant soul mentors the strength to surpass their age. Does that not hold value? Jing Hongqian countered. This is merely a choice between short-term gains and long-term development. Wei Xian calmly responded. The consumption of medicinal pills excessively depletes one's innate potential, which adversely affects the future. More than 99% of soul mentors will find themselves stymied at a certain bottleneck for life due to early reliance on medicinal pills. To say 99% may be an understatement. It is more accurate to assert 100%. The remaining 1% merely have higher bottlenecks, leading others to believe they are not impeded, when in truth, they too will experience no further advancement in their lifetimes. Wei Xian corrected himself. Jing Hongqian's body trembled as he widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Wei Xian in astonishment, his heart racing with shock. How do you know this? He gasped. Wei Xian's remarks are undeniably accurate. The consumption of elixirs to enhance soul power indeed yields such adverse consequences. Almost everyone ultimately bears the side effects brought about by these potions, resulting in an unusually slow increase in soul power, or even a lifelong stagnation. It is deduced that all medicine carries some toxicity. Regardless of the quality of the elixir, side effects are inevitable, especially concerning the potion Wei Xian refers to. Casting a glance at the elixir in his hand, he slightly shook his head. Its quality was far too inferior, and the side effects post-consumption would be considerable. Alas, there is no alternative. If one wishes to rapidly elevate their soul power, sacrifices must be made. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, sighed Jing Hongqian. Though aware of the adverse effects of consuming elixirs, they still felt compelled to partake, as the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Wei Xian understood Jing Hongqian's sentiments, his thoughts stirring with other notions, yet he refrained from voicing them at that moment. Shifting the topic, he expressed, I still aspire to pursue a purely soul master path, without excessive reliance on elixirs. He did not outright dismiss the efficacy of elixirs. If these potions were refined, consuming one or two could indeed pose no issue. Yet, rather than focusing on improving these elixirs, he was more inclined to explore the possibility of concocting potions from the realm of cultivation, as those would be truly suitable for enhancing one's abilities. However, this approach will result in a notably gradual increase in your soul power, which may hinder your breakthroughs with soul-guiding artifacts, Jing Hongchen cautioned. Moreover, our Sun-Moon Empire is not adept at nurturing soul masters. If you pursue a purely soul master path, suitable guidance may be lacking, complicating your training. He articulated the drawbacks. The Sun-Moon Empire excels in cultivating soul engineers, but falters in the development of soul masters, to the point of being deficient. Wei Xuan responded nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I am confident that my level as a soul master will not impede my breakthroughs with soul-guiding artifacts. As for the guidance you mentioned, I actually do not require it. I possess my own understanding of soul master cultivation, and no one can teach me. I have my own path to tread." Although the cultivation systems of this world differ from that of the cultivation realm, the journey of cultivation ultimately converges. There are commonalities. Drawing upon the experiences of his past life, he was certain that even without guidance, he could ascend to the pinnacle. Jing Hongchen gazed at Wei Xuan in astonishment, noting that he did not seem to jest, which caused a tremor in his heart, and he found himself somewhat believing Wei Xuan's words. After scrutinizing Wei Xuan for a considerable time, Jing Hongchen slowly nodded and said, "The elixir is yours. Whether to consume it is entirely your choice. Each path must be walked by oneself." He could not impose the necessity for Wei Xuan to strictly adhere to the route of a pure soul engineer. Furthermore, for Wei Xuan, perhaps a dual cultivation path of both soul master and soul engineer would be more advantageous. Indeed, Wei Xuan nodded, contemplating before asking, "Master Hongchen, do you know the individuals who concoct these elixirs? Why do you inquire about this?" Jing Hongchen questioned, filled with curiosity. "I find this elixir quite intriguing and wish to observe its method of concoction," Wei Xuan replied casually, displaying a demeanor of genuine interest. "You rascal, your curiosity knows no bounds." Jing Hongchen chuckled. "I happen to know some alchemists. Perhaps I could introduce you to them," he suggested. Wei Xuan smiled in satisfaction, saying, "I would be grateful for your assistance, Master Hongchen. By the way, have you considered enhancing the practical combat abilities of these spirit guide apprentices?" After stowing away his ring, Wei Xuan inquired, "Enhancing their combat capabilities?" Jing Hongchen appeared contemplative, regarding Wei Xuan with a hint of intrigue. "Do you believe their combat prowess is lacking?" "It is not merely a belief. I have observed some of their battles, and to be frank, they are indeed quite feeble, riddled with flaws," Wei Xuan stated bluntly. He did not intend to disparage the apprentices, but rather spoke the truth. While they may possess skills in crafting spirit-guiding devices, their combat performance left much to be desired. And his assessment was not an exaggeration. "You are able to discern their combat shortcomings?" Jing Hongchen asked, astonished. "Their deficiencies are glaringly apparent." "It is quite difficult not to notice," Wei Xuan shrugged helplessly. After a brief silence, Jing Hongchen murmured, "I too believe their practical abilities are somewhat inadequate. However, affecting change is rather challenging. There is nothing difficult about it. If they engage in more battles and solidify their spirit power, significant improvement will ensue," Wei Xuan remarked nonchalantly. "It may seem simple, yet their focus is predominantly on the study of spirit-guiding devices, leaving little time for combat and the fortification of their spirit power." Jing Hongchen lamented, "Once a prevailing mindset is established, it is not easily altered. Enhancing their combat abilities is not at odds with their research into spirit-guiding devices. In fact, it can be quite beneficial," Wei Xuan asserted. Jing Hongchen became intrigued, gesturing for Wei Xuan to continue. "Encouraging them to bolster their combat skills is, in essence, a process of reinforcing their own spirit power. This will mitigate the impact of elixirs, allowing their spirit power to become more substantial. Once their foundation is solidified, breakthroughs will come more easily, which will greatly benefit their future endeavors in crafting spirit-guiding devices. Additionally, increased combat experience will enable them to better understand the strengths and weaknesses of their devices, allowing for targeted improvements. It is truly a multifaceted advantage," Wei Xuan thoughtfully analyzed. Jing Hongchen nodded in agreement, astonished by Wei Xuan's insights. His conviction solidified by Wei Xuan's words, he declared, "I will do my utmost to introduce additional practical courses for them. It is imperative that they recognize the significance of real combat. Otherwise, merely adding more courses would be futile. Do you have a plan?" As Jing Hongchen observed Wei Xian's calm and composed demeanor, she could not help but inquire. Wei Xian smiled gently, nodding as he replied, "Indeed, there is a way, but it cannot be implemented just yet. We must wait a few years." "Oh." Jing Hongchen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pressed on. "Do tell me your method. We shall speak of it later. If I reveal it now, you likely would not believe me," Wei Xian teased, withholding details. "You rascal. How do you know I wouldn't believe you?" Jing Hongchen exclaimed, her curiosity only intensifying. Just as she was about to persist with her inquiries, a clear, youthful voice rang out from outside. "Grandpa." Instantly, Wei Xian instinctively attempted to slip away, while Jing Hongchen wore a benevolent smile. A striking young girl with lustrous, wine-red hair and blue eyes, clad in a pink gown, burst through the door, her face alight with joy. "Grandpa, I have become a level 2 soul mentor." "Wow, Wei Xian Gige is here too, how wonderful." The girl quickly noticed Wei Xian, her face beaming with delight, reminiscent of a blossoming flower. "Oh, Mingming has become a level 2 soul mentor? That truly warrants celebration," Jing Hongchen exclaimed with hearty laughter, thoroughly pleased with her granddaughter's achievement. As she spoke, Jing Hongchen opened her arms to embrace her granddaughter who was rushing towards her, but in the next instant, her expression froze, and her lips twitched slightly as her peripheral vision caught something. As the girl approached, she pivoted to offer Wei Xian an enthusiastic hug. But he deftly sidestepped her advance. "Mingjie, let us maintain our boundaries. It is best we refrain from such embraces," Wei Xian firmly declined, a hint of exasperation on his face as he distanced himself from the girl. "What did you call me? Did you not say to call you sister? Why are you suddenly using Mingjie again?" She pouted, her face a picture of grievance. It was uncertain whether her discontent stemmed from Wei Xian evading her embrace or his choice of address, or perhaps both. Seeing her distressed demeanor, Wei Xian could only relent. "All right. I shall call you sister from now on." Though Ming Hongchen was slightly older than him, her insistence on the title sister was both amusing and perplexing. "Hee. That is more like it." The girl beamed, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Wei Xian Gige, I am now a level 2 soul mentor." Ming Hongchen proudly displayed her level 2 soul mentor badge, her tone laced with a sense of achievement. To attain such a status before turning 8 was indeed a source of pride for her. "Is that so? Little Mingjie, you are quite impressive." Wei Xian feigned astonishment. "Hee. I am a genius." Ming Hongchen beamed at the compliment, her charming dimples appearing as she smiled. "You only have eyes for Wei Xian Gige, don't you? Have you forgotten that Grandpa is still here?" Jing Hongchen deliberately maintained a stern expression. "Not at all. I was originally looking for Grandpa. I just got a bit too excited upon seeing Brother Wei Xian here and momentarily forgot about Grandpa." Ming Hongchen rushed to Jing Hongchen's side, securing one of his arms, and spoke with a cheerful grin. Jing Hongchen lightly tapped Ming Hongchen on the head, exchanging a glance with Wei Xian, both recognizing the mutual exasperation reflected in each other's eyes. "Where is your brother?" Jing Hongchen inquired. Knowing that the siblings usually ventured together, one's presence typically signifying the other's close proximity. "Oh, he's peeking in the laboratory over there. He'll probably be chased over here any moment now," Ming Hongchen replied with a mischievous smile. Wei Xian could already surmise from the expression on Ming Hongchen's face that her brother had once again been betrayed by his sister. Sure enough, shortly after Ming Hongchen finished speaking, a middle-aged man appeared at the office door, holding a child by the collar. The child, strikingly handsome and bearing a strong resemblance to Ming Hongchen, possessed blue eyes and a tall, slender frame, dressed in a white outfit that exuded youthful vigor. The boy, held aloft by the middle-aged man, did not struggle. His face displayed a mix of indignation and calm, as if he were already accustomed to such treatment. Observing the approaching figure of Xiao Hongchen, Jing Hongchen couldn't help but face-bomb, while Ming Hongchen stifled a giggle. "What a fervent enthusiast for soul-guiding devices," Wei Xian chuckled. Shaking his head, Xiao Hongchen's passion for soul-guiding devices was truly commendable. Young Master Xiao Hongchen has again been caught peeking outside the laboratory. As you instructed, I have brought him here," the middle-aged man reported, bowing respectfully after releasing Xiao Hongchen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongchen immediately expressed his displeasure, arguing loudly, "I wasn't peeking. It's only a matter of time before I enter Mingda Hall, given my talent. Since I will definitely enter, isn't it only right that I take a look at what I will be seeing every day?" The middle-aged man fell silent, having heard such statements more than once before. "You may leave now," Jing Hongchen said with a resigned wave of his hand. The middle-aged man bowed again before departing. "Didn't I tell you not to peek?" Jing Hongchen admonished, feeling quite exasperated with his grandson. Xiao Haoqin's fervor for soul-guiding devices was so intense that he would dash to the laboratory whenever an opportunity arose to observe the crafting of such devices. I was merely getting a preview of what I will certainly see in the future, Xiao Haoqin retorted, pouting. He then pointed at Wei Xuan, indignantly stating, moreover, he isn't even a soul master, yet he can enter the laboratory. Why can't I? My talent for soul-guiding devices is no less than his. Jing Haoqin glared at him, admonishing, can your talents truly be compared to His Highness's? Your arrogance seems to be growing. Indeed, Brother Wei Xuan possesses far superior talents. Meng Haoqin chimed in, siding with Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, however, felt a sense of unjust misfortune, wondering how he had become embroiled in this situation. Xiao Haoqin's face flushed with indignation as she retorted, he merely possesses a remarkable memory. Were he to truly craft a soul guide device, he might not surpass my skills. She felt a tumult of envy and jealousy towards Wei Xuan, who had been granted an exceptional entry into the Mingda Hall at merely 3 years of age, leaving her heart unsettled. Chapter 18. The challenge to Xiao Haoqin. Jing Haoqin sighed and shook her head, reflecting on her grandson's many admirable qualities, yet lamenting his excessive arrogance. He fancied himself as the most gifted of his generation, oblivious to the truth that there are always those who are more capable beyond one's own horizon. This hubris could very well lead him to significant misfortune in the future. Dare I say, Wei Xuan's talents extend far beyond mere memory, declared Meng Haoqin. Her cheeks puffed adorably due to her baby fat. You fickle admirer. If you won't defend your own brother, who will? Xiao Haoqin shot a fierce glare at Meng Haoqin, her irritation palpable. I support reason over kinship. Wei Xuan certainly possesses greater prowess. Meng Haoqin defended herself. You little traitor, Xiao Haoqin insisted, clearly dissatisfied with her sister's stance. Enough. Why have you two siblings fallen into quarrel again? Jing Haoqin interjected, her patience wearing thin as the siblings frequently engaged in verbal skirmishes. Smile. Do not harbor such imbalance in your heart. The prince's exceptional entry into Mingda Hall is not solely due to his photographic memory, but also his formidable practical skills. In truth, he possesses a greater innate talent for soul guides than you. Jing Haoqin softly reassured Xiao Haoqin as she approached her. I refuse to believe it. Xiao Haoqin crossed her arms defiantly, harboring skepticism regarding Wei Xuan's capabilities. Jing Haoqin gently ruffled Xiao Haoqin's hair and chuckled, still in disbelief. Are you aware of what level of soul master the prince currently is? Without waiting for Xiao Haoqin to speculate, Jing Haoqin revealed, he is a level 3 soul master, with his true capabilities already nearing level 4. Xiao Haoqin's eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over her as she turned to Wei Xuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Wow, Grandpa, is what you say truly the case? Is brother Wei Xuan really a level 3 soul master? Meng Haoqin was astounded, her mouth agape. Although she desperately wished for Wei Xuan to indeed be a 3rd-level soul mentor, she found it somewhat implausible. A 3rd-level soul mentor at merely 6 years of age was utterly astonishing. Wei Xuan displayed no hint of pride or arrogance on his countenance. Rather, he appeared remarkably composed, as if the claim were not even directed at him. It took Meng Haoqin a few moments to regain her composure, her initial reaction being one of disbelief. Possessing extensive theoretical knowledge about soul mentors of various levels did not equate to the ability to become one at the corresponding level. She was aware that Wei Xuan had mastered a vast array of theoretical concepts. In terms of theory alone, he likely surpassed many 5th or 6th level soul mentors. However, theory and practical application were entirely different realms. The creation of soul-guiding devices required not only theoretical knowledge, but also the support of soul power. Without sufficient soul power, one could not possibly fabricate the corresponding soul-guiding devices. Meng Haoqin could believe that Wei Xuan, with his 12th level soul power, could produce a 1st-level soul-guiding device. Yet the notion of him crafting a 3rd-level device was hard to accept. It defied all logic. Grandfather, even if you are biased in favor of Wei Xuan, there is no need to resort to such deceit to mislead me, Meng Haoqin exclaimed angrily, her eyes slightly reddening. Do I truly need to deceive you? Her grandfather, upon witnessing Meng Haoqin's aggrieved expression, refrained from rebuking her. Is this not a lie? A 3rd-level soul mentor must create a 3rd-level soul tool to prove his worth. Yet he found himself at a loss for words as he faced the probing gaze of Xiao Haoqin. He halted mid-sentence, for the soul tool in Wei Xuan's hands rendered him speechless. Wei Xuan presented his handcrafted ice crystal hand cannon, shaking it before Xiao Haoqin and then tossing it to him. Instinctively, Xiao Haoqin caught the soul tool, only to be enveloped by the chilling aura it emanated. causing him to shiver involuntarily. "It's so cold," Xiao Hongchen mused, feeling as though he held not a soul tool, but a shard of ancient ice. Its frigid touch raising goosebumps upon his skin. The soul tool carries the essence of its creator's soul power. "Do you sense it is indeed mine?" Wei Xuan inquired. As the grandson of Jing Hongchun, Xiao Hongchen had many opportunities to meet Wei Xuan in the future, and it was prudent to resolve any potential conflicts to ease Jing Hongchen's burdens. To facilitate Xiao Hongchen's recognition, Wei Xuan deliberately released his soul power, a cascade of coldness swirling around them. "What kind of soul tool is this?" Meng Hongchun, filled with curiosity, approached Xiao Hongchen, keenly examining the creation. "It is my first soul tool, the ice crystal hand cannon, classified as a third-level soul tool," Wei Xuan explained. "How impressive!" Meng Hongchen exclaimed, her admiration evident as she gazed at Wei Xuan, her eyes sparkling like stars. Wei Xuan, taken aback, merely offered an awkward smile. Given their ages in the previous life, Meng Hongchen appeared to him as a little sister. Faced with this sibling's innocent admiration, he found himself at a loss for how to respond, lacking any experience in such matters. While Meng Hongchen accepted his words wholeheartedly, Xiao Hongchen approached with skepticism, scrutinizing the soul tool's details. As the grandson of the Mingda Hall master and a scion of a soul tool family, Xiao Hongchen's understanding far surpassed that of his peers. Initially doubtful that this was indeed a third-level soul tool, his attitude shifted as he examined it further. A look of astonishment crept onto his face, and he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder as he assessed its features, offering praise and critique in equal measure. Completely absorbed in the soul tool, his initial skepticism transformed into admiration, as if he were beholding the most exquisite work of art. "Brother, calm yourself. You're nearly drooling," Meng Hongchen playfully admonished as she gave Xiao Hongchen a hearty pat on the back. He seemed to awaken from a dream, momentarily disoriented yet still entranced by the craftsmanship of the soul tool. "This is the most perfect third-level soul tool I have ever encountered. The craftsmanship is nothing short of flawless." Xiao Hongchen marveled, oblivious to his sister's teasing, utterly captivated by the artifact. "However, the internal formation appears to be of fourth-level quality. It would be more appropriate to classify this as a fourth-level soul tool," he mused quietly. Though he lacked the ability to inscribe a fourth-level formation, he had encountered them before and could discern their level by the energy fluctuations they emitted. "Now, do you believe that Wei Xuan is indeed a third-level soul mentor?" Meng Hongchen chimed in, her hands clasped behind her back, a playful smile gracing her lips. Xiao Hongchen, jolted from his reverie, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he turned his complex gaze towards Wei Xuan. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Wei Xuan was indeed a third-level soul mentor, perhaps even a fourth-level one. "Grandfather was right. You are indeed more formidable than I," Xiao Hongchen conceded softly after a brief internal struggle. To elicit such acknowledgement from someone as proud as him indicated a true recognition of Wei Xuan's prowess. Jing Hongchen's face lit up with pride, pleased by Xiao Hongchen's willingness to admit inferiority. Wei Xuan smiled gently, teasing, "You won't insist that I merely rely on my status and memory anymore, will you?" Meng Hongchen stifled a giggle, casting a glance at her brother to observe his reaction. Xiao Hongchen's face flushed crimson as he suddenly felt foolish for his previous actions, wishing he could disappear into the ground in embarrassment. "Let us strive to coexist harmoniously from now on," Wei Xuan suggested, not insisting on an apology, but merely offering a light-hearted comment. Xiao Hongchen stared at Wei Xuan in astonishment, taking a moment before nodding with a hint of shame. "All right." Noticing his demeanor, Wei Xuan felt a spark of curiosity and asked, "What level are you currently at?" With a sense of pride illuminating his countenance, Xiao Hongchen instinctively responded, revealing that he had reached the illustrious rank of 25. Achieving such a level before the age of 9 is a testament to his remarkable talent, one that not only stands out in the Sun and Moon Empire, but also among the esteemed realms of the Douluo continent, where few can rival him. Xiao Hongchen's confidence is not mere arrogance, it is rooted in his innate abilities. Of course, attaining this remarkable soul power at such a tender age undoubtedly involved the use of medicinal elixirs. Without such assistance, he would not have reached this level, especially within the Sun and Moon Empire, where the training of soul masters is often neglected. 25 is indeed commendable. Wei Xuan seemed quite pleased with Xiao Hongchen's soul power. "Why do you inquire?" Xiao Hongchen asked curiously. Wei Xuan smiled slightly and replied, "I have yet to engage in combat since acquiring my soul ring. I seek someone to spar with, and you are quite suitable. You wish to spar with me? Xiahonkin exclaimed in surprise, his expression tinged with incredulity. Isn't it rather unfair for a 12th level to challenge a 25th level? Wei Xian, please don't challenge my brother. Your level far exceeds his. And it would be too disadvantageous, Meng Hongqian quickly interjected. Jing Hongqian stood silently, observing Wei Xian and Xiahonkin with an air of contemplation, saying nothing. Indeed, I am eager to test my own strength, Wei Xian stated earnestly, having yet to experience combat utilizing his martial spirit. As if struck by a thought, he added, I will not employ soul-guiding devices. I wish to battle you solely with the capabilities of a soul master. You may use any means you deem fit. Are you underestimating me? My soul power already surpasses yours by over 10 levels, and you propose to fight without using soul-guiding devices? Do you believe that merely relying on the abilities of a soul master can allow you to triumph over one of my rank? Xiahonkin retorted, visibly agitated, his expression darkening. The combat prowess of a soul engineer exceeds that of a soul master of the same level, if he were to unleash his full potential. Even formidable soul masters would find themselves at a disadvantage. Wei Xian was well aware of the combat capabilities of a second-level soul engineer, yet he still insisted on depending solely on the abilities of a soul master for their duel, which seemed to belittle Xiahonkin's abilities. Generally, when it comes to soul masters of the same rank, the advantage lies with the soul engineers, and this advantage becomes more pronounced at lower levels. Perhaps Wei Xian believes that should he utilize a soul-guiding device, you would stand no chance of resistance, Meng Hongqian murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Xiahonkin's body trembled slightly as he glanced at the third-level soul-guiding cannon still in his hand, suddenly grasping Wei Xian's intentions. This soul-guiding cannon possesses the power to shatter even a fourth-level soul-guiding shield if it were to strike you. Jing Hongqian interjected at the opportune moment. Xiahonkin's eyes widened in shock, staring at the soul-guiding cannon in his grasp, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Should I employ a soul-guiding device? Wei Xian could not help but jest. No, you should rely on the abilities of the soul master. Xiahongqian's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily waved his hand in response. Chapter 19. The combat state of Wei Xian upon realizing the terrifying power of the soul-guided devices crafted by Wei Xian. He dared not allow the other party to utilize them. All right, I will not employ the soul-guided device. Let us find a place to engage in battle, Wei Xian declared. Sure, Xiahongqian readily replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he anticipated the forthcoming duel. Let us head to the soul-guided device experimental zone number 10. It is sparsely populated, making it easy to clear a space, Jing Hongqian suggested, proactively scouting for a venue. Naturally, Wei Xian had no objections to Jing Hongqian's proposal, and under his guidance, they swiftly arrived at experimental zone number 10. This zone, located to the east of Mingda Hall, was modest in size, forming a square with sides measuring 200 meters. The ground was composed of a unique, exceptionally hard material. With Jing Hongqian's dispersal, several soul mentors, who had been conducting experiments in the area, quickly evacuated, clearing the space. Wei Xian and Xiahongqian stood in the center of the arena, separated by a distance of 100 meters. Go, brother Wei Xian, Meng Hongqian shouted excitedly, her face alight with enthusiasm. Observing her exuberance, Jing Hongqian shook his head in exasperation. Thankfully, there were only the four of them present, or he might have felt somewhat embarrassed. Grandfather, who do you think will win? Meng Hongqian inquired with her delicate face tilted upward in curiosity. Jing Hongqian pondered for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I am aware of your brother's strength, but I am unfamiliar with the prince's combat prowess, so I cannot make an accurate prediction. Let us observe their performance. While he had some understanding of Wei Xian's combat capability, it was not comprehensive enough to gauge his true strength based solely on one soul skill. Oh, I think brother Wei Xian will win, Meng Hongqian murmured softly. Perhaps, Jing Hongqian replied, his gaze filled with anticipation. Remember, Wei Xian, this is a sparring match you proposed. Do not blame me if I hit too hard, Xiahongqian said with a grin. He had long wished to give Wei Xian a good thrashing, and now that the opportunity presented itself, he could not let it slip away. May you achieve your wish, Wei Xian chuckled, dismissing Xiahongqian's malice with a smile. There was no need to dwell on such trivial matters with a child. With that, he wasted no more time. His soul power surged, causing the temperature of the surrounding environment to plummet. With a resounding roar, an ancient ice dragon coiled upward from behind him, its robust form emanating an aura of extreme cold, as if forged from crystalline ice. As the ancient ice dragon's spirit manifested, Wei Xian's entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. His eyes turned an icy blue, exuding an air of cold nobility. Although his physical form did not exhibit the typical changes associated with a beast spirit manifestation, he appeared even more powerful, akin to a humanoid young dragon. Wei Xuan's ice blue hair danced in the absence of wind, surrounded by white frost that swirled around him. As the ice dragon behind him moved slowly, releasing icy breath that swept through the air. "Wow, so cool," Meng Hongchen exclaimed, her arms crossed over her chest, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Wei Xuan's spirit. Jing Hongchen could not help but facepalm. His granddaughter was a hopeless romantic at such a young age. Xiao Hongchen stared in awe at Wei Xuan, now infused with the spirit of the ice dragon, marveling at the formidable power of his spirit. Upon the release of his martial soul, even if Wei Xuan made no move, the temperature in the vicinity began to plummet rapidly. Beneath the sun, a chilling aura danced in the air, creating an extraordinary spectacle. "Stop dawdling. In 3 seconds. I shall make my move," Wei Xuan reminded, refraining from taking the initiative while Xiao Hongchen was momentarily distracted. "Oh," Xiao Hongchen snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. Losing focus during battle is a grave mistake. Had Wei Xuan seized this moment to strike, he would have faced dire consequences. He hastily summoned his soul power to unleash his martial soul. Lowering his body slightly, a golden leg emerged from his posterior, glimmering as if forged from pure gold. Emanating a strong metallic aura, a layer of golden light enveloped Xiao Hongchen, and protrusions appeared on his back, tearing his garments as 2 yellow soul rings materialized. Behind him manifested a visually appealing golden toad, his martial soul, the 3-legged golden toad. As soon as the soul rings appeared, they flickered with brilliant yellow light, radiating potent energy waves. Xiao Hongchen swiftly hurled a series of metallic spheres into the air, his speed astonishing. Within mere breaths, he had launched 20 metallic spheres. 12 of these spheres hovered mid-air, drawn by an unseen energy, while the remaining 8 exploded. The detonated spheres scattered countless golden particles, which, defying gravity, lingered in the air. When Xiao Hongchen's soul rings fully illuminated, the golden particles converged toward the metallic spheres. In an uncanny moment, the 12 spheres appeared animated, merging with the golden particles to sprout thick metallic barrels. A force of attraction erupted from Xiao Hongchen's body, drawing the emerging barrels to adhere to him. 2 barrels affixed to each shoulder and arm, 2 more on either side of his abdomen, 5 on his back, and a smaller one on his chest. "I am ready," Xiao Hongchen declared, having fully entered a combat state. Wei Xuan nodded, immediately springing into action, charging towards Xiao Hongchen. The optimal strategy against ranged soul-guided devices is to close the distance, denying the opponent the opportunity for long-range bombardment. Otherwise, should the adversary fully unleash their offensive, one would be left to passively endure the assault. As Wei Xuan approached, a faint smile graced Xiao Hongchen's face, and the 12 barrels on his body simultaneously ignited with brilliance. With a series of resounding booms, 12 projectiles were launched, igniting sparks as they arched through the air toward Wei Xuan. Thanks to Xiao Hongchen's precise aiming, these projectiles accurately intercepted Wei Xuan's path. In this confrontation, Wei Xuan refrained from utilizing his spiritual perception. His earlier assertion of relying solely on the strength of a soul master did not imply an exclusion of his formidable spiritual awareness and mastered techniques, which remained within the bounds of his capabilities. In this battle, he sought to rely solely on the power of the soul masters, aiming to test and familiarize himself with the intricate power system of this world. Without the ability to probe with his divine consciousness, he found himself at a disadvantage against the oncoming artillery shells, as mere visual observation somewhat hindered his reflexes. With a forceful stamp of his foot against the ground, he propelled his body sideways, covering several meters in a single bound. Wei Xuan executed swift lateral jumps, evading the shells with remarkable speed. The explosions roared as the shells detonated upon impact, flames blossoming like fireworks, causing the ground to shudder slightly. The sheer force generated by the 12 consecutive detonations was immense. The scorching shockwaves could be distinctly felt even from 100 meters away. Although Wei Xuan deftly avoided the epicenter of the explosions thanks to his agility, he still felt the searing impact against his back. However, his extensive combat experience from a previous life enabled him to maintain his balance, his steps steady as if untouched by the blast. Naturally, the assault from Xiao Hongchen would not cease after just one wave, as dozens of shells soared through the sky, raining down upon Wei Xuan like a tempest of arrows. This time, Xiahonqin unleashed a barrage of 5 consecutive rounds, launching 60 shells capable of covering a substantial portion of the arena, leaving Wei Xuan with almost no room to evade. Simultaneously, Xiahonqin's body was in motion, maintaining a calculated distance from Wei Xuan. The soul-guided devices he crafted were primarily designed for long-range combat. Only by preserving a certain distance could their full potential be realized. "Let's see how you evade this," Xiahonqin grinned, as if envisioning Wei Xuan's disheveled form being overwhelmed by the explosions. Jinghanchen felt a surge of tension. An ethereal soul-guiding shield appeared in her hand, shimmering with light, ready to be activated at any moment. "Ah, brother Wei Xuan," Minghanchen felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively covering her eyes, too frightened to witness the unfolding chaos. Wei Xuan glanced upward at the incoming shells, his expression betraying little emotion, unfazed by the precarious situation. Once immersed in battle, he cast aside any complex feelings, dedicating himself entirely to the fight until victory was secured. The ancient ice dragon spirit behind him spiraled and surged forth, its ethereal form solidifying. Seizing the moment, Wei Xuan leaped with precision, landing deftly upon the dragon's back, maintaining perfect balance without a hint of instability. Under his guidance, the ice dragon soared skyward, charging into the dense barrage of shells. Wei Xuan and the dragon moved as one. Even as the dragon ascended with its head tilted upward, he remained steadfastly poised atop its spine. This is not a form of sorcery, but rather a testament to Wei Xuan's unique bond with his martial soul, allowing for its deft manipulation. With the ice dragon under his command, he expertly evaded the relentless barrage of artillery, weaving through the dense rain of shells. Each projectile detonated upon impact, producing a series of explosive sounds that reverberated throughout the area, creating considerable commotion. "Is it possible to evade like this?" Xiahonqin gazed in astonishment, his eyes widening at the spectacle, unable to fathom such an ingenious escape from the artillery fire. Not only was he taken aback, but even Jinghanchen was rendered speechless, his heart brimming with surprise. After navigating through the hail of shells, the ice dragon ceased its ascent, stabilizing itself and circling in the air. The first soul ring on Wei Xuan's body illuminated, and the ice dragon unleashed a fearsome roar, followed by a chilling mist that enveloped the surroundings. The temperature plummeted dramatically in the wake of the icy fog, and as the dragon completed its aerial circuit, the entire arena was shrouded in a blanket of frost, transforming the landscape into a stark, white expanse. The flames ignited by the explosions were extinguished in an instant under the extreme cold, leaving a thin layer of ice on the ground, permeated by a biting chill. Xiahonqin trembled in the grip of the cold, feeling as though he were encased in ice. His very blood threatened to freeze. Such a formidable soul skill. His complexion shifted dramatically as he grasped the terrifying nature of Wei Xuan's technique. Enveloped by the icy mist, not only did his blood circulation slow, but the flow of his soul power was also significantly hindered, becoming obstructed. The ice dragon dove downward, and as Wei Xuan descended to less than 10 meters above the ground, he leapt into the air, executing a backward somersault. His right foot aimed directly at Xiahonqin's head with great force. Sensing the impending danger, Xiahonqin's body tensed, a prickling sensation coursing through his scalp. Brilliant golden light shimmered from his palms, where 2 cylindrical devices, each less than a centimeter in length, appeared in his grasp. With his hands thrust forward, energy surged from the barrels, unleashing a powerful shockwave that propelled Xiahonqin backward with the force of a cannonball. The device he wielded was a level 1 propulsion soul guide, which, upon infusing soul power, released a tremendous force, enabling swift movement for the user. The creation of this soul-guiding device is not particularly challenging, yet it proves to be remarkably practical. Of course, its efficacy hinges upon the precise control of thrust and direction. Otherwise, it may yield contrary results. Witnessing the hasty retreat of Xiahonqin, Wei Xuan recognized that his strike had missed its mark and promptly retracted the power concentrated in his leg. Upon landing, he propelled himself forward with great agility, akin to a lithe cheetah darting towards Xiahonqin. As he surged ahead, Wei Xuan grasped with his palm, unleashing his soul energy, which swiftly coalesced the nearby icy mist. The vapor transformed from gas to solid, with sharp ice spikes suspended in the air. With a gentle wave of his hand, the ice spike shot forth, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound. Chapter 20. The illusory form of the ice Xian dragon. Victory. The ice spikes, no thicker than a thumb and extraordinarily sharp, flew like arrows toward Xiao Hongqian. Caught unprepared and sensing imminent danger, Xiao Hongqian's heart raced as he beheld the incoming ice spikes. In a moment of panic, his body's cannons charged simultaneously, and without the luxury of proper aim, he unleashed 12 artillery shells in rapid succession. The thrusters emitted force to the left, propelling Xiao Hongqian swiftly to the right and backward. To intercept the ice spikes, the artillery shells were densely fired, effectively preventing the spikes from piercing through. The resounding explosions of cannonballs colliding with the ice spikes erupted instantly, flames consuming the projectiles like a ferocious beast. As all 12 bombs detonated simultaneously, a terrifying surge of energy obliterated the ice spikes entirely. The shockwave radiated outward, a torrential heat wave that even affected Xiao Hongqian, who had attempted to evade in advance. Under the force of this overwhelming impact, Xiao Hongqian stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. The cannons on his body fired once more, launching a barrage of shells. The thick smoke generated from the earlier explosions obscured his vision, yet it did not hinder his ability to fire. The shells landed indiscriminately, from near to far, and the resulting explosions were sufficient to cover a considerable expanse of several dozen meters ahead. Such words, if left unspoken, could not only wound Wei Xuan but also impede his advance, granting oneself precious moments to recalibrate. The explosive energy resulting from the collision with the ice reverberated, causing Wei Xuan's forward momentum to decelerate, compelling him to veer aside. Sensing the fierce gusts approaching from ahead, Wei Xuan leaped into the air, and the ancient ice dragon materialized beneath him, elevating his form skyward. As he soared aloft, the projectiles detonated upon the ground, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that ravaged the earth beneath. The artillery shells possessed considerable power, while they did not compare to the second-tier soul-guided shells. They certainly surpassed the first tier in potency. For Wei Xuan, a soul master of merely level 12, these shells were undeniably formidable and evasion was imperative. Upon witnessing Wei Xuan ascend into the air once more, Xiao Hongqian produced 2 metallic spheres. One exploded, scattering golden particles, while the other absorbed the metallic fragments. Under Xiao Hongqian's control, the metallic sphere transformed rapidly, morphing into a soul-guided gun, its slender barrel glowing with a crimson light. As soul power surged within, the gun emanated a menacing aura, and with a swift whoosh, a crimson beam erupted from the barrel. This beam traveled at an astonishing speed, several times faster than the shells, closing the distance to Wei Xuan in an instant. The slender, meter-long red beam was, in fact, a second-tier soul-guided ray. Although its destructive capability may not rival that of the shells, its single-target power exceeded that of the same tier soul-guided artillery, boasting formidable penetration ability. This child. How could he wield such a lethal soul-guiding device? Xiao Hongqian furrowed his brow, secretly chastising himself. The defining characteristic of a soul-guided ray is its rapid velocity and strong penetrative power, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. A direct hit would result in a grievous wound, and a strike to a vital area could be fatal. Such a weapon was clearly inappropriate for a sparring match. For an ordinary 12th level soul master, evading the second-tier soul-guided ray would indeed be a daunting task, as their reflexes and speed would fall short. However, Wei Xuan was no ordinary 12th level soul master. Even without the use of spiritual perception, his awareness of danger was remarkably acute. At the very moment Xiao Hongqian unleashed the ray, Wei Xuan sensed the impending peril and reacted instantaneously. Guiding the ice dragon to swiftly dart aside, he simultaneously clenched his palm, causing the surrounding icy mist to coalesce into a white ice shield, positioned defensively against the area where he felt the sting of danger. The ray was too swift for him to discern its trajectory, forcing him to rely on instinctive responses to gauge the threat. The actions of evasion and shield formation were executed in a heartbeat, without a moment's delay. Nevertheless, despite his prompt maneuver, Wei Xuan's speed was ultimately that of a 12th level soul master, insufficient to outpace the soul-guided ray. The ray targeted his abdomen, and the ice shield he had conjured was only able to provide a fleeting barrier before being pierced. The shield, formed through his command of the ice element and his soul power, had limited defensive capability, compounded by the urgency. The shield was not thick enough to withstand the soul-guided ray's formidable penetration. Seizing the brief moment of obstruction, Wei Xuan shifted his body further away. When the soul-guided ray passed through the ice shield, it merely grazed his abdomen, shredding his clothing and leaving a trail of blood. The searing pain in his abdomen did not seem to affect Wei Xuan in the slightest, as if he had sustained no injury at all. With a composed gesture, he summoned the surrounding icy mist to converge upon the wound, freezing the flowing blood and alleviating the burning sensation. After narrowly avoiding the soul-guided ray, Wei Xuan swiftly maneuvered through the air, utilizing his remarkable agility to evade the incoming shells. Clenching his hand, he directed the surrounding icy mist to swirl and condense, forming hundreds of ice projectiles. With a swift motion of his palm, the ice spikes descended like a rainstorm, creating a barrage around Xiaohangshan. The ice projectiles rained down, covering an area of several dozen meters, rendering it nearly impossible for Xiaohangshan to evade. Feeling the intensity of the situation, Xiaohangshan quickly retrieved a soul-guided shield from his storage ring. Empowered by his soul power, the shield expanded, enveloping him within. The shield shimmered a pale gold, a second-tier defensive barrier of his own creation. Due to its unique material, it could withstand even the full force of a Soul Master-S attack for a brief moment. Ranking among the highest in defensive capability within second-tier soul-guiding devices, the ice spikes crashed heavily against the shield, their extreme ice attribute rendering them as hard as rock, delivering a tremendous impact. Ultimately, the ice spikes lacked the offensive strength to breach the soul-guided shield. While Xiaohangshan defended himself, Wei Xuan seized the opportunity to unleash his true offensive. With a low shout, the yellow soul rings encircling him brightened once more. Yet this time, the rings did not release a soul skill, but instead radiated a wave of life energy. A dragon's roar resonated from within the yellow soul ring, and the ice profound dragon emerged, a 5-meter-long serpentine dragon spiraling through the air. This is precisely the ice mystic dragon serpent preserved by Wei Xuan to retain its soul. The ice mystic dragon serpent possesses an ethereal form, lacking physicality, yet exudes an aura of terrifying might, akin to a dragon that truly exists. In fact, aside from its lack of a corporeal body, this ice mystic dragon serpent bears no distinction from a genuine soul beast. Its eyes are vibrant and animated, imbued with vitality. Within its vertical pupils flickers a gleam of wisdom that surpasses even the intellect it possessed prior to becoming a soul ring. Upon closer inspection of this ice mystic dragon serpent, one would be astonished to discover that a pair of short, horn-like protrusions, reminiscent of dragon horns, has sprouted from its head. The implications of this are already quite evident. The dragon is transforming into a true dragon. The unique method of soul ring absorption developed by Wei Xuan not only allows for the growth of soul rings, but also enables soul beasts to assist in combat. Naturally, since soul beasts exist solely as spirits without physical forms, their participation in battle can only occur through the corresponding soul rings. As the ice profound dragon serpent spirals through the sky, it exhales a copious amount of icy mist, further plunging the already frigid environment into a deeper chill. The power of the icy dragon breath unleashed by the ice profound dragon serpent has surged by nearly half compared to before, exuding an arresting coldness. Under Wei Xuan's command, the icy mist expelled by the ice profound dragon serpent converges entirely upon the location of Xiaohangshan, where the temperature plummets sharply. In but a fleeting moment, the ambient temperature near Xiaohangshan has descended to below zero, with the biting wind piercing to the bone. The temperature here is even more frigid than most regions of the far north. A chilling -100 degrees is a burden even for spirit masters to endure. Initially, Xiaohangshan intended to launch an assault on Wei Xuan, wielding a formidable soul-guided weapon that was fully charged and ready to fire. However, upon witnessing Wei Xuan unleash the ice profound dragon, he momentarily froze in astonishment, his mind swirling with shock and confusion. This fleeting lapse allowed him to miss the opportunity to evade or resist. The soul-guided shield offered no protection against the biting cold. Xiaohangshan felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. The extreme chill extinguished any desire to attack, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. The terrifying low temperature rendered his body rigid, his limbs icy, and the blood within him began to congeal, a wave of cold sweeping over him. "So cold," Xiaohangshan murmured, his lips turning pale as his body trembled violently, his fingers hovering over the trigger of the launcher, reluctant to press down. It is not that he is unwilling to press down. Rather, his rigid body renders it exceedingly difficult for him to do so. How could he, as a grand soul master, endure the frigid temperatures approaching -100 degrees? In such frigid temperatures, not only would he, a formidable soul master, struggle to endure, but even soul venerates, soul sects, and indeed, Even more powerful soul masters would find it unbearable. His thoughts dulled by the cold. A profound sense of dread welled up within him as he felt the specter of death looming ever closer. The soul guidance barrier, hindered by the obstruction of his internal soul power, naturally dissipated, leaving his body enveloped in icy mist, intensifying his chill. "You have lost," Wei Xuan declared, landing just behind Xiao Hongchun, his fist mere inches from her. With that, he ceased the flow of soul power, causing the Ice Xian Dragon's serpent to halt its frigid exhalation and, after circling the sky a few times, return to the confines of his soul ring. Such frigid temperatures are not something that Xiao Hongchun can easily endure. If he were to delay any longer, he would likely succumb to severe frostbite, potentially leading to muscle necrosis, a calamity he certainly does not wish to witness. Releasing his clenched fist, he placed his palm against Xiao Hongchun's back. Under his guidance, the chill enveloping Xiao Hongchun began to dissipate. The surrounding cold air, too, was drawn into his being, causing the temperature, akin to that of the far northern realms, to gradually rise. After completely absorbing the frigid essence, Xiao Hongchun could not suppress a shiver, collapsing weakly to the ground, his body still icy to the touch. It was akin to plunging into a frigid spring. Even after emerging from the water, one's body remained ensconced in an icy grip. What could this be? Why did the frost-laden mist it exuded instill such terror within me, causing my voice to tremble as I spoke? Wei Xuan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Jing Hongchun, who had approached with Meng Hongchun. "Master Hongchun, please assist Zai Hongchun in dispelling the chill from his body," Wei Xuan requested. He could only extract the coldness from Zai Hongchun's being, but could not restore his normal temperature. That required Jing Hongchun's soul power. Jing Hongchun's face was etched with astonishment, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. Yet, upon witnessing Zai Hongchun's trembling form, she refrained from voicing them immediately. After casting a deep glance at Wei Xuan, she crouched down and began to channel her soul power into Zai Hongchun. "Brother, he won't come to any harm, will he?" Meng Hongchun asked anxiously, her eyes reddening, her heart in turmoil. Although she often bickered with her brother, their bond was strong, and she naturally wished to see him unharmed. Wei Xuan shook his head, assuring her, "He is fine. He is merely severely frozen and needs a moment to recover." His actions were still measured and did not inflict irreversible damage. Despite his reassurances, Meng Hongchun remained concerned. Zai Hongchun's pallid complexion made it difficult for her to remain calm. "It's all right. With Master Hongchun here, you will soon be well." Wei Xuan comforted her. As Wei Xuan had predicted, under Jing Hongchun's infusion of soul power, the chill within Zai Hongchun was swiftly dispelled, and his body temperature returned to normal. Zai Hongchun rose unsteadily, sneezing several times. "Your Highness, it appears that the Ice Xian Dragon serpent burst forth from your soul ring just now. What is the meaning of this?" Once Zai Hongchun's issue was resolved, Jing Hongchun could no longer contain her curiosity and posed her question. The Ice Xian Dragon serpent was what accompanied Wei Xuan during their acquisition of it, and upon its appearance, he recognized it immediately. Witnessing this unfold stirred a tempest of disbelief within him. How could a soul beast, albeit merely a phantom, have erupted from the soul ring? Such a phenomenon seemed impossible. Even now, he still questioned whether he had misperceived the event, highlighting the profound impact the Ice Xian Dragon serpent's apparition had on him. Both Zai Hongchun and Meng Hongchun turned their curious gazes towards Wei Xuan. After his defeat, Zai Hongchun regarded Wei Xuan with a newfound respect and trepidation. The chilling mist had left an indelible impression in his memory. "This is the true form of my soul skill, upon release. It summons the Ice Xian Dragon Serpent's phantom to expel the frost," Wei Xuan elucidated. This was a rationale he had long contemplated. Whenever others inquired about the spectral essence of the soul beast, he would invariably offer this explanation. Is it truly so? Jing Hongchun remained skeptical, sensing an underlying inconsistency. Amidst his doubts, he was also astounded by Wei Xuan's mastery over soul techniques, finding the precision of his control rather extraordinary. Otherwise, Wei Xuan chuckled softly. Summoning the Ice Profound Dragon Serpent to unleash a soul technique demands an immense expenditure of energy. Hence, I previously opted to unleash the Ice Serpent's breath directly through my martial spirit. It significantly reduces the consumption, albeit at the cost of some power. His words held merit. While the manifestation of the Ice Profound Dragon Serpent indeed amplified the potency of the soul technique, it concurrently increased the energy drain. The attack that had rendered Xiao Hongchun incapacitated had consumed nearly half of his soul power, an undeniably substantial cost. Under normal circumstances, the ice serpent's breath would only deplete about 30% of his soul power. So it was, Jing Hongqian realized, and he found himself convinced by Wei Xuan's explanation. Chapter 21. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger brother Wei Xuan is so formidable, defeating my brother with the strength of a soul master. Meng Hongqian gazed at Wei Xuan with admiration, embodying the essence of a starry-eyed fan. Xiao Hongqian shot a disapproving glare at his sister, bemused. Is it necessary to expose someone's wounds in such a manner? Meng Hongqian, undeterred by her brother's fierce expression, continued to beam at Wei Xuan with sparkling eyes. In response to Meng Hongqian's enthusiasm, Wei Xuan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. You are exceptionally skilled. I cannot compare. Xiao Hongqian hesitated for a considerable time before summoning the courage to voice these words, genuinely acknowledging Wei Xuan's prowess. Wei Xuan did not exhibit a hint of pride or arrogance. After observing Xiao Hongqian for a moment, he remarked lightly, in future battles, temper your emotional fluctuations, and place greater emphasis on your opponent. This will strengthen your abilities. Xiao Hongqian was taken aback by Wei Xuan's counsel, momentarily stunned before nodding thoughtfully, reflecting on the errors he had committed during their confrontation. Seeing Xiao Hongqian's contemplative demeanor, Jing Hongqian smiled with satisfaction. For him, this defeat was a blessing in disguise. By the way, Your Highness, what was the nature of those ice spikes and ice shields you employed earlier? Xiao Hongqian inquired with curiosity. He harbored some speculations regarding the minor techniques employed by Wei Xuan, yet he refrained from voicing them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongqian paused his thoughts, gazing at Wei Xuan with intrigue, as this was a question he too wished to pose. Those techniques, although not soul skills, imparted an impression akin to that of soul skills, exhibiting considerable power. It is merely my adept manipulation of the ice element, Wei Xuan elucidated, as he opened his palm to reveal a pale blue, diamond-shaped ice crystal. Jing Hongqian and the others instinctively turned their attention to Wei Xuan's hand. With a subtle smile, Wei Xuan directed his thoughts, causing the ice crystal to disintegrate into countless minuscule ice particles. A surge of white energy emanated from his hand, drawing the ice particles together, which swiftly coalesced. In the blink of an eye, an innumerable array of ice particles transformed into a dagger. With a flick of his hand, the dagger shot forth, soaring several dozen meters before rapidly returning. During its return, the dagger disassembled, and the ice particles, as fine as grains of sand, reformed into an ice arrow, continuing the dagger's velocity as it sped toward Wei Xuan. The arrow aimed directly at his forehead, maintaining its velocity as if intent on penetrating his skull. Ah, do not! Meng Hongqian shrieked, covering her eyes in fear of witnessing the ensuing spectacle. Jing Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian both held their breath, apprehensive that Wei Xuan might unleash something perilous. Wei Xuan merely observed the ice arrow as it approached, showing no inclination to evade, a gentle smile gracing his face as he allowed the arrow to strike his forehead. Upon contact, the ice arrow shattered as if it had encountered an overwhelming force, disintegrating into a myriad of ice particles. The particles floated through Wei Xuan before swiftly reassembling into an ice cone that circled around him. If there were an abundance of ice elements, I could conjure countless variations, Wei Xuan remarked with a light chuckle, as the ice cone shot skyward, dispersing into ice particles. Jing Hongqian stared in astonishment at Wei Xuan, utterly shocked. His mastery over the ice element was nothing short of extraordinary, a pinnacle of excellence. Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian may have perceived Wei Xuan as impressive and his movements as dazzling, yet they remained oblivious to the implications of his talent. However, Jing Hongqian, with his experience, understood precisely what this signified at such a tender age. Wei Xuan had achieved a level of ice control that many ice attribute soul masters could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes, a feat that was truly astonishing. Once one attains a certain level of elemental control, each shard of ice can serve as a means of attack. It is endlessly versatile, Wei Xuan explained. Your Highness, you are indeed a super genius. To quote that infamous Shrek, you are a monster, a prodigy whose talent far surpasses that of ordinary geniuses, Jing Hongqian expressed, struggling to articulate his astonishment at Wei Xuan's gifts, which had redefined his understanding of genius. It is merely my familiarity with ice, Wei Xuan replied with a hint of nostalgia, glancing at his hand with a touch of melancholy. By the way, Master Hongqian, the Shrek you mentioned, is it the one from the original Douluo continent as Shrek Academy? Wei Xuan casually inquired. Upon mentioning Shrek Academy, Jing Hongqian's expression grew noticeably solemn as he nodded and said, Yes, it is indeed the academy renowned as the foremost institution on the continent. Humph. They merely frequently secure the championship in the Soul Master Academy tournament. I am determined to lead my team to triumph over them, Huo proclaimed with evident indignation. His long-standing dissatisfaction with Shrek's continual dominance over the Sun Moon Royal Academy had transformed his aspiration to vanquish Shrek into a fervent ambition. This also serves as his driving force. He possesses unwavering confidence in his innate talents and firmly believes that he will eventually triumph over Shrek. You must put in great effort, Jing Hongqian encouraged. For defeating Shrek Academy is no trivial feat. He hoped that his grandson could lead a team to conquer Shrek Academy, as overcoming Shrek would be a momentous achievement worthy of being inscribed in history. It will certainly happen, Jing Hongqian replied, his eyes brimming with determination and an uncontrollable excitement taking hold of him. To establish an academy on par with a nation is indeed a remarkable feat, Wei Xuan remarked, having some understanding of Shrek. Indeed, although we are rivals to Shrek, one cannot deny their prowess in cultivating soul masters, Jing Hongqian sighed. One could easily detect the respect and wariness he harbored towards Shrek in his words. Wei Xuan nodded in agreement. Acknowledging Shrek as the foremost institution for training soul masters on the continent. Alas, he continued, Shrek Academy is not situated in the Sun Moon Empire, making them destined to be adversaries. Wei Xian's words held a certain depth, which Jing Hongqian grasped almost instantly. With a playful smile, he remarked, I truly look forward to the moment your highness encounters those Shrek prodigies. Perhaps then they will come to understand what a true genius is like. Ha ha. I am quite eager to witness those talents from Shrek as well, Wei Xuan mused softly. He remained somewhat curious about the genius soul masters of this world, eager to discover the extent of their brilliance. 2 years later, in the Jingyang mountain range, on the outskirts of the central main ridge, amidst a dense forest, an 8-year-old boy was engaged in combat, with a colossal white tiger radiating an icy aura. The boy, with long ice-blue hair, possessed a well-proportioned and upright figure, along with striking features. His deep-set eyes reflected a maturity and wisdom far beyond his years. Standing nearly 1.6 meters tall, he was only half the length of the massive white tiger, yet there was no trace of fear in his gaze. What was visible instead was a calmness as profound as a still well, as if even being torn apart by the tiger's claws would not elicit a flicker of change in his expression. The boy in question is none other than the 8-year-old Wei Xuan. At this moment, he is engaged in combat with his second Soul Ring's target, a formidable soul beast. The howling giant tiger emits a thunderous roar, filled with rage and fierce intent, its eyes glimmering with murderous intent, baring its fangs as its ferocity intensifies. With powerful thrusts of its limbs, it leaves 4 deep claw marks on the ground, dashing forward with wild abandon, leaping to the left and right with an unpredictable trajectory. Wei Xuan swiftly retreats, his movements agile and lithe, akin to a majestic leopard hunting in the jungle, his speed astonishing. Faced with the nearly 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, he knows he cannot allow it to close the distance. Maintaining separation is imperative. As he retreats, Wei Xuan skillfully uses the trees to adjust his position. His feet land on the trunks, propelling his body forward in a leap, deftly turning mid-air to charge his ice crystal hand cannon, which he has equipped, before firing. A fist-sized ice blue orb hurtles forth, traveling at remarkable speed, landing precisely in the path of the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. Upon impact, the orb detonates, scattering countless shards of ice like a flurry of tiny, razor-sharp blades, accompanied by the force of the explosion. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, unable to evade the blast, is hurled aside by the tremendous shockwave, crashing into a tree. The trunk, approximately a meter in diameter, shudders violently, leaves cascading down, and a massive gap appears in the bark, splinters flying in all directions. The tiger emits a pained roar, as if its icy body, forged from frozen stone, has been lacerated by the sharp shards, many embedding themselves in its flesh. Under Wei Xuan's command, the ice crystal hand cannon, classified as a level 3 soul guiding device, unleashes power comparable to that of a level 5 soul cannon. As soon as it touches the ground, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger rises swiftly, its ferocity intensified, charging fiercely toward Wei Xuan. The pain does not deter its intent to hunt down Wei Xuan. Rather, it ignites an insatiable bloodlust, compelling it to eliminate this human. After firing the ice crystal hand cannon, Wei Xuan focuses his mind, and a chilling aura envelopes him, his palms sweeping to condense the icy mist into hundreds of ice arrows. With a whoosh, the multitude of ice arrows is released like bolts from a crossbow, emitting a deep, resonant sound as they slice through the air. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger races forward, undeterred by the oncoming barrage. Its massive jaws open wide, gathering a white energy sphere within. The spherical mass, the size of a human head, is unleashed, leaving a trail of frigid air in its wake, causing the temperature to plummet. Upon collision, the white energy detonates against several ice arrows, unleashing an energy storm that scatters the surrounding arrows. Most of the ice arrows are shattered by the force, losing their offensive capability. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger skillfully weaves through the residual energy waves, launching another energy blast toward Wei Xuan, strategically targeting his descent. As a premier soul beast, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger possesses a keen intellect, rivaling that of humans, particularly in combat. With no leverage in the air, Wei Xuan cannot alter his trajectory as he descends. Thus, he is bound to collide with the tiger's assault. The strike from the nearly 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger is undeniably formidable, and with Wei Xuan's mere 20th level physique, he faces either death or severe injury. The likelihood of demise exceeds 90%, for this is the tiger's furious, unrestrained attack. In the heat of battle, Wei Xuan's expression remains unperturbed. A flash of blue light appears in his hand as a miniature soul-guiding shield materializes. Infusing his soul power into the shield, it rapidly expands, enveloping his body within its protective embrace. The shield, spherical and deep blue, stretches nearly 2 meters in diameter, its surface flowing with a gentle, water-like energy. Despite its mere millimeter thickness, the shield exudes an indomitable aura, its hardness belied by its delicate appearance. This is a 4th-level soul-guiding shield meticulously crafted by Wei Xuan, utilizing a modified array that significantly enhances its defensive capabilities, far surpassing the ordinary 4th-level soul-guiding shields. Through rigorous testing, it has been determined that its maximum defense can withstand a full-force strike from a Soul King, and even a Soul Emperor would find it exceedingly challenging to breach its defenses. As the energy sphere detonated against the shield, a terrifying shockwave emanated, propelling the shield backward. The furious strike from the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger failed to leave even a slight crack on the shield, which was completely effective in blocking the attack. Wei Xuan retracted the shield, his body being pushed back by the force of the impact. As his feet touched the ground, he slid for a distance, dissipating the shockwave entirely without pausing, and swiftly darted away from the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. While sprinting, the first soul ring on his body glimmered, and his ancient ice dragon martial soul soared into the sky, hovering 5 to 6 meters above the ground. The ice dragon let out a low roar and exhaled a massive cloud of icy mist, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet sharply, soon descending below freezing. The mist spread through the woods, and within just a few heartbeats, a 100-meter radius became enveloped in a dense fog, the chill akin to that of an icy expanse. Even the ice attribute soul beast, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, found itself somewhat unaccustomed to the icy mist, sensing a biting cold. After unleashing his soul skill, Wei Xuan now held 4 white, apple-sized metallic orbs in his hands. These orbs emitted a faint, barely perceptible energy fluctuation, clearly indicating that they were special soul-guiding devices. Wei Xuan cast all 4 orbs simultaneously. What appeared to be a casual toss was imbued with intricate design. The orbs traced peculiar arcs through the air, landing precisely around the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. A careful measurement of the distance between the orbs and the tiger would reveal that each was exactly 5 meters away, without any deviation. It is noteworthy that the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger was in rapid motion, making it an extraordinary feat to maintain such precise distances for each orb under these conditions. Without precise calculations and meticulous control over his strength, such an accomplishment would have been impossible. Upon hitting the ground, the orbs illuminated with a white light, and a vertical beam of light ascended until it reached 5 meters in height, at which point the tip of the beam emitted 2 additional beams directed towards the adjacent beams. The light beams interconnected, forming a cubic structure. The surrounding icy mist was drawn towards the beams, rapidly converging, and the 5 surfaces of the cube were filled with the mist, creating a solid ice wall. Together with the ground, a sealed cube was formed. The process was completed in the blink of an eye, from the moment the enclosed cube-shaped cage took form. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger had barely taken a step. With a resounding crash, the creature could not react in time and collided forcefully with an ice wall, which stood unyielding, while it was sent hurtling backward. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger was thrown a considerable distance, crashing violently against another ice wall behind it, landing in a disheveled heap on the ground. After nearly 2 millennia, the tiger found itself dazed and disoriented, while the ice wall remained utterly unscathed. Chapter 22. Level 9 Soul-Guided Shells. Once the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger was ensnared, Wei Xuan ceased his movements, confident in the reliability of the soul-guiding device he had crafted. He knew that the tiger would be utterly incapable of escaping, although the metallic spheres he had thrown were mere level 3 soul-guided devices. Their combined force was equivalent to that of a top-tier level 4 device. Coupled with his primary soul skill, the cage formed by the 4 metallic spheres was exceptionally robust, making it exceedingly difficult for soul beasts of less than 10,000 years to break free. Of course, certain exceptionally powerful soul beasts would require a different consideration. The 10,000-year threshold pertained primarily to the majority of ordinary soul beasts. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger furiously battered against the ice wall, desperately seeking an escape. The cage was firmly anchored to the ground, and no matter how fiercely the tiger struck, it could not budge even a fraction. Were the confines of the cage more spacious, the tiger might have had a chance to exert its strength, but alas, the sides of the cage measured only 5 meters. With the tiger's length nearing 3 meters, it found itself unable to stretch its limbs adequately, rendering its force insufficient to disrupt the cage. Wei Xuan observed the cage for a moment before channeling his soul power into the 4 metallic spheres. This soul-guided device was not solely for confinement. It also possessed significant destructive capability, as each metallic sphere contained an explosive mechanism. With a resounding boom, the 4 spheres simultaneously developed cracks, followed by a thunderous explosion and a mournful roar from the tiger. The resulting detonation unleashed blinding shards of ice, and the formidable energy wave shattered the once sturdy ice wall, stirring a frigid tempest through the forest. Wei Xuan stood unfazed, a picture of tranquility as he summoned the surrounding icy mist to coalesce before him, forming a thick ice shield. The tempest swiftly escalated, sweeping through the area, causing trees to sway and leaves to flutter to the ground. As the blinding light dissipated, dust enveloped the explosion site, obscuring visibility, while the air was thick with the scent of destruction and cold. Through the haze, a flicker of purple light could be discerned in the distance, and the atmosphere grew stifling and oppressive. Your Highness, congratulations on defeating the nearly 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger using your own abilities. Jing Hongqian's voice resonated in Wei Xuan's ears. He was uncertain when the man had appeared, but his gaze remained fixed ahead, his expression a blend of satisfaction and astonishment. The notion that a level 20 soul master could single-handedly vanquish such a formidable foe would surely send shockwaves through the realm. However, if one were to phrase it differently, claiming that a level 4 soul master had slain a 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, the impact would be considerably diminished. It was merely the assistance of the soul-guided device, Wei Xuan said with a light chuckle, feeling little turbulence within. With a flick of his finger, a gust of cold wind dispersed the dust clouding the air, restoring clarity to the scene. The area where the cage had once stood was now transformed into 4 enormous craters, interconnected to form a chaotic depression. In the center lay the lifeless body of the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, its crystalline skin marred with wounds, its flesh a grotesque sight, while a purple soul ring hovered above it. Strangely, within the purple soul ring, a phantom of the tiger appeared, its visage twisted in fury, exuding an aura of malevolence, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. Despite the tiger's formidable physical defenses, it had been obliterated instantly, without even a chance to draw breath, a testament to the explosive might unleashed. Such overwhelming power came at the price of the destruction of the soul-guided devices. The 4 level 3 devices had been rendered utterly inoperative. This is a testament to your own strength. At just 8 years old, you have slain a 1,000-year soul beast. Your Highness, you have set another record, Jing Hongqian exclaimed, his excitement exceeding even that of Wei Xuan. Witnessing Wei Xuan accomplish feats deemed nearly impossible had become a source of great delight for him. Wei Xuan offered a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he approached the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. Jing Hongqian, accustomed to Wei Xuan's composed demeanor, maintained his beaming smile and followed closely at his side. Your Highness, focus on absorbing the soul ring. We will ensure your safety. Neither soul beasts nor those with ill intentions can harm you, Jing Hongqian assured him. Thank you, All Master, Wei Xuan replied, casting a grateful glance at Jing Hongqian. while a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. This icy gaze was not directed at Jing Hongch, but rather at those who had lured him to the Jingong mountain range. Just days prior, news had surfaced that a 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger had been spotted within the main range of Jingyang Mountain. Upon hearing this, his immediate instinct was to sense something amiss. Aside from the extreme northern regions, ice-type soul beasts were remarkably scarce in other soul beast forests, making the presence of a top-tier ice-type soul beast like the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger virtually impossible elsewhere. It could only reside in the far north. Yet, here it was in Jingyang Mountain, its age coinciding eerily with the requirements for his second soul ring, a coincidence too uncanny to ignore. It was evident that the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger had been deliberately captured and brought to Jingyang Mountain with the intent of luring him to acquire its soul ring. Connecting the dots of recent events, he swiftly deduced the culprit behind the scheme, Su Tianran, after the demise of his nominal brothers. It seems that the time has now come for him. Although he is aware that Su Tianran is behind the mischief, he still chose to confront the situation. Since his adversary intends to eliminate him, he might as well seize the opportunity to resolve the trouble. The constant feeling of being watched is quite uncomfortable. It is better to settle this sooner rather than later. It is nothing new. He had faced such circumstances 2 years prior. However, it is surprising that some have not learned their lessons and dare to set their sights on His Highness. It appears they possess the audacity of a bear and leopard, awaiting a fate akin to that of the Crown Prince. Jing Hongchen's voice was cold, expressing his indignation over the matter. Wei Xuan nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further, and sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. In the past 2 years, Wei Xuan's enhancement of soul power has been rather gradual, at least from his perspective. The cultivation methods of Douluo continent starkly differ from those in the realm of immortality, compelling him to invest time in navigating this entirely new approach to training, treading cautiously like crossing a river by feeling the stones beneath his feet. He finds that his pace of cultivation cannot hasten, especially with the additional burdens of alchemy and the study of soul-guiding artifacts. Achieving the 20th level within 2 years is indeed no small feat, of course. This perception of slowness is merely his own, without the aid of medicinal pills. His rate of progress is far from sluggish. Having devoted nearly 2 years to thoroughly understanding the cultivation system of Douluo continent, his subsequent training will undoubtedly accelerate. The insights gained from comprehending the intricacies of this system yield not only an increase in cultivation speed, but also unimaginable benefits for Wei Xuan's future development. Indeed, the path of cultivation resembles a long journey shrouded in mist. Many who embark upon this road recognize the necessity of moving forward, as long as they possess the means to walk. Yet, few dare to part the veil of fog to discern the true essence of the path beneath their feet, its destination, and the manner in which they should proceed. Without penetrating the mist, they risk becoming ensnared midway, finding themselves tantalizingly close to their goal, yet unable to take that final step. Wei Xuan's initial decision to unravel the essence of cultivation in this world stems from his desire to dispel the fog and discover the path most suited to him. In this world, shackles exist, and the aspiration of becoming a deity remains an elusive dream for many. However, for Wei Xuan, the path to divinity will never serve as an impediment to his advancement. No one can obstruct his journey, not even the very laws of heaven and earth. As Jing Hongchen observed Wei Xuan beginning to absorb the soul rings, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, enveloping both himself and Wei Xuan in a silvery barrier. This silver shield was no ordinary soul-guiding protective barrier. It was the silver moon glimmering shield, a 9th-level soul-guiding artifact crafted by Kong Deming. With the shield in place, Jing Hongchen felt a sense of reassurance and stood quietly to the side, watching Wei Xuan absorb the soul rings. Sometimes, being overly brilliant is not necessarily a boon. Jing Hongchen remarked with a shake of his head and a faint smile as he observed Wei Xuan. If Wei Xuan were not so exceptional, perhaps such melodramatic conflicts among comrades would not arise. 10 hours later, night fell, shrouding the forest in darkness, where even the moonlight struggled to illuminate the mountainous woods. Under Jing Hongchen's deliberate control, the silver moon glimmering shield minimized its radiance, yet it still shimmered with flecks of silver, unable to fully blend into the surrounding environment. The silver moon flowing shield has indeed become a prominent emblem of this region. The forest at night is enveloped in profound silence, occasionally disrupted by the distant cries of soul beasts, yet this cannot alter the overall tranquility. Suddenly, The stillness of the night is shattered by the thunderous sound of 5 projectiles piercing the sky, heading towards the location of the silver moon flowing shield. Among these 5 projectiles, one stands out distinctly, emanating an aura so formidable that it is almost terrifying, even before detonation. The sheer pressure of its presence renders the air oppressively heavy. The other 4 projectiles, while comparatively less striking, still possess undeniable power. Should a high-ranking soul mentor observe these 5 projectiles, they would surely be left in stunned disbelief. For these projectiles are no less than 8th-grade fixed soul-guided shells, with one among them being a 9th-grade fixed soul-guided shell, an asset classified as a strategic weapon within the Sun and Moon Empire. Chapter 23. Crisis, Ultimate Douluo. Before the projectiles descend, the soul beasts within the forest, akin to startled birds, scatter in all directions, transforming the once silent woods into a cacophony of chaos. The projectiles in the sky travel with astonishing speed. It is no exaggeration to say they cover thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, swiftly approaching the silver moon flowing shield. Inside the shield, a potent sense of crisis causes Jing Hongqin's countenance to shift dramatically as he abruptly gazes upward. The night is hazy, and even as a tidal Douluo, he cannot discern what looms above, only sensing an imminent threat drawing near. This approaching entity exudes a menacing aura, instilling within him a palpable sense of impending death. His soul power is rapidly channeled into the silver moon flowing shield, bolstering the defenses of the 9th-grade soul-guided barrier. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Wei Xuan furrows his brow slightly. Although Jing Hongqin cannot perceive what approaches from the sky, he can. 8th-grade fixed soul-guided shells. Along with 9th-grade fixed soul-guided shells, such a grand display of resources to deploy even these strategic weapons takes Wei Xuan by surprise, sending a chill coursing through him. This chill is distinct from the physical sensation of cold. It emanates from a murderous intent. The soul power within him surged, eager to expedite the absorption of the soul ring. After 10 hours had elapsed, his soul ring was nearing completion. Under normal circumstances, it would require an additional half-hour to fully integrate. However, with his deliberate acceleration, this duration would be significantly reduced. Suddenly, 5 shells descended simultaneously, detonating against the silver moonlight barrier. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, and the very fabric of space appeared to freeze. A brilliant radiance illuminated the night sky as the energies of the 5 shells coalesced, erupting in a spectacular display. The flames surged forth like a ravenous beast, wreaking havoc in all directions. Trees and soul beasts vanished in its wake, and even rocks were not spared. In the blink of an eye, the diameter of the fiery sphere expanded to several miles, while a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, its expanse rivaling that of the spreading flames. At that moment, the main vein of Mount Jingyang trembled violently, with a considerable number of soul beasts startled by the commotion. Their faces etched with fear as they gazed towards the distant blaze. Within a 10-mile radius of the silver moonlight barrier, the landscape transformed into an inferno. With flames towering several dozen meters high, the scene was nothing short of spectacular, yet it was tinged with an overwhelming sense of terror. The once tranquil forest had abruptly transformed into a hellish inferno, claiming the lives of countless spirit beasts in the chaos of the explosions, the flames threatening to spread far and wide. After several minutes of relentless detonations, the sky erupted once more with thunderous booms, as specialized shells burst above the flames, resembling a grand display of fireworks. As the shells detonated, a substantial amount of gray powder cascaded from the heavens, so abundant that it obscured visibility, transforming the sky into a somber hue. Upon descending into the sea of fire, the intensity of the flames began to wane, and after the explosion of hundreds of shells, the inferno below was finally subdued. This is a unique soul-guided artillery shell. The powder it disperses possesses fire-extinguishing properties. In order to prevent the flames from escalating beyond control, Su Tiantian had no choice but to prepare these specialized shells designed for firefighting to manage the blaze. This is not to suggest that Su Tianran possesses an exceptionally benevolent heart. Rather, the ramifications of an uncontrolled fire spreading are far too significant. Should it be discovered that he is responsible, he would become the target of public ire, leading to dire consequences. To prevent the situation from escalating, he exerted considerable effort to extinguish the flames. Otherwise, he would have been indifferent to the matter. The specialized incendiary shells proved effective, and within less than half an hour, the ground flames were nearly extinguished, revealing only faint glimmers of fire. Once the flames were quelled, What emerged was a desolate wasteland, the ground charred, and many broken corpses lay scattered, while the air was thick with the stench of blood and the essence of destruction. At this juncture, the protective strength of the silver moon flowing shield became apparent. It remained intact amidst the bombardment of 9th-level fixed, soul-guided artillery shells. However, this merely indicates that it was unscathed and devoid of craters. In reality, it was riddled with cracks, and its radiance had dimmed considerably, as if it would shatter with the slightest touch. Even a limit Douluo would treat 9th-level fixed, soul-guided shells with caution, for their might is not easily withstood. Had the silver moon flowing shield been activated by Kong dimming, the situation might have been considerably better. Regrettably, it was manipulated by Jing Hongqian, who could only muster over 80% of its defensive power. The silver moon flowing shield transformed into a stream of light and entered Jing Hongqian's chest. Wei Xuan, under the protection of the silver moon flowing shield, suffered minimal harm, yet Jing Hongqian was not faring as well, his complexion appearing somewhat pallid. This was a result of excessive soul power consumption. Wei Xuan hurried to Jing Hongqian's side to support him, his tone tinged with urgency. Master Hongqian, are you all right? I'm fine, merely overwhelmed by the rapid and excessive output of soul power, Jing Hongqian gasped, waving his hand while his gaze remained fixed on the distance. Your Highness, I sense that the situation is turning dire. Jing Hongqian furrowed his brow, his mood heavy, as events deviated from his expectations. Let us adapt to the circumstances. Wei Xuan replied, also gazing into the distance, his words laden with significance. Someone approaches from afar. Who would have thought that Master Hongqian possesses a shield capable of withstanding 9th-level fixed soul-guided artillery shells? Truly remarkable, a chilling voice echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Wei Xuan's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within. Jing Hongqian's expression darkened immediately, and he exclaimed in anger, Su Tianran, do you not fear that His Majesty will learn of your actions? Ha! Having made up my mind to take action, I possess an unwavering confidence that my father will remain oblivious to my intentions. Su Tianran's radiant smile reflects this assurance. Moments after his voice resonates in the air, several figures descend from the heavens, with Su Tianran leading the way, gracefully maneuvering his wheelchair that soars from the flying soul guide. Indeed, it is a flight propelled solely by his own strength, showcasing the extraordinary prowess of Su Tianran. Beside him stands an elderly man, tall and dignified, his silver hair meticulously arranged. His complexion is as rosy as that of an infant, and his bright eyes, profound as the night sky, convey a sense of the vicissitudes of life. With hands clasped behind his back, he stands next to Su Tianran, emanating an ethereal aura devoid of any soul power fluctuations, yet instilling an immense pressure. Even Jing Hongqian feels a tremor in her heart in his presence, instinctively enveloped by a sense of trepidation. The elderly man did not resemble a subordinate of Su Tianran, a fact evident from his proud and upright demeanor. Accompanying Su Tianran were 4 other elders. 3 of them swiftly dispersed after alighting from the flying soul guide, encircling Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian, their soul guides emanating waves of energy, poised for action. The 4th elder remained behind Su Tianran, his head bowed, avoiding eye contact with Jing Hongqian, while beside him lay 2 unconscious elders. Jing Hongqian's gaze was soon drawn to the 2 incapacitated figures, her pupils constricting as her expression shifted dramatically. Were these 2 not precisely the 9th-level soul mentors he had positioned around to respond to unforeseen circumstances? To be exact, there were 3, with another standing just behind Su Tianran. Qingyang, how dare you betray me? Jing Hongqian exclaimed in fury, his body trembling. Upon seeing the figure in the distance, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He could scarcely believe that someone he had placed such trust in would turn against him and align with Su Tianran. Upon his arrival at the Jingyang mountain range, he was acutely aware of the traps that awaited both him and Wei Xuan. Thus, he had meticulously sought the assistance of 3 friends within the Mingda Hall, with a total of 4 9th-level soul mentors at his side. Su Tianran believed that they could withstand any tempest that might arise. However, he was utterly unprepared for the betrayal of a friend with whom he had shared over 50 years of camaraderie. This was a revelation he could scarcely fathom. The blow dealt to him was undeniably significant. The elder, referred to as Qin Yang by Jing Hongqian, displayed a pained expression, clearly troubled within. He opened his mouth as if to articulate something, yet upon witnessing Jing Hongqian's furious demeanor, the words remained unspoken, his gaze shamefully diverted. Master Hongqian, there is no need to be so agitated. Elder Qin merely made a judicious choice and has not committed any grave error. There is no reason for you to be angry, Su Tian remarked with a calm demeanor, as if conversing with an acquaintance. "Humph, Your Highness the Second Prince. Spare us the pretense. You have already deployed a level 9 soul guidance artillery shell. Your intentions are abundantly clear," Jing Hongqian retorted coldly. He was in a state of great anxiety, having witnessed his arrangements unravel, 1 betrayal and 2 captures, leaving him the sole survivor. How could he possibly protect Wei Xuan? If he were to cast his gaze aside, he would notice that Wei Xuan maintained a far greater composure, at least on the surface. Wei Xian's attention remained fixated on the elder beside Su Tianran, his expression grave, recognizing him as the most perilous individual among them. He had indeed underestimated the situation. Not anticipating that the adversary could summon a being of seemingly pinnacle strength, truly troublesome. Wei Xuan chastised himself for his negligence, for according to his spiritual perception, the soul power level of this cloaked elder was exceedingly high. If his judgment was correct, this individual was most likely a limit de law. Chapter 24, Long Xiaoyao. The Evil Soul Master. Upon hearing Jing Hongqian's reprimand, the smile on Su Tianran's face gradually faded, replaced by indifference. Since Master Hongqian is being so forthright, I shall be direct as well. My primary objective this time is to eliminate Wei Xuan. He must perish, Su Tianran declared coldly, his murderous intent palpable. His gaze towards Jing Hongqian softened considerably as he continued to persuade. However, if you were to align with me, you could survive. You would retain your former influence as the illustrious Master Mingde, and even after my ascension, your power would reach new heights. The Hongqian family would benefit greatly from your allegiance. Retaining Jing Hongqian would not only absolve him of the suspicion of murdering Wei Xuan, but also provide significant support within the court, truly a twofold gain. Had it not been necessary, he would not wish to eliminate Jing Hongqian. Yet, should the latter prove obstinate and choose to steadfastly protect Wei Xuan, he would have no choice but to strike him down. Losing a significant ally was preferable to leaving behind a formidable threat. Jing Hongqian's expression darkened, showing no emotional fluctuation from Su Tianran's words. If anything, it only intensified his anger. Given his temperament, surrender was not an option. Su Tianran's statements were nothing short of an affront to him. Su Tianran, your calculations are astute. Are you suggesting that I should also eliminate His Highness Wei Xuan in the name of allegiance? Jing Hongqian scoffed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, his mood increasingly heavy, tinged with despair. These individuals possess formidable prowess, presumably all ranked as level 9 soul masters. As for the individual besides Su Tiantian, he is even more terrifying. Haha. The leader of the Red Dust sect is indeed astute. Your first act of allegiance to me shall be the assassination of Wei Xuan. Consider it your token of loyalty. Su Tiantian clapped his hands in jest, casting an approving glance at Jing Hongqian. For Jing Hongqian to truly pledge allegiance, it is imperative that she personally eliminates Wei Xuan. Only then can they be irrevocably bound together, lest her heart remain troubled. Jing Hongqian ceased to speak, her gaze resolutely fixed upon Wei Xuan as she whispered, "Your Highness, I shall buy you some time. You must flee with all your might. Do not hesitate. I hope you can find an opportunity to escape." Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan turned his gaze to Jing Hongqian and, for the first time, felt a warm current in his heart upon witnessing her genuine and resolute eyes. "Your Highness, do not be afraid. At this moment, you must be strong and brave. I believe you will survive," Jing Hongqian reassured him, crouching down to comfort him. Clearly, she mistakenly assumed that Wei Xuan's moment of daze stemmed from fear, which is natural for an 8-year-old child in such a dire situation. This is an 8th level soul guidance device, although its speed does not compare to that of a 9th level. It has been pre-charged and requires only a small infusion of soul power to take flight. Jing Hongqian produced a dark red flying soul guidance device and handed it to Wei Xuan. This soul guide device is designed to be worn on the back. It is lightweight and convenient. Within it lies an energy storage array, which, once adequately charged, can be utilized by any soul master. This soul guiding device is indeed an extraordinarily unique entity, imposing minimal restrictions on the user's rank. If you continue flying south and manage to exit the Jingyang mountain range, you will find the army stationed several dozen miles beyond the mountains. The crisis will naturally be averted, Jing Hongqian murmured. He firmly believed that there was an imperial garrison beyond the Jingyang mountains, and he doubted that Su Tianran possessed the audacity to confront the army head-on. Su Tianran regarded Wei Xuan and his companion with a playful glint in his eyes, refraining from making any immediate moves. With 4 soul masters and a limit Douluo present, Wei Xuan, even with wings, would find escape impossible. His demise was inevitable. Granting him a moment was of no consequence. In fact, it provided an opportunity to witness the despair etched upon Wei Xuan's face. Holding the soul-guiding device that had been handed to him, Wei Xuan offered a resigned smile and shook his head, saying, "Hall Master Hongchun, it is simply impossible to flee like this." The identity of these 9th-level soul masters eludes him, yet he is unequivocally certain that he could never escape the grasp of that limit Douluo. His intuition warns him that the adversary could effortlessly intercept him. Even utilizing a 9th-level soul guidance device to flee would be futile. A look of despair crossed Jing Hongchun's face, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Wei Xuan. "Furthermore, even if there existed a possibility for my escape, I would never wish to trade your life for my survival. For such an act would condemn me to a lifetime of guilt." Wei Xuan resolutely dismissed Jing Hongchun's suggestion, unwilling to pursue his own escape at the expense of another's life. With his pride, how could he ever consent to sacrificing another's existence for his own salvation? It is not his obstinacy, but rather the fact that such a reality contradicts his true nature and is detrimental to his future cultivation. It is an inconceivable choice. "Your Highness, at this moment, do not dwell on such thoughts. Survival is of utmost importance," Jing Hongchun urged anxiously. Wei Xuan resolutely shook his head, returning the soul-guiding device to Jing Hongchun, and declared, "I possess a method by which we can both escape alive." Jing Hongchun was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing Wei Xuan's unwavering determination, she felt a mix of urgency and bemusement. She was all too familiar with his demeanor, which indicated that his mind was set, and it was virtually impossible to alter his resolve, at least not for her. "Perhaps this is fate," Jing Hongchun sighed in despair, choosing not to voice further thoughts. Resigned to the possibility of dying together in battle, she paid no heed to Wei Xuan's claim of a way for them to survive. In such dire circumstances, how could one possibly endure? Wei Xuan took a few steps forward, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Su Tiangan, stating, "I had thought that the lessons learned from the Crown Prince would temper your recklessness, yet it appears you are utterly unrepentant." Su Tiangan's expression darkened instantly as he retorted, "Were it not for the overwhelming threat you pose, would I be so eager to take action? The improvements in the formation and the creation of new elixirs have swiftly elevated your standing. Over 70% of the ministers now laud you, practically eager to align themselves with you. Even Elder Kong has become one of your supporters. If this continues for several more years, the entire court may very well rally behind you. With their backing, your ascension to the throne would merely be a matter of time, leaving no place for me. To secure the throne, you must perish." Su Tiandan spoke with a hint of madness, his emotions spiraling as he regarded Wei Xuan with a deeply unsettling resentment. If previously Wei Xuan had enjoyed the emperor's favor, now with the support of the court's ministers, his claim to the throne seemed assured. After all, in a certain sense, whoever has Elder Kong's endorsement is destined to be the emperor. Wei Xuan remained as calm as a still pond, revealing little emotional fluctuation as he replied, "I harbor no interest in the throne. Moreover, I am merely an adopted son. His aspirations are aimed at the pinnacle of cultivation. The burden of imperial power means little to him, and he would rather avoid entanglements than seek them." "Haha," Su Tiangan laughed derisively, as if he had heard the grandest joke in the world. "No interest in the throne? Do you not find that disingenuous? Who among us is not yearning for the imperial seat?" Su Tiangan questioned. At the mention of the throne, his eyes gleamed with an insatiable desire, an almost frenzied pursuit of power. "As for your claim of being an adopted son, who can guarantee that you are not the emperor's illegitimate child? Ask Master Hongchun if he believes it." Su Tiangan scoffed at the notion of Wei Xuan being an adopted son, questioning how that old man could possibly treat him so favorably. Mirror of the Red Dust offered no rebuttal. To speak candidly, he genuinely believed that Wei Xuan might indeed be the emperor's illegitimate son. Not only he, but many others shared this sentiment. Observing Su Tiangan's resolute intent to kill him, Wei Xuan had no intention of uttering foolish platitudes such as promises to renounce the throne or to transform conflict into harmony. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the elder beside Su Tiangan, bestowing a kindly smile and inquired, "Esteemed elder, do you remember our previous encounter?" The elder had encountered him a year prior, within the royal chambers of his father. Now, in order to avert the impending crisis, it was imperative to address the formidable limit Douluo. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to fight desperately for his survival. Despite the peril of his consciousness shattering, it was not beyond his capability to eliminate these adversaries. Yet the cost would be exorbitant, an option he would only resort to if absolutely necessary. for such an act could lead to his utter demise, leaving him with no chance of reincarnation. In truth, if he could manipulate Su Tianran's thoughts, the current predicament could be resolved. However, the animosity Su Tian harbored was profound, bordering on obsession, rendering any influence futile. The ability to control another's mind is inherently limited. The greater the hostility from the opponent, the slimmer the chances of success. Should the opponent possess overwhelming strength, the likelihood of success diminishes further, as with Long Xiaoyao, where he knew without attempting that it would be futile. Su Tianran's body quivered, astonished to gaze upon the elder, surprised that they had indeed crossed paths before. The elder seemed to perceive Su Tianran's unease and clarified, "We have merely met once. There is no entanglement between us." Su Tianran noticeably exhaled in relief, casting a sinister smile towards Wei Xuan, retorting, "What? Do you still wish to feign intimacy for the sake of survival?" Wei Xuan shot Su Tianran a cold glance, offering no further response. "Senior, your choice to assist Su Tianran must surely be linked to the affairs of the Holy Spirit sect," Wei Xuan stated, fixing his gaze upon the elder. The elder's expression shifted slightly, and admiration flickered in his eyes as he regarded Wei Xuan. Indeed, the tales of his intelligence were not exaggerated, though it was a pity. I do not fear revealing this to you. His Majesty the Dragon Emperor's willingness to aid me truly stems from the matter of the Holy Spirit sect," Su Tianran declared with a smirk. To entice Long Xiaoyao's presence, he had paid a considerable price, binding himself to the Holy Spirit sect. Yet, what does it matter if you are aware? Su Tianran scoffed, eager to witness the despair and helplessness of Wei Xuan. However, he was destined for disappointment. For Wei Xuan exhibited not a trace of despair. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Senior, I shall speak candidly. I can genuinely assist in restoring the reputation of the Holy Spirit sect, allowing the evil soul masters to walk openly under the sun," Wei Xuan stated earnestly. He harbored some suspicions regarding Long Xiaoyao's motivations for aiding Su Tianran, wishing to tailor his approach to sway him. During his previous encounter in the Imperial Palace, he had met two limit Douluos and, driven by curiosity, inquired of his father about their purpose for being there. The Sun Moon Emperor did not conceal the truth from him, elaborating on their identities and their desire to form an alliance with the Sun Moon Empire. Su Tianran's ability to enlist the aid of a limit Douluo likely stemmed from promises made, assuring the latter that post his ascension to the throne, an alliance with the Holy Spirit sect would be established. Recognizing that their union was primarily driven by mutual benefit, Wei Xuan resolved to leverage even greater incentives to secure their support. Long Xiaoyao's expression shifted subtly, revealing a newfound interest in Wei Xuan's words. Without waiting for a response, Wei Xuan elaborated, "What I mean by restoring reputation is to genuinely address the issues faced by evil soul masters, allowing them the freedom to traverse the continent like ordinary soul masters, free from disdain." This statement is nothing short of astonishing. Previously, the somewhat stirred Long Xiaoyao was now taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. In a swift motion, Long Xiaoyao appeared before Wei Xuan, crouching down to match his level. Breathless as he inquired, "Is what you say true? Do you truly possess a means to resolve the shortcomings of the evil soul master?" This news is of paramount importance to Long Xiaoyao, significant enough to render him unable to maintain his composure. Should it indeed resolve the shortcomings of the evil soul masters, allowing them to traverse freely beneath the sun, then the Holy Spirit sect could rightfully emerge. Thus, Shishui would no longer need to fret over the future of the Holy Spirit sect. Perhaps, by then, a smile would once again grace her face. Jing Hongqian was startled by the sudden appearance of Long Xiaoyao, immediately adopting a defensive stance, aiming her soul-guided cannon at him. Su Tianran's expression darkened, losing his composure. If Long Xiao sided with Wei Xuan, it would spell disaster. "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, do not heed his nonsense. How could a mere child of 8 years resolve the issues posed by the evil soul masters?" Su Tianran spoke solemnly. He exchanged glances with several soul masters, signaling them to prepare for action, lest further complications arise. "You would do well to refrain from making a move until I have gathered the facts. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Long Xiaoyao warned. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura, characteristic of a limit Douluo, was unleashed, causing the 6 individuals present, including Su Tianran, to feel an immense pressure weighing down upon their bodies. Only Wei Xuan remained unaffected by this force. The others struggled to catch their breath under the might of this formidable pressure. The supremacy of the limit was unmistakable, as he alone intimidated 5 ninth-level soul masters. Of course, this was merely intimidation. Should a true battle ensue, the 5 ninth-level soul masters were not without means of resistance. Su Tianran's expression was grim. He had not anticipated Long Xiaoyao would obstruct them. I have no reason to deceive you. If I assert that I can resolve the issues surrounding the evil soul masters, it signifies I genuinely possess the means, Wei Xuan stated calmly. In the face of this pinnacle warrior of the continent, he felt considerable pressure, after all. The disparity in strength was evident, and the invisible oppression was beyond his capacity to withstand. Nevertheless, he did not exhibit any signs of fear, maintaining his composure before Long Xiaoyao. A flicker of hope ignited within Long Xiaoyao as he urged eagerly, "Share your method, should I find it feasible. I shall ensure your safety. Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, do not forget the agreement between the Holy Spirit sect and myself." Su Tianran's voice grew more intense. His fists clenched tightly, a murderous intent brewing within him. Long Xiaoyao disregarded Su Tianran's words. What mattered more to him at present was the method proposed by Wei Xuan. The malevolence of the evil soul masters, their bloodthirstiness, stemmed primarily from the corrupting influence of their martial souls upon their minds. If the nefarious attributes affecting their cognition could be controlled, their thoughts would align with those of ordinary individuals, no longer driven by primal urges to kill. Thus, the inherent flaws of the evil soul masters could be rectified. Once their minds were restored, evil soul masters would not differ significantly from regular soul masters, save for their martial souls being slightly more nefarious. By addressing the bloodthirstiness inherent in the evil soul masters and encouraging them to engage in virtuous deeds to alter public perceptions in due time, they would be accepted by society. Wei Xuan spoke slowly, pausing before adding, "Of course, for those evil soul masters who kill purely for the sake of power, that is another matter entirely." Upon hearing Wei Xuan's proposal, Long Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Indeed, it was a commendable approach. Most evil soul masters were, in truth, pitiable individuals, their personalities skewed by the influence of their martial souls and shunned by the world, which led them down a bloody path. If it were possible to liberate them from the influence of their martial souls, transforming their bloodthirstiness and ferocity, perhaps one day they might once again walk under the sun. Chapter 25. Are you deceiving me? The joy was short-lived, as Long Xiaoyao furrowed his brows. Before he could voice his doubts, Su Tianran sneered and spoke first. "Do you think the Dragon Emperor is a mere child? The malevolent attribute of martial souls cannot simply be controlled at will. If it were that easy, there would be no evil spirit masters left in this world, and we wouldn't be waiting for you to propose such a method." Su Tianran disdainfully pointed out the most significant flaw in Wei Xuan's approach. Long Xiao felt a twinge of displeasure at Su Tianran's abrupt interruption. Yet he chose not to dwell on it, acknowledging that there was some truth to his words. He cast a sharp gaze at Wei Xuan, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "What you propose is merely theoretical, and in my eyes, it holds little feasibility, or perhaps it is entirely impossible. Is this truly your solution?" As he spoke, the oppressive aura emanating from Long Xiaoyao bore down on Wei Xuan, causing him to stumble, his legs buckling as he nearly fell to the ground. Wei Xuan exerted all his soul power to resist this pressure, his legs trembling as he fought to stand straight, his complexion pale. "Do not overstep your bounds," Jing Hongqian exclaimed in anger, prepared to confront Long Xiaoyao directly. The leader of the Hongqian Hall, Wei Xuan, swiftly intervened, shaking his head at Jing Hongqian. "I advise you to refrain from making any rash moves, or do not blame me for sending you on your way," Long Xiaoyao said in a low voice. His mood soured. Initially, he thought he had glimpsed hope, but now it seemed he was being played for a fool. This method was, indeed, unattainable. Jing Hongqian glared at Long Xiaoyao, straining to control his emotions to prevent an outburst. Wei Xuan remained composed, though his gaze had turned colder, unflinchingly meeting Long Xiaoyao's questioning look, asserting, "Since I claim it can be controlled, it indeed can be. Others may falter, but I will succeed." Under the penetrating gaze of Wei Xuan, whose eyes were as profound as the night sky, Long Xiaoyao felt an inexplicable tremor of fear, prompting him to avert his gaze. Realizing the shift in his own emotions, Long Xiaoyao was taken aback, feeling both astonished and absurd at the notion that he could be intimidated by a child barely over 8 years old. The emergence of such emotions has instigated a profound shift in Long Xiaoyao's perception of Wei Xuan, prompting him to regard him with newfound seriousness. "Do you comprehend the fate that awaits those who deceive me?" Long Xiao remarked, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Wei Xuan, his murderous intent unabashedly emanating from him. Wei Xuan chuckled, his countenance adorned with an air of tranquility, responding, "Ultimately, it is merely death. However, I possess unwavering confidence that I shall never encounter such an end." Long Xiaoyao's eyes, deep and contemplative, studied Wei Xuan, noting his unwavering composure in the face of death, seemingly devoid of any trepidation. To his astonishment, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe Wei Xuan's assertions. Perhaps he could indeed master the malevolent attributes of the evil soul master. "I can offer you an opportunity," Long Xiaoyao proposed after a moment of reflection. "I shall locate an evil soul master for you to experiment with. If you succeed, you shall live. If you fail, I will ensure that your existence is a torment. Are you willing to undertake this challenge?" Despite his lingering distrust, he was tempted to take a chance. After all, what if he succeeded? Upon hearing this, Su Tianran's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Predecessor Long, Wei Xuan is someone I must eliminate. I implore you not to interfere." Long Xiaoyao turned to Su Tianran, his demeanor cold and unyielding. "I am not obstructing you. I merely wish for him to assist me with the task. Should he fail, without your prompting, I shall undoubtedly aid you in his demise. As for the success..." Here, Long Xiaoyao hesitated, uncertain how to deal with Wei Xuan. If he were to succeed, would the esteemed Dragon Emperor still protect him? One must not forget that our purpose here was to slay him. If he survives, would he spare us in the future? Even if he refrained from pursuing revenge for this assassination attempt, would there not linger a sense of animosity in his heart? His survival would position him as the Emperor of the Day and Moon Empire, if he harbored resentment towards the Holy Spirit sect. I firmly believe that the sect's fortunes would not fare well. Su Tianran's countenance darkened, filled with regret for not having eliminated Wei Xuan at the first opportunity, leading to a situation that had grown increasingly uncontrollable. Long Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, his expression reflective as he occasionally glanced at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan remained silent, refraining from justifying himself, standing quietly, his consciousness extending outward, preparing for an offensive. "Predecessor, if you were to take him away now, my position would become untenable. All the agreements I previously made with the Holy Spirit sect would become void. Upon my ascension, I shall undoubtedly elevate the Holy Spirit sect to the status of the state religion. What can he offer you? The likelihood is, indeed, a certainty of despair. Do you truly wish to forsake a powerful ally for an improbable method?" Su Tiantian spoke earnestly, his sincerity palpable. At that moment, Long Xiaoyao found himself ensnared in indecision. He needed to solidify his resolve. After a moment's contemplation, Su Tiantian, with utmost sincerity, declared, "Senior, although my words may carry an air of threat, I feel compelled to express this. You must choose between him and me. Should you decide to take him for experimentation, regardless of the outcome, our agreement shall be rendered void. From that moment forth, I, Su Tiantian, shall have no ties whatsoever with the Holy Spirit sect, and any future collaboration shall be impossible." His words were unmistakably direct. Between Wei Xuan and him, Long Xiaoyao could only choose one, with no possibility of accommodating both. Long Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Tiantian. The latter felt the weight of Long Xiaoyao's dangerous gaze, his body trembling as if under the scrutiny of a ferocious beast. Under ordinary circumstances, Su Tiantian might have softened his stance, but now he stood resolute, engaging Long Xiaoyao in unwavering eye contact to convey his certainty. After a moment of intense observation, Long Xiaoyao averted his gaze, rising to his feet and sinking into contemplation. Typically decisive, he acted without hesitation. Yet now, confronted with this dilemma, he found himself wavering, unable to reach a conclusion. Jing Hongqian, listening intently from the side, began to grasp the man's identity and the reasons behind his collusion with Su Tiantian. His not-so-large eyes darted quickly, formulating an idea, and he spoke up. "You are the legendary Dragon Emperor Douluo, Long Xiaoyao, are you not?" Long Xiaoyao instinctively nodded, dismissing Jing Hongqian's comment as he weighed the pros and cons of both options, recognizing that this matter required careful consideration. Although he felt irked by Su Tiantian's previous statement, he could not deny the validity of his argument. Wei Xuan's ideas seemed fantastical and had a low probability of success. He approached them with a sense of cautious optimism rather than genuine belief. Were it not for the potential of Wei Xuan's method to fundamentally resolve the issue of evil soul masters, he would not be hesitating at all. Chapter 26, Su Tiantian's Demise, the Guardian. Regarding Long Xiaoyao's demeanor, Jing Hongqian paid little heed and continued, "Senior, in truth, A different partner for collaboration would be more advantageous for the Holy Spirit sect. What do you mean? Long Xiaoyao raised his gaze to Jin Hongchun, feigning confusion as he spoke. Noticing Long Xiaoyao's interest, Jin Hongchun took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as he remarked, "What I mean is that you should contemplate collaborating with Prince Wei Xuan. He is undoubtedly a far superior partner compared to Su Tianran, both in terms of talent and his esteemed reputation within the empire. The benefits you would reap from an alliance with him would be significantly greater. Moreover, Prince Wei Xuan possesses a character that far exceeds that of Su Tianran. He would never engage in treachery. While I am unaware of the promises Su Tianran has made to you, based on my understanding of him, he may earnestly assist you when you are in need, but once he has amassed sufficient power, the Holy Spirit sect may very well face eradication." Jin Hongchun, "Do not attempt to sow discord here," Su Tianran interjected, his expression darkening with fury. He then turned to Long Xiaoyao and swiftly clarified, "Senior Long Huang, do not heed his baseless claims. I would never betray my allies." "Huh? A man who would slay his own kin to achieve his goals is capable of anything," Jin Hongchun retorted scornfully, displaying his disdain for Su Tianran. Long Xiaoyao's gaze flickered, revealing no discernible shift in his emotions. He regarded Jin Hongchun with a knowing look and intoned meaningfully, "How can you be so certain that Prince Wei Xuan would be a more advantageous choice for us? He possesses a fair understanding of the circumstances within the Sun and Moon Empire, being aware of some of Wei Xian's notable deeds. If he were to choose an ally between Su Tianran and Wei Xuan, he would undoubtedly opt for Wei Xuan, as the latter harbors a greater potential of ascending to the throne of the Sun and Moon Empire. Moreover, his impression of Su Tianran is far from favorable. As Jin Hongchun aptly remarked, a person who cannot even bring himself to eliminate a brother is capable of anything. And engaging with such an individual is hardly a prudent choice. Were it not for Shishui's intention to ally with Su Tianran, he would have little interest in this person, particularly one who resorts to fratricide. However, he needs to ascertain Wei Xian's stance towards the Holy Spirit sect, should the latter offer promises akin to those of Su Tianran. It would not be entirely out of the question to consider." Jin Hongchun, with his quick wit, swiftly comprehended Long Xiaoyao's implication. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved with determination and declared, "If you could assist us in our predicament, I can persuade His Highness Wei Xuan to form an alliance with you, fostering mutual support. Additionally, I am willing to extend some aid to the Holy Spirit sect, provided that it does not involve any acts of bloodshed." As the master of Mingda Hall, his words carried significant weight. In the interest of securing both his and Wei Xian's escape, he found himself compelled to compromise. Collaborating with the Holy Spirit sect felt akin to allying with a tiger, yet it was preferable to death. As long as Wei Xuan survived, he would undoubtedly have the capacity to subdue the Holy Spirit sect in the future, thereby assuming a dominant position in the collaboration. Perhaps he might even reform the Holy Spirit sect, curbing the malevolent deeds of this malevolent sorcerer collective, Jin Hongchun reassured himself. To mitigate the sense of humiliation, he could only comfort himself in such a manner. Long Xiaoyao, somewhat intrigued, turned his gaze towards the silent Wei Xuan and inquired, "I wish to know your stance." Su Tianran's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly exclaimed, "Dragon Emperor, do you truly intend to breach our agreement?" As he spoke, he exchanged a subtle glance with several ninth-level soul masters, signaling them to prepare for action and eliminate Wei Xuan first. Wei Xuan had been fixated on Su Tianran until he heard Long Xiaoyao's words, prompting him to avert his gaze, lift his head to meet Long Xiaoyao's eyes, and smile as he remarked, "I see no harm in allying with the Holy Spirit sect. After all, it serves our mutual interests. However, before we proceed, I believe you should make a choice. Will you support him or me?" He gestured towards Su Tianran. Su Tianran's face turned a ghastly shade, his hands gripping the wheelchair's armrests with such force that the metal began to warp under his immense strength. Regret coursed through him. Had he known, he would never have invited Long Xiaoyao, who was intended to ensure absolute security. Little did he anticipate that the greatest variable would be the very Long Xiaoyao he summoned. How ironic. Long Xiaoyao's gaze flickered between Wei Xuan and Su Tianran, lost in contemplation, unable to reach a definitive conclusion. Noticing Long Xiaoyao's indecision, Wei Xuan subtly shook his head, murmuring to himself, "Since you cannot choose, allow me to decide for you." A cold glimmer flashed in Wei Xian's eyes as he regarded Su Tianran with a tinge of pity and, in a voice only he could hear, declared, "Cunning, ambitious, and ruthlessly capable, indeed, a person of great potential. Alas, he has provoked me." A sudden surge of powerful psychic energy erupted in the area, transforming into an invisible yet ferocious assault. The expressions of those present, save for Wei Xuan, shifted dramatically, their hearts racing with terror as they experienced a profound sense of dread. Before any of them could react, a piercing, harrowing scream echoed, a sound filled with fear and despair. Long Xiaoyao and the others swiftly turned towards the source of the noise, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight that met them. Su Tianran lay slumped in his wheelchair, his complexion ashen, terror etched upon his face, blood streaming from his orifices, his expression frozen in horror. As titled Douluos, their senses were acutely honed, and they realized that Su Tianran no longer drew breath, his heart ceased to beat. He was irrevocably dead. Everyone remained rooted to the spot. Even Long Xiaoyao was no exception. The impact of this scene was overwhelmingly profound. A living being had perished so suddenly, without a hint of warning. And they had not even discerned who had struck the fatal blow. They had merely sensed a powerful psychic force erupting, followed by Su Tianran's agonized cry. Such a method was truly terrifying. The moment of paralysis lasted but a heartbeat before all present became vigilant, their gazes sweeping the surroundings as if facing a formidable foe. Long Xiaoyao's countenance grew grave, his martial spirit instinctively manifesting as a weight settled upon his heart. Among those present, he possessed the greatest strength, his peak-level prowess granting him formidable psychic abilities, far exceeding that of ordinary titled Douluos. Yet, even with such exceptional psychic strength, he had failed to foresee the impending mental assault. The implications of this situation are self-evident. The master of that formidable psychic energy is undoubtedly no weaker than him. He is likely an extreme soul Douluo of the psychic category. The dark holy dragon martial spirit materialized behind him, surrounded by a terrifying display of soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red, swirling ominously around him, emanating a dreadful wave of energy that instilled fear throughout the arena. Upon releasing his martial spirit, Long Xiaoyao cast an oppressive atmosphere over the area, causing gravity to surge, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and leaving them with a sensation of tightness in their chests. In that initial moment, Wei Xuan felt as though he was being crushed by a mountain, teetering on the brink of death. Had it not been for Long Xiaoyao's timely control over his aura, Wei Xuan might have perished under the weight of the natural pressure radiating from him. Even the slightest oppressive aura from an ultimate powerhouse is beyond what a soul master of Wei Xuan's caliber could withstand. Meanwhile, the 4 ninth-level soul masters under Su Tian found themselves in disarray, their morale shattered by the death of their leader. Exchanging anxious glances, they instinctively gathered together, positioning themselves back to back, filled with trepidation. Each of them experienced a surreal disconnection from reality. How could the second prince of the Sun-Moon Empire, a soul Douluo with an impressive spirit power of 85, have met his end so unexpectedly? The suddenness and peculiarity of his demise, coupled with the pressure from Long Xiaoyao, left them questioning whether they were trapped in a dream. With Su Tianran's death weighing heavily on their hearts, despair began to creep in. Given the gravity of their actions, could they possibly survive this ordeal? In the first moment, Jing Hongqian positioned herself before Wei Xuan, her expression grave. Despite Su Tianran's demise, she harbored no sense of joy. There is no need for such subterfuge, esteemed one. Please reveal yourself, Long Xiaoyao intoned, ascending into the air. His tone remained relatively calm, refraining from uttering any harsh words. As he was unaware of the opponent's intentions, silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound or energy. Wei Xuan stood quietly behind Jing Hongqian, a faint smile gracing his pale visage. The so-called ultimate power was merely his own intervention. It remained uncertain how Long Xiaoyao would react upon discovering this truth. Naturally, he would never confess to having acted himself, allowing Long Xiaoyao to entertain the notion of an ultimate force lurking nearby. After a span of several minutes, under Long Xiaoyao's guidance, Wei Xuan, Jing Hongqian, and the 2 captured 9th-level soul mentors swiftly departed from the Jingyang mountain range. Their velocity was remarkable, the scenery below shifting rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, the 5 had emerged beyond the mountainous borders. On a small peak located several miles from the Jingyang mountain range, Wei Xuan regarded Long Xiaoyao with a smile. I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed senior. Had it not been for your intimidation earlier, escaping the clutches of the 4 ninth-level soul mentors alongside Jing Hongqian would have proven quite challenging. Long Xiaoyao nodded, his gaze fixed on Wei Xuan as he earnestly declared, my aid does not come without purpose. With Su Tianran's death, The prior agreement with the Holy Spirit sect is rendered void. I now wish to ally myself with you on behalf of the sect. He articulated his intentions plainly. Recognizing that with Su Tianran gone, they had no choice but to turn to Wei Xuan. Within the empire of the sun and moon, other princes existed. Yet they paled in comparison to Wei Xuan, negating the necessity for an alliance with them. Long Xiaoyao's unwavering stare bore a silent, intangible pressure. His words carried an air of dominance that brooked no refusal. His assistance in facilitating the escape of Wei Xuan and Jing Hongshan was a means to forge an alliance. And should Wei Xuan decline, his efforts would be rendered futile. Wei Xuan nodded and said, "Very well, but before we form an alliance, there are certain matters that need to be clarified to prevent any misunderstandings in the future." Long Xiao felt a sense of relief. Wei Xuan's agreement lightened his expression considerably. "Please, speak your mind." Jing Hongshan stood beside Wei Xuan, maintaining a vigilant demeanor. For he could not afford to underestimate a limit Douluo. Wei Xuan, however, felt no pressure and candidly stated, "I can assist the evil soul masters in resolving the issues with their martial souls and strive to rehabilitate the reputation of the Holy Spirit sect, altering its entrenched perception in the hearts of the people." Long Xiaoyao's face brightened with joy, for this was precisely what he desired. After a brief moment of elation, he solemnly replied, "I need you to promise that once you ascend to the throne of the Sun Moon Empire, you will establish the Holy Spirit sect as the state religion." He still harbored doubts about Wei Xuan's ability to resolve the issues faced by the evil soul masters and believed that making the Holy Spirit sect the state religion was a more practical approach. "I have no interest in the throne, but I can swear in the name of martial souls that if we ally, I will ensure the Holy Spirit sect becomes the state religion," Wei Xuan declared. Long Xiaoyao nodded, scrutinizing Wei Xuan, and inquired, "What then? Do you wish for the Holy Spirit sect to do for you?" "There is no such thing as a free lunch." Wei Xuan's willingness to assist the Holy Spirit sect undoubtedly came with his own demands. Since they were forming an alliance, it was only natural for both parties to seek mutual benefit. Conversing with an astute individual was indeed effortless. Wei Xuan smiled and remarked, "I require the Holy Spirit sect to agree to 3 conditions." "What are those 3 conditions?" Long Xiaoyao refrained from giving an immediate response, opting instead to first inquire about the stipulations. "The first condition is that the Holy Spirit sect must impose strict regulations on its followers. Any evil soul master who utilizes my methods to resolve the issues with their martial souls must not engage in indiscriminate killing or malevolent acts. Should anyone dare to contravene this, I will personally eliminate them, even if you do not." Wei Xuan's words were calm, and his expression betrayed no hint of coldness. Yet, his declaration sent a shiver down Long Xiaoyao's spine. He regarded Wei Xuan intently, sensing that there were unspoken thoughts lingering beneath the surface. If that were the case, it seemed likely that he would not only deal with those who continued their wicked ways, but might also take action against the Holy Spirit sect itself. Without waiting for Long Xiaoyao's response, Wei Xuan continued, "The second condition requires the Holy Spirit sect to provide me with adequate support, granting me the authority to mobilize its followers when necessary. As for the third condition," Wei Xuan paused momentarily, looking at Long Xiaoyao before stating, "I need you to protect me for 10 years. "Protect you?" Long Xiaoyao asked, perplexed and unsure of the meaning behind those words. "To provide personal protection for me over the course of 10 years, Wei Xuan succinctly explained, having momentarily forgotten that the concept of protection did not exist in this world. "Doesn't that equate to being your bodyguard?" Long Xiaoyao's expression darkened as he spoke gravely. "You want me to serve as your bodyguard?" He, a dignified limit Douluo, was infuriated by the audacity of others to ask him to serve as a bodyguard. Clearing his throat, Jing Hongshan interjected to explain to Wei Xuan, "It is not entirely accurate to equate personal protection with being a bodyguard, just as I often safeguard His Highness. Does that make me a mere bodyguard?" Upon hearing Jing Hongshan's perspective, Long Xiaoyao's expression softened significantly. He turned to Wei Xuan and stated, "I can acquiesce to the first 2 conditions. However, I implore you to reconsider the third. I shall not be at your side at all times." The first 2 conditions seemed acceptable to him, devoid of any excessive demands. However, the third was undeniably presumptuous. For a limit Douluo to take on the role of a bodyguard would tarnish his illustrious reputation. "Your Highness, perhaps you should propose an alternative," Jing Hongshan suggested, recognizing Long Xiaoyao's pride and the unlikelihood of his acceptance. Moreover, he harbored concerns about Long Xiaoyao, feeling uneasy about allowing him to be in constant proximity to Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan shook his head, his tone resolute. The third condition is non-negotiable. I require you to become my protector. He aspired to genuine growth, to avoid premature demise, and a formidable guardian was essential. Having a soul master of Long Xiaoyao's caliber as his protector was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Long Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, feeling averse to the notion of becoming another's bodyguard. How about this? If I can indeed resolve the influence of the evil soul master's martial spirit, would you agree to have me as your protector? Wei Xuan proposed. Rest assured, being my protector will not entail engaging in any frivolous tasks. Your sole responsibility will be to safeguard me when necessary. Furthermore, your role as my protector will strengthen the ties between the Holy Spirit cult and the Sun Moon Empire, solidifying our alliance. Does that not sound advantageous? Long Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right, if you can indeed resolve the Soul Master's influence, I shall become your guardian for the next 10 years. Chapter 27. The Sun Martial Soul. Ultimate Fire. Upon hearing Long Xiaoyao's agreement, Wei Xuan smiled with satisfaction and replied, "You shall not regret this decision." However, Long Xiaoyao did not share Wei Xuan's enthusiasm. He felt somewhat disheartened at the prospect of becoming someone else's protector. Half an hour later, Long Xiaoyao departed alone, while Wei Xuan, Jing Hongqin, and the two ninth-level Soul Masters returned to the Ming capital. On board the Soul Engineer aircraft, Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqin stood side by side, while the two ninth-level Soul Masters remained unconscious, not yet awakened. From time to time, Jing Hongqin glanced at Wei Xuan, seemingly hesitant to speak. "Master Hongqin, if you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need for such restraint between us," Wei Xuan said without turning his head. Jing Hongqin nodded, letting out a soft sigh. "I cannot shake the feeling that allying with the Holy Spirit sect is not a wise choice." Wei Xuan turned his head to look at Jing Hongqin for a moment before directing his gaze forward, slightly exasperated. Just now, we had only two options, ally or die. There were no other alternatives. If we did not form an alliance, Long Xiaoyao would have taken immediate action against us. In such circumstances, could we have chosen differently? Jing Hongqin's expression darkened. It was his first encounter with such a helpless situation, where life and death hinged on another's whims. Perhaps we should simply refuse to acknowledge this alliance. Once we return to the Ming capital, we need not worry about our safety. Denial should pose no issue. Even if the Holy Spirit sect is formidable, I doubt they would dare to cause havoc in the Ming capital. If they do, it would serve as a lesson on the might of our Sun and Moon Empire, Jing Hongqin stated solemnly. He held strong prejudices against the Holy Spirit sect. To him, an alliance was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger, promising nothing but dire consequences. Wei Xuan shook his head without hesitation, declaring, "Having made a promise, I shall not waver. I will honor my commitment. But your highness, while you uphold your promise, they may not do the same. Those soul masters are hardly benevolent." Jing Hongqin cautioned, "Let us observe the situation first. Should they dare to breach their vow, I possess means to deal with them." Wei Xuan replied, his tone growing colder. Seeing Wei Xian's confident demeanor, Jing Hongqin chose not to press further. In the northern region of the Jingyang Mountains, four elder figures descended from the sky, gasping for breath and appearing somewhat disheveled. These four ninth-level soul masters were not easily dealt with. Even Long Xiaoyao would require considerable effort to eliminate them. In the prior encounter, Long Xiaoyao had opted not to engage them in a deadly struggle, but instead forced them to retreat. "What shall we do now?" One person, bewildered, inquired. "We can no longer remain in the Sun and Moon Empire. Given our actions, staying here would lead us to a dead end." Another elder replied in a grave tone, "Are you implying that the other three have understood your point?" The group looked toward the elder, comprehending his meaning. "We must depart from the Sun and Moon Empire and journey to the original Douluo continent. As ninth-level soul engineers, we will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous factions eager to enlist our talents. So long as we align ourselves with a sufficiently powerful force or nation, even if our whereabouts are discovered, they will be unable to take any action against us." However, someone voiced their concern, "What about our families?" At this moment, what can we do about family? Can remaining here truly ensure their safety? It was merely a matter of death, someone lamented in anguish. Let us set aside concerns for family and prioritize our own preservation. Upon returning to the capital, Mingdu, Jing Hongqin entered the royal palace to report the incident to the Emperor of Sun and Moon. Upon hearing this news, the Emperor nearly fainted from rage, his fury unparalleled, and he immediately dispatched men to purge Su Tianron's residence. In less than a day, The once illustrious estate of the second prince had fallen into ruin, and all those closely associated with Su Tianran suffered repercussions. A portion of the ministers were demoted, numerous royal relatives received warnings, and the guards trained by Su Tianran were conscripted. 3 days later, in the Mingda Hall, the news of Su Tianran's demise stirred considerable commotion throughout the capital. Yet Wei Xuan remained largely unperturbed. He had immersed himself in the creation of soul-guiding devices. After absorbing the second soul ring, his soul power ascended to new heights. Although he was merely at the 22nd level, this was a refined and concentrated rank. In terms of overall capacity, his soul power surpassed that of the average soul sovereign, proving exceptionally resilient. Following the breakthrough in his soul power, he was eager to attempt crafting higher-level soul-guiding devices, and thus he took action. He had arranged with Long Xiaolao to begin assisting the evil soul masters in addressing the flaws of their martial souls in half a month's time, leaving him with ample leisure in the interim. Brother Wei Xuan, where are you? A notably youthful voice called out from outside the laboratory. Wei Xuan possessed a dedicated laboratory within Mingda Hall, equipped to a standard comparable to that of a 9th-level soul engineer. Hearing the urgent calls from outside, he paused his work. With a creak, the laboratory door swung open, and a chubby boy of around 6 years old, with a round face, rushed in. Upon spotting Wei Xuan, the boy's lips quivered, his eyes reddened, and he stumbled towards him. "Wah, Brother Wei Xuan," the chubby child cried, appearing quite aggrieved as he dashed into Wei Xuan's embrace. Wei Xuan stepped back a few paces to absorb the boy's momentum. He was not concerned about the impact, but the child was another matter entirely. Seeing the boy weep so sorrowfully, Wei Xuan gently patted his back and consoled him. "Why are you crying so much? Who has bullied you?" The chubby little boy, Su Yanqing, is the youngest son of the Emperor of the Sun and Moon. I heard that my second brother has passed away," Su Yanqing sobbed, his face awash with tears, deeply saddened. Wei Xuan fell silent, uncertain of how to console him. Unlike the typical 8-year-old, he possessed an extraordinary temperament. However, Su Yanqing was different. At merely 6 years of age, his thoughts were innocent, and it was only natural for him to weep so sorrowfully upon hearing of his elder brother's demise. After a brief silence, Wei Xuan gently inquired, "Do you blame your brother?" He had a good relationship with this non-blood-related sibling, genuinely regarding him as a brother, and he wished to avoid any rift between them caused by Su Tiantian's situation. Su Yanqing sobbed several times, releasing his grip on Wei Xuan, tilting his head back and shaking it vigorously, his chubby cheeks trembling slightly. "I don't blame him, although I am heartbroken over my second brother's death. I bear no ill will towards you," Su Yanqing said, wiping away his tears. "Why is that?" Wei Xuan asked with a smile, sensing the sincerity in Su Yanqing's words. "I believe my second brother brought this upon himself. If he hadn't sought to harm you." Su Yanqing trailed off, unable to continue, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, choking back sobs, appearing quite pitiful. His bond with Su Tiantian was not as strong as that with Wei Xuan. Thus, his sorrow stemmed largely from their blood relation. Anyone would grieve the loss of a brother, especially a 6-year-old child. Wei Xuan gently ruffled Su Yanqing's hair, feeling a pang of compassion for the little one's deep sorrow. Choosing not to dwell on the matter further, he lightheartedly said, "Yanqing, let me show you a magic trick." Su Yanqing looked up at Wei Xuan, still sniffling, though a part of his attention had shifted, asking, "What kind of magic trick?" Wei Xuan extended his right hand, waving it before Su Yanqing, from which a mist of ice began to emanate. The little one gazed in wonder at the swirling frost that floated from Wei Xuan's palm. Under his command, the icy vapor did not exude an extreme chill, but rather resembled ordinary wisps of smoke. The mist danced around Su Yanqing as if it were a living entity, occasionally morphing into soaring ice birds, then transforming into a miniature ocean, where schools of fish leaped joyfully from the water. At times, it would take the shape of an ice dragon ascending into the sky, or a fierce tiger charging through the wilderness. "How beautiful!" Su Yanqing exclaimed, completely captivated by these enchanting manifestations, clapping his hands in delight and laughing joyously. Wei Xuan smiled, pleased by the innocence of Su Yanqing's heart. Indeed, the emotional shifts of a child are remarkably swift. As he controlled the ice mist, it transformed into various shapes, creatures that ran upon the ground, soared through the air, and swam in the depths of water. Ultimately, the mist coalesced into a transparent, tangible handkerchief that gently wiped away the tears from Su Yanqing's face. Overjoyed, Su Yanqing took the handkerchief from his face, examining it with curiosity, much like an inquisitive child. "This trick is amazing. Brother, can you teach me?" he asked. his eyes filled with admiration and hope. "This is a special trick of mine. I cannot teach it to you," Wei Xuan replied with a chuckle. "Oh, but I really want to learn," Su Yanqing said, disappointment etched on his features. Wei Xuan playfully pinched Su Yanqing's chubby cheeks and said with a light laugh, "Though this is something you cannot learn, I can teach you other interesting things. Let your martial soul be unleashed." Su Yanqing scratched his head awkwardly, hesitating for a moment before admitting, "I have not yet awakened my martial soul." "You just turned 6 a few days ago. How is it that you haven't awakened your martial soul yet?" Wei Xuan inquired with curiosity. Su Yanqing felt embarrassed, his face turning crimson as he murmured, "I was having too much fun in Lingyun City and forgot." With that, he lowered his head, fearful of Wei Xuan's reprimand. "Forgot?" Wei Xuan looked at Su Yanqing with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Witnessing the other's pitiful expression of remorse, he found it difficult to scold her. "Forget it. Let us move on. I will guide you in awakening your martial soul," he said with a hint of resignation. "Yay!" Su Yanqing cheered, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, completely dispelling her earlier despondency. "You, indeed?" Wei Xuan shook his head in bemusement. After a brief tidying up, he led Su Yanqing out of the laboratory. At the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, in the awakening chamber, Su Yanqing stood within the magical array, her body slightly trembling, a look of anguish etched on her face. "Yanqing, just hold on a bit longer. It will be over soon," Wei Xuan reassured her. His brow furrowed. It appeared that Yanqing's martial soul was indeed extraordinary, as the process of awakening it proved to be quite challenging, he mused, harboring a growing sense of anticipation regarding Su Yanqing's martial soul. "It's so hot," Su Yanqing exclaimed, her skin flushing crimson as the temperature around her soared dramatically, causing the air to distort and waves of heat to surge. A blinding red light erupted from her, coalescing behind her into a spherical flame resembling the sun, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. The air warped violently under the searing intensity of the flame. "How can the solar martial soul be so intensely fiery?" murmured the elder, assisting Su Yanqing in her awakening, astonished beyond measure. The oppressive heat rendered even the Soul Emperor quite uncomfortable, necessitating the circulation of soul energy to resist it. Wei Xuan gazed at the blinding sun, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Such high temperatures were not typically possessed by a newly awakened soul master. The innate full soul power far surpassed the usual temperature of a solar martial soul, leading Wei Xuan to speculate about Yanqing's martial soul. "Yanqing, how do you feel?" he inquired, moving closer to Su Yanqing. Despite the discomforting heat that affected the Soul Emperor, Su Yanqing only felt a mild warmth, insufficient to incite any real discomfort. "Fortunately, I feel significantly stronger than before. Though it is a bit hot," Su Yanqing replied, tugging at his clothing to facilitate heat dissipation. Chapter 28, Level 5 Soul Guidance Device, Ice Cloud Wings. "Try to sense your martial soul," Wei Xuan instructed. "How do I communicate with it?" Su Yanqing scratched his head, embarrassment coloring his face as confusion set in. He had devoted most of his time to play and feasting, leaving little room for the study of martial souls. Wei Xuan could not help but chuckle at Su Yanqing's bewilderment, saying, "First, close your eyes, think of nothing, and carefully feel the changes within your body." Su Yanqing obediently nodded and began to follow Wei Xuan's guidance. "Please summon the master of the red dust," Wei Xuan said to the elder. The elder responded respectfully and departed from the awakening chamber. A few minutes later, the energy surrounding Su Yanqing stabilized, and his overall condition improved significantly. Jing Hongchen soon arrived at the awakening chamber. This may truly be the ultimate fire," Jing Hongchen exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and astonishment as he beheld the martial soul behind Su Yanqing. The ultimate martial soul had not manifested in the Sun and Moon Empire for millennia, yet now two had emerged, which was indeed remarkable. Yanqing's situation likely falls under the category of mutation. Otherwise, the intensity of a solar martial soul would not reach the level of ultimate fire, Wei Xuan analyzed. It should be said that the royal lineage's solar martial soul does not attain this level due to its lack of purity, he added. The flames of the sun are undoubtedly among the most searing in existence, epitomizing the pinnacle of fire. If a soul master's martial soul were a true sun, then its flames would unquestionably be the ultimate fire. The reason the solar martial soul inherited from the Sun and Moon royal family has never produced a soul master of the ultimate fire level in over 1,000 years is entirely due to its impurity, failing to qualify as a true sun. Indeed, The solar martial soul has not manifested an ultimate fire soul master in over 1,000 years. His Highness Yanqing's case can only be explained by mutation. Jing Hongqian nodded, suddenly recalling something. He turned to Wei Xuan with a smile, saying, however, this should also be related to the bloodline elixir developed by His Highness. The bloodline elixir can purify the bloodlines within a soul master, enhancing the quality of their martial soul. This is a concoction developed by Wei Xuan, based on the connection between soul masters' martial spirits and their bloodlines in the world of Douluo continent. Upon ingestion, it remarkably enhances the quality of martial spirits. To refine such a pill, nearly 10 million gold soul coins worth of materials are required, including rare and precious resources, making the cost astonishingly high. Furthermore, the alchemical techniques from the cultivation realm are necessary for its creation. Currently, only Wei Xuan possesses the ability to refine it, and due to the limitations of his soul power, he must rely on the assistance of other alchemists to complete the process. The refinement of a single batch takes 1 to 2 months, and thus far, Wei Xuan has managed to produce only 1 batch, yielding 10 pills. Among these, Su Yanqing has consumed 2, one given by Wei Xuan, and the other he secretly ingested. Wei Xuan can't help but chuckle at the thought of the bloodline pill. This little fellow treats pills like candy. Indeed, it seems that the bloodline pill has purified Yanqing's bloodline, elevating his martial spirit to the level of ultimate fire. As Wei Xuan explained, the emergence of ultimate fire is more a testament to the efficacy of the bloodline pill than a mere mutation. 1 pill can significantly enhance the martial spirit's quality. While the effect of 2 pills may be somewhat diminished, it is still superior to that of a single pill. Given the extraordinary potency of the bloodline pill, it is not surprising that it can elevate the already top-tier sun martial spirit to the status of a super martial spirit. If only this pill could be mass-produced like body refinement pills or soul refinement pills, it would greatly benefit all soul masters, lamented Jing Hongqian, acknowledging the immense potential of the bloodline pill. The batch of bloodline pills I refined already represents the lowest possible cost. It cannot be reduced further, Wei Xuan noted, as the exorbitant price ensures the rarity of the bloodline pill. Jing Hongqian understood the value of the bloodline pill and refrained from further comment. Mass production of a pill worth over 10 million is simply unrealistic. Brother, my martial spirit is incredibly powerful. Su Yanqing's excited voice erupted, overflowing with joy as he struggled to contain his enthusiasm. Wei Xuan smiled, saying, tell me how powerful it is. Jing Hongqian gazed intently at Su Yanqing, curious about the strength of the sun martial spirit at the level of ultimate fire. Sure. Su Yanqing replied proudly, clearly pleased with his martial spirit, and began to chatter endlessly, perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement or his limited understanding of martial spirits. Su Yanqing failed to convey the essence of his experience after a lengthy discourse. I suppose we will gradually learn more in due time, Wei Xuan mused, supporting his forehead with one hand, feeling a bit helpless regarding his naive younger brother. Indeed, Jing Hongqian nodded in agreement, having listened for over 10 minutes without grasping what Su Yanqing was saying. After Su Yanqing awakened his martial spirit, Wei Xuan took him to the imperial palace, informing the Sun and Moon Emperor of this significant event. Upon learning that his youngest son possessed an ultimate martial spirit, the emperor was overjoyed, unable to contain his happiness. The evolution of the sun martial spirit to the level of ultimate fire holds profound significance. It suggests that the royal bloodline will strengthen in the future, benefiting generations to come and having a far-reaching impact. Initially, the emperor did not place much importance on his playful and gluttonous son, but upon discovering his awakening of the ultimate martial spirit, his attitude shifted dramatically. He immediately assigned a 9th-level soul master to protect Su Yanqing closely and prepared numerous cultivation resources for him. Thus, with the awakening of his martial spirit, Su Yanqing found himself enjoying multiplied privileges, garnering even greater affection from the Sun and Moon Emperor. The next day, accompanied by the 9th-level soul master, Su Yanqing set out to acquire his first soul ring, while Wei Xuan remained behind in the laboratory to craft a soul-guiding device. The device Wei Xuan was working on was a 5th-level soul-guiding device. Upon successful completion, it would signify his ascension to the rank of a 5th-level soul master. Soon, 12 days passed in the laboratory, where Jing Hongqian stood quietly nearby, fixated on Wei Xuan. He held his breath, nervousness palpable as he observed Wei Xuan, his palms moist with sweat. Wei Xuan, undistracted, was focused on assembling the soul-guiding device. After more than 10 days, he had completed the forging of the device's shell. Inscribing over 100 ordinary magic patterns, and 10 core magic patterns. Now, only the final assembly and the engraving of external magic patterns remain to complete the 5th level soul guiding device. For an ordinary soul master, only the assembly step would remain. But Wei Xuan had an additional task, the external magic patterns. He etched a gathering magic pattern on the exterior of the soul guiding device, which minimizes the soul power required to activate it. Engraving external patterns poses a significantly greater challenge than internal ones, demanding an extraordinary level of precision and mastery over the engraving tools. In addition to the operational requirements, the soul master must have a profound understanding of the internal magic patterns of the device. Otherwise, a misalignment of the internal and external patterns could lead to energy conflicts and catastrophic explosions. These demands are exceedingly challenging, even for an average 9th level soul master, as they do not possess the formidable mental prowess of Wei Xuan. Given the high degree of difficulty involved, only Wei Xuan dares to inscribe the magic array externally. This soul guide device was designed by Wei Xuan himself, and he was already intimately familiar with its assembly, requiring no reference to the blueprints as he worked. In less than an hour, Wei Xuan completed the construction of the soul guide. Upon witnessing the device take shape, Jing Hongqian erupted in joyful exclamations, as though he had just crafted a soul guide himself. Startled by Jing Hongqian's outburst, Wei Xuan's hand trembled, nearly causing the larger soul guide to plummet to the ground. Hongqian, why are you so excited? You nearly gave me a fright, Wei Xuan retorted with mild annoyance. Haha, it's nothing. I simply couldn't contain my emotions. Please, continue with your work, Jing Hongqian replied with an awkward smile, momentarily forgetting that Wei Xuan still needed to engrave the formation. Wei Xuan shook his head in amusement and picked up the dark golden engraving knife to inscribe the final energy convergence formation. This energy concentrating formation is a slightly modified and weakened version of its prototype from the realm of cultivation. 3 hours later, Wei Xuan completed the engraving of the 5th level energy concentrating formation, marking the finalization of this 5th level soul guiding device. Your Highness, allow me to examine this flying soul guiding device and rate it. Jing Hongqian eagerly approached Wei Xuan, keen to assess the situation. Wei Xuan handed the soul guiding device to Jing Hongqian and pulled up a chair to rest. Jing Hongqian took the flying soul guiding device, shaped like the wings of an ice bird, and meticulously scrutinized it, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from within. After a thorough investigation, a look of astonishment spread across Jing Hongqian's face as he nodded repeatedly, utterly captivated by the device. Excellent, truly remarkable. This is undoubtedly the finest 5th level flying soul guiding device I have ever encountered, he praised, thoroughly impressed with the creation. Shifting his gaze from the device to Wei Xuan, Jing Hongqian spoke with palpable excitement. Congratulations, Your Highness, on becoming the youngest 5th level soul master in history. Following his examination, he confirmed that this flying soul guiding device fully met the standards of a 5th level device, signifying that Wei Xuan had attained the corresponding level of expertise. A 5-level soul master at just over 8 years of age is truly unprecedented. A smile also graced Wei Xuan's face. Although he found the creation of 5th level soul guiding devices somewhat challenging, he had ultimately succeeded. I shall test its effects, he thought, eager to discover whether the device met his expectations. Soon, the two exited the laboratory, with Wei Xuan donning the Bingyun wings, a name he had chosen for this soul guiding device. The Bingyun wings resembled eagle wings, adorned with metal-crafted feathers, intricately patterned with complex and exotic designs that enhanced its aesthetic appeal, rendering it extraordinarily splendid. The area between the wings served as the wearing mechanism, constructed from a special metallic material that could be adjusted to fit the wearer's body size. Near the chest area, a circular metallic disc emitted a soft white glow, pulsating with faint energy waves. This is the control center of the entire soul guiding device, equipped with a mental sensor that allows the user to directly manipulate flight through their psychic power. For those with feeble mental strength, this ice cloud wing is rather superfluous. Or one might even argue it is of little utility, as they are utterly incapable of mastering its control. However, for someone like Wei Xuan, endowed with formidable psychic abilities, this ice cloud wing resembles genuine wings, enabling effortless movement and assisting one in soaring through the skies. The soul guide, crafted specifically for Wei Xuan, addresses his inability to fly. In Chapter 29, the death god Douluo, Yishishui, Wei Xuan concentrated, channeling his soul power through the straps into the wings, activating the intricate array inscribed upon their surface. The ice cloud wings seemed to come alive, unfurling gracefully, reminiscent of the majestic wings of a snow eagle. As the wings gently flapped, the minuscule thrusters ignited, generating thrust that lifted Wei Xuan into the air. Initially, he found the experience somewhat unfamiliar, ascending at a leisurely pace as he adapted to the wings on his back. Within moments, he fully acclimated to the ice cloud wings, soaring upward with unrestrained vigor. In that moment, Wei Xuan resembled a true snow eagle, gliding freely through the sky. The wings responded to his every command, executing ascents, dives, and forward maneuvers with fluidity and grace, never pausing for a moment. Due to the prohibition against flying within the city of Mingdu, Wei Xuan circled above the Mingda Hall a few times before halting his ascent. The wings contracted, the straps automatically disengaged, and he utilized his soul power to stow the ice cloud wings back into the soul guide. Jing Hongqian approached with purposeful strides, visibly excited. His eyes sparkling as he addressed Wei Xuan. "Your Highness, may I obtain a copy of the design for this soul guide? I aspire to promote your innovative flying soul guide." Wei Xuan's creation was notably more agile and user-friendly, overcoming the cumbersome nature of previous flying soul guides. If this design were to gain traction, it could lead to significant advancements in the field. Certainly. Though I must caution you that this soul guide demands a considerable level of mental acuity from its user, Wei Xuan replied. Is that so? Jing Hongqian's enthusiasm waned slightly, a frown creasing his brow. Indeed, this soul guide is operated through mental power. Those with insufficient mental strength will find it unusable, Wei Xuan elucidated. I see. Jing Hongqian mused, a touch of disappointment in his tone. Enhancing mental power is significantly more challenging than increasing soul power, and I fear few will meet the requirements for utilizing such a guide. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Please provide me with the design, as I wish to study it thoroughly." He harbored a keen interest in innovative soul guides. Of course, Wei Xuan responded, retrieving the design from his storage ring and handing over several pages of sketches to Jing Hongqian. The following day, within a courtyard in Mingdu City, Wei Xuan stood alongside two elderly men. To his left was Jing Hongqian, and to his right stood Kong Deming, a man with short, grayish-white hair. A few meters in front of them, 5 men and 1 woman gathered, among whom was Long Xiaoyao, whom Wei Xuan had encountered a fortnight prior, standing beside a woman. The woman was shrouded in a deep crimson cloak, her visage obscured by an ethereal mist that rendered her features indistinguishable. The only indication of her femininity lay in her graceful demeanor. Even beneath the heavy cloak, the silhouette of her alluring form suggested that she possessed a physique unattainable by any man. She emitted no trace of ferocity, appearing as ordinary as any common individual. Yet, to perceive her as merely unremarkable based on her unassuming presence would be sheer folly. She was far from an ordinary being. Her ability to stand alongside Long Xiaoyao was a testament to her extraordinary nature. She was none other than Yi Shishui, the supreme leader of the Holy Spirit sect. The 4 men accompanying her were disciples of the Holy Spirit sect, exuding a palpable atmosphere of bloodlust and malevolence. They stood respectfully behind Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao, not daring to make a single move. It was quite unexpected for Yi Shishui to encounter Kong Deming after nearly 4 decades of silence. She expressed her surprise, stating, "I never thought I would see you again." Her gaze immediately settled upon Kong Deming, revealing a hint of trepidation within her unseen eyes. If there existed anyone in the world whom she feared and wished to avoid, it was undoubtedly Kong Deming. Despite the vast difference in their soul power, she dared not underestimate him. He was a true contender, nearing the level of a 10th-rank soul mentor, capable of challenging even her, a limit Douluo. Long Xiaoyao, upon witnessing Kong Deming's appearance, felt a flicker of astonishment. It was unexpected for him to emerge after such a prolonged absence. Kong Deming smiled faintly, tinged with sarcasm, as he remarked, "Is it not due to fear of the strong oppressing the weak that I must emerge to observe?" His gaze deliberately lingered on Long Xiaoyao. The implication clear. Long Xiaoyao maintained a stoic expression, as if the comment were directed at someone else. At their level, they possessed exceptional control over their emotions, seldom exhibiting fluctuations. Elder Kong must be aware of the circumstances. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest upon the deceased Suti Honoran. "We merely came at the invitation," Yi Shishui stated in a flat tone, her voice hoarse, exuding an air of chilling intent. Kong Deming narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him, as her words touched upon the royal family's wounds. "Elder Long, will you not provide an introduction?" Wei Xuan interjected to prevent any unpleasantness from arising between the two parties. Long Xiaoyao understood Wei Xuan's intent and nodded, turning to Yi Shishui to introduce her. "This is Yi Shishui, the supreme leader of our Holy Spirit sect." You may address her as you do me. You should already be aware of our purpose for coming. Greetings, Elder Yi. Wei Xuan nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence. Can you truly resolve the soul weapon issues of the evil soul masters? Yi Shishui inquired, her tone tinged with a hint of anticipation directed towards Wei Xuan. This matter holds immense significance for her, and mentioning it makes it exceedingly difficult for her to maintain her composure. Why not give it a try? Wei Xuan remarked, offering no further explanation. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. No amount of words can compare to witnessing the results firsthand. Yi Shishui cast an appreciative glance at Wei Xuan, as she too was not one to indulge in idle chatter. She casually pointed to an individual and said, "Step forward." The soul master she indicated paled slightly, hesitating, as the first attempt may not yield favorable outcomes. Did you not hear what I said? Yi Shishui, visibly displeased, waved her hand, causing the malevolent soul master to uncontrollably fly into the center. To prevent any resistance from him, she further bound him, rendering him immobile. You may begin, Yi Shishui urged, her impatience palpable as she anticipated the outcome. Wei Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, casting a profound glance at Yi Shishui before saying nothing and stepping forward to stand before the malevolent soul master. Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen followed closely. Wary of the two formidable limit Douluo, Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao, and dared not stray too far from Wei Xuan. The reason for Kong Deming's presence today was to ensure Wei Xuan's absolute safety. With him around, even a united front of Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao would think twice before attempting anything against Wei Xuan. Otherwise, they would quickly learn the power of the soul-guiding devices from Mingdu. Under Kong Deming's control, once the soul-guiding array within Mingdu City was fully activated, not even the mightiest limit Douluo could hope to survive. Release your martial soul, Wei Xuan commanded. The malevolent soul master, already terrified and bound by Yi Shishui, wasted no time in unleashing his martial soul. It manifested as a black, two-headed wolf, with sharp fangs and a ferocious visage, enveloped in a sinister aura. The dark two-headed wolf, while not among the most powerful of evil martial souls, was considered average, excelling in speed and offense. As soon as it was unleashed, the malevolent soul master's aura surged. Black fur sprouted from his skin, his nails elongated into claws, and fangs grew from his mouth, with blood-red eyes glazing over. 4 spirit rings materialized beneath him, 1 yellow and 3 purple, an exceptional combination. With a furious growl, the soul master became increasingly agitated, baring his teeth at Wei Xuan, eyes filled with a thirst for blood. Were it not for Yi Shishui's confinement, he would have lunged forward, unable to restrain his bloodthirsty desire. Yet, before this menacing soul master, Wei Xuan remained unperturbed, displaying no hint of fear. Channeling his spirit power, the ancient ice dragon martial soul appeared behind him, accompanied by its 2 spirit rings. Upon witnessing Wei Xuan's martial soul and spirit rings, Long Xiaobao and Yi Shishui exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a flicker of emotion. What a formidable martial soul! Long Xiaoao marveled, his sensitivity as a dragon martial soul user allowing him to perceive the bloodline suppression emanating from Wei Xuan's soul. It was a dominance of the superior over the inferior, leaving him astounded. The once mighty dark sacred dragon was evidently under pressure, hinting at the formidable strength of Wei Xuan's bloodline. The ancient ice dragon spiraled around Wei Xuan as he lightly leapt onto its head, aligning himself with the malevolent soul master. With a fingertip poised on the soul master's forehead, he channeled his spirit power into him. The previously volatile soul master calmed under this touch, his eyes involuntarily closing. Wei Xuan activated the Qingxin Ju, infusing his spirit power with the ability to dispel evil and stabilize the mind. Under his meticulous control, the pure and cool spirit power flowed into the malevolent soul master's head, purifying his negative emotions. Chapter 30. The dread of limits. Long Xiaoyao and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. While they were uncertain of how Wei Xuan achieved this, the result was undeniably shocking. The malevolent aura of the sinister soul master was evidently waning, no longer exhibiting the same volatility as before, with his murderous intent now subdued. A glance exchanged between Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao revealed mutual astonishment and a glimmer of joy in their eyes. Soon, 10 minutes elapsed, and Wei Xuan had expended over 80% of his soul power, revealing signs of fatigue. He retrieved a prepared soul power elixir from his storage ring, multitasking as he absorbed its essence while simultaneously utilizing his remaining soul power. Generally, when employing an elixir to restore soul power, one must concentrate and refrain from using soul energy, for doing otherwise could easily lead to chaos within the soul power and damage the meridians. However, Wei Xuan need not concern himself with such an issue. His mastery over his own soul power rendered any disorder impossible. With the aid of this relatively advanced soul power elixir, he managed to replenish approximately twice the amount of soul power required to expel the malevolent thoughts of the sinister soul master. In the final moments, Wei Xuan infused a simplified version of the tranquil heart technique into the mind of the soul master. Within the incantation, Wei Xuan had inscribed a special restriction, allowing the soul master to cultivate it personally, yet rendering any transmission of this technique to others utterly impossible. This is not a restriction that would cause one to explode upon the revelation of a secret technique. Rather, it is a form of forgetfulness. This malevolent soul master would instinctively engage with this technique, yet his memory would hold not a trace of information regarding it, to the extent that he would remain oblivious to the fact that he is perpetually operating this technique. This peculiar restriction was an unexpected acquisition from his previous life. Although it was not an intricate barrier, its mysterious nature left even him in admiration of its creator. The heart-calming technique, while not an extraordinary method, was something Wei Xuan preferred to keep from circulating widely, at least for the time being. To prevent its dissemination, he felt compelled to impose this restriction. As the ice dragon vanished, Wei Xuan descended gracefully to the ground, though a wave of weakness surged through him, causing him to stagger backward before regaining his balance. The esteemed Prince Mirror Honshin promptly supported Wei Xuan, expressing concern for his current state. "I am fine," Wei Xuan gestured reassuringly, indicating his well-being. Meanwhile, Long Xiaodao and Yushi Shui focused their attention on the malevolent soul master, each releasing their mental energy to scrutinize the changes within the individual. "How do you feel?" Yushi Shui inquired immediately upon noticing the soul master opening his eyes. The malevolent spirit master felt a sense of bewilderment, grappling with the unsettling transformations occurring within his own body. However, the voice of Yushi Shui immediately roused him from his stupor. He hastily knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "I report to the esteemed elder, I am well. My mind is clearer than before, and the heavy malice that once clouded my thoughts has dissipated." The individual was filled with exuberance, sensing that the present version of himself might indeed be his true self, experiencing a profound sense of rebirth. Yushi Shui's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "Please elaborate on the transformations you have undergone. Moreover, do release your martial spirit so that I may observe it." The malevolent spirit master obediently unleashed his martial soul. Upon this occasion of unleashing his martial spirit, he experienced no discernible changes in his physique. The dark aura remained. Yet his eyes no longer glowed with a blood-red hue. When this sinister soul master manifested his martial spirit, the individuals present, aside from Wei Xuan, were visibly astonished. "It appeared that I was not affected in my mental faculties," the malevolent soul master remarked with evident delight, a disbelieving smile gracing his countenance. Yushi Shui chose to disregard the sinister soul master, her gaze piercingly directed at Wei Xuan, her heart stirred with an unprecedented joy after decades. "Elder, do you now believe?" Wei Xuan inquired with a smile. "How did you achieve this?" "I wish to learn," Yushi Shui stated, getting straight to the point without any superfluous words. "At present, I cannot impart this method to you. If you wish to resolve the issue with that sinister soul master, simply bring him to me, and I shall assist." Wei Xuan replied, having no intention of teaching his mental techniques, as this was his leverage against the Holy Spirit sect. He could not afford to divulge it easily. Yushi Shui furrowed her brows slightly. Being a seasoned individual, she quickly grasped Wei Xuan's intentions. "What must I do to obtain this method?" "Set your conditions. As long as we can fulfill them, there shall be no issue," Yushi Shui declared. She did not wish for the Holy Spirit sect to remain perpetually reliant on Wei Xuan. If a single resolution could be achieved, she would not mind a greater cost. Even in an alliance, she did not desire to be beholden to another. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, shaking his head. "Elder, we are all sensible individuals. You must understand that I cannot easily divulge the method. We lack genuine trust between us, and until I possess a means to restrain you, I cannot fully trust you." Wei Xuan spoke candidly and directly. In the presence of astute minds, there was no need for subterfuge, and some matters could be laid bare. Yushi Shui's expression turned frosty, the surrounding air chilling in response to her emotional shift, as the sanguine puppet subtly manifested within the space. Kong Deming's countenance altered, and with a swift motion, he positioned himself before Wei Xuan, speaking in a grave tone. "Your Excellency, this is Mingdu City. I implore you to conduct yourself with dignity." As he spoke, An unusual energy wave emanated from Kong Deming, akin to a signal awakening a ferocious beast. Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui both narrowed their gazes, sensing the perilous aura emanating from Kong Deming, their heartbeats quickening with a sense of foreboding. Shishui, remain calm. Do not act impulsively, Long Xiaoyao advised, gently shaking his head as he approached her. Yi Shishui understood the gravity of the situation and endeavored to regulate her emotions, seeking tranquility as her imposing aura receded, restoring calm to the atmosphere. She cast a deep glance at Kong Deming and remarked with subtle meaning, Old Kong, you have become increasingly inscrutable. Has not the strength of your excellency also seen significant advancement compared to before? Kong Deming smiled with his lips while his eyes betrayed no mirth. Yi Shishui forced a smile, gazing at Kong Deming, yet unaware of his thoughts. Kong Deming's gaze was equally fixed on Yi Shishui, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. Senior, if you wish to form an alliance, it must be on my terms. Otherwise, our previous agreement is null and void, Wei Xuan stated coldly. Since arriving in this realm, he had maintained a calm demeanor, remaining indifferent to many matters, and it was this indifference that allowed him to appear magnanimous. Did it mean he could not be angered? Certainly not. He could indeed become furious, and when he did, his wrath would be terrifying, requiring blood to quell it. Were it not for the fear of a bloodbath ensuing from his true anger, he would not deliberately suppress his emotions. At this moment, Yi Shishui's assertiveness was particularly irksome, akin to a good intention being met with ingratitude. Should she continue her domineering attitude, the repercussions would be dire. Kong Deming retreated to Wei Xuan's side, casting a reassuring glance his way. As long as they were in Mingdu, even a limit Douluo could not act recklessly. Wei Xuan nodded, signifying his understanding of Kong Deming's intent, his icy gaze fixed on Yi Shishui, devoid of anger, only exuding tranquility. This calmness was as deep and still as a secluded pond, instilling a chilling sense of confronting an abyss. As a limit Douluo, Yi Shishui felt a tremor of fear upon witnessing Wei Xuan's serene expression. She regretted her previous lack of emotional control, realizing she should not have provoked or pressured him. It was as though she had inadvertently entangled herself with a deity, leaving her feeling stifled. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's near threat, Yi Shishui's instinctive response in the past would have been to lash out, perhaps even to kill. Yet, the renowned limit Douluo and supreme leader of the Holy Spirit sect remained silent, refraining from further words. An inner voice warned her against provoking Wei Xuan at that moment, for the consequences could be dire, possibly beyond her capacity to endure. This sentiment may seem absurd, yet she now holds a profound belief in this intuition. Since His Highness Wei Xuan is capable of assisting the evil soul master and resolving the issues concerning their martial souls, I shall fulfill my previous promise and protect your path for a decade, Long Xiaoyao declared. His words served not only to divert the discussion, but also expressed his genuine intentions. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Had he remained silent, events could have spiraled into the most disastrous of outcomes. He too sensed the ominous aura emanating from Wei Xuan. What is Elder Ye's stance? Wei Xuan inquired. Aware that Long Xiaoyao's position was already quite clear, the focus now rested on Yi Shishui's perspective. Engrossed in contemplation, Yi Shishui swiftly weighed the pros and cons before nodding and stating, "Let us proceed as you suggest." Chapter 31. Time flies. For years the chill in Wei Xuan's eyes dissipated as he remarked, "In that case, let us adhere to the agreement we established, fostering mutual benefit." Both Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui nodded in agreement. In truth, even if Wei Xuan were unable to assist the evil soul master in resolving their martial soul dilemmas, they would still forge an alliance with him. After all, with Su Tianran deceased, it was imperative to find a successor, and Wei Xuan undoubtedly stood as the most suitable choice. Now that Wei Xuan had demonstrated his extraordinary worth, their need for an alliance with him had intensified. Even if it meant being somewhat passive and constrained, they had no alternative. After a moment of silence, Yi Shishui inquired, "What are your thoughts on assisting me in instructing the disciples to resolve their martial soul issues? You must have noticed that with my current soul power, assisting the soul sect in resolving issues has become somewhat burdensome, let alone for a more advanced soul master like Wei Xuan." After a moment of contemplation, I suggested focusing on the soul venerables and those below them, proposing to send 10 individuals every half-month for me to address their concerns uniformly. However, would this method not be rather inefficient? Yi Shishui furrowed her brows and remarked that 10 individuals in half a month would amount to merely over 200 in a year, which she found unsatisfactory, as the efficiency could certainly be enhanced. Wei Xuan replied in an unperturbed tone, stating that he had numerous other responsibilities and could not dedicate all his time to resolving their issues. Yushishue's previous demeanor had already left him displeased, and thus his current attitude was understandably less than cordial. Upon hearing Wei Xian's words, Yushishue's temper flared instantly. Few dared to speak to her in such a manner. Long Xiaoyao grasped Yushishue's arm and subtly shook his head, signaling her to remain calm. Given His Highness Wei Xian's extraordinary talent, it would be prudent for him to devote more time to cultivation. This rapid advancement in his abilities would enable him to assist higher-ranking disciples with their martial spirit concerns, Long Xiaoyao explained, not wishing to provoke further conflict. With this rationale, Yushishue's displeased expression softened somewhat. Upon reflection, granting Wei Xian additional time for cultivation indeed promised greater benefits, particularly considering the numerous high-ranking soul masters within the Holy Spirit sect. Wei Xian cast an appreciative glance at Long Xiaoyao. In comparison to Yushishuei, he exhibited a much greater level of composure and insight. An hour later, Yushishuei and Long Xiaoyao departed the courtyard, accompanied by the 4 malevolent soul masters. Due to the severe depletion of Wei Xian's soul power, he refrained from addressing the martial spirit issues of the malevolent soul masters. Instead, both parties engaged in discussions of collaboration during that hour. After exchanging a few words with Wei Xian, Kong Deming also took his leave without lingering. Your Highness, do you believe the Holy Spirit sect will uphold its promises? Jing Hongqin stood beside Wei Xian, expressing uncertainty. If the Holy Spirit Church wishes to walk openly upon the continent, they must enact change. They cannot afford to breach their promises, Wei Xian remarked softly. Jing Hongqin nodded in deep agreement, then with a hint of excitement said, if the Holy Spirit Church can indeed effectuate change and steadfastly align with the Empire, it would be a tremendous boon. Their assistance would compensate for our shortcomings in pure soul masters. He was uncertain of the Church's overall strength. Yet the 2 limit Douluos before him were enough to reveal the extraordinary nature of this faction. Even when compared to superpowers such as Shrek Academy and the Body Sect, they were by no means inferior, perhaps even superior. What the Sun Moon Empire lacked most was genuine soul master prowess. With the support of the Holy Spirit Church, the Empire's overall strength would undoubtedly ascend several tiers. Indeed, as the Empire grows stronger, we need not request anything actively. They will naturally align with us. Wei Xian stated with confidence. The alliance with the Holy Spirit Church was, in essence, a mutual benefit, bound by interests, as long as the stakes were substantial. Such concerns would be rendered moot. Jing Hongqin glanced at Wei Xian in mild astonishment, his gaze sparkling with admiration. Sensing the unusual look from Jing Hongqin, Wei Xian quizzically asked, why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing, Jing Hongqin replied with a smile, exclaiming, I merely find it remarkable that despite your youth, you exhibit a maturity surpassing that of many adults. Your vision is far-reaching, you understand human nature, and you handle matters with great composure. If not for your appearance, I would certainly presume you to be an ancient entity of over 100 years. Wei Xian's extraordinary nature was almost daunting to him. Perhaps I truly have lived for over 100 years, Wei Xian jested, offering a slight smile to Jing Hongqin as he stepped toward the courtyard's exit. Jing Hongqin paused, staring blankly at Wei Xian's retreating figure before bursting into laughter, calling out, if you have lived for a century, then I must have existed for 10 millennia. Merely boasting here. He playfully chided as he quickened his pace to match Wei Xian's. For years later, in the land of the extreme north, a strikingly handsome and tall youth raced across the vast snowy expanse, his light blue hair dancing in the wind. The young lad in question is Wei Xian. At the tender age of 12, he has already matured into a figure reminiscent of adulthood, though he still retains the innocence of youth, yet exudes an air of sophistication. His eyes, deep as a tranquil pool, shine with a brilliance that seems to harbor an infinite cosmos, rendering their depths inscrutable. At this moment, he finds himself being relentlessly pursued by a formidable soul beast. The creature in pursuit, a colossal snow ape, stands over 5 meters tall when on all fours. Its massive form imposing. Its limbs are exceptionally robust, muscles bulging like stones, with distinctly defined contours that radiate sheer strength as it gallops across the snowy terrain. The ground quakes slightly beneath its weight. The snow ape emanates a potent wave of energy, its fierce demeanor betraying a menacing intent, while its large, piercing eyes shine with a deadly glint, replete with murderous intent. In this extreme northern region, the snow ape stands as a formidable soul beast, boasting an age nearing 40,000 years. Due to its icy attributes, its power is further amplified in this frigid landscape. Even a typical soul Douluo may find it challenging to contend with such a creature. The harsh environment of the extreme north weakens non-ice type martial souls, making it arduous to confront the nearly 40,000-year-old snow ape. A snow ape of comparable strength to a soul Douluo would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary for Wei Xuan, which is why he finds himself fleeing across the snowy terrain. However, it is crucial to note that this assessment of being outmatched pertains to Wei Xuan's current state. Devoid of his formidable spiritual prowess, should he choose to employ his spiritual abilities in combat, the snow ape would be swiftly vanquished. This creature exhibits a remarkable persistence. As Wei Xuan mused while dashing through the snow, his movements as agile as a snow leopard, exuding unparalleled grace. The thrusters on his back augmented his speed manifold, enabling him to leap several dozen meters with each bound, leaving the snow ape trailing behind. While running, he cleverly utilized the terrain to adjust his form and launch attacks against the snow ape. Although the snow ape excels in strength rather than speed, it cannot match Wei Xuan's velocity, despite its impressive 40,000-year cultivation. In truth, the snow ape's speed is not lacking at present. It rivals that of a Soul Emperor-level agility-focused Soul Master. However, speed is relative. With the aid of his 6th-level thrusters, Wei Xuan's pace also aligns with that of a Soul Emperor-level agility master, surpassing that of the snow ape. Furthermore, under the duress of Wei Xuan's disruptive attacks, the snow ape is unable to fully harness its speed, rendering it incapable of pursuit. Chapter 32. An unexpected discovery regarding the snow ape. Wei Xuan harbors no intent to kill. His strikes are primarily aimed at distraction, devoid of any genuine intent to inflict harm. The soul ring he seeks is approximately 10,000 years old, and the snow ape's excessive age renders it unsuitable for him, thus eliminating the necessity of its demise. Indeed, Wei Xuan's purpose for venturing into the extreme north is to acquire a soul ring, as he is now a level 40 quasi-soul master. Over the course of the past 4 years, although he devoted much of his attention to the study of soul-guiding devices, he did not neglect his cultivation in the slightest. After thoroughly understanding the methods of cultivation in this world, his progress could be aptly described as remarkable. A single day of his training was equivalent to the efforts of others over several days, or even tens of days. Had he not compressed his soul power at each level to the utmost, his current rank would be even more extraordinary, with the potential to reach Soul King or even Soul Emperor. Wei Xuan's elevation in soul power was achieved without the aid of any celestial treasures, elixirs, or external resources. It was entirely the result of his own diligent practice. He reached level 30 in just 1 year and 4 months. Beyond this threshold, his pace of cultivation slowed by nearly 30%, yet given his original speed greatly surpassed that of an ordinary soul master, even at this reduced rate. His progress remained remarkably swift. After more than 2 years, he successfully advanced to level 40. Once he absorbs the 4th soul ring, he will ascend to the rank of Soul Zone. This time, Wei Xuan ventured alone to the farthest northern reaches, choosing not to allow anyone to accompany him. This journey served as a personal trial. It is noteworthy that Wei Xuan has yet to cultivate the supreme celestial techniques from his past life. Not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to do so. The level of celestial arts he has mastered is exceedingly high, and attempting to practice them would disrupt the fabric of this world's rules, leading to unforeseen calamities. Several years prior, he made an attempt to cultivate, and the resultant upheaval remains vividly etched in his memory. The skies above Mingdu transformed dramatically, with the fabric of space fracturing in numerous places, plunging the entire city into darkness, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. The transformation was the result of his solitary cultivation. Since that pivotal moment, he had refrained from practicing the celestial arts. He grappled with the moral dilemma of prioritizing his own advancement while disregarding its repercussions on the world around him. Previously, he had resolved to contemplate the celestial arts only after departing from this realm. Fortuitously, he discovered that wielding the heavy pupils did not impose a significant burden, perhaps due to the latent power of the heavy pupils yet to be fully realized since they had become his martial soul. The snow ape, frustrated by its inability to catch up with him, erupted in fury, bellowing a primal roar and pounding its chest, displaying the ferocity of its kind. Its blows reverberated through the surrounding snow, causing the ground to tremble slightly. After a few strikes, the snow ape swiftly seized a nearby boulder and hurled it at him with tremendous force. The rock was immense, its weight undoubtedly exceeding 1,000 pounds. And as it soared through the air, it produced a deep, ominous sound of wind being displaced. After launching the first boulder, the snow ape swiftly picked up 2 more rocks weighing over 100 pounds each, tossing them as it ran to disrupt his movements. Like all simian spirit beasts, the snow ape was renowned for its strength, and its immense power allowed it to hurl boulders weighing over 1,000 pounds as effortlessly as one might toss a mere pebble. The rock, weighing over 100 pounds, was effortlessly cast aside by him. The choice of such a weighty stone was primarily due to its suitable size, allowing for a one-handed grip, thus facilitating its convenient throwing during movement. When propelled by immense force, the stone emitted a low, haunting whistle as it sliced through the air. With remarkable accuracy, Wei Xuan casually remarked, relying on his spiritual perception, he needed not turn back to ascertain the situation behind him. The trajectories of the three stones were perfectly aligned with the point where he might linger, making it easy to be struck if one were not cautious. Given the force behind the rock, a direct hit could incapacitate him, potentially leading to his demise. Of course, this was under the condition that he refrained from employing his soul-guiding device. Had he activated his defensive shield, the consequences would have been far less dire. As he landed, he forcefully stomped the ground, leaping once more into the air, altering his orientation while charging his handheld cannon. The surrounding icy energy was drawn into the cannon's barrel. Within the dark barrel, a pale blue glow flickered, which swiftly transitioned to a deep blue. With a resounding boom, the cannonball was unleashed. The fist-sized orb of deep blue light surged forth, carrying formidable energy, colliding with the largest rock. The moment it struck, the orb detonated, unleashing a tempest of shattering ice fragments, the frigid energy spiraling into a storm. The explosion's impact spanned several dozen meters, with shards of ice shooting outwards like lethal arrows, creating a multitude of craters on the ground. The handheld cannon he employed was the very one he crafted at the tender age of 6, albeit upgraded to attain the status of a 5th-level soul-guiding device. Due to material constraints, this was the pinnacle of its capabilities. Although it was merely a 5th-level device, underpinned by a unique formation within and the icy environment surrounding it, its power rivaled that of a top-tier 6th-level soul-guiding device, with the threshold of a 7th level merely a step away. Upon reaching 7th level, a qualitative transformation occurs, akin to the leap a soul master experiences upon attaining the rank of soul sage. Such a transformation is not easily surmounted. It is this very transformation that prevents the handheld cannon from reaching the power of a 7th-level device, confining it to the equivalency of a 6th level. Once more, 2 cannonballs were fired, precisely striking the incoming stones. The rocks shattered, giving rise to 3 swirling ice storms. Confronted by these icy projectiles, even the robust snow ape was compelled to defend itself. After launching another cannonball, Wei Xuan maximized his speed and fled into the distance. He had pursued the snow ape long enough, deeming further chase unnecessary. The most potent cannonball detonated mere dozens of meters in front of the snow ape, producing a thunderous explosion that summoned an immediate ice storm over a vast area. The snow ape, sensing the terror of the blast, chose not to flee but withstood the onslaught. As the storm dissipated, the snow ape found itself alone, with Wei Xuan's presence having vanished, leaving only the drifting snowflakes behind. In a fit of rage, the snow ape bellowed, pummeling its chest to vent its frustration, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding ice and rock. Nearby soul beasts, startled by the commotion, hastily retreated, fearing for their safety in the tumultuous aftermath. Utilizing his propulsion device, Wei Xuan swiftly found himself several miles away. Having distanced himself from the snow ape, and he chose not to continue further, he intended to retract his spiritual perception that covered several miles around him. Wei Xuan displayed a look of astonishment as he turned to the left, casting his gaze into the distance. He withdrew his awareness from other directions, intensifying his scrutiny ahead. Moments later, a look of delight emerged upon his face, as the findings of his investigation filled him with an indescribable joy. He had not anticipated such a discovery. "Great gorilla, I owe you for your pursuit," Wei Xuan murmured to himself. Rather than rushing forward, he settled down, adopting a meditative posture to restore his soul energy. After an hour, Wei Xuan rose, sparing no time, and swiftly advanced toward his destination. His formidable spiritual awareness enveloped the surroundings, ensuring that any disturbances within several miles would not escape his notice. Chapter 33. The Soul Ice Phoenix with knowledge of the locations of the surrounding soul beasts. Wei Xian's journey progressed smoothly, allowing him to circumvent various soul beasts along the way. In less than 10 minutes, he found himself over 5 miles away. Before him lay a snow-covered valley, irregularly elliptical in shape, with its longest axis exceeding 2,000 meters. The valley was a pristine expanse of white, teeming with numerous ice attribute plants, vibrant with life, yet devoid of any signs of soul beasts. In this vast valley devoid of soul beasts, it does not imply safety. Rather, it suggests that this valley is fraught with peril, likely serving as a lair for a formidable soul beast. Once a soul beast reaches a certain level of power, it establishes its own territory, which others dare not encroach upon. Wei Xuan stood on the cliff, gazing down at the landscape of the valley. After a cursory examination, his gaze ultimately fixed on a distant point. Without activating his heavy pupils, he could not discern the details over 2,000 meters away with mere eyesight. However, he possessed divine consciousness. Through the probing of his formidable awareness, the distant scene vividly materialized in his mind's eye. In the distance, a colossal cave resided within a cliff that soared over 50 meters high. Its entrance, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, revealed an expansive interior blanketed in white snow. Deep within the cave, a soul beast lay in slumber, its entire form a chilling blue, with wings resembling crystal ice, shimmering with faint glimmers of light. A chaotic aura emanated from Wei Xuan's eyes, as if the very evolution of the universe and the birth of chaos unfolded within them, manifesting peculiar laws. As he activated his heavy pupils, his singular gaze bifurcated into duality, rendering the distant scene clear before him. The icy, rocky formations became mere phantoms. Unable to obstruct his vision, the blood, veins, and bones of the soul beast within the cave were distinctly revealed. Moreover, through his heavy pupils, Wei Xuan discerned the creature's weaknesses, the strength of its internal energy, and its capacity. Under the scrutiny of his heavy pupils, nothing could hide. Not even the inner workings of a living body. Having just surpassed the millennium mark, the age was slightly off, yet such quality, even if merely 1,000 years, was worthy of his desire. A satisfied smile graced Wei Xuan's face as he deduced that the soul beast had just recently crossed the threshold of 10,000 years. The icy cloud wings materialized in his hands, and under the guidance of his soul power, they adorned him without the need for manual effort. With his soul power activated, he ascended into the air, gliding toward the distance at a pace neither hurried nor slow. Clenching his palm, the energy of ice and snow swiftly converged around him, coalescing into ice spikes. With a wave of his hand, the spikes hurtled forth. Each spike measured a foot in length, the thickest as wide as a thumb, while the slenderest was sharp as a needle, exuding a keen aura. The ice spikes sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, penetrating the cave entrance at remarkable speed. A cacophony of impacts echoed forth, followed by a brief silence, only to be succeeded by a resounding cry, a rolling wave infused with wrath. Wei Xuan halted his advance, remaining suspended in the air, quietly observing the cave entrance. A resounding phoenix cry erupted from within the cave, and with it, a surge of powerful energy rippled forth as a phoenix emerged, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. This is an ice phoenix, with its wings spread. Measuring approximately 10 meters in length, a truly magnificent creature. Its entire body is a resplendent ice blue, exuding an air of majesty and nobility. Unlike the fiery phoenix, it emanates a sense of chill, cold and haughty as snow, embodying the solitary elegance of a snow lotus. With its arrival, the already frigid ambient temperature plummets and snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, begin to dance in the air, seemingly in celebration of its presence. After circling gracefully in the sky, the ice phoenix halts its movement. Standing poised in midair, its icy blue eyes gazing coldly at Wei Xuan, the murderous intent within them colder than ice and snow. In an instant, the ice phoenix unfurls its wings and lunges towards Wei Xuan, the flapping of its wings generating intense waves of energy, forming countless icy feathers that shoot forth toward him. Soul beasts with a relatively powerful bloodline can comprehend a skill within a millennium, and after 10,000 years, those with sufficiently high talent may grasp additional bloodline skills. At this moment, the ice phoenix is unleashing one of its innate abilities, the celestial phoenix feathers. These seemingly delicate and soft phoenix feathers, at this moment, can be deemed as the pinnacle of weaponry, sharp as a steel blade. Should one be struck, the consequences would be far from pleasant. In every realm, dragons and phoenixes occupy the apex of the biological chain, a truth that holds in the realm of cultivation as well as in the Douluo continent. The ice phoenix, even among soul beasts, stands out as one of the finest, with a cultivation of 10,000 years that rivals that of a 100,000-year soul beast, showcasing extraordinary power. The skill attacks initiated by a soul beast of such formidable power are undoubtedly terrifying. Wei Xuan was taken aback by this assault. He did not anticipate that the ice phoenix would be so direct, employing its innate skills right from the outset. The apparent disparity in strength between the two parties was substantial, and there seemed to be no need for the Ice Phoenix to act with such urgency. Had it been any other human, the Ice Phoenix would never have rushed into utilizing its innate ability without first engaging in a confrontation. This was because other soul masters, possessing only 40 levels of soul power, would not evoke a sense of life-threatening danger in the Ice Phoenix, whereas this particular human had managed to do so. Indeed, it was a sense of crisis. The Ice Phoenix boasted an exceptionally high racial talent. Indeed, it could be deemed unparalleled, endowing it with acute sensitivity. From Wei Xuan, it sensed an overwhelming feeling of peril, a sensation that even the ancient soul beast of 100,000 years had never instilled in it. This realization dawned upon it that this human was far from ordinary, posing a potential threat to its very existence. Thus, it resorted to its innate skills, aiming to eliminate the adversary in a single, swift strike. The speed of the ice feathers was several times that of sound, and their coverage was extensive. Unless Wei Xuan could reach the agility of a tidal Douluo of the agility attack type, evasion was impossible. However, Wei Xuan remained composed. Once his dual pupils activated, the rapid onslaught of ice feathers appeared to him in a slowed manner, allowing him to discern the trajectory of each individual feather with clarity. Mind Shield. An invisible barrier materialized before Wei Xuan, a manifestation of his consciousness condensed through a unique technique. The shield was as thin as a sheet of paper, imperceptible to the naked eye, and could only be sensed through immense mental fortitude. In truth, only Wei Xuan could perceive this shield. No one on the Douluo continent possessed the level of consciousness required to comprehend such a phenomenon. Though the shield was merely the size of a palm, it emanated an aura of boundlessness, as if nothing could surpass it. Countless ice feathers struck against the mental barrier, their sharp and hardened forms shattered instantaneously, transforming into a myriad of ice particles that dissipated silently. The shield, though intangible, existed in reality and possessed an unimaginable defensive capability. The formidable assault of a tidal Douluo left not a single mark upon it. The Shield of Spirit is a formidable creation, forged by Wei Xuan's immense consciousness. It is virtually impervious unless confronted by a mental force superior to his own. However, should Wei Xuan's mental acuity diminish to a point where it can no longer sustain the shield, it will dissipate automatically. Furthermore, the exertion required to manifest the shield is considerable, rendering its usage not a trivial matter. Chapter 34. Ice Phoenix Soul Ring, Soul Sect. Upon witnessing this scene, the Ice Phoenix's striking azure eyes narrowed, instinctively slowing its pace as a profound sense of dread enveloped its heart. It was acutely aware of the ferocity of its own attacks, yet they had been effortlessly thwarted, leaving it bewildered as to the force that had obstructed its advance. This is rather terrifying. As one of the coldest beings in existence, it now finds itself feeling an unexpected chill. The Ice Phoenix swiftly altered its course, no longer wishing to slay the human before it, but rather to flee this place with utmost haste, demonstrating its speed to the fullest extent. Wei Xuan's mental prison reverberated with a low command, as an invisible energy swept through the realm. Although unseen, the terror of this energy was palpable, invoking the very laws of nature. The space surrounding the Ice Phoenix became rigid, time itself seemingly halted, as its rapidly flapping wings came to an abrupt standstill, rendered immobile. Even its breath stifled. While the Ice Phoenix appeared motionless on the surface, it was, in truth, engaged in a frantic struggle, summoning every ounce of energy within, leaving no reserve. Yet, its efforts were futile, proving utterly ineffective. No matter how it fought against its constraints, it could not budge an inch, not even manage a blink. Wei Xuan urged the ice cloud wings towards the location of the Ice Phoenix, his speed unhurried as he sought to steady his breathing. His breath came in slight gasps. As he endeavored to regulate it, the release of these two secret arts had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy, leaving him slightly lightheaded. Despite years of cultivation, his mental acuity had only regained a fraction of its former prowess, still far from the so-called divine level of this world. Even at the pinnacle of a limit Douluo's capabilities, wielding these two secret arts did not grant him the luxury of effortless control. This is a result of converging the powers of these two secret arts. If their potency were to be amplified, it is entirely possible that he could be rendered unconscious instantly. As the dual pupils retracted, the ancient ice dragon martial soul materialized behind him, its resounding roar echoing through the valley, accompanied by the emergence of 3 soul rings, all a deep violet hue. Indeed, Wei Xuan's soul rings bear this distinctive triad of purples, a consequence of his innovative method of soul ring absorption. Once the soul of a soul beast is preserved, it imparts a growth potential to the soul ring. As the soul of the beast ascends, so too does the soul ring. The enhancement of a soul beast spirit is intrinsically linked to the soul master's strength. An increase in the soul master's prowess directly correlates with the amplification of the soul beast's spiritual intensity. Following this enhancement, the increased intensity of the soul beast reciprocally elevates the abilities of the soul master, creating a wholly positive feedback loop. After years of nurturing, Wei Xuan's 700-year-old ice dragon soul ring has ascended to the echelon of over 3,000 years. The originally 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger has now surpassed 5,000 years, while his 6,000-year soul ring has escalated to beyond 9,000, nearing the 10,000-year mark. The first soul ring ignited, unleashing the breath of the ice dragon. As the ancient ice dragon soared skyward, its maw agape, releasing a frigid mist. As Wei Xuan extended his palm, the emitted mist swiftly converged towards his hand, coalescing into an ice spear. The spear, white in hue and over 2 feet long, was both solid and sharp, its tip glinting with a chilling light. The ice spear hovered before Wei Xuan, nudging slightly forward. It shot through the air like an arrow released from its bowstring. Following this assault, Wei Xuan staggered, the immense consumption of soul power leaving him momentarily dazed, and his body gradually descended towards the ground. As he unleashed the ice spear, his consciousness had already intertwined with the spirit of the ice phoenix. The spear struck the phoenix's neck, and upon contact, a sound akin to metal clashing reverberated, marking the shattering of ice around its throat. After a brief moment of resistance, the ice spear pierced through, dissipating the energy that bound the ice phoenix. Followed by a pained cry, the ice phoenix thrashed violently, its breath wild and eyes filled with defiance, yet its struggles were short-lived, and it soon fell helplessly to the earth. This apex soul beast of the far north had irrevocably lost its vitality, and the Douluo continent would know the ice phoenix no more. Had the ice phoenix attained the 10,000-year mark, it would undoubtedly have rivaled the 3 great kings of the far north. Alas, it crossed paths with Wei Xuan. A blend of misfortune and fortune, its demise is tragic. Yet the preservation of its soul is a stroke of luck. Perhaps, in following Wei Xuan, it may glimpse a future it could never have imagined. As the ice phoenix crashed to the ground, snow erupted around it, and snowflakes danced in the air, while a black soul ring emerged from its lifeless body, the potent energy rendering the atmosphere oppressive. Wei Xuan retracted his ice cloud wings and approached the fallen phoenix, calming his erratic breath as he walked. That strike, seemingly straightforward, had actually drawn upon more than 70% of his soul power. The first soul skill consumed little energy, but the force he infused into the ice spear depleted a significant portion of his soul power. To penetrate the ice phoenix's defenses, a vast amount of energy had to be injected into the spear, augmenting its hardness while enhancing its sharpness. The spear's unparalleled sharpness, coupled with the fact that it targeted the phoenix's most vulnerable area, allowed for a fatal blow. His subsequent 2 soul skills were also offensive in nature, yet unsuitable for the moment, as their single-point attack lacked sufficient power to achieve an instant kill. In truth, this first soul skill served merely a supportive role. The true mastery lay in his control and manipulation of ice. Upon nearing the ice phoenix, Wei Xuan surveyed his surroundings, and with a mere thought, the ancient ice dragon exhaled a mist. The mist rapidly enveloped the area, undulating before coalescing into a milky white protective shield. Both Wei Xuan and the corpse of the ice phoenix found themselves within this shield, obscured from external view. While the internal atmosphere grew still, the shield seamlessly merged with the icy environment. Without close inspection, one would hardly perceive that a protective barrier existed within. The valley fell into a profound silence. As day turned to night and night to day, 20 hours elapsed since Wei Xuan commenced the absorption of the soul ring. The violent energy within the shield receded like a tide, the milky white barrier dissipating into mist, revealing the internal scene. Wei Xuan had completed the absorption of the soul ring. Rising from the ground, with 4 soul rings, 3 violet and 1 black, rhythmically pulsating. Compared to before, Wei Xuan's aura surged multiple times stronger, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and his posture stood even more erect and commanding. Due to the compression of his soul power, he had only ascended 1 level from this absorption. Now at the 41st rank. Is this what one might call a soul bone? Wei Yuan gazed at the radiant wings in his grasp, imbued with pulsating energy, lost in contemplation. The wings were modest in size, approximately the span of his two palms when brought together, easily held with a single hand. Serving as a diminutive version of the grand wings of the Ice Phoenix. Moments ago, as he absorbed the soul ring, a peculiar energy had manifested within his body, converging towards his spine, seemingly intent on coalescing into something. Upon the immediate recognition of this energy, distinct from that of the soul ring, he could not remain passive and promptly extricated it. Chapter 35, External Soul Bone, Wings of the Ice Phoenix. Upon expelling the energy, it did not dissipate, but rather coalesced into the diminutive phoenix wing he now held. Knowledge regarding soul beasts within the empire of the sun and moon was limited yet substantial, with records pertaining to soul bones among them. Observing the peculiar wing in his hand, Wei Yuan instinctively associated it with the concept of soul bones. The soul bones for the head, limbs, and torso, he mused, should not resemble this. This was indeed his first encounter with the soul bone, and he could not immediately discern its location, necessitating a process of elimination. Records regarding soul bones rapidly surfaced in his mind, and a particular name emerged, the external soul bone. Was it possible that this was indeed that very external soul bone? Wei Xuan felt a flicker of astonishment. Could he be so fortunate? The external soul bone is reputed to be even more precious than 100,000-year-old soul bone, exceedingly rare, with scarcely anyone capable of possessing one. Yet here he was, fortuitously in possession of a piece. The external soul bone produced by the Ice Phoenix is truly a rarity. It could be considered a one-of-a-kind treasure in the world, Wei Xuan mused with a light smile. The higher the quality of the soul beast, the more valuable the soul bone it produces. The external soul bone from a soul beast such as the Ice Phoenix is beyond description in its worth. This external soul bone, if put up for auction, would incite fierce competition even among titled Douluos, illustrating its immense value. Upon recognizing it as an external soul bone, Wei Xuan did not exhibit overwhelming excitement. Instead, he merely felt fortunate, refraining from any exuberant displays. With a light chuckle, he sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of this coveted soul bone revered by soul masters. Previously unaware of its nature, he had forced it out. Now, having discerned it as a soul bone, he felt no further reservations. As he activated his soul power, the soul bone transformed into a streak of luminous energy, swiftly darting to his back, bringing with it a chilling sensation. The energy, emanating from the soul bone, settled between his vertebrae and ribs, enveloping both sides, merging with his skeletal structure. The process of integration was far from gentle. As the energy fused with his bones, it felt akin to steel needles piercing through, delivering an excruciating pain that few could endure. Even Wei Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow at the pain, for the absorption of this soul bone was far more arduous than anticipated. Nevertheless, the excruciating discomfort was insufficient to unnerve him. His posture remained upright, and his expression unyielding, betraying no hint of anguish. Once accustomed to the pain, Wei Xuan relaxed his brow, allowing the torment to wash over him as he remained steadfast. As time passed, the process of absorbing the soul bone did not take long. After 5 hours, he successfully completed the absorption. With a mere thought, ice blue wings materialized behind him. Exquisitely crafted and strikingly similar to those of a true ice phoenix, their crystalline feathers swaying in the breeze, animated and lifelike. Without needing to turn around, Wei Xuan perceived the scene behind him with clarity through his spiritual awareness, feeling satisfied with the twin wings of the Ice Phoenix. Setting aside practicality for a moment, their aesthetic appeal was remarkable, resembling a work of art. No longer shall I require a flying soul guide, Wei Xuan mused, contemplating. From now on, I shall name you Ice Phoenix Divine Wings. Having decided on the name, he leaped into the air, his body soaring as the Ice Phoenix Divine Wings unfurled behind him. And after a brief pause, he ascended skyward. The gentle flapping of the wings granted him an exhilarating speed, surpassing that of his previous ice cloud wings by more than double. The sensation provided by the Ice Phoenix Divine Wings was refreshing. They felt like an extension of his own arms, completely under his control. Flying through the sky, he felt liberated, akin to a phoenix gliding through the heavens, unrestrained and free. Although the ice cloud wings had endeavored to mimic biological wings, a soul guide could never achieve the same agility as true organic feathers. The Ice Phoenix Divine Wings, however, posed no such limitations. They moved as if they were part of his very being, as nimble as fingers. As he soared through the sky, Wei Xuan soon distanced himself from the valley, heading towards an unknown destination. At this moment, he had no particular aim. He simply reveled in the sensation of flight. The experience offered by the Ice Phoenix Divine Wings was entirely distinct from that of the Ice Cloud Wings, evoking memories of his past life and the exhilarating freedom of soaring through the vast expanse. Gazing down upon the vast, white expanse of the northern ice field, he felt a unique sense of awe. After 10 minutes, Wei Xuan descended gently onto the snowy ground, his stomach voicing its discontent. Not eating properly is quite the hassle, he remarked with a helpless shake of his head, settling down beside a nearby snow mound. Reclining comfortably, he retrieved provisions from his storage ring, leisurely indulging in food and taking sips from a flask of wine, savoring the moment. As a master of ice and snow, he was impervious to the cold. The snow beneath him did not dampen his garments. To him, ice and snow felt as familiar as grass, offering a sense of comfort. Reclining in the snow, munching on his provisions and sipping wine, Wei Xuan allowed his body and mind to relax completely, gazing at the azure sky and becoming somewhat lost in thought. Tinged with melancholy, I wonder how far this world is from the realm of cultivation, he sighed softly, the liquor stirring reflections of nostalgia within him. In truth, he held little attachment to the cultivation realm. His parents had been murdered in his youth, and his brother had perished while attempting to save him. Those early experiences had compelled him to dedicate himself to cultivation, leaving no room for companionship. He was utterly alone, a solitary figure. Once his strength had reached formidable heights, past adversaries faded into oblivion, leaving him with neither friends nor foes, unburdened by ties. Now, his singular pursuit was perhaps the attainment of enlightenment, yearning to explore the pinnacle of cultivation and witness the vistas that awaited there. In this world, the heights he sought did not exist. He must return to the realm of cultivation to seek them. Becoming a deity, perhaps? Wei Xuan shook his head with a smile, raising the wine jug to his lips, the fiery spirit coursing through him. The jug was soon emptied, and the provisions consumed. He leaned back, hands cradling his head, and drifted into a semblance of slumber. Chapter 36. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Blue Imperial Scorpion. Approximately half an hour later, a disturbance in the distance jolted Wei Xuan awake, his eyes snapping open as he sprang to his feet, gazing into the horizon. His consciousness had long enveloped a 2-mile radius. Any movement within this sphere, particularly the approach of living beings, was imperceptible to him. Just moments prior, he had sensed the presence of an individual, and it was evident that such a reaction could only be provoked by someone extraordinary. What an intriguing youth, Wei Xuan murmured to himself after observing the distance for a while. His body carries an ethereal resonance that does not belong to him. This was the first time he displayed surprise since his arrival in this world. The distant youth piqued his interest. As his consciousness keenly sensed the situation afar, his intrigue intensified. The mental probe of Wei Xuan detected the spiritual fluctuations emitted by the other, indicative of their exploration of the surroundings. Even the mental prowess of a limit Douluo would likely pale in comparison to yours, yet it is unfortunate that you have encountered me. Wei Xuan mused with a slight smile. The opponent's mental strength was arguably the most formidable he had witnessed in this realm, surpassing even that of Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui. Were it not for the higher echelon of his consciousness, he might have struggled to evade such scrutiny, given that his own awareness had yet to fully recover. Intriguing, Wei Xuan remarked with genuine interest, contemplating as he proceeded towards the direction of the individual, enveloped by swirling snowflakes that concealed his figure. On the icy expanse, a boy of about 12 or 13 huddled, not far from him. A golden orb the size of a fist floated in the air. Within this orb was ensnared a breathtaking scorpion, its front end layered with 4 tiers. The foremost layer housing a silver-white maw that gleamed with a chilling radiance. The upper half of its body was adorned with hexagonal protrusions reminiscent of diamonds, glistening with a captivating brilliance. Its 2 pincers were similarly embellished with diamond-like projections, the claws gleaming in silver. Its pair of yellow eyes sparkled like embedded yellow diamonds, radiating a dazzling light. Should a scholar well-versed in the study of ice and snow spirit beasts be present, they would certainly exclaim in astonishment upon seeing this scorpion, the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Indeed, this extraordinarily beautiful creature was one of the 3 sovereigns of the far north. The Ice Emperor. What is your desire? The Ice Emperor Scorpion queried coldly. Facing her was a spectral image of an ice silkworm, predominantly snow-white with accents of gold, adorned with 10 golden patterns that imparted an air of nobility. The dreaming ice silkworm softly replied, I only wish to be forever with the one I cherish. Wei Xuan recognized the soul beast within the golden orb, which bore a striking resemblance to the documented ice blue scorpion. However, This particular ice blue scorpion exhibited certain distinctive traits not characteristic of ordinary specimens. As he focused his spiritual perception, Wei Xuan heightened his awareness, discerning the energy fluctuations emanating from within the orb. After a brief moment, his expression turned solemn as he regarded this ice blue scorpion with greater seriousness. Its power had ascended to that of a ferocious beast, comparable to a super Douluo. Moreover, judging by its formidable aura, it was not an ordinary super Douluo. If his assessment was accurate, this ice blue scorpion had likely attained the level of a 98th rank super Douluo, its presence akin to that of Long Xiaoyao. His judgment was informed by comparisons. He was well acquainted with the auras of titled Douluos such as Jing Hongqin, Long Xiaoyao, and Yi Shishui. With his potent spiritual consciousness, he clearly understood the energy intensity within these individuals. By juxtaposing the aura of the ice blue scorpion with that of these figures, he could reasonably estimate its range of power based on their energy disparity. It was said that within the extreme northern territories resided 3 great kings, the second of whom was the monarch of the ice blue scorpion clan, the ice blue emperor scorpion. Thus, Wei Xuan formed a conjecture. Such a formidable ice blue scorpion is undoubtedly among the elite even in the frigid northern lands, with few rivals that could match its prowess. Coupled with its distinctive appearance, Wei Xuan surmised that this was most likely the ice blue emperor scorpion. The mere fact that one could capture the ice blue emperor scorpion was no small feat. Wei Xuan mused, casting a glance imbued with profound significance at a distance. He regulated his breath and concealed his aura entirely, under the cover of snow. It was nearly impossible for anyone to detect his presence. With his formidable spiritual sense, Wei Xuan could clearly hear the distant conversation. Creating a deity? The ice silkworm certainly harbored intriguing notions, he reflected. It was the first time he had encountered such an idea in this world. It must be acknowledged that the ice silkworm possessed a certain audacity in proposing this bold concept. As the dialogue unfolded, Wei Xuan gradually grasped the situation at hand. In essence, the ice blue emperor scorpion had been subdued by this ice silkworm, which was persuading it to become a sentient spirit ring for a human. Not only was it to become a spirit ring, but the ice blue emperor scorpion would also serve as the boy's second martial spirit, endowing him with formidable powers and altering his innate talents. Together, they aimed to empower this boy, granting him the potential for divinity, should he achieve godhood. They too would reap the benefits. The prospect of entering the divine realm alongside this boy would free them from the shackles of their world, granting them immortality. Objectively speaking, the ice silkworm's plan was feasible, though the likelihood of success was dismally low, at most a mere fraction of 1%. Having perused numerous tomes, Wei Xuan was well versed in the histories of various continents, including the chronicles of the original Douluo continent. Historically, the only recorded ascendants to divinity were the Shrek's 7 monsters from a millennium ago, and since then, no one had been reported to have achieved godhood. The absence of deities for nearly 10,000 years surely had its reasons, whether due to the constraints of cosmic laws or other factors. In any case, the emergence of a god was not something to be taken lightly. Even those with extraordinary talents who reached the pinnacle of their abilities could not breach that final threshold. Talented spirit masters like Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui were not uncommon, yet they too had failed to attain divinity. If such prodigies could not ascend to godhood, what chance did this individual have? At the tender age of 12 or 13, possessing a mere rank of 20, one could only describe such talent as mediocre. Even with the Ice Emperor Scorpion as a secondary martial soul, while one's aptitude may improve, it would likely only bring one in line with peers like Xia Honkin. Achieving the rank of titled Douluo in the future seems feasible, and perhaps even reaching the pinnacle of extreme Douluo is within the realm of possibility. However, to attain divinity appears rather distant, with the odds being exceedingly slim. It is likely that the ice silkworm itself harbors doubts, despite its facade of unwavering confidence. Wei Xuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. The words spoken were indeed compelling, yet their veracity remains a matter for debate. Were he in its position, he would certainly be skeptical of the ice silkworm's claims. Yet, it seems that the Ice Emperor has chosen to believe, or perhaps is compelled to do so. Its current predicament leaves little room for choice. Disbelief would result in the erasure of its consciousness, relegating it to the status of a mere spirit ring. Such a fate is intolerable for a being of the Ice Emperor's caliber. Thus, the gamble seems the more favorable option. After grasping the situation, Wei Xuan succinctly organized his thoughts, a spark of inspiration igniting within his mind as a subtle smile graced his lips. Should the Ice Emperor Scorpion become his spirit ring, It would undoubtedly be a remarkable boon, as it is said that a 100,000-year spirit beast is destined to yield a spirit bone. The youth remained uncertain whether he would ascend to divinity, yet he was resolute in his determination to achieve godhood. For it was an imperative he must fulfill before departing from this world. With this conviction, he decided that the Ice Emperor would accompany him. Chapter 37. The Four Great Soul Beasts. Upon sensing the Ice Emperor's wavering resolve, the dreaming Ice Silkworm seized the moment and urged, "Consider your choice carefully. Opportunities like this are fleeting and may never present themselves again. You must understand that once I ensnare you, I possess countless methods to extinguish your life. And the most I would be doing is merely wasting some time. On one side lies eternal life, while on the other, annihilation. Weigh the significance of each option carefully." The dreaming Ice Silkworm suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Having earnestly implored the Ice Emperor, he realized that if she remained unwilling, he would have no choice but to ruthlessly erase her consciousness, rendering her a true soul ring. The outcome was not one he wished to witness, yet it was a necessity. Otherwise, the divine creation plan would undoubtedly be jeopardized, diminishing its chances of success. Curled upon the ground, Wei Yuhao seemed to have forgotten the chill, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the Ice Emperor, waiting for her response. His heart racing uncontrollably. The Ice Emperor's gaze flickered, lost in contemplation, exhibiting a hint of hesitation. After several moments, she responded coolly, "Do I have any other options?" Huo Yuhao's face broke into a radiant smile, nearly leaping from the ground in his excitement. Tianming Iceworm exhaled in relief. This was the most favorable outcome. Preserving the Ice Emperor's consciousness while allowing the plan to progress smoothly, truly a harmonious resolution. A smile also graced his face as he gazed fervently at the Ice Emperor, poised to speak when a voice penetrated the air. "In fact, you have other choices." Wei Xuan gradually emerged into their view. Upon hearing the voice, both Wei Yuhao and Tianming Iceworm were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. Wei Yuhao hastily rose to his feet, releasing his spiritual probe and preparing for a confrontation, simultaneously casting an inquiring look at Tianming Iceworm. Wasn't it said that the vicinity was relatively tranquil, devoid of both soul beasts and humans? What was happening? Tianming Iceworm, burdened with unease, refrained from responding to Wei Yuhao's inquiry. He had indeed sent forth his spiritual probe, confirming that there were no humans within 100 miles. Yet now, why had a human appeared, eluding his detection? Contemplating this, Tianming Iceworm felt an ominous foreboding, and his gaze toward Wei Xuan grew more solemn. The Ice Emperor, upon witnessing Wei Xuan's arrival, was also somewhat astonished. This human youth had managed to evade her scrutiny, which was no small feat as a formidable being. Her senses were exceptionally acute. Even without deliberate observation, she was aware of her surroundings. Yet, she had failed to perceive the presence of this human youth, who had seemingly been lurking nearby. Being overheard without detection was a profoundly alarming occurrence. That human boy, if he values his life, should depart swiftly, Tianming Iceworm threatened ominously, simulating a terrifying aura with its spiritual power. The aura it conjured was even more fearsome than the Ice Emperor's, resonating with a deafening dragon's roar, exuding an overwhelming ferocity, as if a true dragon had descended upon the scene. This is the might of the Black Dragon Emperor. The dream Ice Silkworm, through its formidable mental power, vividly simulated the essence of its presence, so much so that even the shadow of the Black Dragon manifested itself. The Ice Emperor gazed at the dream Ice Silkworm in astonishment. Under this overwhelming aura, Huo Yuhao felt a profound sense of terror. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground once more. In its quest for authenticity, the dream Ice Silkworm did not shield Huo Yuhao from this pressure, which is why he succumbed to it. Were Wei Xuan merely an ordinary soul master, he would have indeed been intimidated by such an aura. However, he was far from ordinary. A smile graced Wei Xuan's lips as he regarded the dream Ice Silkworm with keen interest, seemingly finding its ability quite intriguing. Observing Wei Xuan's complete lack of fear, the dream Ice Silkworm intensified its pressure and growled, "Human, are you daring to offend my dignity? A mere insect like you could be reduced to dust with a mere flick of my finger. Yet, I shall grant you the opportunity to live. Depart." Despite its words, an invisible mental shockwave was unleashed, for the dream Ice Silkworm felt more secure with a lifeless opponent. This human was not permitted to leave alive. Sensing the released mental shock, Wei Xuan smiled calmly, transforming his consciousness into an intangible blade that effortlessly sliced through the psychic assault. The dream Ice Silkworm emitted a wail. Wounded by Wei Xuan's mental blade, suffering a piercing pain in its head and damage to its sea of consciousness, causing the previously simulated formidable aura to vanish in an instant. Brother Dream, Huo Yuhao cried out anxiously, hastily rising to his feet. Filled with concern for the dream Ice Silkworm, the Ice Emperor displayed a look of shock. This human's mental power could actually rival that of the dream Ice Silkworm, even surpassing it. Truly unbelievable. I am fine. The dream Ice Silkworm managed to suppress the pain temporarily with its own immense mental strength. Staring at Wei Xuan in disbelief, it asked, "How can you possess such powerful mental prowess?" Wei Xuan did not respond, but turned his gaze towards the Ice Emperor, stating, "You might consider becoming my wisdom soul ring. I shall assuredly lead you into the divine realm." His words were laced with unwavering confidence, suggesting that once spoken, the promise would be fulfilled. Both the dream Ice Silkworm and Huo Yuhao's expression shifted. This individual sought to seize the Ice Emperor. Isn't this a bit excessive? This matter clearly concerns us and the Ice Emperor, yet you insist on intervening, Huo Yuhao retorted coldly. Your words are rather naive. Just because you claim this is between you does not preclude others from involvement. In this world, power reigns supreme. Wei Xuan replied with a shake of his head and a chuckle. Moreover, the Ice Emperor is confined by you. Have you consulted her opinion when asserting it is merely your affair? The Ice Emperor cast a cold glance at Huo Yuhao and the dream Ice Silkworm. Had she not been trapped by them, she would have acted long ago. Without uttering a word, she furrowed her brow as she regarded Wei Xuan, contemplating before coldly stating, "On what grounds should I trust you, and what justification do you have for your claims?" She referred to the divine ascension previously mentioned by Wei Xuan. A resounding dragon roar echoed forth as an ancient ice dragon emerged from the void, coiling around Wei Xuan's form, for soul rings ascending in its wake. A formidable surge of energy radiated outward, rendering the surrounding space oppressive, while the temperature plummeted sharply, subjecting the snow to a second freezing. Another dragon roar reverberated, and the innermost purple soul ring ignited, unleashing a 6-meter-long dragon that leapt forth from the ring. The ice mystic dragon soared into the sky, gliding freely among the clouds. The second soul ring also illuminated, and a thunderous tiger-esque roar erupted as the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger leaped forth, covering several meters in a single bound. This colossal beast, nearly 5 meters in length, landed upon the snow, its formidable fangs gleaming like blades, exuding an aura of ferocity. The third soul ring glowed brightly, and a massive creature stepped forth from it, its landing reverberating through the ground, displacing the accumulated snow. This is an Ice Age mammoth, a creature whose size can only be described as colossal, with limbs nearly 1/2 meter in diameter and a height exceeding 8 meters, resembling a small mountain. Its entire body is enveloped in diamond-shaped ice crystals, as if adorned in a suit of crystalline armor, imposing and majestic. Chapter 38. The touching dream of the Ice Silkworm. The singular black soul ring illuminated, and the breathtakingly flawless ice phoenix spread its wings, soaring with a cry that echoed through the heavens, instilling fear in all beasts. Wherever the ice phoenix flew, snowflakes danced in its wake, illuminating the entire icy realm and breathing life back into it. Observing the Ice Emperor with a smile, Wei Xuan remarked, "Take a moment to appreciate their state of existence." For soul beast phantoms manifested around Wei Xuan's form, with the Ice Age mammoth and the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger flanking him, while the ice profound dragon and the ice phoenix hovered gracefully above. Their eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, exuding a human-like demeanor, devoid of hostility towards Wei Xuan, radiating instead a genuine respect and reliance. Nurtured by Wei Xuan's divine consciousness, aside from the ice phoenix, which remained a mere phantom, the other soul beasts appeared in substantial forms, indistinguishable from true soul beasts. The Ice Emperor stood transfixed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the 4 soul beasts surrounding Wei Xuan, overwhelmed by sheer shock. Tianming, Ice Silkworm, and Huo Yuhao were equally stupefied, caught in a surreal moment. The configuration of 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black, along with the emerging soul beasts, struck them with profound impact. These soul beasts exist in a state of soul? The Ice Emperor exclaimed, and upon further sensing, she comprehended their condition. Indeed, Wei Xuan nodded affirmatively. Although they have become my soul rings, they retain their souls, living in a different manner. If I were to attain divinity, they would benefit from it as well. Not only would they gain from my ascension, but they are also continuously benefiting, growing alongside my increasing strength. This is the Ice Profound Dragon. It was originally a soul beast of merely 700 years, but through the years of growth, it has now reached over 3,000. Wei Xuan introduced. encouraging the soul beasts to communicate with the Ice Emperor to bolster his credibility. As the Ice Emperor listened to Wei Xuan's exposition and witnessed the interaction with the soul beasts, her astonishment deepened, verging on incredulity. These soul beasts truly exist. And after becoming the soul rings of humans, they acquire numerous benefits, including an enhancement in soul strength and an increase in lifespan. Furthermore, this transformation may lead to the evolution of their bloodline. According to the ice mystic dragon serpent, it has a significant likelihood of metamorphosing into a dragon in the future, already displaying signs of such a trend. This filled her with astonishment, while simultaneously planting an unusual thought in her mind. It seemed that accompanying this individual might indeed be a more favorable choice. This individual's talent surpasses that of Huo Yuhao by an immeasurable degree, and he possesses such extraordinary abilities that a comparison between the two makes the choice exceedingly clear. The allure of Wei Xuan's words presents an irresistible temptation to the Ice Emperor, making it difficult for her to remain unmoved. At this moment, the dream Ice Silkworm is equally astounded. It never expected that someone could preserve the souls of soul beasts and assist them in their growth. This is truly astonishing. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would never have believed such events could transpire. The Ice Emperor can perceive that these soul beasts exist in a spiritual state, and it is only natural that he senses it as well, and with even greater clarity. Brother Tianming, what shall we do now? Huo Yuhao inquired anxiously, for their current predicament was quite dire. Do not worry, Yuhao, I am here. Tianming Ice Silkworm reassured him in a feigned light-hearted manner. Ice Emperor, do not place your faith in this individual, even if he can preserve the souls of soul beasts. What of it? Can he ascend to godhood? Without achieving divinity, even if you become his soul ring, you would merely extend your existence for a time, unable to attain eternal life. However, aligning yourself with Yuhao is a different matter entirely. If you are willing to become Yuhao's wisdom soul ring, I possess a 70% chance of aiding him in achieving divinity. At that point, we shall all ascend to the divine realm, Tianming Ice Silkworm fervently urged. For the Ice Emperor was of utmost importance to Huo Yuhao, and they must strive to win him over. He and I are of similar age. I am a 4-ring soul master, while he is but at level 20. The disparity in talent is evident, is it not? Why do you believe he can attain divinity while I cannot? It seems my chances of achieving godhood are even greater, Wei Xuan remarked, smiling as he looked at Tianming Ice Silkworm. He was not angered by Tianming's words, merely finding them somewhat absurd. It was a clear case of speaking nonsense with eyes wide open. Huo Yuhao glared indignantly at Wei Xuan, while Tianming Ice Silkworm found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to counter the argument. The Ice Emperor cast a cold, scornful glance at Tianming Ice Silkworm, filled with derision, as if to say, "Do you take me for a fool? Can I not discern the quality of talent? Indeed, Yuhao's talent may not surpass yours at present, but with the Ice Emperor's assistance, he shall acquire an unparalleled second martial soul. At that time, his talent will soar dramatically, propelling him to the status of a top genius. His abilities no less than yours," Tianming Ice Silkworm asserted. After speaking, he gazed earnestly at the Ice Emperor, his eyes brimming with emotion as he implored, "Ice Emperor, we have known each other for 200,000 years. You are aware of my feelings for you. Would I ever wish to harm you? Were it not for the confidence I have in Yuhao's ascent to divinity, I would never have approached you. Between this human and myself, would you rather believe him than trust me, a soul beast? Would you not prefer to believe in a silkworm that loves you? I would never betray you. I am willing to stake my life on it, and I will ensure your entrance into the divine realm." Tianming Ice Silkworm spoke with heartfelt sincerity, tears welling in his eyes as he felt sorrow that the Ice Emperor would not place his trust in him. "Tianming, do not attempt to disgust me. Have you ever seen a predator develop affection for its prey?" The Ice Emperor seethed with anger. She loathed the saccharine words of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, which made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Were it not for her current restraints, she would have devoured it without hesitation if the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm possessed a physical form. The moment the Ice Emperor's roar echoed, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's fervent spirit was doused like a flame splashed with cold water, instantly calming down. "Yuhua, prepare yourself. I shall lead you," and the Ice Emperor away. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm communicated telepathically to Huo Yuhao. Judging by the Ice Emperor's demeanor, persuading her seemed highly improbable. Unable to defeat her or convince her, the only option left was to flee. Fortunately, it had prepared a contingency plan. Huo Yuhao subtly nodded and leaned closer to the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Suddenly, a powerful wave of mental energy erupted from the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space as the luminous sphere confining the Ice Emperor shot towards Huo Yuhao. "What are you doing, Tianming?" the Ice Emperor bellowed. Straining vigorously against her bonds, she no longer wished to become Huo Yuhua's soul ring. "My apologies, Bing Bing, but I need you to become Yuhua's soul ring." The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm replied, a hint of regret lacing its words, yet resolute. Chapter 39. Mental collision with a wave of his hand. Wei Xuan summoned the surrounding ice and snow, forming countless tiny ice spikes that hurtled towards Huo Yuhao and the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Simultaneously, a formidable surge of mental energy erupted from Wei Xuan, manifesting an invisible hand that swiftly grasped the luminous sphere imprisoning the Ice Emperor. The sphere, which had been racing towards Huo Yuhao's forehead, came to an abrupt halt, unable to move an inch. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's expression shifted dramatically. Sensing the terrifying might of Wei Xuan's mental power, overcoming its shock, it decisively unleashed its strongest mental shockwave. This formidable mental assault was undoubtedly the full manifestation of the dream Ice Silkworm's power. Even the most formidable spirit Douluo, specializing in mental prowess, would find themselves gravely injured, if not fatally wounded, within its grasp. The very fabric of space warped slightly due to this psychic onslaught, swirling with snowflakes that obscured visibility. Yuhao surged forward, hastening towards the Ice Emperor dream Ice Silkworm, urgency lacing his voice. Just moments ago, despite employing the ghost shadow displacement, he could not entirely evade the ice spear attack, resulting in several bloody wounds across his body, collapsing to the ground, his complexion turning ashen. Upon hearing the words of the dream Ice Silkworm, Yuhao disregarded the excruciating pain and the biting cold that enveloped him, mustering the strength to rise and charge forward with fervor. He pushed his speed to its utmost limits, teetering on the brink of losing his balance with every step, as the mental shockwave surged forth. Even Wei Xuan could not dismiss its impact. He swiftly summoned his mental energies, conjuring an invisible shield to protect his sea of consciousness. Wei Xuan let out a muffled groan, staggering backward a few paces, his breath significantly weakened. The effort to withstand this blow had taken a considerable toll on his mental faculties, leaving his head ringing with a dull ache. The pain etched on his face betrayed his suffering. His consciousness was already in a state of severe distress, and this new assault exacerbated his prior injuries. The dream Ice Silkworm, having unleashed such a potent attack, found itself reeling from the backlash, the ethereal projection it had conjured becoming exceedingly tenuous, on the verge of dissolution. The ice sword tiger howled skyward, propelling itself forward with its powerful limbs, effortlessly covering nearly 10 meters in mere moments to position itself before the Ice Emperor. The elongated form of the ice dragon serpent soared gracefully, its massive maw agape as it exhaled a frigid mist, cascading towards Yuhao. Even before the icy fog descended, Yuhao felt the penetrating cold seep into his limbs, rendering them rigid, his movement sluggish, as if he were being encased in ice. "Reign, Yuhao, we cannot linger." The dream Ice Silkworm's voice faltered, imbued with reluctance. Casting a resentful glance at Wei Xuan, it summoned its ultimate power, warping the surrounding space. In a flash of dark light, Yuhao vanished from the spot. The golden orb, however, remained behind, held fast by Wei Xuan's concentrated mental grasp. "I never fathomed that such a level of Ice Silkworm existed, possessing a mental fortitude surpassing even that of a limit Douluo," Wei Xuan murmured softly. This marked the second occasion where astonishment graced his features, a testament to the extraordinary nature of the Ice Silkworm, capable of inflicting psychological harm. Clearing his throat softly, Wei Xuan felt no physical injuries. However, the wounds to his psyche were far more distressing. With a mere thought, his four soul beasts returned to their respective rings, dissipating his martial spirit and retracting the soul rings. As he massaged his temples to alleviate the headache, he approached the golden sphere before him. "To think you could withstand a full-force psychic assault from the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm." The Ice Empress gazed at Wei Xuan in astonishment, her composure shaken. The psychic waves unleashed by the Ice Silkworm moments ago had instilled in her a profound sense of peril. She harbored no doubt that had the attack been directed at her, even if she had evaded capture, she would have been utterly unable to resist. Her soul shattered in the process. Such an assault targeted the very essence of mental fortitude, and even her formidable strength would falter against it, unless her psychic prowess surpassed that of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. But could she? Though she had always regarded the Ice Silkworm as a mere gluttonous creature, she could not deny its exceptional mental strength, truly deserving of the title of the strongest. The chasm between her and the Ice Silkworm on the mental plane was immense. Even if she attained 1,000,000 years of experience, she might not surpass it. The inherent talents of their respective species diverged significantly. In essence, it was inconceivable for her to withstand such a concerted psychic attack from the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Yet, this human had managed to do so. Moreover, from his demeanor, it appeared he had not sustained significant injury. Which was rather terrifying, was his mental prowess on par with that of the Ice Silkworm. The Ice Silkworm could only unleash such formidable attacks after becoming Huo Yuhao's intelligent soul ring. Without a physical form, it would have been impossible. His psychic assault is indeed formidable, yet he still falls short of being able to eliminate me, Wei Xuan remarked nonchalantly, continuing to massage his temples. Are you a transformed soul beast? The Ice Empress scrutinized Wei Xuan closely, posing her inquiry. A transformed soul beast? Wei Xuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a question from the other party. He shook his head and replied, My circumstances are rather unique. I am not a soul beast transformed. Why do you possess such formidable spiritual power if you are not a soul beast? The Ice Emperor inquired, her eyes widening in astonishment, her emotions heightened. As I mentioned, my situation is special. I cannot divulge the specifics, Wei Xuan stated, a headache beginning to irritate him. I have already outlined the benefits of becoming my wisdom soul ring. Now, I wish to know your intentions. Wei Xuan fixed his gaze on the Ice Emperor as he spoke. She reined in her curiosity, calming herself. After a moment of contemplation, she made her decision. I can become your wisdom soul ring, but I require an oath in the name of your martial soul. Only then can I truly trust you. Ultimately, Wei Xuan was but a human, and they had only recently met. It was impossible for her to fully trust him. Very well, he nodded, understanding that trust must be cultivated through mutual understanding. Given their brief acquaintance, it was entirely reasonable for her to harbor doubts. In the name of the ancient ice dragon lineage, I vow to elevate the Ice Emperor to the divine realm and assist her in achieving divinity. Should I violate this oath, I am willing to be rendered powerless. As the vow echoed, an unseen force enveloped Wei Xuan. My sincerity is evident. Now it is your turn. Forgive my forgetfulness. I am Wei Xuan, he continued. While the Ice Emperor harbored doubts about him, he too was not entirely convinced of her trustworthiness and sought a guarantee before releasing her. The Ice Emperor gazed deeply at Wei Xuan and declared, By the ice god above, I, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, do solemnly swear in the name of ice to willingly become Wei Xuan's wisdom soul ring. Should he renege after my release, may all that belongs to ice be stripped from him, including my life, in the most remote northern land. This is the gravest vow among soul beasts. Once pledged, no soul beast dares to contravene the promise, and she is no exception. Chapter 40, The Enchanting Ice and Snow Empress. Wei Xuan nodded in satisfaction, enduring the pain as his consciousness extended outward, transforming into an invisible sword that pierced the luminous sphere. The blade held against the surface of the orb for a moment before it penetrated, causing the entire sphere to begin to dissipate. A brilliant white and emerald light illuminated the surroundings, emanating an extreme chill. As the Ice Empress manifested as a streak of light several meters away, the frigid aura irradiating from the Ice Empress had no effect on Wei Xuan. However, the formidable presence she exuded weighed heavily upon him. This was the essence of nearly 400,000 soul beasts. And although Wei Xuan could alleviate some pressure with his consciousness, any other soul sect would have collapsed to the ground by now. Wei Xuan stood tall and straight, his expression serene as he regarded the Ice Empress, unconcerned about her potential hostility. The Ice Empress withdrew her overwhelming presence, summoning a swirling snowstorm around her, within which emerald light flickered. As the snowstorm subsided, the original Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion vanished, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman. She possessed a delicate visage, her fair skin adorned with 4 emerald magical patterns on either side, adding an alluring, ethereal beauty to her countenance. With a cold and captivating demeanor, her long, dark green hair cascaded down her back, and the emerald gown accentuated her alluring figure. The Ice Empress, barefoot and levitating, gazed at Wei Xuan with a hint of complexity in her eyes, realizing that she too could not escape the fate of becoming a soul ring. Observing the Ice Empress's exquisite beauty and enticing form, Wei Xuan remained largely unperturbed. When one's state of mind reaches a certain level, even the most beautiful women in the world cannot cause them to lose their composure. I am currently only at level 41. When I reach level 50, I will require your sacrificial offering. Wei Xuan initiated the conversation. Given the Ice Empress's cultivation, she could undoubtedly serve as his 9th soul ring. However, the time required for this was too lengthy, and he did not wish to wait. The sooner the Ice Empress became his sole ring, the more time she would have to grow alongside him, eventually becoming a significant asset. He had special methods to temporarily seal away much of the Ice Empress's power, alleviating concerns about her physical limitations. The prerequisite, however, was her voluntary consent. He lacked the ability to force such a sealing with his current level of cultivation. Very well. At that time, I shall seal my power to a level you can endure, ensuring your ability to absorb me, the Ice Empress conceded without hesitation. Since she had chosen to become Wei Xuan's sole ring, she would do her utmost for his benefit. As the saying goes, one flourishes, all flourish. One suffers, all suffer. Wei Xuan's eyes brightened. This spared him the effort of exerting himself. I am curious about the situation with the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. What is its age? Wei Xuan inquired, intrigued by the formidable mental prowess of the being. Upon mentioning the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, the Ice Empress's previously gentle expression darkened instantaneously, her aura turning ferocious. It was indeed humiliating for her, one of the three great kings of the extreme north, to nearly fall prey to a mere insect. Do not let me encounter you again. Otherwise, I shall obliterate your very soul. The Ice Empress seethed internally, unable to contain her frustration. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she explained, "It is known as the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, a soul beast over 1,000,000 years old." 1,000,000 years? Wei Xuan appeared astonished, not expecting that the Ice Silkworm's age could reach such a remarkable 1,000,000 years. The Ice Emperor briefly informed Wei Xuan about the circumstances of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm was fortunate, attaining a realm that many soul beasts could only dream of through mere consumption and slumber. Just as Wei Xuan was about to articulate his thoughts, he sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards the depths of the far north, his intuition warning him of an approaching powerful presence. Almost simultaneously, the Ice Emperor's eyes followed Wei Xuan's lead, and upon perceiving the distant aura, a flicker of delight graced her features. A beam of white light shot forth from afar, akin to a white meteor streaking across the sky. The white light descended beside the Snow Emperor, revealing its form. She is a woman whose beauty surpasses even that of the Ice Emperor, almost beyond reproach. Her long, pristine white hair cascades down to the ground. She possesses a pair of sky-blue eyes, ethereal and transparent, pure and unblemished, shimmering with a profound wisdom, as if capable of perceiving all the world's secrets. Her slender figure is flawless, draped in a simple white gown that, devoid of embellishment, accentuates her noble and unparalleled grace, while the Ice Emperor exudes a cold allure. She embodies a solitary pride, akin to a snow lotus standing alone atop a snow-capped mountain. In fact, within her snow-white palm lies a snow lotus, radiating energy waves reminiscent of a 10,000-year soul beast. Snow Empress, what brings you here? Upon seeing the Snow Empress, the Ice Emperor's face lit up with a joyful smile, brimming with excitement. The Snow Empress glanced at Wei Xuan before averting her gaze, offering the Ice Emperor a slight smile as she replied. I sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupting here. I feared there might be some anomaly, so I came to investigate, only to find you here as well. What transpired moments ago? The Snow Empress inquired, casting a cold glance at Wei Xuan, her intent to strike evident. Wait, do not harm him. The Ice Emperor hurriedly positioned herself in front of the Snow Empress, preventing her from attacking Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, unsettled not only by the Snow Empress's casual threat but also by the very essence of her being. To refer to her merely as this person feels inadequate. She, too, is a soul beast, a creature born of heaven and earth, and it would not be an exaggeration to call her an ice and snow sprite. Ice? What do you mean by this? The Snow Empress frowned, taken aback by the Ice Emperor's unexpected protectiveness over a human. Allow me to explain. The Ice Emperor quickly recounted her previous experiences, anxious that if she delayed, the Snow Empress might suddenly unleash her wrath upon Wei Xuan. From being ensnared by the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm due to her carelessness, to Wei Xuan's unexpected arrival that rescued her from its grasp, and finally to her agreement with Wei Xuan, the Ice Emperor succinctly summarized the entire sequence of events, deliberately omitting any mention of Wei Xuan's formidable spiritual power. She knew the Snow Empress well. If she were to discover Wei Xuan's strength, she would undoubtedly probe further. Wei Xuan, too, wished to remain silent, fearing that revealing such information might instigate conflict. To prevent the situation from spiraling into the uncontrollable, he chose to withhold that detail. After listening to the Ice Emperor's account, the Snow Empress displayed a look of astonishment, suddenly appearing before Wei Xuan. Unfazed by the Snow Empress's abrupt appearance, Wei Xuan maintained his composure, assessing the Snow Empress, the foremost of the three great kings of the extreme north. Standing at approximately 173 meters, Wei Xuan was slightly taller than the Snow Empress, their eyes meeting at a level just barely aligned. Chapter 41. The Resurrection of Soul Beasts. The eyes of the Snow Empress were clear and transparent, reminiscent of the purest sapphire, while Wei Xuan's gaze was dark and profound, akin to the infinite night sky. Their four eyes locked in a silent exchange. Enveloped in a fleeting stillness, an intangible force clashed in the air. The Ice Emperor, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Snow Empress before Wei Xuan, hurriedly approached his side and cautioned, "Snow Empress, please refrain from making any rash moves." The Snow Empress scrutinized Wei Xuan for a considerable time before she subtly nodded to the Ice Emperor and addressed Wei Xuan, "Please release your soul rings and spirit beasts. I wish to observe them." To believe, she needed to witness with her own eyes the soul rings and the ethereal states of the spirit beasts. Her voice was melodious, yet carried an icy detachment, devoid of any warmth. "I am not fond of your commanding tone," Wei Xuan replied, his gaze piercing as he regarded the Snow Empress without unleashing his martial spirit. The Ice Emperor interjected, "The Snow Empress is merely curious about your condition. There is no ulterior motive." Wei Xuan remained silent, maintaining his composed demeanor as he regarded the Snow Empress with keen eyes. The Snow Empress narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, her gaze towards Wei Xuan now laced with a hint of menace. As the surrounding ice and snow grew tumultuous, the temperature plummeting towards absolute zero. Yet Wei Xuan stood firm, unmoved, impervious to the chilling drop in temperature. With a mere thought, the once rampant ice and snow swirling around him abruptly ceased. And after a brief pause, they surged forth once more, now even more ferocious. This time, the snow and ice have undergone a transformation. No longer under the dominion of the Snow Emperor, their master has now become Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan has forcibly seized control of the ice and snow from the hands of the ruler of the far north. This is not a matter of strength. It solely pertains to one's mastery over ice and snow. In terms of controlling ice and snow, few can surpass Wei Xuan, including the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress. Even the composed and ethereal Snow Empress cannot conceal her change of expression upon sensing the loss of control over ice and snow. In this world, it is indeed astonishing that someone could seize control of ice and snow from her. How could this be possible? The Snow Empress gazed at Wei Xuan with a look of surprise and curiosity. It was truly incredible that a mere human could possess such exquisite mastery over ice and snow. "What an intriguing human," the Snow Empress murmured, as he was the first to astonish her. The Ice Empress, standing nearby, also regarded Wei Xuan with amazement, as she had initially intended to intervene on his behalf against the ice and snow. However, to her astonishment, Wei Xuan appeared completely unaffected by the elements, and had even taken command of them from the Snow Empress. "You truly surprise me. I did not expect a relatively young human to exhibit such terrifying prowess in the realm of ice and snow, one that even I cannot match," the Snow Empress remarked, speaking with a sense of calmness, unashamed of her inferiority. "Could it be that you are some kind of ice and snow soul beast in human form?" The Snow Empress then inquired, her gaze meticulously appraising Wei Xuan, seemingly attempting to penetrate his very essence. In her perspective, it was inconceivable for a human of such youth to attain mastery over ice and snow at this level, unless they were a transformed soul beast. And even that was but a slight possibility. Among soul beasts, she considered herself unparalleled in her command of ice and snow, unmatched by any other. Wei Xuan shook his head and replied, "The Ice Emperor posed this question earlier, and I can assure you with utmost sincerity that I am not a transformed soul beast. There are indeed individuals gifted by fate, and you may consider me one of them, inherently possessing an almost absurd affinity for ice and snow." His words were not mere boastfulness, but rather a statement of fact. He was indeed a person favored by destiny, born extraordinary. The Snow Empress nodded thoughtfully, her mind swirling with confusion, yet she refrained from probing further, simply stating, "You have earned my respect." With an understanding of Wei Xuan's expertise in ice and snow, the Snow Empress no longer viewed him with disdain, recognizing him as an equal. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Wei Xuan released his martial soul, the four spirit rings shimmering in succession as the soul beasts materialized before them. At first glance, even with prior anticipation, the Snow Empress was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment, particularly upon witnessing the Ice Xian Dragon, the saber-toothed Ice Spirit Tiger, and the Ice Age Mammoth, soul beasts indistinguishable from their true forms. Her countenance shifted dramatically, losing all semblance of composure. After allowing the Snow Empress a moment to absorb the revelation, Wei Xuan retracted his martial soul, a smile gracing his lips as he observed her reaction. He harbored certain thoughts regarding the Snow Empress, not of romantic nature, but rather concerning the potential for her to become a spirit ring akin to the Ice Emperor. If she were willing to become his spirit ring, it would provide significant advantages, alleviating the need to seek suitable spirit rings, thus yielding multiple benefits. It took some time for the Snow Empress to regain her composure. Her breath slightly hurried as she asked, "After your death, can these special spirit rings that preserve their souls exist independently? Meaning, can the spirit rings detach and allow them to revert to their original forms as soul beasts?" She did not inquire how Wei Xuan accomplished this. That was inconsequential. What truly mattered to her was whether the preserved soul spirit rings could detach from the Soul Master. If so, it would revolutionize the future of soul beasts, eliminating the concerns of their extinction due to hunting. The Ice Emperor's eyes widened as the Snow Empress's question struck her with clarity. Indeed, if this method could allow soul beasts to truly live on. Realizing this, the Ice Emperor's breath quickened as she gazed at Wei Xuan with fervent anticipation. Anxious for his response, fearful of a negative answer, Wei Xuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the Snow Empress had posed such a question, and even more so that it had shifted to a discussion of his posthumous state. "I shall not perish." Upon being posed such a question, Wei Xuan earnestly contemplated the matter, having never considered it from this perspective before. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress held their breath, fixated on Wei Xuan, refraining from uttering a word, enveloping the surroundings in an extraordinary silence. After several minutes of deep reflection, Wei Xuan proffered a response that was not entirely assured. "In theory, it is possible." The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress simultaneously expressed their astonishment, their faces alight with joy. In that moment, they perceived the world as a wondrous place. The theoretical aspect articulated by Wei Xuan was of little concern to them. What mattered was the affirmation of possibility. How splendid it would be if this could indeed be realized, for then they would no longer need to fret over the extinction of soul beasts. The Ice Empress embraced the Snow Empress tightly, her emotions surging, for the impact of this revelation was immense. "Indeed, we need no longer worry," the Snow Empress mused, gently patting the Ice Empress's back, overwhelmed with sentiment. Wei Xuan observed the two, now so excited they had only comprehended half his words, and with a hint of jest, he reminded them, "I merely indicated that it is theoretically possible. It does not guarantee certainty, for I cannot simply die to ascertain whether this method is viable." Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress regained their composure. "Then let us find a soul master to utilize your method of absorbing soul rings, and subsequently eliminate him to assess the outcome," proposed the Ice Empress. The Snow Empress nodded, deeming the plan feasible, reasoning that since humans often hunt soul beasts, reciprocating by slaying a few humans should not pose a significant moral dilemma. Wei Xuan shook his head, refraining from expressing further opinions, yet dousing their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "You are oversimplifying the issue. I understand your genuine concerns, but I must inform you that there are two significant challenges to achieving this. First, the method I possess is currently exclusive to me. Second, if other soul masters employ my method to absorb soul rings, the soul beasts will not materialize. They will remain in a spiritual state. Upon the death of the soul master, the souls of the beasts might be able to detach, but they require a vessel, essentially a medium, to harbor their essence. Without such a vessel, these souls will become wandering spirits, and the likelihood of their dissipating into the ether is considerably higher," Wei Xuan elucidated. The aspirations of the Ice and Snow Empresses revolved around a cyclical process, soul beasts transforming into soul rings for soul masters, who upon their demise would allow the beasts to reemerge. While this notion was beautifully conceived, actualizing it proved to be a far more arduous endeavor. Of course, the difficulty of realization did not imply impossibility. A notion began to take shape in Wei Xuan's mind. As Wei Xuan articulated his thoughts, both empresses furrowed their brows in unison, beginning to ponder the two dilemmas he had presented. "Can you resolve these two issues?" The Snow Empress gazed at Wei Xuan, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she inquired, convinced that this human before her possessed a solution. "It is possible, albeit somewhat troublesome, and with my current soul power, it remains unattainable," Wei Xuan replied. "What assistance do you require? Speak freely, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." The Snow Empress struggled to conceal her excitement. "So shall I. If you can indeed realize this, I will mobilize the strength of my entire clan to assist you," the Ice Emperor interjected, making a solemn promise. I do not require any other assistance, but I need you, Snow Empress, to become my sixth soul ring. Wei Xuan articulated his request, his gaze fixed upon her. The resolution of this issue would not only benefit the soul beasts, but also himself. The solution he envisioned would yield the greatest advantage to him. Otherwise, the prospect of having a Snow Empress as a soul ring would not suffice to compel him to undertake this endeavor. Without a moment's hesitation, the Snow Empress nodded readily. Very well, as long as you can resolve the soul beast predicament, becoming your soul ring poses no issue. The allure of potentially ascending to godhood alongside Wei Xuan was tantalizing enough. Moreover, she could contribute to the entire soul beast clan's welfare. What reason did she have to decline such manifold benefits? The Ice Emperor did not dissuade the Snow Empress. Rather, he felt a sense of joy, not for the soul beast's future, but purely for the Snow Empress's happiness. Wei Xuan regarded the Snow Empress intently, slightly surprised by her unhesitating agreement and his regard for her elevated significantly. Subsequently, both parties exchanged solemn oaths, solidifying their trust in one another. Wei Xuan's vow was not overly absolute. Even he lacked complete assurance in such matters, vowing only to exert his best efforts. Snow Empress, is that a snow lotus you possess, or a 10,000-year-old one? The Ice Emperor observed the item in her hand, astonishment flickering across his features. The 10,000-year snow lotus could only be described as unparalleled in its rarity. It might not be found a second time even in the extreme north. Wei Xuan had long since noticed the object in her grasp, thus he was not particularly astonished. Feeling little emotional turbulence regarding the snow lotus, the Snow Empress raised her left hand, gazing at the snow lotus hovering in her palm, emanating a radiant white glow. And sighed with resignation, this snow lotus took me many years to locate, but it seems now it may no longer be needed. What purpose did you seek this snow lotus for? The Ice Emperor asked with curiosity. Decades ago, I attempted to condense a yin-yang complementary soul core, resulting in a severe injury to my origin, extinguishing my chances of overcoming the 70,000-year heavenly tribulation. Therefore, I intended to utilize this 10,000-year snow lotus as a catalyst to seal my origin and begin the process of human transformation, seeking the path to divinity. The Snow Empress explained. What? Your origin has been damaged, Snow Empress? A look of concern swiftly crossed the Ice Emperor's face. Deeply troubled by the current state of the Snow Empress, the essence was the most vital aspect for soul beasts. Once harmed, it could lead to stagnation in strength at best, or a decline in power, even posing a life-threatening risk at worst. Furthermore, damage to the essence would diminish the soul beast's chances of transcending the tribulation, thereby extinguishing what little hope remained. The Snow Empress waved her hand dismissively and stated, I am fine. It's merely that I cannot endure the next tribulation. Everything else is inconsequential. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor sighed in relief. As long as she was unharmed, it was a comfort. Whether or not she could withstand the tribulation was of little significance now, for the Snow Empress would ultimately become Wei Xuan's soul ring. Surely, the soul ring could not be subjected to tribulation as well, could it? This snow lotus is currently of no benefit to me or being-er. It is best to part with it. The Snow Empress declared as she extended the snow lotus to Wei Xuan. Since she had committed to becoming Wei Xuan's soul ring, she would no longer exploit the snow lotus for her own cultivation. By refraining from recultivation and simply absorbing the pure essence of heaven and earth contained within the 10,000-year snow lotus, her cultivation would inevitably increase, thereby extending her lifespan. She was already not far from a cultivation level of 700,000 years. Daring to absorb the energy of the snow lotus would surely attract a tribulation, an act tantamount to courting death. The Ice Emperor faced a similar predicament. Once he absorbed the energy, it would invoke a tribulation, with success being a fortune and failure a calamity. Rather than risking their lives to absorb the energy of the snow lotus, it would be wiser to extend a favor to Wei Xuan, thereby strengthening their mutual bond. To me? Wei Xuan inquired, hesitating to accept the snow lotus immediately. Indeed, this snow lotus harbors vast and pure ice and snow energy. If you absorb it, your soul power will significantly enhance. The benefits it brings you far exceed those for me and being-er. It is only prudent to allow you to utilize it. The Snow Empress explained. Perhaps concerned that Wei Xuan might feel burdened, she added, do not feel any discomfort. We are now united as one. Your rapid growth will ultimately benefit both me and being-er. By allowing you to absorb the snow lotus, I am, in truth, acting in our own best interests. I shall remember this favor, Wei Xuan replied, accepting the snow lotus from the Snow Empress. The snow lotus was exquisitely beautiful, crystalline and translucent, shimmering with glimmers of light under the sun's rays. It was not particularly large, easily held in one hand. Upon grasping it, Wei Xuan felt as though he were not holding a mere snow lotus, but rather supporting a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds, requiring him to channel his soul power to prevent it from descending. This immense energy is attributed to the snow lotus, which has genuinely existed for over 100,000 years, rather than being a result of rapid enhancement. The energy accumulated over such an extensive period renders this seemingly ordinary snow lotus as heavy as a boulder. Even those who encounter it might find it challenging to pluck it from the ground. Chapter 43. The divine monarch Tang San intervenes. The energy contained within the snow lotus is vast and pure, akin to the formless energy stored within a baby bottle, readily available for anyone to absorb. Upon coming into contact with the energy of the snow lotus, Wei Xuan's soul power surged with restlessness, as his body instinctively began to absorb the energy. The pure energy of ice and snow greatly benefited him, eliciting an instinctive response from his body. After gazing at the snow lotus for a while, Wei Xuan enveloped it in a layer of icy mist, securing it within his storage ring. Snow Emperor, your essence is damaged. Let it serve as my soul ring for now, allowing more time for nurturing, so that your essence may recover sooner, Wei Xuan declared. I have no objections, the Ice Emperor promptly responded. For her, whether it was sooner or later bore no significant consequence. However, for the Snow Emperor, it was a different matter. For one whose essence was compromised, it was indeed wiser to act sooner to prevent further complications. The Snow Emperor hesitated briefly before acquiescing. She could not endure for many more years before facing her seventh tribulation, a deathly trial. By the time Wei Xuan reached level 60, she might not even be alive to witness it, so becoming the fifth soul ring was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. In a secluded area near the extreme north, merely a dozen miles from the frigid edge, it perpetually snowed. Huo Yuhao suddenly appeared amidst the snow, his body lunging forward, crashing heavily to the ground, face down, sliding several meters. The impact aggravated the wounds on his body, causing him to grimace in pain, his face contorting. Ouch, that hurts, Huo Yuhao groaned, clutching his wound. Enduring the excruciating pain as he turned over to face the sky, eyes closed, gasping for breath. Yuhao, Yuhao, the dream Ice Silkworm's feeble voice echoed in Huo Yuhao's mind. A shudder ran through Huo Yuhao's body as he recalled the condition of his companion. Dream brother, how are you faring? He asked urgently. My condition is rather dire. My essence has been severely depleted, and I may need to sleep for an extended period, the dream Ice Silkworm replied weakly. Please, dream brother, do not frighten me, Huo Yuhao implored, sitting up in a panic, momentarily forgetting his pain, his eyes slightly reddening. The dream Ice Silkworm was, without a doubt, his closest companion and ally. How could he remain unmoved by its plight? He evidently misunderstood the essence of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, mistakenly believing that it was on the verge of death. Aware of Huo Yuhao's misapprehension, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm clarified, it is not a matter of dying. Rather, it will require an extended period for recovery. Before I succumb to slumber, there are certain matters I must entrust to you. Speak, heavenly dream, Huo Yuhao responded, relieved to know that the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm would not perish. Firstly, concerning your second martial soul, I am currently unable to assist you in acquiring a soul ring. You must rely solely on your own efforts. It is imperative that your second martial soul is not derived from just any soul beast. It must be one that embodies the ultimate essence of ice. Ideally, it should be a top-tier soul beast such as the Ice Blue Scorpion or the Ice Snow Maiden. At the very least, it should be a Titan Snow Demon. To obtain these soul beasts as your martial soul, you must harness the power of your Shrek Academy. Upon your return to the Academy, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm meticulously advised Huo Yuhao, covering every detail, even contemplating what he should articulate upon his return. In the divine realm, amidst drifting colorful clouds and ethereal mists, a solitary figure stood, with flowing water-blue hair cascading like a waterfall behind him. He possessed a tall stature and an extraordinary demeanor, exuding an unearthly aura within the clouds. His handsome visage, though youthful, bore the weight of experience. With eyes that reflected the vicissitudes of life, seemingly hollow yet encompassing the entirety of existence, he was the God King, Tang San, gazing into the distant sky. A flicker of purple sparkled in his eyes. He remained still for a moment, but soon, his previously relaxed brow furrowed tightly. Had the fate of the new star shifted? Tang San whispered, uncertainty clouding his senses. There had been no prior changes. Why, then, had an unexpected shift occurred? According to his calculations, such an alteration should not have transpired. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his right hand forward, conjuring a cerulean screen before him, revealing a scene in which Huo Yuhao stood. Gazing intently at Huo Yuhao within the tableau, Tang San muttered in confusion, "It seems a crucial opportunity has been lost. His innate talent remains unchanged. What event has transpired to alter his fate? Logically, such a change should not have occurred." Perplexed, Tang San had previously utilized the power of the Divine Realm's core to forecast Huo Yuhao's future, fully aware of his significance to the Divine Realm. Now, with Huo Yuhao's fate altered, he felt a growing concern that this might adversely impact the Divine Realm. The absence of this opportunity meant that Huo Yuhao's gifts had not evolved, rendering him unworthy of inheriting a divine position. Even if he were to inherit the position of that individual, it would be futile. The sea goddess trident had mysteriously appeared before Tang San, radiating a gentle azure glow. Harnessing the power of the trident, he endeavored to discern the cause of Huo Yuhao's altered fate, seeking to rectify it. He had numerous plans for Huo Yuhao and could not allow his destiny to be recklessly disrupted. It was imperative to align it as closely as possible with his original vision. A series of indistinct images flickered within his mind, shrouded in a mist that obscured clarity. Yet, it was sufficient for Tang San to glean vital information. Soon, the moment when Huo Yuhao encountered Wei Xuan materialized in his thoughts. In the land of the extreme north, Wei Xuan sensed a twinge of awareness, feeling the weight of scrutiny that compelled his gaze skyward, his brow furrowing for the first time. Who is probing into my past? Wei Xuan instantly comprehended the source of this peculiar sensation. It was the feeling of being deduced. After gazing at the sky for a moment, he withdrew his gaze, his expression slightly cold. It was merely because his current strength paled in comparison to his former prowess. Otherwise, he would have scoffed. It turned out that he was the catalyst for the alterations in Huo Yuhao's destiny. Tang San rubbed his temples as a sharp pain surged through him, causing involuntary spasms across his face. At that moment, his heart was tumultuous. As he had unexpectedly suffered a backlash while deducing this human, it was utterly inconceivable. Once the pain began to subside, Tang San focused intently on the image before him. A hazy silhouette of Wei Xuan. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition washed over him, accompanied by a palpable sense of palpitations. The fact that he, a divine king, could feel such trepidation was something that would undoubtedly astonish the pantheon of gods if revealed. It was utterly absurd and alarming. Nevertheless, he resolved to find a way to rectify the disruption in his fate. Tang San endeavored to deduce Wei Xuan's origins, but found himself incapable, forcing him to temporarily redirect his attention to Huo Yuhao. Bound by the rules of the Divine Realm, he could not directly eliminate Wei Xuan, the source of this upheaval. Chapter 44. Are you together? To strike down a mortal directly was the gravest taboo in the Divine Realm, particularly when the individual had yet to contravene its laws. In this situation, even as a law enforcer of the Divine Realm, he cannot recklessly take action against him. Otherwise, it would be a blatant provocation of the divine laws, resulting in severe punishment from the central authority of the Divine Realm. Although he currently stands as the foremost individual in the Divine Realm, this does not grant him the liberty to act without restraint or to violate the law, for there are those within the Divine Realm who can hold him accountable. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from eradicating the individual who has introduced this variable. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang San ultimately resolved to slightly breach the rules and assist Huo Yuhao in reclaiming that opportunity. This is for the greater good of the Divine Realm, he murmured, contemplating that a judicious intervention in worldly affairs is permissible. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao trudged slowly through the snowy landscape, seeking to reach the nearest village for assistance. As he wandered, he suddenly halted, spotting a soul ring, yellow with a hint of purple, fluttering merely 100 meters away from him. Beneath the soul ring lay a scorpion. And upon first sighting it, Huo Yuhao's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion?" He had encountered the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion not long ago, and seeing a creature similar to it again, how could he fail to recognize it? Glancing around cautiously and releasing his spiritual senses to ensure no one and no soul beasts were nearby, Huo Yuhao cautiously approached the figure ahead. As he drew nearer, his previously disheartened spirit ignited with fervor. If he could absorb this soul ring. Upon getting close and examining it carefully, disappointment washed over his face. This was not the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, but merely an ordinary ice blue scorpion. Although a flicker of disappointment lingered, joy prevailed in his heart. After all, encountering a suitable soul beast while on the road was indeed a cause for elation. How could an ice blue scorpion appear here? Shouldn't they inhabit the core region? Huo Yuhao remained grounded, not allowing excitement to cloud his judgment. Strictly speaking, this place does not truly belong to the far northern lands. It is indeed perplexing to encounter a soul beast here, particularly a formidable ice blue scorpion. After much contemplation, Huo Yuhao could not deduce the reason for such an anomaly. Having confirmed once more that there were no other individuals or soul beasts in the vicinity, he gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged. He began to shape his second martial soul according to the methods imparted by the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Should he miss such an extraordinary spirit beast, he might never encounter another like it again. Thus, he must seize this opportunity. After conversing with the Ice Snow Empress for approximately an hour, Wei Xuan bid her farewell and set forth towards the far northern lands, embarking on his return journey. In this sparsely populated region, he felt little apprehension. With the divine wings of the ice phoenix unfurled, he soared through the sky. However, after covering a certain distance, a sound shattered his good spirits, the unmistakable sound of an arrow slicing through the air. Immediately sensing the approaching projectile, he swiftly mobilized his soul power. And with a flick of his wrist, a mist of ice surged forth, solidifying instantaneously into an ice shield. The arrow collided with the shield, producing a crisp sound as it was deflected, leaving a dent in the shield's surface with cracks beginning to spread. Wei Xuan halted his flight, his wings gently fluttering behind him, as he hovered in midair, gazing coldly downwards. "Are you all in cahoots?" he inquired. On the snowy ground, 5 burly men clad in thick winter attire gazed up at Wei Xuan. The foremost figure, wielding a white bow, was in the act of drawing back his string. Clearly, he was the one responsible for the previous shot. Surrounding him were 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. The man in front wore an expression of astonishment, taken aback that his arrow had been blocked. This was no ordinary bow and arrow. It was his martial soul, the snow goose bow. Although he had not employed a soul skill, its might was still formidable. Logically, it should not have been something a mere 12 or 13-year-old could withstand. What puzzled him further was that his opponent had yet to unleash his martial soul, which seemed rather peculiar. "Kid, come down," the man commanded, his initial surprise rapidly morphing into hostility. His gaze was fixed greedily on the wings behind Wei Xuan, an unmistakable desire gleaming in his eyes. They could possibly be soul bones. If only he could acquire them, how delightful that would be. He was not ignorant, possessing some knowledge. And upon witnessing Wei Xuan's wings without any soul rings manifesting, he began to conjecture about the soul bones. He could hardly fathom that these wings were an external soul bone, yet even a common soul bone would suffice. It was certainly better than having nothing at all. This is also the reason why he would take action against Wei Xuan. The 4 individuals behind him gazed fiercely at Wei Xuan, unaware of their leader's motives for targeting the young man. Nevertheless, they decided to support their leader. Wei Xuan remained silent, following their gaze behind him, and soon comprehended the underlying reason. Greed had taken hold. "I shall inquire once more. Are you all in league together?" Wei Xuan asked, his expression impassive. "Haha, are you foolish? Is it not obvious that we are all together?" The 5 burst into laughter, finding the question utterly ridiculous. Wei Xuan paid no heed to their jeers, responding calmly. "I merely seek confirmation. Since you are indeed together, then you shall all perish." If they dared to strike him first, he would show no mercy. Those who take a life must be prepared to lose their own. In his eyes, these individuals were no different from the deceased, and he would not waste time conversing with the dead. "What did you say?" The 5 were momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter once more, as if they had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Wei Xuan remained silent, and suddenly a powerful dragon's roar resonated from within him. The ancient ice dragon martial spirit materialized behind him, and 4 spirit rings emerged from beneath his feet. A formidable wave of energy radiated outward, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, and the first spirit ring illuminated. The ice Xian dragon surged forth from the spirit ring, its solid form moving with a low, whistling sound, emanating an aura of chill. It circled once in the sky before unleashing a mighty roar directed at the ground, generating a frigid wind, followed by a deluge of icy mist cascading downward. The icy mist descended with astonishing speed, covering a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, enveloping the 5 individuals. Upon witnessing Wei Xuan's spirit rings, their expressions changed drastically. Jaws agape in astonishment, 3 purple and 1 black. Surely they were not mistaken. As they were still in shock, the icy mist enveloped them, sending shivers down their spines. Their thick garments no longer provided warmth. They felt as if they were naked in an ice cellar, the unbearable cold compelling them to channel their spirit power for resistance. This man is rather peculiar. Everyone, unleash your full strength. Do not underestimate him. The bowman commanded loudly, the previously light-hearted atmosphere turning heavy. Upon uttering these words, the leading man took the initiative, charging toward the edge of the icy mist, his first spirit ring glowing in tandem. With a low growl, the wolf-spirited archer drew his bow, an arrow shaped like a wolf materializing on the string. Releasing the string, the arrow transformed into a beam of light, shooting forth with incredible speed, accompanied by the sound of a wolf's howl, as it surged toward Wei Xuan with ferocity. The others swiftly followed suit, releasing their martial spirits and dispersing in all directions, hastening to escape the engulfing icy mist. Among the four, the one with the highest soul power was a soul king of the fifth ring, while the other three were merely soul masters of the fourth ring, possessing average martial spirits and lacking exceptional strength. As arrows flew towards him, Wei Xuan remained unfazed, extending his palm forward. The energies of ice and snow in the atmosphere converged within his hand, forming a thin layer of ice. As the arrow approached him, it suddenly transformed into an ice wolf, its sharp fangs bared, claws flailing, emanating a fierce aura, as if intent on tearing Wei Xuan apart. The ice wolf's claws struck out in a cross pattern, colliding with the thin ice formed by Wei Xuan's palm, producing a sharp, grating sound as the claws grazed the ice. Although the thin layer of ice appeared fragile and shattered upon contact, in reality, it was remarkably sturdy, no less resilient than rare metals. The ice wolf's claws left merely shallow scratches on the surface before its massive body collided with the ice, causing it to tremble slightly while the wolf itself disintegrated into countless shards of ice. After intercepting the arrow, Wei Xuan directed his palm downward, and the ice serpents seemed to come alive, swiftly writhing. Arrows, blades, ice spikes, and fine needles formed almost instantaneously, launching toward the group. Witnessing this spectacle, the individuals displayed expressions of astonishment. This young boy's mastery over ice was astonishingly refined. Aware of the terrifying nature of the impending attacks, each of them dared not underestimate the situation and promptly unleashed their defensive soul techniques. Among them, only the bowman was a ranged attack soul master, while the other four wielded beast martial spirits, none of which possessed the ability to fly. In this situation, the four of them found themselves utterly powerless against the soaring Huo Yuhao, unable to mount an offensive, and were left with no choice but to adopt a stance of passive defense. The attacks were extensive and swift, leaving no room for evasion. The only recourse was to bolster their defenses. The arrows, ice spikes, and fine needles were exceptionally sharp, possessing formidable penetrating power, while the blades emitted a sound reminiscent of slicing through the air. Under the onslaught of such tempestuous ferocity, the four beast spirit masters could only withstand the assault for a brief moment before sustaining injuries. Each bore wounds, whether from arrows piercing their flesh, blades lacerating their skin, or needles embedding themselves within their bodies. Realizing the severity of the assault, they were taken aback, hastening their evasion and deploying their most potent defensive soul techniques. The archer, adept at offense, found himself at a significant disadvantage, lacking any defensive soul techniques. In this circumstance, even if he were a soul emperor, his defensive capabilities would still pale in comparison to that of the full-strength defensive capabilities of the beast martial soul sect. Confronted with these assaults, he was compelled to evade swiftly, his bowstring drawn taut as he unleashed a barrage of arrows to intercept the incoming attacks. The archer's marksmanship, while not infallible, was certainly of a caliber akin to that of a master archer, demonstrating remarkable accuracy. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, he found himself marred by wounds. Unable to fully deflect the onslaught, his second spirit ring ignited in response, launching towards the approaching strikes, resulting in a resounding explosion upon contact. The white, icy energy surged forth, scattering the assaults with formidable force. Everyone, huddled together. You protect me while I take down this archer, he bellowed, his injuries igniting a fierce anger within him. The five individuals were evidently led by the man at their forefront, displaying a remarkable obedience to his commands as they swiftly converged towards the archer. Observing the unfolding scene below, Wei Xuan exhibited little emotional fluctuation and had no intention of utilizing his soul guide, opting instead to rely on the prowess of his martial spirit. The second and third soul rings on his body illuminated simultaneously, and from these rings emerged the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger and the ice mammoth. both surging forth in their ethereal forms. As they descended, they solidified upon landing, creating two resounding booms that reverberated through the ground. The earth trembled beneath them, with the footprints of the ice mammoth sinking nearly half a meter deep, a testament to its immense weight. Once solidified, the two beasts exuded an aura that mirrored that of genuine soul beasts, their vitality imparting a palpable heaviness to the surrounding space. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger let out a ferocious roar, its limbs propelling it forward with increasing speed, conjuring a tempest of snow and ice in its wake. Soon, a massive ice-blue sword began to coalesce before the tiger, formed from the gathered snow and ice, which it thrust forward with all its might. Meanwhile, the ice mammoth raised its trunk high, bellowing as its front half lifted nearly 5 meters off the ground before crashing down with tremendous force. The impact of its colossal forelimbs struck the earth with such weight that it felt as if a mountain had descended. The combined thunderous stomps echoed clearly even from several miles away, causing the snow-covered ground to shake violently, displacing the accumulated snow several meters, even reaching heights of over 10 meters, as if an avalanche had been unleashed from above. A massive shockwave of energy surged towards the 5 individuals, causing the ice beneath to crack and the snow to evaporate in the wake of its passage. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, initially charging straight ahead, adeptly maneuvered to the sides to dodge the oncoming wave of energy. The 5 assembled souls staggered unsteadily, nearly toppled by the tremors reverberating through the ground. Dismissing their astonishment, the 4 beast martial spirit soul masters steeled themselves and positioned themselves to intercept the oncoming saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. 2 defensive soul masters activated their 4th soul abilities simultaneously, maximizing their defensive capabilities, while the other 2 offensive soul masters surged forward to confront the charging tiger. The archer's 5th soul ring flared to life, summoning a colossal arrow over a meter long that materialized upon his bowstring, aimed squarely at Wei Xuan before being released. Glancing at the arrow, Wei Xuan raised his palm, and the cascading snowflakes, propelled by the ice mammoth, vanished in an instant. In the next moment, these snowflakes reappeared before him, forming a barrier of ice that spanned over 100 square meters, completely shielding him. A soft azure energy surged from Wei Xuan's palm, and upon contact with the chaotic snow, it coalesced into a solid form, transforming the scattered snow into a smooth, mirror-like ice surface, thus manifesting a massive square ice shield. With a crisp ring, the arrow struck the shield, and the 2 energies collided, sending shockwaves radiating outward like surging tides. The arrow and ice shield found themselves in a brief stalemate, but after 2 breaths, cracks appeared on the shield's surface, swiftly expanding with a series of sharp cracks. As the ice shield began to fracture, the arrow's formidable power was significantly diminished, reduced to a mere 30% of its original strength. In a swift motion, Wei Xuan repositioned himself behind the ice shield, extending his palm to meet the shield directly opposite where the arrow was aimed. With a forceful push, the shield shattered, even areas that had not previously cracked splintering into sharp, jagged ice shards. The air was filled with the sound of countless ice shards raining down like a storm. The arrow flew towards Wei Xuan's palm, yet the anticipated scenario of it piercing his hand did not materialize. Instead, he deftly turned his hand and firmly grasped the arrow. Its surface was smooth, and when it finally came to rest, the sharp tip was mere inches from his face. Wei Xuan could feel the blade's lethal edge, yet his countenance remained utterly unperturbed, exuding a calmness that bordered on the eerie. With a firm grip, he crushed the arrow, reducing it to a cloud of energy powder swept away by the breeze. On the ground, the 2 defensive soul masters were hurled several dozen meters by the shockwave, leaving deep gouges in the snow. As they regained their footing, both experienced a violent tremor, expelling a mouthful of blood and collapsing to one knee, their faces pale as parchment. This is indeed Wei Xuan's 3rd soul skill, a technique nearly 10,000 years old. Even the 5th soul skill of a soul king may not rival its formidable power. Such an intensity of assault could hardly be repelled with ease by 2 defense-oriented soul masters. After they united their efforts to withstand the strike, both sustained grievous injuries, with several bones within their bodies shattered, rendering them incapable of continuing the battle. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger collided with the Soul King, leaving a deep gash upon him from the colossal azure sword that materialized before it. The Soul King and the Soul Master joined forces against the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. Yet in this frigid environment, the tiger's strength was amplified. Rather than succumbing to the duo's combined might, it subtly gained the upper hand. With over 5 millennia of cultivation, coupled with its formidable lineage, The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger stood undaunted in the face of both a soul king and a soul master. Should it engage in a desperate struggle, victory would undoubtedly belong to the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, provided that Wei Xuan's soul power was sufficient to sustain its relentless combat. After all, their energy was entirely derived from Wei Xuan. Should his soul power be depleted, they would inevitably revert to their soul rings. As the razor-sharp blades descended, an overwhelming sense of peril engulfed the group, their skin prickling painfully as they hastily retreated. Lacking in speed, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the extraordinarily swift descent of the blades. Before they could escape the icy onslaught, the attack had already reached them. A cacophony of screams erupted, and despite their fervent resistance, they were unable to fend off the relentless barrage of blades, their bodies marred with countless lacerations. Upon these blades, Wei Xuan had infused a considerable amount of soul power, rendering them nearly insurmountable. The two defensive soul masters, stripped of their combat capability, were inundated by an uncountable array of blades, their bodies punctured with sanguine holes, succumbing to death on the spot. The remaining three were not faring much better. Their bodies bore no unscathed areas, blood flowed profusely, and their appearance was a harrowing sight. As the fourth soul ring around Wei Xuan illuminated, the cry of the phoenix resounded, and the ethereal form of the ice phoenix soared forth, taking to the skies with a mournful wail. The ice phoenix, descending with grace, unfurled its crystalline wings, which spanned over 10 meters, radiating a dazzling glow. Surrounding it, an array of phoenix feathers materialized. The edges of these feathers were as sharp as blades, exuding a chilling brilliance, their lethal aura permeating the atmosphere. A rain of phoenix feathers cascaded down, the sound of air being sliced resonating throughout. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, Ice Xian dragon serpent, and Ice River mammoth transformed into streaks of light and returned to Wei Xian's being. Having just withstood the barrage of blades, they now faced a more ferocious onslaught of phoenix rain, inducing a sense of suffocation and dread among them. "Spare us. We concede. We apologize for offending you, and are willing to make amends," a bowman cried out in desperation. As the specter of death loomed, he could no longer maintain his composure. Disregarding any semblance of pride, consumed by the singular desire to survive, the other two echoed his pleas, humbly begging for mercy. Regret gnawed at their hearts. Had they known of this man's formidable prowess, they would not have dared provoke him, yet they now bore the brunt of their reckless actions. Wei Xuan remained unmoved by their supplications, resolute in his intent to kill, unwavering in his decision. A piercing scream erupted as the feathers proved far sharper than the icy blades, rendering them insurmountable for the trio. The two beast martial soul masters attempted to shield themselves with their arms, only to have their limbs perforated, bones shattered, followed swiftly by their hearts. The bowman was left with no choice but to wield his bow in defense, frantically swinging it to block the onslaught of feathers. Alas, he had overestimated the resilience of his martial soul, or perhaps underestimated the sharpness of the feathers. In less than a couple of breaths, his weapon bore numerous fractures. The bowstring snapped, followed by the bow itself. With widened eyes, the bowman found his body riddled with feathers, blood frothing from his mouth, as he succumbed to the void. His visage marred with hatred and regret. All three perished beneath the might of Wei Xian's fourth soul skill. In the instant before the phoenix's ethereal form touched the ground, it dissipated, and the falling feathers simultaneously vanished. The snow-covered expanse of this region lies in utter disarray, the once pristine surface marred by the ravages of battle, pockmarked with numerous craters and deep gashes. A faint metallic scent lingers in the frigid air, while crimson stains seep into the immaculate white snow. Having dispatched 5 individuals, Wei Xian's countenance remains unperturbed, as though the lives he claimed were not his own doing. After soaring several hundred meters, he gently descends upon the snowy terrain. In this battle, he emerged unscathed, yet the depletion of his soul power was substantial. The consecutive release of 4 soul skills inherently demanded considerable energy. Coupled with the soul power required for his manipulation of ice and snow, this confrontation had drained over 90% of his energy, nearly exhausting it entirely. The severe depletion of his soul power rendered him unable to ascend. He needed to recuperate before he could soar again. The effortless victory in this battle can be attributed significantly to the Ice Phoenix Divine Wings. With its aid, soaring through the skies, the 4 beast spirit masters of the opposing side were utterly incapable of even making contact with Wei Xuan, relegated instead to a position of passive defense. Only the Soul Emperor was able to launch an attack against him, and undoubtedly, Facing a single adversary is far less daunting than contending with the onslaught of 5. In this scenario, it is akin to a one-on-one encounter with a Soul Emperor, which naturally poses little pressure for Wei Xuan. Through the compression and purification of his soul power, his 41st rank soul power proves more resilient than that of many soul kings. In terms of total soul power, the gap between him and the Soul Emperor is not as significant as one might imagine. Coupled with his exquisite mastery of ice and formidable soul skills, an ordinary Soul Emperor would indeed find it challenging to contend with him, especially without the use of soul tools. Should he employ such tools, his strength would only amplify, leading to a swifter conclusion of the battle. Chapter 47. Healing Wei Xuan sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by swirling snow and ice that enveloped him, forming a mound of snow that blended seamlessly with the environment. This snow mound provided him with a tranquil sanctuary for recovery, allowing him to recuperate undisturbed. Once his soul power was fully restored, Wei Xuan embarked on his return journey at full speed, mindful not to lose a moment. This marked his third visit to the extreme northern lands, and he had already discerned the most time-efficient route. In just under 10 days, he returned to the capital city. In the Mingda Hall, within the office of Jing Hongchen, a spacious room equipped with a well-appointed reception area hosted 2 elders and a youth seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. "Your Highness, your timing is impeccable," Jing Hongchen remarked with a smile, eyes brimming with anticipation. "Director Su and I were just discussing the participants for the upcoming Soul Master competition, and your opinion would be invaluable." The elder referred to as Director Su gazed at Wei Xuan with keen interest. Should this prince choose to participate, victory would be all but assured. Understanding Jing Hongchen's implication, Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. "I shall indeed partake in this competition. It presents a perfect opportunity to witness the prowess of soul masters from the original Douluo continent." Even without Jing Hongchen's suggestion, he would have proactively offered to compete. 5 years prior, he was unable to participate, but circumstances had changed. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's words, both Jing Hongchen and Director Su beamed with delight. Initially, they had harbored concerns about his participation, but his affirmative response instantly assuaged their worries. "With your Highness's involvement, the championship is surely destined for our Sun and Moon Royal Academy," Director Su exclaimed with a satisfied grin. Even before the competition had commenced, he felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the glorious moment of victory. Historically, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy had been overshadowed by Shrek Academy. Achieving triumph under his leadership would cement his legacy as the most esteemed principal in the Academy's history, not an inconceivable prospect. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Jing Hongchen mirrored this joy, sharing a similar aspiration to witness the Academy's victory over Shrek, a long-held dream. Dismissing Director Su's praises, Wei Xuan inquired, "Have the participants for this competition been largely confirmed?" "The final decisions have yet to be made. However, the primary team members have nearly been determined, while the reserve list remains incomplete." Director Su, with a smile, reassured, "Rest assured, Your Highness, you will undoubtedly be one of the main players, and furthermore, you shall be the captain, directing all matches." During the initial selection of the 7 main players, they had certainly included Wei Xuan, establishing him as an indispensable member. "Director Su misunderstood my intent. My inquiry was actually aimed at having Yin Qing added to the reserve team, allowing him to gain some experience." Yin Qing had earnestly pleaded to accompany the team to the Soul Master Academy competition, and after much persuasion, his request had been granted, hence my question. "Including His Highness Yin Qing?" Director Su paused momentarily, then readily acquiesced, "No problem at all. That is splendid. Aside from Yin Qing, you may select the remaining members." "I have no objections," Wei Xuan stated. He was not familiar with the students of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and had no intention of laboriously selecting team members. As long as they did not hinder progress, he was satisfied. After conversing for several minutes, Wei Xuan was the first to depart the office, returning to his laboratory to enter a state of seclusion. His dedicated laboratory offered superior energy isolation compared to the training room, rendering it ideal for his current retreat. The primary objective of Wei Xuan's seclusion was not to consolidate his soul power, but rather to heal. The mental attack from the ice silk moth had inflicted significant damage, exacerbating old injuries. If not managed promptly, the consequences could be dire. While complete restoration of his consciousness was unattainable in this realm, he could still prevent the deterioration of his condition. In the spacious area of the laboratory, Wei Xuan sat cross-legged, a 10,000-year-old snow lotus hovering before him, slowly rotating. The snow lotus shimmered with light, emanating an icy aura that cloaked the entire laboratory in a frost, lowering the temperature to below zero. Wei Xuan's hands moved in intricate patterns, forming incantations while reciting terms, guiding a portion of the snow lotus's energy into his body. Rather than refining this energy to enhance his soul power, he directed it towards his sea of consciousness, nourishing his awareness. The energy contained within the snow lotus was pure elemental energy, which held little utility for his consciousness. The energy that nourishes the spirit is entirely the result of a secret technique, which, through its transformation, is capable of nurturing the consciousness. The energy contained within the snow lotus, accumulated over 100,000 years, is immensely vast. As Wei Xuan carefully guided this energy out, he proceeded with caution, wary of acting too hastily. Otherwise, an overwhelming surge of energy could potentially rupture his meridians or even pose a fatal risk of explosion. The process of nurturing his consciousness was excruciatingly slow, with days slipping by, and soon, nearly 20 days had passed. Wei Xuan slowly opened his eyes, revealing a depth of weariness tinged with a hint of joy. At last, he had managed to mend the injuries inflicted by the dream Ice Silkworm. With a deep exhale, he stood up, gazing at the snow lotus before him, now considerably diminished in energy compared to before, a smile gracing his face. Fortunately, with the assistance of this snow lotus, the restoration of his consciousness, which might have taken over a year otherwise, was accomplished. He had absorbed nearly 40% of the pure energy that the snow lotus had painstakingly gathered over 100 millennia, highlighting the immense energy required for the restoration of his consciousness. If he had relied solely on his own soul power for this nurturing and healing, it would have indeed been an insurmountable task. If only this snow lotus could aid me in restoring my consciousness further, Wei Xuan sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. The energy of the snow lotus had proven remarkably effective in completely healing the wounds inflicted by the dream Ice Silkworm, yet it could assist no further. Well, achieving a return to my previous state is still commendable. It is certainly better than nothing, he chuckled to himself, realizing he had grown somewhat ungrateful. Extending his right hand, the snow lotus gracefully descended into his palm, where energy surged forth, enveloping it in a thin membrane before being stored within a soul-guiding device. This protective layer was necessary to prevent the cold emanating from the snow lotus from affecting the items within the device and to safeguard it from potential damage. A substantial amount of energy remained within the snow lotus, which he did not intend to absorb for enhancing his soul power, but had other plans for. After securing the snow lotus, Wei Xuan surveyed the frost that had gathered around him, unleashing a powerful suction from his palm that swiftly drew the frost together. Within mere moments, the laboratory was restored to its original state, and a fist-sized ice sphere materialized in his hand. Weighing it casually, he then stepped toward the exit of the laboratory. Chapter 48. Soul King Meng Hongqian. It was now midday. Upon exiting the laboratory, Wei Xuan was greeted by a familiar voice. "Brother Wei Xuan, you have finally emerged." Meng Hongqian exclaimed with delight, her face alight with joy as she hurried toward him. Just 10 meters from the laboratory, she quickly reached him, arms wide open, giving Wei Xuan a warm embrace. At 14, Meng Hongqian had matured. Her figure curvaceous and radiating youthful vitality, her features exquisitely delicate, with a hint of playfulness. Feeling the softness and warmth enveloping him, Wei Xuan remained composed, displaying an expression of familiarity with such affection. "Brother Wei Xuan, why did you go into seclusion right after returning? You were gone for nearly 20 days. I missed you so much," Meng Hongqian pouted, her tone laced with playful reproach and a hint of melancholy, as she gently pinched his back to convey her displeasure. "I had no choice. I encountered some issues during my cultivation and needed to retreat for adjustments," Wei Xuan clarified, patting her back soothingly. "Ah," Meng Hongqian gasped, pulling away from his embrace to grasp his arms, scrutinizing him with concern. "Is it serious? Encountering issues in cultivation is no trivial matter. It could lead to dangerous consequences if not managed properly." "I'm fine," Wei Xuan reassured her with a smile, shaking his head. "I've already resolved it." "Do I seem like someone with problems now? Is everything truly fine?" Meng Hongqian inquired, a hint of concern lingering in her voice. "Surely, there is no pretense." Wei Xuan chuckled lightly, deftly shifting the topic. "Have you not attended classes today? With the Soul Master Academy competition approaching, what need is there for lessons?" Meng Hongqian replied with a playful grin. "When do you plan to set off?" Wei Xuan questioned. "In 3 days. Fortunately, you have emerged from your seclusion just in time. Otherwise, you would have journeyed to Xinghua City alone," Meng Hongqian remarked. "It appears my timing has been quite fortuitous," Wei Xuan responded with a light-hearted smile. Have you broken through to the Soul King level? Sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from Meng Hongqian, Wei Xuan expressed mild astonishment. Meng Hongqian beamed, revealing two charming dimples. Am I not impressive? I achieved this breakthrough just over 10 days ago, and after acquiring my soul ring, I have become a Soul King. A 14-year-old Soul King is exceedingly rare, even in the Sun and Moon Empire. Moreover, I am a genuine Soul King level Soul Master, she added with pride. Her bright eyes sparkling as they fixed upon Wei Xuan, as if awaiting his reaction. What she referred to as a genuine Soul King level Soul Master indicated the traditional Soul Masters akin to those from the original Douluo continent. Over the years, under Wei Xuan's guidance, Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian have refrained from excessively relying on potions to enhance their soul power. Although they did utilize some elixirs to bolster their strength, these were of exceptional quality with minimal side effects. Furthermore, with the assistance of bloodline elixirs, both siblings experienced an elevation in the quality of their martial souls, thus eliminating the latent risks associated with their previous drug consumption. Once they solidified their soul power, the pair became indistinguishable from the traditional practitioners. Observing the hopeful gaze of Meng Hongqian, Wei Xuan cooperatively ruffled her hair and praised, "Little Meng, you are truly remarkable." Upon hearing Wei Xuan's commendation, Meng Hongqian beamed like a blossoming flower, exclaiming, "Wei Xuan Gij, shower me with more compliments, please." Wei Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Realizing he struggled to articulate further praise beyond that single remark. He had seldom complimented girls in the past, and now being tasked with expressing admiration was quite the challenge for him. "Did I not teach you some flattering phrases last time? Have you forgotten?" Meng Hongqian replied with a hint of reproach, aware of Wei Xuan's discomfort with such expressions. She had taken the initiative to compile a list of words for him to memorize, hoping to coax him into using them. The mere thought of those phrases made Wei Xuan feel slightly awkward. They were too sentimental for his taste. With an awkward chuckle, he said, "I'm a bit hungry. I'll go grab something to eat." He then sidestepped Meng Hongqian and hurriedly made his way toward the dining hall, his retreat somewhat clumsy. "Wei Xuan Gij." Meng Hongqian stamped her foot in frustration, her delicate nose wrinkling as she lifted her long skirt and chased after him, accompanied by Meng Hongqian. Wei Xuan enjoyed a hearty meal in the dining hall. Initially, under her persistent coaxing, he had intended to accompany her for a stroll in the city. However, the arrival of Long Xiaoyao necessitated a change in plans. In the exclusive laboratory, Long Xiaoyao and 10 Soul Master-level Evil Soul Masters stood quietly. "I heard that His Highness has encountered a setback in his training. Is everything all right?" Dressed in black, Long Xiaoyao inquired about Wei Xuan's condition. Half a month prior, he had visited and learned from Jing Hongqian that Wei Xuan was encountering difficulties in his cultivation and was currently in seclusion to make adjustments. It was merely a trivial issue, one that had already been resolved, as Wei Xuan chuckled lightly and shook his head, urging not to worry. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyao felt a sense of relief. They were now allies, and he certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall Wei Xuan. "Should you encounter any challenges in your cultivation in the future, feel free to consult with me. I shall do my utmost to assist you," Long Xiaoyao offered. "If any issues arise, I shall certainly do so," Wei Xuan replied politely, acknowledging the goodwill of his companion, deeming it unnecessary to decline. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wei Xuan began to assist the 10 individuals with their martial soul issues. Having ascended to the soul sect, Wei Xuan's total soul power had increased severalfold, rendering it far more resilient. The soul power within him was ample enough to address the martial soul concerns of these 10 individuals in one go, eliminating the need for any mid-process recuperation. Observing Wei Xuan resolve the issues with such ease brought a smile to Long Xiaoyao's face. Under these circumstances, it seemed plausible to bring a Soul King next time. "Long Lao, let us converse privately," Wei Xuan suggested. Long Xiaoyao cast a surprised glance at Wei Xuan, but without further thought, he acquiesced and instructed the 10 malevolent soul masters, "You may step outside." The 10, upon receiving his command, bowed respectfully before hastily exiting the laboratory. "What would you like to discuss, Your Highness?" Long Xiao inquired with genuine interest. Wei Xuan wasted no time and stated directly this time. "The Royal Academy of Sun and Moon will be heading to Xinghua City to participate in the Soul Master Academy competition, and I require your company, Long Lao." "To Xinghua City?" Long Xiao responded, somewhat taken aback, and chuckled, "Your Highness, what purpose do I serve in accompanying you to the Soul Master competition?" As the conversation progressed, Long Xiaoyao's expression turned solemn. "Are you concerned that there may be dangers in Xinghua City?" Wei Xuan shook his head. The likelihood of encountering mortal peril is minimal. Although the relations between nations are tense, they have not yet reached a point of open hostility. However, without formidable forces present to deter them, we could easily find ourselves at the mercy of others, and it is not beyond possibility that we could be held as hostages. If the people of the Xingluo Empire were to learn that both princes of the Sun and Moon Empire were present, who could guarantee they would not resort to extreme measures? Chapter 49, the 95th level of Jinghongchen. So, you wish for me to accompany you to serve as a deterrent? Long Xiao said. Wei Xuan smiled faintly and nodded, stating, indeed, that is the plan. With Elder Long, the limit Douluo, present, they would hardly dare to act recklessly. If you are concerned about these matters, bringing along 1 or 2 9th-level soul masters would suffice. There is no need to summon me, Long Xiaoyao remarked. It was evident that he was somewhat reluctant to venture to Xingluo City, perhaps fearing the possibility of encountering individuals he would rather avoid. Although the 9th-level soul masters are formidable, their combat capabilities are significantly restricted, and their deterrent effect pales in comparison to that of a limit Douluo. Thus, they are ill-suited for the journey, as Wei Xuan suggested. This time, Elder Long, please do not decline. Join us on our trip to Xingluo City, Wei Xuan said with a smile, his words leaving no room for refusal. Long Xiaoyao's expression darkened, and rather than immediately declining, he fell into contemplation. Since he had agreed to assist Wei Xuan, this was the first time Wei Xuan had requested his protection. It would indeed be unreasonable to refuse. However, what if he were to encounter certain individuals from Shrek during the Soul Master Academy competition? Wei Xuan remained silent, quietly observing Long Xiaoyao and awaiting his response. After a moment of deliberation, Long Xiaoyao sighed softly, not refusing, and said, very well, when do you depart? In the morning 3 days hence, Wei Xuan replied with a smile. Long Xiaoyao nodded, I shall come to find you in 3 days. I need to return and attend to some matters. That is perfectly fine, as long as Elder Long remembers to come in 3 days, Wei Xuan assured. After seeing off Long Xiaoyao, Wei Xuan proceeded to the office of Jinghongchen. Your Highness, you have concluded your seclusion. How has it gone? Jinghongchen inquired eagerly as soon as Wei Xuan entered. The issue has been resolved without leaving any hidden dangers, Wei Xuan replied. That is splendid. Jinghongchen sighed with relief and continued, Your Highness, I have already arranged for personnel to accompany you for protection. Wei Xuan interrupted Jinghongchen with a smile. There is no need to find anyone else for protection. I have already enlisted Elder Long to accompany us to Xingluo City. With him, a limit Douluo. Our safety is assured. Long Xiaoyao? Jinghongchen exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that Long Xiaoyao would agree to join the expedition. With such a limit Douluo present, indeed, there was no necessity for additional protection, yet Jinghongchen expressed his skepticism. Wei Xuan understood Jinghongchen's concerns. He still harbored doubts regarding Long Xiaoyao's intentions. There will be no issues, Wei Xuan reassured, holding a degree of trust in Long Xiaoyao. Jinghongchen hesitated briefly before nodding. Since your Highness trusts him, then let him accompany you for protection. Given their current relationship with the Holy Spirit cult, it was likely that Long Xiaoyao would not act against Wei Xuan's interests. I did not have the chance to inquire last time due to time constraints, but I have noticed that your aura seems considerably stronger than before. Have you made a breakthrough? Wei Xuan inquired. Upon hearing his question, Jinghongchen immediately displayed a smile, exclaiming, I owe much to your Highness's elixirs. Particularly the bloodline pill, which has alleviated the hidden dangers posed by my previous medications. It has afforded me the opportunity to ascend to level 95. Otherwise, I would have remained forever shackled at level 94. As he spoke, Jinghongchen's gaze towards Wei Xuan brimmed with gratitude and fervor. Without Wei Xuan's guidance, he would have been destined to linger at that threshold for eternity. How could he not be elated by this breakthrough? The enhancement of his soul power at this level has bestowed upon him benefits that are simply beyond imagination, allowing him to achieve a greater mastery over soul-guiding devices. His current cultivation is sufficiently advanced. Should his research on these devices reach the level of his mentor, the legendary title of a 10th-level soul master may indeed become attainable, presenting a far greater hope than ever before. Congratulations to the master. Wei Xuan sincerely expressed his joy for Jinghongchen. Haha. Jinghongchen laughed heartily, feeling particularly elated by this breakthrough. My recent advancement is merely a stepping stone. If my mentor could also achieve a breakthrough, it is indeed possible that our continent may welcome its first 10th-level soul master, Jinghongchen said with excitement, his words imbued with longing at the mention of a 10th-level soul master. Has old Kong not yet completed his breakthrough? In principle, he should have concluded this long ago. Wei Xuan mused. The bloodline pill he concocted had been consumed by both Jing Hongqian and Kong Dimming, mitigating the potential hazards associated with their medicinal intake. The limitations on their soul power enhancement were not due to innate talent, but rather the repercussions of the drugs they had ingested. Had they refrained from excessive consumption of these substances in their early stages and prioritized foundational fortification, their ascension to Super Douluo would have been a mere formality. Now, with the bloodline pill and the foundational nurturing elixirs, both individuals had resolved the lingering issues from before, making their breakthroughs a natural progression. In terms of innate talent, Kong Dimming surpassed Jing Hongqian by a considerable margin, so there was no justification for him to lag behind in his advancement. I cannot say for certain. Jing Hongqian replied helplessly. My teacher has been secluded in his secret laboratory. Unless he emerges on his own, no one can see him. It has been quite some time since I last laid eyes on him, so I cannot ascertain whether he has made any breakthroughs. His teacher was engaged in the research of a groundbreaking soul-guiding device, and it was entirely normal not to see him for years, perhaps even a decade. Were it not for Wei Xuan piquing his teacher's interest, he would not have had the opportunity to meet with him so frequently over the past few years. Periodically, important messages would be relayed to Kong Dimming's laboratory, allowing him to decide if it was time to emerge. Wei Xuan's presence was communicated to Kong Dimming in this manner. There should be no issues. Old Kong's cultivation talent is undoubtedly on par with that of Long Lao and Yi Lao. Once the problems are resolved, a breakthrough is merely a matter of time, Wei Xuan asserted. I too have faith in my teacher's ability to successfully break through, Jing Hongqian said, brimming with confidence in his mentor. 3 days later, on a clear morning, at the entrance of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, soul masters of a certain rank no longer required carriages for travel, as they possessed their own flying apparatuses, which were significantly swifter. There were no carriages at the academy's gate. Only a gathering of competing students and teachers awaited. Once all were assembled, they could embark. Wei Xuan and Ming Hongqian arrived not too early, as by the time they reached the gathering, most had already arrived, with the exception of Su Yanqing. Beside Wei Xuan stood an elderly man in black, the esteemed Long Xiaoyao, who had come as promised. As soon as the students, including the Honorable Ma Rulong, caught sight of Wei Xuan, they bowed respectfully, their faces reflecting genuine admiration and esteem. The respect shown is not derived from status, but rather from Wei Xuan's contributions to the realm of soul-guiding artifacts and medicinal pills. They are all beneficiaries of the enhancements made to these tools and elixirs, and it is only natural for them to harbor genuine gratitude and reverence towards Wei Xuan. Chapter 50, Starfall City. Xiao Hongqian did not bow to Wei Xuan, however. He displayed no signs of animosity. In his heart, he held admiration for Wei Xuan, though he chose not to express it outwardly. There's no need for such formalities. Wei Xuan waved his hand dismissively, not particularly concerned with the decorum. Has Yin Qing not arrived yet? He inquired. This time, along with his teacher and Long Xiaoyao. There were a total of 17 individuals, not too many, making it easy to account for everyone. While he might not be familiar with the others, he knew his younger brother all too well. If he did not see him at a glance, it simply meant he had not yet arrived. Not yet, replied a leading teacher, whose straight nose and square jaw gave him a dignified appearance, tall and robust, instilling a sense of solidity. He was the principal figure overseeing this gathering. Within the academy, he was respectfully known as Old Ma, a senior educator and the grandfather of Ma Rulong. Someone should go fetch him. That lad is most likely still asleep, Wei Xuan remarked with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Old Ma and the others exchanged slightly awkward glances. Given Yin Qing's temperament, it was indeed a possibility. Su Yanqing currently studied at the Sun Moon Royal Academy, where he had garnered quite a reputation, notably for his penchant for sleep. Of course, part of his notoriety stemmed from his prodigious talent. The formidable prowess of his extreme flame martial soul was beyond question. With the aid of exceptionally high-quality medicinal pills, Su Yanqing's soul power had already reached the remarkable level of 29 at the tender age of 10. Such a talent can undoubtedly be described as formidable. I shall go and check on His Highness Yin Qing, proposed Ma Rulong. Yes, please be swift. Do not delay our departure, remarked Ma Lao. An hour later, Su Yanqing arrived, clutching 2 bags of palace pastries, and upon spotting Wei Xuan, a look of embarrassment crossed her face, causing her pace to slow. At the tender age of 10, Su Yanqing stood slightly taller than her peers, with a plump figure and a cherubic face that evoked an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Her neat and tidy short hair lent her an air of vitality, and her features, though still developing, held a certain charm. Were she to shed some weight, her beauty would undoubtedly be striking. Alas, Su Yanqing struggled to control her penchant for indulgence, making the prospect of losing weight quite a challenge. Did I not inform you of the time yesterday? Why are you still late? Wei Xuan inquired, his tone slightly stern. Su Yanqing, with an embarrassed smile plastered across his face, replied, I actually woke up early. But after getting up, I felt a bit drowsy and thought I would just lie down for a moment. I truly intended to rest for just a short while. But before I knew it, I had fallen asleep again. By the end of his explanation, Su Yanqing's voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. Unable to contain herself, Meng Hongqian, who stood beside Wei Xuan, burst into laughter. She approached Su Yanqing, playfully pinching his fair, rosy cheeks. The citizens of the Sun and Moon Empire generally possess a slightly darker complexion, yet due to Su Yanqing's plumpness, his skin appeared relatively fair. It seems you simply overslept and never got up, Meng Hongqian teased, gently kneading Su Yanqing's face, a gesture she particularly enjoyed. That's not true. I really did get up. You can ask the maids, Su Yanqing protested, casting an indignant glare at Meng Hongqian, shaking his head vigorously to free himself from her grasp. Clearly displeased by her playful antics. Brother, I truly woke up early, Su Yanqing said, trotting over to Wei Xuan, his eyes wide with feigned innocence. Faced with Su Yanqing's demeanor, Wei Xuan found himself at a loss for words. With a resigned smile, he ruffled Su Yanqing's hair, saying, Just try not to be late next time. Yes, I promise I won't be late next time. Su Yanqing's expression brightened instantly, and he handed a bag of pastries to Wei Xuan. Brother, these pastries are delicious. You should try some, Su Yanqing insisted, as he only shared food with Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan took a piece from the bag, saying, I'll just have this one. You can eat the rest. Satisfied after Wei Xuan sampled a piece, he made no demands for the entire bag to be consumed. We can set off now, Wei Xuan addressed the lead teacher. All right, Teacher Ma nodded. Moving to the front of the group, after confirming the number of participants once more, he led everyone towards the city gates. Flying was prohibited within the city limits, so they could only use their flying soul guides after exiting the city. However, this restriction was not absolute. If one possessed sufficient strength, they could fly unnoticed. Powerful individuals like Long Xiaoyao had always entered the Ming capital by flying without detection. As they were all soul masters, their pace was swift, and they soon exited the Ming capital. At Teacher Ma's signal, the students and teachers swiftly retrieved their flying soul guides. Among those present, aside from Su Yanqing, the lowest rank was a level 4 soul engineer, each having crafted their own flying soul guides. The designs of the soul guides varied, even among those of the same type, each bearing its unique style. For instance, the imitation ice cloud wings produced by these students all had different appearances, though they shared the same core. Wei Xuan's ice cloud wings had gained popularity through Meng Hongqian's promotion, and many opted for them when crafting their personal flying soul guides. Yanqing, you should stay with Teacher Ma, Wei Xuan instructed, as Su Yanqing's use of a flying device alone could hinder the speed of the entire group. All right, Su Yanqing obediently replied. Once everyone donned their soul guides, they ascended together into the sky, soaring towards the horizon. Douluo City, as the capital of the Douluo Empire, undoubtedly deserved its title as the largest city in the empire. It served as the political, cultural, and economic hub of the Douluo Empire, the very lifeblood of the realm. The empire's valorous nature was evident from the city's towering, robust walls and the imposing soldiers patrolling them. Upon entering this grand city, one could immediately feel a profound sense of history and weight. Perhaps due to the Soul Master competition, the city appeared somewhat crowded, with throngs of people bustling through the streets, creating a cacophony of noise. Had it not been for the soldiers stationed at intervals along the road, such congestion could easily incite conflict and chaos. After revealing their identities, a designated guide led Wei Xuan and the others to the Star Emperor Hotel, the designated accommodation for participants from various Soul Master academies. Following a flurry of activity, the group settled into the hotel, residing on the topmost and most luxurious floor. It was said that only the champions and third-place winners of the previous competition could stay on this level, meaning only 2 academies. The Royal Academy of Sun and Moon and Shrek Academy were privileged to occupy this floor as rivals. Brother Wei Xuan, let's go out and explore. The competition officially starts the day after tomorrow, so we have these 2 days to enjoy ourselves, Meng Hongqian exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 51. The competition begins. During her journey, She encountered numerous fascinating sights previously unseen, eagerly longing to explore further. Su Yanqing followed Meng Hongqian into Wei Xian's room, and upon hearing this, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I concur. I just spotted an array of delectable treats, and I can't wait to sample them." Speaking of delicacies, he swallowed hard. With arms crossed and a cool demeanor, Meng Hongqian remained silent, standing there with an air of indifference. Wei Xian, unhurried in his practice, observed the enthusiasm of the two and made no objections, saying, "Then let us venture out." "Wonderful." Both Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing cheered simultaneously, their smiles radiant. The four of them exited the room, and as they passed by the area labeled Shrek Academy Students' Resting Quarters, they couldn't help but steal a few glances. From the staff, they learned that the Shrek students had yet to arrive. They were left wondering about the strength of the competitors from Shrek this time. Hoping they would not be too weak, Meng Hongqian murmured, even though they had yet to meet anyone from Shrek Academy, his fighting spirit had already begun to ignite, leaving him somewhat exhilarated. "Brother, how can you say such a thing? Surely the students representing Shrek Academy cannot be weak. If they were, they wouldn't have consistently claimed the championship," Meng Hongqian retorted, rolling her eyes at Xia Hongqian, who had increasingly become the target of her playful jabs over the years. Perhaps it was due to comparison. In contrast to Wei Xian, she perceived her brother as somewhat naive in both speech and action, prompting her to tease him. However, with Wei Xian by their side, regardless of how formidable the Shrek students might be, they would certainly emerge victorious. He would lead them to triumph. Meng Hongqian gently clasped one of Wei Xian's arms, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xia Hongqian shot a large eye roll at his foolish sister, calling her a lovesick fan. "Humph. Even if he doesn't compete, I can still lead us to victory," he asserted, brimming with self-confidence. "Shush, that may not be the case. I've heard that Shrek's representatives typically include Soul Emperors," she replied, recalling the formidable legacy of their competitors. "I can only assume this time will be no exception. After all, they are Soul Emperors, and you are merely a Soul King. Can you handle that?" Su Yanqing said with a grin, "What is a Soul Emperor? I, Xiao Hongqian, truly lack confidence in this regard. If it were an ordinary Soul Emperor, I would have some assurance in overcoming them. But when it comes to the Soul Emperor from Shrek Academy, my confidence wanes considerably. The reputation of Shrek Academy is far too illustrious, bordering on mythical. I've heard tales of them defeating opponents beyond their level and being invincible at their own rank. The more I hear, the more instinctive trepidation I feel towards those from Shrek Academy, which is what diminishes my confidence." "How is that? Lacking assurance, are we?" Meng Hongqian laughed even more joyfully, relishing the moment of seeing her brother at a disadvantage. "You're laughing, Hongqian, which only stirs my frustration," he replied, his mood soured. "It's merely a Soul Emperor. If I reveal all my trump cards, defeating them isn't entirely out of reach. Moreover, I am just a reserve member at present. In 5 years, I too shall be a Soul Emperor, or perhaps even a Soul Sage. By then, they will certainly not be my adversaries." Xiao Hongqian spoke with confidence, and upon recalling his status as a reserve member, his confidence surged once more. Meng Hongqian said nothing further, as she resonated with this sentiment. Both she and her brother were still young. Once they became official members, even without Wei Xian, overcoming Shrek Academy would be a distinct possibility. It's good to have that confidence. Do not perceive Shrek Academy as insurmountable. Regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, one must maintain self-assurance. If you succumb to fear before the battle, deifying your adversary, even if your strength surpasses theirs, victory is not guaranteed. Conversely, if you possess unwavering confidence in yourself and believe in your success, overcoming the stronger opponent is certainly feasible, Wei Xian remarked earnestly, observing Xiao Hongqian with optimism. If he could temper his pride, great achievements surely awaited him in the future. "Brother Wei Xian speaks wonderfully. Dreaming of the mortal realm." Meng Hongqian clapped her hands in admiration. Su Yanqing also joined in the applause, his gaze towards Wei Xian equally filled with reverence, as he had long regarded Wei Xian as his idol. Wei Xian, with a resigned glance at the two, gently ruffled Meng Hongqian's hair and strode forward. Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing hurriedly followed, while Xiao Hongqian remained in place, lost in thought, as if he had grasped something from Wei Xian's words. "Do not overestimate your opponent, yet do not underestimate them either. It is crucial to find the right balance," echoed Wei Xian's voice. Standing silently, Xiao Hongqian replayed Wei Xian's words in his mind for several minutes until his dazed eyes regained focus. A newfound clarity illuminated Xiao Hongchen's eyes as he clapped his hands together and swiftly dashed towards the corridor, eager to catch up with Wei Xuan and the others. The trio did not abandon him, waiting in a conspicuous spot on the first floor of the hotel for his arrival. The hotel lobby was bustling with individuals from various nations and academies, all present to complete their check-in procedures. These soul masters from the Douluo continent did not seem as formidable as he had anticipated, leaving Wei Xuan somewhat disappointed. After a thorough observation, he found no soul emperors among the students. Even soul kings were a rarity, with soul sects comprising the majority. There remains a slight disparity between this and his expectations. "I am deeply grateful for your words, which have greatly benefited me," said Xiao Hongchen as she approached Wei Xuan. "It was merely a few words." "There is no need for such formal gratitude," Wei Xuan replied with a light smile. "Let us not waste any more time. Let us proceed to the streets." For Ming Hongchen can hardly contain her excitement, as she pulled Wei Xuan towards the hotel exit. Su Yanqing and Xiao Hongchen followed closely behind, and together, the four of them wandered through the enchanting Starry City. In contrast to Mingdu, the style of Starry City is far more antiquated and imbued with a sense of vitality, with many elements absent from Mingdu adorning the streets. Most of these items are food, and for a glutton like Su Yanqing, this place is akin to paradise. As her mouth has scarcely paused, Ming Hongchen also has a fondness for these delicacies. By the time she returns to the hotel in the evening, her stomach is distended, and she burps repeatedly. Wei Xuan and Xiao Hongchen fare somewhat better, yet they too have indulged considerably. The following day unfolds in a relaxed atmosphere, and soon the day of the official competition arrives. Chapter 52. A narrow path for rivals in the early morning, before the dawn has fully broken. The city has already descended into a cacophony, with throngs of people hurrying towards Xinglua Square. As the sun bathes Xinglua City in its golden light, the grand metropolis is utterly ablaze with excitement. The Emperor of Xinglua has arrived atop the city walls early, standing with hands clasped behind his back in a central position. Beside him stands the regal empress, embodying grace. Once all preparations are in place, the gates begin to open, and under the soldiers' organization, the crowd enters in an orderly fashion. Nearly 200,000 people flood into the vicinity of Xinglua Square, turning the previously spacious area into a bustling sea of humanity, a scene of vibrant chaos. The Xinglua Empire has made ample preparations for this grand event, maintaining order impeccably, avoiding any incidents of stampede. The waiting area for the contestants remains relatively spacious and uncramped. Under the guidance of their lead instructor, Wei Xuan and his companions take their positions in the contestant area. The placement of each academy is meticulously arranged. The higher the rank from the previous competition, the closer they stand to the front. The Royal Academy of Sun and Moon occupies the second row. The uniform of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon is a pale moonlight shade, adorned with an embroidered sun on each individual's chest, symbolizing their esteemed lineage. Wei Xuan dons the uniform today, and his tall frame fits it exceptionally well. With his icy blue hair, striking features, and ethereal aura, he captures the attention of many female students from various academies. Standing similarly with hands behind his back, in contrast to the Emperor's imposing presence, he exudes a sense of otherworldly grace, light and detached, as if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. "Brother Wei Xuan, why do I feel that Shrek Academy is filled with reserve team members?" Ming Hongchen whispers beside him. They stand directly behind Shrek Academy, allowing them a clear view of the situation. It is evident from the appearance and stature of Shrek's students that they are quite young, likely mere reserve team members. 3 individuals cloaked in robes obscure their faces, making it impossible to ascertain their ages. Not only Ming Hongchen harbors this doubt, Xiao Hongchen, Ma Rulong, and others share the same perplexity. What on earth is Shrek Academy up to? Is this a sign of disdain towards them, only sending a preliminary team? Wei Xuan naturally took note of Shrek Academy's situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he remarked that they must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Through the probe of his spiritual consciousness, he discerned the condition of the Shrek Academy members. Among the 10 students, only 3 appeared to be main team members. Those 3 shrouded in cloaks concealing their features. 2 were soul emperors and 1 a soul king. This, it seemed, was the true strength of Shrek Academy's core team. However, their auras were somewhat disordered, indicating a state of weakness. Based on his experience, it was evident that these 3 had recently sustained injuries, and not minor ones at that. Among the remaining 7, 4 were soul masters and 3 were great soul masters, hardly the profile of a reserve team. If his deductions were accurate, Shrek must have faced some adversity along their journey. Otherwise, their dispatched main team would at the very least feature a Soul King as the weakest member, not Soul Masters or even Great Soul Masters. Yet, what misfortune they had encountered remained shrouded in mystery, beyond his capacity for conjecture. Encountering adversity? Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongchun exchanged puzzled glances with Wei Xuan, seemingly inquiring about the nature of this misfortune. Although Wei Xuan's voice was not loud, it was sufficient for those nearby to hear amidst the clamor. However, the questions that slipped from Meng Hongqian and the others were voiced with greater volume, catching the attention of both the front and rear rows. The individuals in the back, not comprehending the significance of the statement, remained indifferent. Yet the Shrek members in the front row reacted sensitively to the term. Upon hearing it, everyone instinctively turned around, their brows furrowing slightly. They had just endured a significant upheaval and were still grappling with the aftermath. Upon hearing the word adversity, their nerves involuntarily tensed. Their gazes towards the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy turned somewhat unfriendly, mingled with uncertainty. Had their previous tribulations been discovered? The rivalry between the two academies was not a secret, and the Shrek members were the first to notice Wei Xuan, who stood at the core of the formation, drawing nearly all their attention. The ethereal aura emanating from him immediately signaled his exceptional nature. Several female students experienced a momentary quickening of their heartbeats, but they swiftly regained their composure, maintaining their poise. Wei Xuan's gaze lingered on one individual among the Shrek students, Huo Yuhao. Of the two individuals in Shrek Academy that piqued his interest, one was this person he had encountered in the far north. According to the Ice Emperor, this individual was named Huo Yuhao. The other was the youth beside Huo Yuhao. No, it would be more accurate to refer to her as a maiden. The secrets harbored by these two individuals are manifold, particularly the young maiden, whose sealed consciousness emanates an aura of peril that even he finds formidable. This is no trivial matter. Should his spiritual awareness undergo further restoration, he would not fear that seal. However, as it stands, he is rendered powerless. Wei Xuan observes Huo Yuhao with an expression of casual indifference, while Huo Yuhao clenches his fists, casting a furious glare at Wei Xuan. It was this very individual who usurped his Ice Emperor, leading to his loss of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion as a martial spirit, forcing him to settle for less. Beasts of the caliber of the Ice Emperor invariably yield soul bones. Thus, should he have been able to claim it as his own martial spirit, the rewards would extend beyond mere spiritual prowess. The coveted 10,000-year soul bones, alongside the simultaneous loss of a 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Who could endure such a setback without anguish? Furthermore, it was his own reckless actions that left him gravely injured and caused his brother Tianmeng to fall into a deep slumber. Contemplating these matters ignites a raging inferno within Huo Yuhao, who is consumed by a desire to eliminate Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, of course, is acutely aware of the intense murderous intent gleaming in Huo Yuhao's eyes, prompting a slight chill to permeate his otherwise casual demeanor. What troubles you, Yuhao? Wang Dong, standing beside Huo Yuhao, inquires in a hushed tone laced with concern. I am fine. Huo Yuhao strives to regain his composure, suppressing an immediate outburst. Neither team's members nor their instructors make the first move to speak, nor do they harbor intentions to do so. Their relationship is not one of amicable greetings, but rather a rigid competitive dynamic. The absence of verbal taunts at this moment is merely due to the inappropriateness of the setting. Otherwise, it would likely have devolved into a verbal clash. After a tense silence of several seconds, the instructors from both sides exchange symbolic nods. Wang Yin, the leading instructor from Shrek, turns away first, followed by the others, who gradually avert their gazes from the individuals behind them. Chapter 53. The second of 10,000 years? Xiao Hongchun and the others pursed their lips in discontent, casting glances at the Shrek crowd with palpable annoyance. Wei Xuan, what did you mean by that remark earlier? Meng Hongchun inquired with curiosity. Those closest to Wei Xuan leaned in slightly, eager to glean some insights. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but I suspect they must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, the students they dispatched would not be like this, Wei Xuan remarked. The group displayed thoughtful expressions. There was some merit to Wei Xuan's words. Historically, Shrek had not sent such youthful participants to compete. It was hard to believe they could not dispatch stronger students. Given their profound heritage, given the importance they placed on this grand competition, it was inconceivable that they would not send formidable contestants. Yet, the individuals present were merely preliminary team members, suggesting that an unexpected situation had likely arisen, preventing the main competitors from attending. After pondering for a while, the group ceased their speculation, their attention drawn to the grand spectacle unfolding before them, which was undeniably captivating. Wei Xuan felt relatively indifferent to the scene, yet his gaze occasionally drifted towards Huo Yuhao and the girl disguised as a boy. These two truly pique my interest. They harbor powers that do not belong to them. Wei Xuan mused inwardly. In the front row, the expressions of the Shrek members turned grim as they turned to face one another. Yuhao, do you know that blue-haired individual? Wang Dong quietly asked Huo Yuhao, drawing closer. The soul fusion technique allowed them to subtly sense each other's emotions, and he had clearly perceived the fury and even murderous intent simmering within Huo Yuhao. Judging by where his gaze lingered, it was evident that these negative emotions were directed at the blue-haired individual. Taking a deep breath, Huo Yuhao endeavored to calm himself, striving to prevent his anger from clouding his judgment. Noticing Wang Dong's worried expression warmed his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he replied solemnly, "Let's discuss this back at the hotel. That person is formidable and poses a significant threat. If he also participates, he will undoubtedly be our greatest adversary, and we must exercise caution." Wang Dong's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively glanced at Wei Xuan. Naturally, Wei Xuan sensed the scrutiny directed at him from the front, but chose to ignore it, maintaining his focus ahead. "He looks to be about our age. Is what you say really that exaggerated?" Wang Dong questioned, perplexed. Having spent over a year in close quarters with Huo Yuhao, he understood his character well and recognized the implications of his demeanor and remarks. It was noteworthy that even their senior brother, Bei, had not received such an assessment from Huo Yuhao, yet this blue-haired individual had. Does this not imply that this blue-haired individual surpasses even the senior brother? Indeed, I have not exaggerated. We shall discuss the specifics back at the hotel. We must regard this person with utmost seriousness, Huo Yuhao remarked gravely. Observing Huo Yuhao's expression, Wang Dong too adopted a serious demeanor, and Zheng nodded in agreement. Bei, positioned closer to Huo Yuhao, also overheard their conversation. He furrowed his brow slightly and discreetly glanced back. His gaze was undoubtedly fixed on the location of Wei Xuan, and he scrutinized it intently, as if striving to see through Wei Xuan completely. It was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary individual, leaving Bei's heart in a state of unrest. The individual resembled a mysterious abyss, shrouded in depthless enigma, allowing only a faint perception of their extraordinary nature, yet failing to articulate the essence of that distinction. A resonant voice, imbued with authority, reverberated throughout the assembly, silencing the previously raucous crowd and rendering the atmosphere solemn. The scene transformed abruptly into one of gravity. As soldiers raised their spears high, an invisible aura of deadly seriousness permeating the environment. "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." As these words echoed, the gathered populace collectively knelt, their synchronized actions remarkable in their unity, creating a magnificent spectacle. The soldiers, however, knelt on one knee, spear in one hand and the other resting across their chests, their expressions shifting from solemnity to reverence. The participating students had been informed in advance that they need not kneel, but merely bow at a 90-degree angle to demonstrate respect for the emperor. Wei Xuan felt averse to the notion of bowing at such an angle, for those who commanded such a gesture were invariably individuals to whom he owed profound gratitude. Now, to bow in deference to someone he had never met was beyond his capacity. Thus, he unleashed his formidable spiritual awareness, employing a technique to conjure an illusion that performed the gesture on his behalf. To the onlookers, he appeared to bow alongside the others, while in reality, he stood quietly, having done nothing. "All rise." The Emperor of the Douluo Empire nodded in satisfaction, his voice amplified through a soul communicator. The crowd and soldiers stood, while the students straightened their postures. Subsequently, the Emperor commenced his address for the opening ceremony, uttering a few simple phrases that conveyed his joy and encouraged the participants. Once the Emperor concluded his speech, the students bowed again in respect, and Wei Xuan, with a hint of resignation, repeated his earlier ruse, creating an illusion to perform the gesture on his behalf. "Now, I declare the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament," the Emperor proclaimed, his voice resonant and inspiring. "Long live the Emperor!" The crowd thundered in unison. The ceremonial cannons atop the city walls erupted, elevating the public's fervor to new heights. The square transformed into a vibrant sea of excitement and cheers. The exuberance persisted for a time before gradually subsiding, only for the earlier booming voice to announce the commencement of the first round of the competition. The draw for the first round had been completed prior to the ceremony. with one academy from the Tianling Empire receiving a bye, while the others were set to compete, whether by chance or deliberate arrangement. The Daemoon Royal Academy was scheduled to compete second, immediately following Shrek Academy. Their opponents hailed from the Star Luo Empire, namely the lesser-known Xingling Academy. Is this a deliberate affront, a reminder that we are eternally second? Laughed Hongchen coldly. Ma Rulong and others wore similarly displeased expressions, expressing dissatisfaction with the organizers' arrangements. Positioned in the second row and entering as the second team, everything seemed to unfold in Shrek's shadow, leaving them feeling indignant. Is this an insult to us? Dreaming of the mortal realm, Hongchen glared fiercely at the members of Shrek who were deliberating on their strategies ahead. Indeed, this is utterly excessive, Su Yanqing echoed, still with food in his mouth. And let us refrain from complaining here. Our status derives from our strength. Let us demonstrate through our prowess what level of status we deserve, Wei Xuan consoled. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's words, Hongchen and the others nodded in agreement, all harboring a sense of pent-up frustration. Chapter 54, The 100,000-Year Soul Ring, the ostentatious Huo Yuhao. In this grand competition, they aim to ensure that Shrek Academy, along with the entire continent, recognizes that Sun and Moon Royal Academy possesses the capability to vanquish Shrek and seize the championship. While they seethe with indignation over this, the jubilant cheers for Shrek have already erupted around them. It must be noted that Shrek's reputation is indeed resounding, and the treatment it receives is unparalleled by any other institution. For instance, when the host calls upon the respective academies, the mention of Heavenly Spirit Academy is delivered in a rather mundane tone, with sparse wording. However, upon the mention of Shrek Academy, the voice rises in pitch, infused with an unmistakable excitement and reverence, adorned with numerous accolades. The differential treatment is glaringly evident. The audience becomes electrified at the mention of Shrek Academy, their cheers reverberating, with the name Shrek echoing through the skies. To describe the support for Shrek Academy as overwhelming would not be an exaggeration. Even Emperor Xinglua displays signs of emotional fluctuation due to Shrek Academy's presence. Before long, the participants from both Heavenly Spirit Academy and Shrek Academy ascend to the competition platform, drawing the gaze of all present. Following an announcement of the rules by the referee, the two academies take their positions, creating their respective formations. The formation from Heavenly Spirit Academy is conventional, with 3 individuals in the front, flanked by a Soul Master on each side, and 2 additional Soul Masters positioned at the rear, standing in a forward and backward arrangement. In stark contrast, Shrek Academy's positioning appears rather peculiar, to the extent that it may seem they have no formal arrangement at all. Huo Yuhao stands at the forefront of his team, flanked by 3 individuals on either side, arranged in a fan shape, with minimal distance between them. Such a formation, rather than being a mere tactical arrangement, resembles a carefully curated display, with the other 6 individuals surrounding Huo Yuhao like stars orbiting a moon. The audience gasped at their positioning, leaving many teachers and students from various academies, as well as the Emperor of Xinglua, perplexed. They struggled to comprehend the implications of Shrek Academy's stance. Did they deem their opponents too feeble to warrant a serious formation? What could this signify? The likes of Xiao Hongchen and his companions were left utterly bewildered. Wei Xuan regarded Huo Yuhao with a knowing glance, curiosity etched on his face. He genuinely wished to discern Shrek's intentions. Judging by the soul power levels, Tianling Academy appeared to hold a slight advantage. Even if Shrek Academy were to triumph, it would not be an effortless victory, nor would it be a complete rout. Winning through serious positioning would not be simple, and adopting a casual stance could either indicate a lack of seriousness or a specific strategy. Clearly, the latter seemed more plausible. Were they attempting to confound their adversaries? With a commanding shout, the referee declared the commencement of the match, and both teams simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. On the Tianling Academy side, 5 Soul Masters and 2 Soul Emperors bore yellow and purple soul rings that shimmered and glowed magnificently. For the onlookers, such a spectacle was undeniably awe-inspiring, and under normal circumstances, it would have drawn their admiration. However, at this moment, their attention was wholly fixated on the Shrek students, specifically on Huo Yuhao. As Huo Yuhao stepped forward, an indescribable aura of terror emanated from him, causing the atmosphere on the competition stage to grow palpably oppressive. 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and upon witnessing their emergence, the crowd collectively gasped, their pupils constricting in disbelief. Astonishingly, Huo Yuhao was adorned with 6 crimson soul rings. Even Wei Xuan was momentarily stunned. How could a soul master of merely 2 rings possess 6 soul rings? The astonishment lasted but a fleeting moment before he regained his composure, unable to suppress a bemused chuckle. How adeptly Huo Yuhao played the trickster, managing to simulate 6 soul rings of 100,000 years. In that instant, he comprehended the Shrek Academy's strategy to bewilder and intimidate their opponents, seizing the opportunity to strike when least expected. The scene on the competition stage aligned closely with what Wei Xuan had anticipated. The 7 members of Tianling Academy were indeed greatly unsettled by the 6 soul rings. Suddenly assailed by a mental assault, they stood frozen, a grave misstep in the midst of battle. As the 7 from Tianling Academy remained in a daze, Huo Yuhao and Wing took their chances. The duo unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, summoning a colossal golden vertical eye that materialized on the arena floor. A dazzling triad of blue, purple, and gold light radiated from the eye, swiftly traversing half the competition area. Upon colliding with the 7 from Tianling Academy, the brilliance, imbued with fearsome power, felled 2 soul venerates to the ground, their protective soul-guiding devices shattering upon impact. The 5 soul masters fared somewhat better, yet their forms were rendered golden, resembling statues of gold as they stood motionless. Once the light dissipated, the golden vertical eye vanished, revealing Huo Yuhao and Wing. The former bore 6 blood-red soul rings that flickered with intensity, while the latter displayed 6 soul rings as well, though less ostentatious: 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. A premier configuration for a soul emperor. Huo Yuhao stood with an air of pride and aloofness, a true master. Casting a glance at the nearby referee and stating coolly, "The match is concluded." His voice lacked any emotional inflection, suggesting that ending this contest was merely a trivial endeavor. The referee, bewildered, swallowed hard, still in a state of shock as he announced the results. The anticipated cheers from the audience were conspicuously absent, replaced by a chilling silence. All present were transfixed, stunned by the spectacle before them. "Remember, I hail from Shrek Academy, from Tang sect." Upon uttering these words, Huo Yuhao was the first to stride off the stage, with the others following suit. The silence did not endure long. Soon, an earth-shattering cheer erupted, with the names Shrek and Tang sect echoing incessantly. Almost every gaze was fixed upon Huo Yuhao as they watched him depart. The youth's astonishing prowess left the crowd in awe, their hearts still racing, grappling with an unreal sense of living in a dream. At the location of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, aside from Wei Xuan, the rest were in utter shock. Xiao and Gchn, Immerelling, and others widened their eyes in disbelief, while Ming and Gchn covered her mouth in astonishment, and Xying, with snacks poised at her lips, found herself unable to swallow. "How is this possible?" Ma Rulong murmured to himself, articulating the question that lingered in the minds of the crowd. Upon posing this inquiry, an inexplicable urge led the gazes of Xiahonkin and the others to converge upon Wei Xuan, as if they sought enlightenment from him. Even they were unsure why they felt this way. It seemed that Wei Xuan possessed an innate knowledge capable of unraveling their uncertainties. Aware of the collective scrutiny, Wei Xuan calmly elucidated, "That was simulated. His true soul rings should be 1 white and 1 yellow." Chapter 55. The first battle simulated? Xiahonkin exclaimed. But that aura felt astonishingly real. Even from this distance, I sensed a twinge of trepidation. "I share your sentiment." Ma Rulong nodded in agreement. "It is also a simulation. He must have once encountered the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast and replicated it through mental prowess, which accounts for its authenticity," Wei Xuan explained. In truth, he was not unfamiliar with the essence that Huo Yuhao had just simulated. It was the aura of the Ice Emperor, though he chose not to elaborate further. If my conjecture holds merit, Huo Yuhao's martial soul is likely his eyes, a psychic-type martial soul, with one of its soul rings possessing the ability to simulate. Wei Xuan continued. "Huo Yuhao's eyes may deceive others, but it cannot fool me. The power of the twin pupils grants the ability to see through illusions. All disguises reveal their true forms before them. Through his dual pupils, he discerned that Huo Yuhao's soul power was converging towards his eyes, indicating that his eyes might indeed be his martial soul. While others perceived 6 blood-red soul rings swirling about, he alone observed 2 soul rings encircling him, 1 gold and 1 yellow. When conversing with Meng Hongchen and the others, he referred to it as white rather than gold. He was uncertain of the implications of a golden soul ring, yet the quality and intensity of that energy suggested it surpassed the 10,000-year soul rings by a considerable margin. Having never witnessed a 100,000-year soul ring, he surmised that it likely could not compare to this golden soul ring. Coupled with the presence of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's spirit within Huo Yuhao, he formed a hypothesis. This golden soul ring might originate from the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, thus being a million-year soul ring. So that is the case. Xiahonkin and the others expressed a dawning realization, which clarified the authenticity of that aura. Brother Wei Xuan, how do you know his name is Huo Yuhao? Ming Hongqian inquired with curiosity. Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. I encountered him in the extreme northern lands and chanced upon learning his name. Oh, would you care to share the tale? Dream Red Dust suddenly became intrigued. In truth, it was nothing significant. It was merely a chance encounter with Wei Xuan Dao, and there was no intention to elaborate on the events in the far north. Noticing Dream Red Dust's intention to pry further, Wei Xuan quickly shifted the topic, stating, Next, we shall commence our competition. Please prepare yourselves. Dream Red Dust cast a poignant glance at Wei Xuan, but soon became animated. Waving her small fist, we must conclude our battles swiftly, so that the audience recognizes the formidable prowess of our academy. We cannot afford to diminish our reputation. The others nodded in agreement. If Shrek Academy ended their battles rapidly while they were entangled in fierce confrontations, it would be utterly humiliating. Brother Wei Xuan, you should take the stage. Your presence will undoubtedly enhance our prestige, Dream Red Dust implored, clasping Wei Xuan's arm. Seeing her pout, appearing as if she would cling to him until he acquiesced, Wei Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. Very well, I shall heed your request this time and give it a try, he replied. Excellent. If you engage, you will certainly overshadow them, allowing them to witness your might. Dream Red Dust exclaimed, eager to embrace Wei Xuan, only to be met with his gentle resistance at her forehead. In public, let us refrain from such displays. Wei Xuan advised, stepping back. Humph, if we cannot embrace, then we shan't. Dream Red Dust pouted slightly, disappointed. Your Highness, should you choose to fight, it would be splendid. If you could indeed quell Shrek's arrogance, it would be immensely satisfying, Ma Lao remarked with a smile. Indeed, brother, let them see your strength, Su Yanqing added, keen to witness her brother's prowess. All right, let 6 of you join me on stage momentarily, Wei Xuan declared, already contemplating his forthcoming strategy. I'll go. Dream Red Dust was the first to raise her hand. According to the original plan, she was not to participate, but with Wei Xuan competing, she felt compelled to join. Include me, Su Yanqing exclaimed, wiping her mouth loudly. Xiahonqian appeared indifferent, yet his hand shot up almost simultaneously with Dream Red Dust's, anticipating the attention they were likely to attract. Ma Rulong smiled calmly, eager to partake in the competition. He could not miss the opportunity to overshadow Shrek's acclaim. Soon, the competitors were confirmed. Wei Xuan, Su Yanqing, the siblings Dream Red Dust and Xiahonqian, Ma Rulong, Lin Shi, and Shen Fei. After Huo Yuhao and the others descended from the competition stage, they did not linger in the waiting area, but departed with a cool, commanding air. Only their team leader, Wang Yan, remained. The others followed Huo Yuhao's lead. After the first match concluded, a brief interval of approximately 2 minutes ensued before the second match commenced. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Wei Xuan and the 6 others made their way to the competition stage. Wei Xuan led the group. His expression placid and unperturbed by the surrounding gazes, his mind as tranquil as still water. In contrast, the 6 behind him exhibited a hint of excitement, uncertain whether it stemmed from the attention or the impending contest. Upon reaching the stage, their formation was indeed peculiar. Wei Xuan stood at the forefront, with the other 6 maintaining a respectful distance, arranged in a line. Witnessing such an unusual positioning, both the opponents and the audience looked on in astonishment, perplexed by the strange arrangement once more. In the waiting area, Wang Yin observed the positioning of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy with a slight frown, pondering whether they intended to emulate Yu Hao and his companions. He wondered what was so exceptional about the blue-haired youth that prompted Yu Hao to specifically instruct him to pay close attention to him. Thus, Wang Yin remained to observe the proceedings on the competition stage, having engaged in a brief whispered exchange with Yu Hao before his departure, during which he was particularly advised to watch for Wei Xuan. Had Wei Xuan not been competing, Wang Yin would have departed without lingering. Are you certain about this positioning? The referee inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Indeed, let the match commence, Wei Xuan replied indifferently. The referee, perplexed, nodded and surveyed both teams before announcing the start of the match. The members of Xingling Academy immediately unleashed their martial souls, 5 soul ancestors and 2 soul kings. Judging by the fluctuations in soul power, Xingling Academy's overall strength appeared to surpass that of Tianling Academy by a margin. On the side of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, none had summoned their martial souls. Those standing in the back, including Ming Hongqian, crossed their arms with faint smiles, adopting an air of spectatorship. The only one to take action was Wei Xuan, who had, unbeknownst to anyone, manifested a metallic cannon on his shoulder. The cannon, gleaming white, had a barrel diameter of approximately 10 centimeters and bore unusual markings, an array for soul guidance. Chapter 56. A stunning shock to all within the cannon. White light flickered. As energy rapidly converged towards the barrel, a formidable power brewing within. The members of Xingling Academy, already wary of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, turned pale upon sensing the terrifying energy accumulating in the cannon. A profound sense of crisis surged within them, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. Just as the captain of Xingling Academy was about to shout for everyone to disperse, he froze, bewildered by Wei Xuan's subsequent actions. The energy accumulation had taken merely a moment, and as Wei Xuan swiftly completed the charge, he elevated the cannon and aimed it diagonally upward. Indeed, he was not targeting the members of Xingling Academy, but rather the space above them. A tremendous roar erupted as the white projectile was discharged, soaring swiftly upwards, reaching its target in an instant and colliding with the energy shield enveloping the competition stage. The energy shield trembled violently, and fine cracks appeared at the point of impact, dimming its radiance. Upon detonation, the projectile did not unleash flames or metal shards, but rather an array of fragmented ice, blooming like a resplendent flower of frost. What does this mean? The members of Xingling Academy were momentarily stunned, questioning whether Wei Xuan had miscalculated his aim. They refrained from avoiding the falling shards of ice, not only due to the vast area of coverage making evasion impossible, but also because they sensed no immediate danger. Aside from the chilling sensation, there seemed to be nothing particularly alarming about it. Was there even a need to evade? Each individual was ensconced in delicate shards of ice. The spectators were momentarily rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by Wei Xuan's astonishing maneuver. However, their initial confusion swiftly transformed into sheer astonishment, their mouths agape, wearing expressions akin to encountering a ghost. The Emperor Xingluo, seated in his chair, abruptly rose, displaying a rare lapse of composure, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Before them, on the competition stage, Wei Xuan clenched his palm, and the scattered ice shards, animated by his energy, converged towards the members of Xingling Academy. The ice, once merely clinging to them, now expanded as if it had been previously compressed. In an instant, the bewildered members of Xingling Academy found themselves encased in ice, their expressions frozen, their bodies rendered immobile. Their released martial spirits and soul rings remained suspended, equally immobilized, transforming them into sculptures of ice. The once white shards of ice vanished, replaced by 7 crystalline human forms, each ice sculpture composed of the very fragments that had surrounded them. The rapidity with which the ice coalesced left the 7 from Xingling Academy no time to react. As he retracted his cannon, Wei Xuan smiled serenely, addressing the petrified referee, "Please announce the results." The 7 frozen individuals were entirely powerless, and the outcome was unmistakably clear. The referee, taken aback, did not respond, rubbing his eyes in disbelief to confirm he was not mistaken. The match concluded without the release of martial spirits or the firing of any projectiles. Surely this could not be a dream? At that moment, the referee's mind echoed with countless impossibilities. The scene was so overwhelmingly shocking that it was nearly impossible to accept. The stunned witnesses around him were equally immobilized, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg. The self-coalescing ice had indeed transformed these 7 into ice sculptures. Was this truly not an illusion? Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the atmosphere, leaving everyone profoundly astonished, their shock surpassing even the 600,000-year soul rings of Huo Yuhao. Above the imperial city, the Emperor of Star Luo furrowed his brows tightly, his mind diligently grappling with the events that had just unfolded. Beside him, several venerable elders exuding an aura of formidable strength also knitted their brows, their gazes towards Wei Xuan filled with astonishment. The fact that such powerful figures could be rendered speechless attests to the profound impact of this scene upon them. In the waiting area, Wang Yin stared in disbelief at the competition stage, tumultuous waves of emotion surging within him, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. The representatives from other academies were equally entranced, struggling to swallow and finding their breaths labored. "Hey, my brother Wei Xuan is speaking to you. Could you at least respond?" Ming Hongqian called out to the referee, her smile radiant and full of joy. Laughing Hongqian, Ma Rulong, and others were still somewhat dazed, unable to shake off their surprise. Sharing the same astonishment as teammates. Su Yanqing, on the other hand, clapped enthusiastically, her gaze towards Wei Xuan brimming with admiration. Observing the referee's reaction, Wei Xuan could only smile wryly as he made his way down from the competition stage. With a mere thought, he caused the ice imprisoning the 7 individuals to melt away. Once thawed, the 7 from Xingling Academy found their martial souls dissipating, collapsing to the ground. Their bodies curled up and trembling uncontrollably, their lips pale. The temperature of the ice that had ensnared them was not exceedingly low. It merely left them chilled for a few days, sparing them from any frostbite. This is merely a contest, devoid of enmity between the two parties. Wei Xuan did not resort to excessive force, skillfully controlling the temperature of the ice. A melted block of ice sent a splash of water hurtling towards the referee, striking him squarely in the face, the frigid touch jolting him to awareness. The referee shuddered, hastily clutching his face in an attempt to warm it, nearly dropping the amplification soul tool in his grasp. Regaining his composure and gazing at Wei Xuan's retreating figure, the referee inexplicably felt an internal chill that surpassed even the icy water. The referee announced the victory of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy with a booming voice. Resonating with astonishment, the audience gradually returned to their senses. It was unclear who shouted Sun and Moon Royal Academy first, but the chant quickly spiraled into a fervent uproar. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers, their hearts racing in response to the overwhelming din. The cheers this time were no less fervent than before, perhaps even more resounding. The undeniable prowess of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon captivated the crowd, transcending national boundaries as they fervently applauded, utterly enchanted by their remarkable strength. The spectators gathered for the competition are primarily eager to witness the exhilarating battles of the Soul Masters, rather than to lend their support to any particular academy. As long as the performance is sufficiently formidable and the contest captivating, any institution can garner their enthusiastic applause. Wei Xuan strides at the forefront of the group, with Ming Hongqian following closely in joyful steps, trailed by Su Yanqing and others. Nearly all eyes are fixed upon Wei Xuan, reflecting a blend of astonishment, curiosity, and admiration among the onlookers. This time, the focus of everyone's attention shifted to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, particularly to Wei Xuan. Upon arriving at the waiting area, 2 lead teachers greeted us with cheerful smiles, while the unfeatured students wore expressions of excitement and joy. Let us return, Wei Xuan suggested. It is not appropriate to linger here any longer. After this battle, they had captivated nearly all eyes upon them. Naturally, there were no objections, and the crowd departed the waiting area, heading back to the Star Emperor Hotel. It was only after Wei Xuan and his companions vanished from sight that the spectators and students retrieved their gaze, the astonishment on their faces still palpable. Chapter 57. The Astonished Shrek Ensemble. What on earth just transpired? How did those individuals become instantly frozen? Discussions erupted like mushrooms after a rainstorm, fervently filling the air. Who knows? I only saw that young man misfire a shot. Just as I was about to mock him, I witnessed this bizarre scene, one individual exclaimed, hastily closing his mouth, a chill running down his spine. I am still somewhat rattled, another admitted, clearly not having fully recovered. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? The discourse surrounding Wei Xuan quickly overshadowed that of Huo Yuhao, and the formidable prowess of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy instilled a sense of dread among these institutions. Shrek Academy's victory had been swift and decisive, almost akin to an instant kill, yet they too had unleashed their martial souls and soul skills. In stark contrast, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy had not a single individual release their martial soul, employing merely one soul-guided cannon, which was intentionally misfired, leading to their opponents being frozen, thus concluding the match. This match can only be described as bizarre. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, no one would believe it to be true, for it is exceedingly far-fetched. The victory of the former can be understood, as it was a triumph of sheer strength, yet the latter's win remains perplexing and inexplicable. Many are still in a state of confusion, unaware of what transpired in that fleeting moment. Of course, despite the uncertainty surrounding the precise circumstances, it does not prevent them from feeling trepidation. The Royal Academy of Sun and Moon appears to possess an unsettling level of strength. Wang Yin from Shrek Academy wore an expression of grave concern as he slowly rose and made his way towards the Star Emperor Grand Hotel, deep in contemplation. In the imperial city, the Douluo emperor exchanged glances with several elders, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. No words were spoken. The Douluo emperor glanced at the elders before departing with a countenance that revealed his displeasure. The most riveting and shocking 2 matches had concluded, and he had little interest in continuing to observe the subsequent contests. The empress and several elders followed closely behind the Douluo emperor. At the Star Emperor Grand Hotel, in the conference room designated for Shrek. Upon returning to the hotel, Wang Yin summoned everyone to the conference room for an emergency meeting. 5 individuals sat on either side of the rectangular table, with Wang Yin, as the leading instructor, standing in the center, his hands pressed against the table, his expression grave. Witnessing Wang Yin's demeanor, Wei Yuhao and others felt a tightening in their chests, sensing that something troubling had occurred. Teacher Wang, did you just watch the match of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon? What was the situation? Huo Yuhao inquired nervously, harboring an inkling of what might have caused Wang Yin's distress. The others looked at Wang Yin in confusion. Could it be that his grim expression was related to the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon? Wang Yin's gaze swept across the group before settling on Huo Yuhao as he spoke in a solemn tone. I did watch, and I can only describe this match as terrifying. The Royal Academy of Sun and Moon is alarmingly formidable. The group was taken aback, and Ma Xiaodao, seated at the leftmost position, furrowed her brow and questioned, Teacher Wang, is it really as exaggerated as you say? Could it be a bit of an overstatement? I am somewhat familiar with the strength of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, even if they were to win the match easily. It hardly reaches the level of horror you describe. 5 years ago, she had participated as a preliminary team member and had witnessed the preliminary team of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon. It was not as exaggerated. Had they not encountered the previous mishap, she would have been confident of leading the team to victory against the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon. Their Shrek's main team had yet to receive such praise from Wang Yin, so why should the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon? Seated beside Ma Xiaodao, Dai Yaoheng and Ling Luoqing exchanged nods, harboring skepticism towards Wang Yan's words. In contrast, those such as Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, who had been mentored by Wang Yin, furrowed their brows, still holding a measure of trust in him, believing he would not speak without basis. Listen to my account of the match before casting doubt, Wang Yin remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Xiaodao. His mood was already heavy, and the irritation from her skepticism nearly pushed him to the brink of an emotional outburst. Upon hearing Wang Yan's frosty tone, Ma Xiaodao felt her temper flare. Glaring at him in anger, Dai Yaoheng, seated beside her, spoke in a low voice, grasping her hand to urge her to calm down. Humph, Ma Xiaodao retorted, forcefully shaking off Dai Yaoheng's grip and crossing her arms, refusing to look at Wang Yin any longer. Wang Yin, undeterred by her reaction, proceeded to recount the events he had witnessed in detail. If I am not mistaken, that boy with blue hair is likely an ice attribute soul master, possessing an alarming level of control over ice. He can manipulate ice elements with remarkable dexterity, as if it were an extension of his own body. He concluded with his analytical speculation. On the way back to the hotel, he pondered how Wei Xuan had achieved such feats, and after much contemplation, he began to form a clearer understanding. Following Wang Yan's narration, the conference room fell into a brief silence, all present bearing expressions of astonishment as they processed the information he had just conveyed. From Wang Yan's serious demeanor, even Ma Xiaodao could not dismiss the notion that he might be jesting. After detailing the events on the competition stage, Wang Yan added, if you doubt my account, feel free to consult others from different academies for verification. This dispelled the doubts harbored by many, rendering the easily exposed lie unnecessary for Wang Yan to utter. At this moment, Huo Yuhao rose to his feet and addressed the assembly, expressing his familiarity with the azure-haired youth. Subsequently, he recounted his encounter with Wei Xuan in the far north, deliberately omitting any mention of the Ice Emperor or the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. He focused on detailing Wei Xuan's martial soul rings, and the extraordinary ability to summon soul beasts. Huo Yuhao's journey to the far north was no secret. Those closely associated with him, such as Wang Dong and Bei Bei, were well aware of it. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, he candidly disclosed his circumstances to the institution, in accordance with the prior agreement made with the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. This also garnered the attention of the Shrek Academy, leading him to the far northern lands to acquire the second soul ring of the Spirit Eye, thus obtaining the ability to simulate this skill. 3 purple and 1 black. How could this be possible? Su Sensure exclaimed, voicing the thoughts of everyone present. Yuhao, are you certain you did not misjudge? Bei Bei inquired. Despite his trust in Huo Yuhao, he found himself momentarily skeptical. Senior brother, and everyone else, I am quite certain I did not err. That person's soul ring is indeed 3 purple and 1 black, and he can summon soul beasts, Huo Yuhao stated solemnly, devoid of any hint of jest. The conference room once again fell into silence, the atmosphere heavy with the profound impact of Huo Yuhao's revelation. Chapter 58. Wei Xuan's arrangements 3 purple and 1 black. Such a soul ring configuration is extraordinarily extravagant, and under normal circumstances, it would be utterly impossible. After hearing Huo Yuhao's account, it is no wonder they were taken aback. Could it be that his soul ring colors are also simulated, much like yours, Yuhao? Wang Dong queried uncertainly. After a brief pause, Huo Yuhao shook his head and replied, I cannot confirm this, but it is not outside the realm of possibility. Wang Dong's question alleviated the mood somewhat, as they pondered the notion that perhaps the other party's soul ring was also a simulation. If Huo Yuhao could transform his 2 soul rings into 6 red rings, then it is not inconceivable that the other could simulate 3 purple and 1 black as well. Upon reflection, the impact of the 3 purple and 1 black soul rings seems considerably diminished, regardless of the authenticity of the individual's soul ring colors. It is imperative that we remain vigilant, for he is our formidable adversary, Wang Yin solemnly remarked. The group nodded in agreement. Recognizing the complexity of the upcoming challenge posed by the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, the meeting stretched over 3 hours, during which discussions not only revolved around the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, but also addressed matters concerning the forthcoming competitions. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere prevailing in Shrek, the ambience within the Sun and Moon Royal Academy's conference room was notably more relaxed. This time, we have truly overshadowed Shrek's prominence. It is immensely gratifying, exclaimed the lead instructor, Teacher Ma, with hearty laughter. The others joined in the merriment for today. The Sun and Moon Royal Academy had indeed captured the spotlight, astonishing all present. Particularly, the sensation of having subdued Shrek brought them an extraordinary sense of relief and elation. Brother, how did you manage that? I hardly grasped what transpired. Those individuals were simply frozen, Su Yanqing inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Wei Xuan, do enlighten us, Meng Hongqian urged. The laughter subsided as the group turned their inquisitive gazes towards Wei Xuan, all eager to understand. The method he employed to neutralize their opponents had not only startled the audience, but had also left them intrigued. Wei Xuan responded with a serene smile, elucidating. The projectile I launched was, in fact, composed of water that had been compressed and solidified. Despite its modest size, it contained a substantial amount of water. The minuscule shards of ice formed upon detonation were imbued with considerable moisture. When those shards adhered to a person's body, it was akin to being drenched in water. I merely transformed the water into ice, thereby immobilizing them. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's explanation, Meng Hongqian and the others displayed expressions of enlightenment, coupled with a profound admiration. Although Wei Xuan's account seemed understated and deceptively simple, they were acutely aware of the formidable challenge inherent in achieving such a feat. The volume of water required to encase 7 individuals in ice would undoubtedly be significant, and compressing it to a size slightly larger than a fist was an arduous task. Moreover, the soul-guiding cannonball would have to endure high temperatures upon firing. Preventing the ice sphere from evaporating under such conditions posed yet another dilemma. Lastly, the ability to control the ice at that level was likely beyond anyone's reach but Wei Xuan's. The 3 primary challenges posed to them were exceedingly difficult to resolve. Yet Wei Xuan managed to do so with remarkable ease. This alone serves to highlight Wei Xuan's extraordinary nature. They appeared to inhabit entirely different realms. After a brief moment of astonishment, Meng Hongqian was the first to exclaim with playful laughter, Brother Wei Xuan is truly impressive. Su Yanqing nodded in agreement, her cheeks slightly trembling with delight, exuding a charming innocence. Ma Rulong and the others also offered their praises, their commendations devoid of any hint of flattery. Emanating purely from genuine admiration, Wei Xuan merely shook his head with a light-hearted smile, showing no signs of excitement or pride in response to the accolades. Now, let me outline the arrangements for the upcoming matches, he stated. The smiles of the crowd swiftly faded as they composed themselves, eager to listen attentively. Although Wei Xuan was not the team leader, his words held more weight than those of the appointed coach. No one dared to contradict him. Even the team leader, Master Ma, straightened his posture in deference to Wei Xuan's forthcoming discourse, shedding any semblance of authority. It was evident that strength dictated influence. According to Master Ma, the next stage would be a round-robin tournament. I propose that the 4 reserve players be joined by 3 main team members. The inclusion of the 4 reserves will serve as a valuable training opportunity, while the 3 main players will ensure victory. Given our strength, this lineup should easily secure a win. Should we face a formidable opponent, I will step in to provide support, Wei Xuan explained, emphasizing that this arrangement was primarily to cultivate the reserves and enhance their competitive experience. He did not intend to participate in every match, as that would render the contest overly simplistic and fail to challenge the reserves adequately. I have no objections. Meng Hongqian was the first to express his agreement, naturally favoring the opportunity to play more as a member of the reserves. I too have no objections, both Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing echoed, with the other 4 reserve players also expressing their approval. Wei Xuan's suggestion undoubtedly signified good news for the reserves. I believe His Highness's proposal is excellent. It is indeed time to provide the reserves with more opportunities for growth, Master Ma remarked. After a moment's hesitation, the main team members, including Ma Rulong, nodded in agreement, indicating their approval. Since everyone is in accord, then it is settled, Wei Xuan affirmed. Master Ma, you will oversee the tactical arrangements for the upcoming matches. I shall refrain from intervening, he instructed. I shall not disappoint His Highness's expectations, Ma Rulong replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. Indeed, Wei Xuan nodded, surveying the group before adding, I advise you all to attentively observe each subsequent match, identifying both strengths and weaknesses, and to place yourselves in their position. Contemplate how you would approach a match against them and assess your chances of victory. This will be immensely beneficial to you. Ma Rulong, Meng Hongqian, and the others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Wei Xuan's intentions, while even Master Ma appeared somewhat perplexed. Only Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing, without hesitation, agreed to comply. Understanding that Wei Xuan must have his reasons, they decided to follow his guidance, confident that he would not lead them astray. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Hongqian voiced her curiosity. Is it truly necessary to invest time in watching their matches? Apart from Shrek Academy, no other institution merits our attention. Observing their matches yields little benefit. Although individuals like Ma Rulong did not vocalize their thoughts, their expressions conveyed sentiments akin to those of Xiao Hongqian. How could one gain anything by watching those inferior to oneself, when the true value lies in witnessing the prowess of the stronger? In their view, only Shrek and the teams from the 3 Imperial Academies are worthy of observation. The rest are deemed a waste of time. Chapter 59. A collective viewing exposure breeds understanding. Regardless of the match's excitement, they are worth attending. By witnessing numerous battles, your perspectives will broaden. When you identify the flaws in others' combat styles, you will instinctively avoid those errors in your own fights, thus refining your skills. This is the paramount advantage of attentively observing each match, Wei Xuan elucidated. Xiao Hongqian, Ma Rulong, and others fell into contemplation. Ignoring their reactions, Wei Xuan continued. Another benefit is the enhancement of your understanding of martial souls. With 67 academies entering the round robin, each with 7 participants, there are over 400 individuals, implying you might encounter more than 400 distinct martial souls. Observing these martial souls firsthand and studying their attributes is undoubtedly more enlightening than perusing them in books. After Wei Xuan finished speaking, he refrained from uttering another word. Instead, he slowly rose to his feet, surveying the room with a resigned smile before making his way toward the exit. His remarks were merely a suggestion. He was indifferent to whether these individuals would heed his counsel, as the choice lay with them, and he would not impose. Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing followed suit, leaving behind a group of contemplative individuals in the conference room. Brother Ma Rulong, what is your perspective? After a moment of reflection, Xia Hongqian inquired of the person beside him, his eyes imbued with significance. Ma Rulong offered a wry smile, responding with a hint of bitterness. It turns out that the gap between us and His Highness is not merely in talent, but also in attitude and insight. Although his statement did not directly address Xia Hongqian's query, it resonated deeply, prompting a nod of agreement from Xia Hongqian and the others. I believe His Highness speaks the truth. Only through experience can one broaden their horizons. Even the most mundane battles possess lessons worth learning, Ma Rulong asserted, his voice steady yet soft. Tomorrow, I shall earnestly observe every match. Ma Lao regarded his grandson with admiration, a smile gracing his lips, pleased with Ma Rulong's resolution. I too wish to attend. Chun Fei and others chimed in, eager to test the efficacy of Wei Xuan's approach. Xia Hongqian, pondering thoughtfully, resolved to follow Wei Xuan's advice as well. After the conclusion of the first day of competitions, there would be no further matches from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy for the next 2 days. Nevertheless, they all came to witness the events live. Having already advanced, they were no longer required to wait in the designated area, opting instead for the competitor's resting zone. This area, situated on the west side of the competition stage, provided an excellent vantage point to observe the battles, complete with seating arrangements. In this expansive resting area capable of accommodating 70 academies, fewer than 100 individuals were present. The academies victorious on the first day were granted access to this lounge, which boasted nearly 300 participants, yet only a third had attended. Clearly, few academies returned to spectate after advancing. Many had sent only teachers, devoid of students. Except for the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, virtually no other institution had its full contingent present. Shrek Academy, in particular, had no representatives at all, leaving its space conspicuously empty. The sight of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy being fully represented puzzled other academies. How come the Sun and Moon Royal Academy has all its members here? With their strength, such eagerness seems unnecessary, someone remarked. Indeed, if our academy were as formidable as theirs, I wouldn't even bother watching other matches aside from Shrek's, another added. With such overwhelming power, why concern themselves with understanding their opponent's strengths? They could simply crush them, a youthful voice chimed in. How perplexing. They possess such strength yet seek to gather intelligence on other academies, came the incredulous response. Keep your voices down. It would be unfortunate for them to overhear. A teacher admonished quietly, harboring a sense of caution toward the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Upon hearing the reprimand, the murmurs diminished somewhat, yet the discussions continued with fervor. The previous day's victory of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and their reason for attending today became the focal points of conversation. The members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy seated in their chairs paid no mind to the surrounding chatter, seemingly oblivious as they focused intently on the matches unfolding on stage. Wei Xuan occupied a central position, flanked by Su Yanqing and Ming Hongqian, while Ma Rulong and Xie Hongqian sat together, with others seated as they pleased. All were engrossed in the competition, including Wei Xuan. His knowledge of martial souls largely stemmed from literature, with few real-world encounters, making this an opportunity to deepen his understanding of these entities. After each match, Wei Xuan would pose several questions to stimulate thought and encourage analysis of the battles. His insights were undoubtedly beyond the realm of his peers, and the questions he raised were incisive, prompting profound reflection among the group. Initially, Xie Hongqian and the others believed they comprehended the matches entirely, only to realize, upon Wei Xuan's inquiries, that they had not. At first, no one could respond to Wei Xuan's questions. Even the two teachers were only partially informed and refrained from speaking to avoid embarrassment. When no answers were forthcoming, Wei Xuan remained unperturbed, guiding them on the perspectives from which to view the matches, what to pay attention to, and what lessons to glean. After several contests, Xie Hongqian was able to answer a question or two, and others showed progress as well. Time passed, and as dusk approached, the day's competitions drew to a close. Xiao Hongqian stood up abruptly and exclaimed, his enthusiasm at its peak. Just as he had begun to grasp the nuances of observing the battle, the competition concluded. This disappointment weighed heavily upon him, stirring a tempest of emotions within, akin to a cat's relentless scratching. The sensation was unbearable, leaving him longing to continue watching the competition. Ma Rulong and the others echoed his sentiment, their faces marked by disappointment and lingering desire. Having just tasted the joy of the event, its abrupt end left them unsatisfied. I'm so hungry, Su Yanqing lamented, his voice barely above a whisper, as he slumped against his chair, resembling someone who had not eaten for days. During the match, his hunger had been quelled, but with the competition concluded, an overwhelming sensation of hunger surged through him. As he uttered these words, the previously content group found their stomachs grumbling in unison, each face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Under Wei Xuan's guidance, they had immersed themselves entirely, neglecting even their lunch break to engage in discussion. And now, with the excitement waning, their long-hidden hunger took precedence, their bellies voicing their discontent. I'm hungry too, Ming Hongqian said, rubbing her belly, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Chapter 60. The sudden onslaught of soul-guided cannons. With a smile, Wei Xuan suggested, let us first have a meal. We shall convene in the evening to discuss your insights from today. Okay, Su Yanqing replied eagerly, invigorated by the mere mention of food. He sprang from his chair and dashed towards the hotel with astonishing speed, hardly resembling someone who had gone an entire day without sustenance. In truth, he had not starved. His snacks had been ample, sufficient to substitute for a day's worth of meals. However, snacks alone could not satiate his hunger completely, leaving him looking somewhat feeble. Seeing Su Yanqing's enthusiastic demeanor, the group could not help but chuckle, the atmosphere lightening considerably. This lad, Wei Xuan mused, observing Su Yanqing's exuberant sprint with a resigned smile. Brother Wei Xuan, let us go. Meng Hongqian eagerly grasped Wei Xuan's hand, pulling him towards the hotel. If the first day of watching the competition had been met with some reluctance, by the second day, Meng Hongqian and her companions felt no hesitation whatsoever. Half an hour before the commencement of the third day's competition, the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy were all present, eagerly anticipating the event. After Wei Xuan's guidance the previous night, each of them had gained substantial insights from the day's observations. This is not merely a matter of strength, but rather a profound evolution of mindset, accompanied by a deeper understanding of one's martial soul. The exhilaration derived from this awareness surpasses that of merely enhancing soul power, igniting an intense interest within them. Having been engrossed in the research of soul-guiding devices, they find themselves fervently drawn to combat for the first time, valuing it even more than their previous pursuits of soul-guiding devices. Indeed, observing these battles offers them inspiration for their craft, though such flashes of insight are fleeting, eluding their grasp. The battles on the third day are considerably less intense compared to the preceding 2 days, however. The members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy watch with rapt attention. To them, the seemingly mundane matches resemble the grand finale of this competition, imbued with extraordinary fervor. Meanwhile, onlookers in the rest area are left with a plethora of questions, their gazes oscillating between the participants of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and the arena. Are they truly witnessing the same contest? Typically, stronger teams exhibit indifference towards these matches, as the disparity in strength diminishes their engagement. Yet, the earnestness displayed by the Sun and Moon Royal Academy is perplexing, leaving observers bemused and intrigued. Before long, the first round of matches concludes, and the 67 teams progressing to the round-robin stage are determined, with the groupings finalized. The champions and runners-up are placed in separate groups, with the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and the Shrek Academy assigned to different brackets. On the fourth day, the round-robin matches commence, and the Sun and Moon Royal Academy draws a team battle, featuring the siblings Xiao Hongqian and Su Yanqing on the roster. Although the strength of Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian may fall short of several regular team members, their youth has relegated them to the reserve team. With their participation, victory becomes an attainable goal, allowing the Sun and Moon Royal Academy to secure an effortless win. This encounter was a resounding victory, with the battle commencing and concluding in less than a minute. An overwhelming barrage of artillery shells surged across the arena, striking with both precision and intensity, leaving the opponents with no refuge. It was not long before they were rendered incapable of continuing the fight, ultimately opting to concede. While Su Yanqing wielded a level 3 soul guidance cannon, the others employed level 4 cannons. Although Xiao Hongqian and his companions possessed the ability to utilize even higher-grade soul guidance cannons, they refrained from doing so out of concern for causing fatal injuries to their adversaries, thus opting for the level 4 variant instead. Indeed, their apprehensions were warranted, for even the level 4 cannons nearly pushed their opponents to the brink of death. Had a 5th-level soul guiding device been employed, the outcome would have been all too predictable. Fortunately, the referee overseeing the match reacted swiftly, shielding the student from the impending attack. Otherwise, a tragic fatality could have ensued. In truth, their opponents were far from feeble, comprising a Soul King and 6 Soul Sects, a formidable force that could be considered above average among all competing teams. They stood as a significant contender within this group of advancing teams. Regrettably, they faced the Sun Moon Royal Academy and were drawn into a team battle. Soul mentors excel in such confrontations, and amidst the relentless barrage of countless projectiles, few teams can withstand the onslaught, often resulting in an unbalanced skirmish. In this match, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy showcased the essence of the Soul Master combat style: simple, direct, and ferociously violent. A plethora of projectiles soared through the sky, and when they detonated upon impact with the ground, the resulting visual spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Following the conclusion of the battle, the reinforced arena bore numerous scars from the conflict, shrouded in dust and permeated by an air of destruction. Witnessing the team combat of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, both the audience and competing students found themselves struggling to swallow, utterly awestruck, particularly for those from the same group as the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. A chill ran down the spine of nearly every participant. Images of their impending encounters with the Academy flashed through their minds, the overwhelming barrage of projectiles sending shivers through their very beings. As Xiao Hongqian and his companions descended from the arena, the gazes of the onlookers were tinged with a palpable fear, some still reeling from the experience, enveloped in an eerie silence. The silence lingered for quite some time, only to be replaced by resounding applause and cheers. Sensing the adoring gazes of the audience, the faces of Xiao Hongqian and his companions were illuminated with joyful smiles. The feeling of being the center of attention was truly exhilarating. The members of Shrek Academy seated in the front row directed solemn looks towards Xiao Hongqian and his group, clearly astonished by their earlier performance. The most serious expressions belonged to Huo Yuhao and the tall He Kaitu, both of whom were studying soul tools and felt an even deeper shock. Huo Yuhao, who had only recently begun his studies, took it somewhat better, but He Kaitu, who had been learning alongside Fan Yu for several years, stood completely stunned. Was that a level 4 or a level 5 soul tool? He Kaitu murmured, lost in profound contemplation. He recognized the soul tools employed by the opponents, identifying one as a level 4 and another as a level 3. Yet, the power exhibited was far beyond what level 3 or level 4 soul tools should possess, exceeding a higher tier altogether. This implied that the level 3 tool was comparable to an ordinary level 4. While the level 4 tool rivaled the might of a typical level 5 soul tool, how could this be possible? These soul masters are truly terrifying, gasped the petite and beautiful Xiao Xiao, delicately covering her lips in astonishment. The others nodded in agreement, as it was their first encounter with the sheer terror of pure soul master combat. They had previously witnessed He Kaitu in battle with soul tools, believing that to be sufficiently fierce. However, compared to these individuals, He Kaitu's performance seemed rather tame. Chapter 61. Starlight Auction House. Brother Wei Xuan, did we perform adequately just now? Upon returning to the resting area, Ming Hongqian asked with a cheerful smile. The others looked at Wei Xuan with eager anticipation, eager to hear his assessment. Not bad at all. The synergy in the release of your soul tools was excellent, leaving no opportunity for your opponents to breathe. And you concluded the match with efficiency, Wei Xuan replied with a smile, offering a fairly objective evaluation. He was quite pleased with Ming Hongqian and the others' performance, noting no glaring issues. Of course, this was also due to the fact that their opponents were countered effectively. Those individuals had little resistance against the bombardment of soul cannons. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's words, everyone displayed joyful smiles. His praise was even more gratifying than winning the match itself. Soon, the members of the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon calmed their spirits and began to earnestly observe the battles of other academies. The following night, Douluo City became even livelier than during the day, with throngs of people filling the streets. The shouts of vendors and the chatter of the crowd imbued the city with vibrant energy, dispelling any sense of nighttime stillness. Brother Wei Xuan, have you come here to purchase something? Dream Hongqian gazed curiously at the pointed structure before him. This edifice, though not towering, was of considerable size, with a sign depicting an auction house hanging above the main entrance. The personnel from this auction house had approached me just the previous evening, generously offering me a bidding slot and providing a brief overview of the items to be auctioned, perhaps in an attempt to pique my interest. They particularly emphasized the soul guiding devices, the ranking carving knife, and the soul bones. Initially, I held little interest. However, my curiosity was ignited upon hearing about the ranking carving knife. Wei Xuan explained. The ranking carving knife? At Wei Xuan's words, not only Dream Hongqian but also Xiao Hongqian and Su Yanqing were taken aback. For soul mentors, the ranking carving knife undoubtedly held immense allure. Possessing such a knife would greatly facilitate their crafting of soul-guiding devices, making the process significantly easier. The temptation of the ranking carving knife was certainly on par with that of the soul bones. Are you implying that there is a ranking carving knife being auctioned here? Xiao Hongqian questioned skeptically. Indeed, but I am unaware of its specific rank or name. When I inquired with the staff, they were evasive and reluctant to elaborate. Wei Xuan replied, Wow, if it truly is the ranking carving knife, we must secure it. Dream Hongqian exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Hongqian nodded earnestly, affirming that if it were indeed the ranking carving knife, they would do everything possible to obtain it. Such a knife was extraordinarily precious. Even their red dust family, a lineage of soul-guiding experts, possessed only two, held by his father and grandfather respectively. Though the carving knife he currently used was not ordinary, it still fell short of the caliber of the ranking carving knife. Thus, upon hearing those few words, Xiao Hongqian felt a surge of fervor, longing to acquire it. Brother, why did they approach you so proactively? Su Yanqing inquired, her interest in the ranking carving knife being less fervent and her focus differing. Hearing this, Both Xiao Hongqian and Dream Hongqian looked at Wei Xuan with curiosity. Indeed, why had these individuals sought out Wei Xuan? Wei Xuan shrugged in resignation, stating, I cannot ascertain the exact reason, but judging by that person's tone and expression, he seemed quite eager for me to attend the auction house. More precisely, he wished for me to come and purchase items. Otherwise, he wouldn't have highlighted things that might interest me. Upon hearing this, the three furrowed their brows, realizing that the auction house appeared to have ulterior motives. As he spoke, Wei Xuan seemed to recall something, adding, while I am unconcerned about their motives, what truly captivates my attention is the items they are auctioning. The ranking carving knife is not even the most intriguing item for me. What truly fascinates me are the soul bones, Wei Xuan remarked with a mysterious smile. Oh? The three were slightly astonished. The fact that something could elicit such a reaction from Wei Xuan indicated that it was no ordinary soul bone. Could it be a 10,000-year-old soul bone? As the breath of Shi-O-H-N-G-C-H-N quickened, another possibility arose that made it difficult for him to remain composed. Both M-H-N-G-C-H-N and X-Y-N-Q-ing seemed to have arrived at a shared realization, exchanging a glance before exclaiming in unison. Could it be the soul bone from 100,000 years? Wei Xuan nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed, among the soul bones that pique my interest, there exists one of that ancient caliber. The revelation left Shi-O-H-N-G-C-H-N and the others utterly astounded, their gaze towards the auction house transformed. Recognizing the magnitude of the undertaking, let us proceed inside. The auction for the soul bones is not today. We should first secure the ranking carving knife. Wei Xuan remarked with a smile. He was unconcerned about the auction house's intentions, believing that one should confront challenges as they arise, regardless of the adversary's tactics. Entering the auction house, they descended along a staircase adorned with a red carpet that extended over 5 meters. Upon reaching the bottom of the staircase, they encountered the reception desk established at the auction venue. Wei Xuan presented his qualification for bidding to the staff. Upon seeing the credential, the staff member promptly summoned a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a uniform skirt. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am SS and will be at your service. Should you have any requests or inquiries within the auction house, please feel free to express them. She introduced herself, her voice melodic and tinged with charm. M-H-N-C-H-N cast a cold glance at SS, linking arms with Wei Xuan and disdainfully curling her lip. Lead us to the hall where the ranking carving knife is being auctioned, Wei Xuan stated, his expression remaining impassive as he regarded SS. The ranking carving knife? SS paused to recollect, soon understanding and wearing a polite smile, she said, that would be in Hall 12. Please follow me, esteemed guests. It was evident that attendants like SS were professionally trained, required to memorize the auction items in each hall. With that, SS led the way down one of the corridors, with the four closely trailing behind her. Upon passing through an ancient wooden door, the surroundings transformed into a display of opulence. The walls gleamed with golden accents, and lavish crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling. The four, accustomed to such extravagant decor, exhibited no signs of astonishment. The auction house was spacious, and it took a good 3 to 4 minutes from the moment SS began guiding them to Hall 12 until they finally arrived. The lighting within the auction hall was subdued, with only the lamps along the walls flickering gently, providing enough illumination to ensure safe passage without tripping or falling. Upon entering, SS promptly presented 4 red masks and briefly explained the situation to Wei Xuan and his companions. The mask serves to ensure the privacy of the guests, preventing any unwanted troubles that may arise from their appearance being seen by others. The red color signifies the status of Wei Xuan and his companions, marking them as important VIPs in the auction house, second only to the Golden Elite. Chapter 62, The Soul-Devouring Carving Knife, Part 1. Once Wei Xuan and his companions donned their masks, Susu led them to the front row. Esteemed guests, this is your designated seating. May I offer you any beverages or desserts? Susu inquired softly, her demeanor exuding warmth and hospitality. The quartet occupied the central position in the front row, the closest to the auction stage, affording them the best view. I would like watermelon juice and a piece of cake, Su Yanqing promptly stated his desires. Just plain water for me, Hongqian replied lightly. A cup of golden flame flower tea, please. If it's unavailable, then it's of no consequence, Wei Xuan requested. The golden flame flower tea is renowned across the continent for its exquisite fragrance and comforting taste, leaving an indelible impression. It is the tea Wei Xuan usually consumes, not out of particular fondness, but because it is the only one in this world that he finds tolerable. All other teas fall short in flavor. I would also like the golden flame flower tea. Meng Hongqian chimed in with a smile. Though she was not particularly fond of tea, she attempted to cultivate a liking for it, given Wei Xuan's preference. Golden flame flower tea, Su Su exclaimed, taken aback. This tea is famously rare and expensive, with a price nearing 1,500 gold soul coins per kilogram. Moreover, there are times when even wealth cannot guarantee its purchase. These two truly have the audacity to request such a thing. Su Su felt a twinge of difficulty. As the auction house did possess a reserve of this tea, but it was typically reserved for the highest tier VIPs. Would it be appropriate to serve it to them? Esteemed guests, you are surely aware of the rarity of the golden flame flower tea. I cannot confirm whether we still have any in stock, and I must inquire to find out. If it is unavailable, would you prefer another beverage? Su Su articulated delicately. Wei Xuan smiled slightly and replied, if it isn't available, then it's of no matter. Please go ahead and inquire. Very well, Su Su said with a slight bow before departing the auction hall. Wei Xuan and his companions had not arrived particularly early, and the hall was already filled to capacity, with more attendees arriving continuously. Soon, Su Su returned, accompanied by 2 servers bearing 4 drinks and an array of exquisitely crafted small cakes. Among the 4 beverages was the golden flame flower tea that Wei Xuan had ordered. Esteemed guests, here is the golden flame flower tea you requested, Su Su announced, carefully placing the tea on the small table beside their seats. Her demeanor was even more gracious than before. Thank you, Wei Xuan acknowledged with a nod. After arranging the items, Su Su took a seat nearby, ready to assist Wei Xuan and his companions at a moment's notice. In the grand hall, only Wei Xuan and his 3 companions were privileged to enjoy such treatment, while the other guests lacked the presence of charming advisors at their beck and call. Su Yanqing savored a slice of cake and sipped on watermelon juice, finding the wait rather pleasant, while Meng Hongqian reclined in her chair, seemingly lost in a light slumber. With her body angled toward Wei Xuan, she shared whispers, her face adorned with a joyful smile. Wei Xuan sensed a presence and turned his gaze to the left, where he observed a group of 5 men and 2 women, all donning white masks, settling into the front row. Their orderly entrance indicated they were a cohesive unit. What a serendipitous encounter, Wei Xuan chuckled softly to himself, briefly maintaining his gaze before looking away. Despite their masked faces, their aura was unmistakably that of individuals from the Shrek Academy. The room's illumination dimmed further, while the spotlight on the auction stage brightened, revealing a woman clad in a flowing purple gown who ascended to the platform. Appearing to be in her 30s, she possessed a graceful and dignified countenance, her lips curling into a gentle smile, and her figure exuded elegance. Upon reaching the auction table, she offered a brief self-introduction before moving to the center of the stage, bowing respectfully to the audience. Applause erupted from the crowd in response to her courteous gesture. Once the applause subsided, Qingya returned to the auction table, gesturing for silence with her hands, restoring tranquility to the hall. She introduced the auction, which was dedicated to soul-guiding devices, her face consistently graced with a warm smile. Our auction is now commencing. Please welcome the staff to present today's first item, Qingya announced, directing her gaze toward the center of the stage. 2 women in red gowns wheeled a small cart from the side, bringing it to the center, where light converged upon it. The cart was covered with a layer of purple cloth, concealing the item beneath. As the light focused on the cart, the 2 women unveiled the cloth. On the cart lay a black soul-guiding device, simply rectangular in shape, measuring over a foot in length, its surface intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. Observing this soul-guiding device, the expressions of Wei Xuan and his companions remained stoic. They were fully capable of crafting such a 3rd-tier soul-guiding device. In fact, with the exception of Su Yanqing, the quality produced by the other 3 would surpass this one. Such a soul-guiding device naturally failed to pique their interest, and they sat there quietly in anticipation. Qingya did not speak immediately. Instead, she allowed the bidders a moment to observe the item while she herself attentively gauged the audience's reactions. After approximately 30 seconds, Qingya began to elucidate the intricate details of this soul-guiding device, including its name, functionality, target demographic, and starting bid price. Although Wei Xuan and his companions exhibited no interest in this soul-guiding device, it did not imply that others shared their indifference. Crafted by a 6th-level soul master, this 3rd-level soul-guiding artifact was undoubtedly of superior quality, far surpassing those produced by a 3rd-level soul master. Coupled with its ingenious design, exquisite craftsmanship, and practical value, many individuals eagerly participated in the auction, causing the price to steadily escalate. In less than a minute, The price of this soul-guiding device soared from 1,000 gold soul coins to 2,000, with the bidding still on the rise. Ultimately, the auction concluded with a final bid of 2,500 gold soul coins, secured by a middle-aged man seated in the front row. Given that this was a specialized auction for soul-guiding devices, subsequent items were predominantly related to such artifacts. One by one, soul-guiding devices were presented, most falling within the range of 3 to 5 levels, with none particularly outstanding. The penultimate item was a 4th-level nursing bottle, and its position as the second-to-last item indicated its exceptional nature. However, relatively speaking, among all the soul-guiding devices auctioned, this nursing bottle was considered precious, yet objectively, it was merely average. At least in the eyes of Wei Xuan and his companions, this 4th-level nursing bottle held no purchasing value, as they already possessed 5th-level bottles. Did they truly require a 4th-level one? The 4th-level nursing bottle ultimately fetched a price of 25,000 gold soul coins, marking it as one of the higher transaction prices for such artifacts. How could that man acquire so many soul-guiding devices? Meng Hongqian curiously observed the middle-aged gentleman to her left. The soul-guiding devices auctioned today had largely fallen into his hands, piquing her interest. He must not be purchasing these for personal use, but rather for others, Wei Xuan remarked, his words laden with significance. Upon further reflection, Meng Hongqian concurred. If it were for personal use, one would typically only buy what suited them, rather than indiscriminately acquiring various items. Esteemed guests, our mysterious grand prize is about to make its entrance, which will also be the final item of tonight's auction, Qingya announced as she approached the central stage, lowering her voice. Once she finished speaking, a cart was slowly wheeled onto the stage from the side, considerably larger than the previous ones, draped with a red cloth. Clearly, this final featured auction item was extraordinary, as evidenced by the red covering. Upon seeing the cart enveloped in red cloth, Wei Xuan and his companions became intrigued. Meng Hongqian sat up straight, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the cart, her fiery gaze seemingly piercing through the red fabric. She was particularly keen on acquiring this ranking carving knife and was determined to secure it. He was not concerned about competing with Wei Xuan, as the latter already possessed an excellent ranking carving knife and had little need for another, unless this knife surpassed the dark gold knife in quality, which would then pique Wei Xuan's interest. But was such a possibility feasible? Wei Xuan's gaze lingered upon the crimson cloth as his consciousness unfurled, revealing the scene concealed within his mind. Two peculiar sensations infiltrated Wei Xuan's thoughts, one emanating from the carving knife nestled within the fabric. As he delved deeper with his awareness, a sharpness surged forth, evoking an uncanny feeling within him. The carving knife seemingly possesses the ability to rend spiritual essence, aiming to shatter his consciousness. Alas, this tearing capability is far from sufficient to inflict harm upon his mind. It merely allows him to perceive a faint edge of sharpness. Another peculiar sensation arises from the probing of spiritual energy. He is not the only one attempting to discern the concealed circumstances beneath the crimson cloth. Others have also unleashed their mental forces. However, that spiritual energy is feeble, and upon the slightest contact with the carving knife, it is swiftly repelled by the sharp aura, retreating before any action could be taken. Wei Xuan's gaze flicked to the left, where he beheld a figure clutching their eyes, their body swaying incessantly. He lifted a teacup to sip, shaking his head with a light chuckle, before redirecting his attention to the carving knife obscured beneath the red cloth. Its surface exuded a menacing aura, surrounded by vengeful spirits. Yet within it lay a profound vitality, truly intriguing, Wei Xuan mused. Vitality, metal, he murmured, his expression contemplative, as a name swiftly emerged in his mind, the gold of living beings. Contemplating this possibility, Wei Xuan diligently probed once more with his mental faculties. The malevolent energy on the knife's surface proved to be inconsequential to him, exerting no real effect. Indeed, it is the gold of living beings, he confirmed his hypothesis, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He had encountered this substance before, though this particular piece, both in size and quality, pales in comparison. Nonetheless, it is a solidified essence of life, still holding significant relevance for him in the present moment. At Qingya's gesture, the concealing red cloth was lifted, revealing the carving knife within. This carving knife measures approximately half a foot in length, with a thickness akin to that of a finger. It tapers elegantly from the spine to a remarkably sharp point, culminating in a blade that is about half an inch wide. The knife possesses a dark, antiquated hue, adorned with faint, intricate patterns that whisper of its storied past, emanating a chilling and eerie aura. Those who behold this knife feel an unsettling tension in their hearts, as if it harbors a sinister intent to choose its wielder. The appearance of this knife is rather unremarkable. Its initial impression evokes a sense of antiquity, often eliciting expressions of disappointment from those who encounter it. While antiques generally appreciate in value with age, this particular chisel does not necessarily become more effective over time. A carving knife, whose existence remains a mystery, hardly piques one's interest, leading to doubts about its ability to inscribe magical formations. Could it be that despite its seemingly sharp appearance, it is merely a fade? Not everyone possesses the discernment to recognize the extraordinary nature of this knife, a fact evident from the reactions of those present. Only a select few soul mentors can appreciate its true significance. Upon sighting the carving knife, both Xiaohongqin and Menghongqin could not divert their gaze, examining the knife while reminiscing. Born into a lineage of soul guides, they received systematic education, endowing them with extensive knowledge about soul-guiding apparatuses, including the crucial carving knives used in their creation. While they may not claim complete familiarity, they certainly retain vivid memories of the carving knife rankings, and now they strain to recall details. Su Yanqing, who had previously been indulging in pastries, was now fixated on the carving knife, momentarily forgetting the delights of his treat. As a fellow soul mentor, he harbored a profound yearning for the ranked carving knives. Few in the realm of soul mentors could remain indifferent to such treasures. Noticing the subdued atmosphere among the crowd, Qingya displayed a gentle smile and commenced her introduction of the carving knife. The mention of the ranked carving knife abruptly silenced any lingering discontent, transforming the expressions of disdain into astonishment and fervor. Over 90% of the people here are unfamiliar with soul-guiding devices. Yet this does not hinder their awareness of the extraordinary value of the ranking carving knife. Esteemed auctioneer, is this truly the ranking carving knife? Do not deceive us, questioned a middle-aged man from the back row. Upon hearing this inquiry, the others were momentarily taken aback, immediately adopting a more composed demeanor as they began to voice their skepticism. They were well aware of the preciousness and rarity of the ranking carving knife, with each piece valued at over $1 million. Such a valuable object, even if it were to appear at an auction, ought to grace only the most prestigious of gatherings, rather than this fourth-tier auction. Now, Qingya informs them that this is a ranking knife. How could they not harbor doubts? Is this truly a ranking knife? Inquired Huo Yuhao, adorned with a white mask, in a hushed tone to his companion, Hikaitu. The very fact that this knife could inflict harm upon his spirit indicated its extraordinary nature. Even if it were not a ranking knife, it would surely be of formidable caliber. Hikaitu solemnly nodded and whispered, based on the aura emanating from this knife, it indeed has the potential to be a ranking knife. Huo Yuhao's pupils constricted, and his gaze towards the knife shifted perceptibly. In the face of their skepticism, Qingya remained composed, brimming with confidence in the auction item. Esteemed guests, please rest assured, our Starlight Auction House is renowned for its integrity, and we conduct rigorous evaluations for every item. After thorough confirmation by our professionals, this is indeed a ranking knife. However, it possesses certain peculiarities, which is why it has come to be presented here, Qingya remarked, casting a wistful glance at the knife. Peculiar? The crowd, amidst their excitement, was also enveloped in confusion. This is precisely what I wish to elaborate on, Qingya continued. Chapter 64. Intense Bidding Part 1. In the hierarchy of carving knives, this particular knife ranks 99th. In truth, given its capabilities, it should rank much higher. Were it not for certain issues, it could very well secure a place within the top 30. Regrettably, it is a cursed knife, Qingya lamented, her gaze towards the knife imbued with complexity. The auction house had exerted considerable effort for this blade. Upon hearing this, Menghongqin and Xiaohongqin's pupils simultaneously constricted, for they were aware of the knife's true name. It is actually that knife? Xiaohongqin exclaimed, both astonished and disheartened. For him, should this knife be the one in question, rather than being of use, it would be detrimental. This knife, known as the soul-devouring dagger, possesses a formidable reputation in the empire of Sun and Moon, often regarded as the most fearsome of blades. Also dubbed the knife of death. Its masters have invariably met with tragic fates, even those as powerful as the title Douluo succumb to untimely demise upon wielding it, underscoring its terrifying nature. Alas, Menghongqin, feeling disheartened, merely pouted, losing interest in an instant. Wei Xuan, however, remained unaffected by the elegant introduction. Upon sensing the menacing aura of the dagger, he recognized it immediately. Could it be the infamous soul-devouring blade, known for its tendency to turn against its wielder? After a moment of contemplation, He Kai-tu exclaimed in astonishment. His voice was not insignificant, and many around him took note. While not everyone may have been familiar with the soul-devouring blade, the concept of it rebelling against its master was universally understood. This alone was sufficient to instill a sense of dread within them. Rebounding upon its master, what does this mean? Someone inquired, uncertainty evident in their voice. Qingya cast an admiring glance at Hikaitu and replied with a smile, "This esteemed guest is indeed correct. This carving knife is famously known as the soul-biting blade." Before the audience could voice their inquiries, she continued, "The soul-biting blade boasts a history spanning 3 millennia. Qingya did not shy away from revealing the origins of the soul-biting blade, elaborating on its history and the phenomenon of it turning against its master. This carving knife has recorded 37 owners, all of whom met tragic fates, with 9 of them succumbing to the dark path of necromancy. Such revelations chilled the hearts of all present, their gazes toward the soul-biting blade shifting from fervor to a weighty dread. While the ranked blade is indeed remarkable, it pales in comparison to the value of life itself. Should wielding such a blade pose a threat to their existence, they would prefer abstinence. Brother Wei Xuan, I finally comprehend why that individual was reluctant to divulge the name of the blade, murmured Meng Hongchun, pouting slightly. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, not directed at Wei Xuan, but rather towards the auction house staff, who had withheld crucial information about the blade. Had this been mentioned earlier, they would not have wasted their time here. Even if the spirit-devouring cutter were offered to her for free, she would refuse it, or rather, she would not dare to accept it. Wei Xuan smiled gently, pinching Meng Hongchun's slightly puffy cheeks due to her pout, and remarked, "I am not disappointed in the slightest. Rather, I find this quite surprising. This spirit-devouring cutter holds more value for me than any other tool." Startled by the sudden pinch, Meng Hongchun quickly exclaimed, "Wei Xuan Gige, you aren't actually considering purchasing this spirit-devouring cutter, are you? Please, do not. It's deadly. I would not engage in actions without assurance. If I am willing to buy it, it signifies that I can manage the repercussions it poses to its owner," Wei Xuan asserted, acknowledging his intent to acquire the cutter. Observing Wei Xuan's self-assured demeanor, Meng Hongchun found her words of persuasion faltering, her mouth opening without sound. "Wei Xuan Gige, are you truly confident?" she asked timidly, concern evident in her heart. "Rest assured, if I say there will be no issue, there will be none," Wei Xuan replied with conviction. Sitting in the front row to the left, Hikaitu sighed and shook his head, stating, "This lethal blade should not be pursued." He then succinctly relayed what he knew about the spirit-devouring cutter. After hearing Hikaitu's account, Wang Yin displayed a look of disappointment. Abandoning her plans to procure the cutter for the academy, Huo Yuhao also wore a face of disillusionment, losing all desire for the cutter. However, at that moment, the voice of Alix echoed in his mind. "Oh, spirit gold?" Alix's tone brimmed with astonishment. "Yuhao, the material of this cutter is spirit gold. You must acquire it at all costs. It will yield immeasurable benefits." Alix spoke with utmost seriousness, his eagerness for spirit gold unmistakable. "Elder Alix, what is spirit gold?" Huo Yuhao was taken aback, quickly attempting to converse with Alix about spirit gold. It was clear that whatever stirred Alix's excitement was no trivial matter. "I will explain that to you later. For now, your sole objective is to obtain it at any cost. Once secured, I can hasten the awakening of that great creature and stabilize my condition, preventing my dissolution," Alix conveyed. "Is that true?" Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The spirit-devouring engraving knife, with a starting bid of 100,000 gold soul coins, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 5,000 gold soul coins. Esteemed guests, the auction commences now. After introducing the spirit-devouring engraving knife, Qingya announced the beginning of the auction. Unlike the fervent bidding scene earlier, the esteemed guests remained remarkably composed, with the majority showing no desire to participate in the bidding. A select few, captivated by the illustrious reputation of the engraving knife, found themselves embroiled in a complex internal struggle, hesitating to risk a bid. However, their trepidation prevailed, and their yearning for the engraving knife could not conquer the fear that loomed within them, ultimately leading to silence in the bidding. The hall fell into a hushed stillness, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Noticing this situation, Qingya's expression reflected disappointment, albeit not intense. She had grown accustomed to such scenarios, and her fleeting hope was ultimately extinguished. In the quiet of the hall, a voice echoed, declaring 100,000 gold soul coins. The voice belonged to Wei Xuan, seated at the center of the front row. As his voice resonated, Su Su, sitting beside him, swiftly raised the number plate, revealing the numeral 1, indicating that Wei Xuan was the esteemed guest number 1. His voice rippled through the previously tranquil atmosphere like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating undulating waves. Qinya momentarily appeared dazed, but her eyes soon sparkled with delight, breaking into a joyful smile. The other esteemed guests cast curious glances, eager to witness the bold individual daring enough to bid on the formidable blade. Wang Yin, He Kai-tu, and others also turned their attention to the right, while Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow, surprised that someone intended to place a bid. Furthermore, the voice seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Guest number 1 bids 100,000 gold soul coins. Is there any other esteemed guest willing to raise the bid? Qinya's smile was radiant. Silence enveloped the audience. The majority remained unmoved. If no one was willing to bid even 100,000, could one possibly expect further increases? A somewhat youthful voice emerged, proclaiming a bid of 100,500 gold soul coins, accompanied by the number plate marked 333, which was also raised. The crowd was astonished. Someone indeed continued to bid, and their gazes converged on the source of the voice. Junior brother, Bei said, her brow slightly furrowed as she looked at Huo Yuhao. Casting a questioning glance his way, He Kai-tu tugged at Huo Yuhao's arm, signaling him not to participate in the bidding. Huo Yuhao offered an apologetic look to Bei and He Kai-tu, ultimately explaining to Wang Yin, Teacher Wang, through mental probing. I have discerned the issues concerning this engraving knife and have devised a solution. Thus, I wish to acquire it. This is a rare ranking engraving knife. Should we resolve its complications, we would reap significant benefits. He had little money on him, and securing the engraving knife would necessitate Wang Yan's support. Wang Yan's gaze flickered, visibly intrigued. Such an affordable ranking engraving knife was exceedingly rare, perhaps even unique. If they could acquire it and address its backlash issue, it would be a tremendous windfall, effectively saving them millions of gold soul coins. Indeed, it is worth taking a gamble to secure it. Yuhao, are you truly confident in resolving the issue with this carving knife? Wang Yin inquired. Huo Yuhao, with a serious expression, nodded and replied, Teacher Wang, you must trust me. I am indeed capable of addressing the problem with this knife. Moreover, even if you harbor doubts about me, you should have faith in the academy. With our institution's prowess, can we not resolve the issue concerning this carving knife? Wang Yin nodded, swayed by Huo Yuhao's conviction, and said, Very well, let us endeavor to auction this carving knife. With the support of Wang Yin, Huo Yuhao felt emboldened, determined to obtain the knife. Very well, VIP number 333 bids 105,000 gold soul coins. Is there any other esteemed guest wishing to place a bid? A melodious voice chimed cheerfully. As she spoke, her gaze instinctively turned towards Wei Xuan, awaiting his response. 200,000. Wei Xuan stated succinctly, without even glancing at Huo Yuhao, directly announcing his bid. Upon hearing his offer, Su immediately raised her paddle, enjoying the privileges accorded to a red-tier VIP, not requiring to raise the paddle herself. Huo Yuhao's heart sank. He did not anticipate that the opponent would jump straight to 200,000, demonstrating a resolute determination to win the bidding for the soul-devouring carving knife. 300,000. Huo Yuhao raised his paddle, presenting his offer boldly, opting for a substantial leap rather than the usual incremental increases to showcase his commitment to the auction. Qingya's smile radiated brightly, her heart racing with unprecedented excitement. Just imagine the commission from this 300,000 bid. Before she could utter a word, Wei Xuan's voice nearly knocked her off her feet, her legs turning weak with disbelief. 1,000,000, Wei Xuan stated flatly, delivering the bid with the same calmness as before, as if there were no difference between 200,000 and 1,000,000. While he remained composed, the others could not maintain their tranquility. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd, all stunned by this shocking bid. VIP number 1. Are you certain you wish to bid 1,000,000? Qingya exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, her body trembling with excitement. A 1 commission equated to 10,000 gold soul coins, enough to secure her lifelong financial security. How could she not be thrilled? Confirmed, Wei Xuan nodded, his words light yet resolute. Is this person mad? Spending 1,000,000 on such a deadly knife? Some murmured in hushed tones, bewildered and incredulous. To them, the soul-devouring carving knife appeared to be something even a gift would be unwelcome, yet they were astounded that someone would be willing to bid 1,000,000 for it. Could there be some secret about the knife that they were unaware of? Otherwise, why would anyone compete for it? Huo Yuhao and the others were equally taken aback by this staggering bid. 1 million gold soul coins was no small sum. Teacher Wang. Huo Yuhao cast a questioning glance towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan appeared perplexed. He too had not anticipated such a resolute stance from the opponent. Directly bidding 1 million gold soul coins. The million they are offering is not beyond their means. Rather, the bid itself reveals their unwavering determination, suggesting that they seem intent on securing it at all costs. This situation has become somewhat troublesome. If they ultimately acquire the carving knife at a high price, only to discover insurmountable issues with it, the loss would be substantial. Observing Wang Yan's inner turmoil, Huo Yuhao felt a surge of urgency and exclaimed, Teacher Wang, we must not waver. This carving knife is essential for us. The elegant auctioneer mentioned earlier stated that if there are no issues with the knife, it could easily rank among the top 30. Such a precious item is worth any additional expense. I have a strong premonition of its significance to me, and I sincerely hope you can assist me in acquiring it. The funds required to purchase this carving knife will be borrowed from the academy, and I assure you that I will repay it in due course. I implore you, Teacher Wang. Seeing Huo Yuhao's resolute stance, Bei and Kai too recognized the importance of the carving knife to him and began to persuade him. Teacher Wang, we are willing to act as guarantors for Yuhao. Please assist him in securing this carving knife, Bei stated earnestly. Wang Yan glanced at Bei and the others, noting their nods of agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well, do your utmost to secure this carving knife. However, be mindful of your limits and refrain from making arbitrary bids. The Academy has provided us with an unlimited purchasing certificate, but that does not imply we can spend extravagantly. When placing a bid, always consider whether the carving knife is truly worth that price. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Huo Yuhao responded with immense joy, promptly expressing his gratitude. At this moment, Qingya inquired once more, the first esteemed guest has bid 1 million gold soul coins. Is there anyone else willing to place a bid? 1,500,000. Huo Yuhao raised his paddle and declared loudly. After announcing his bid, he deliberately glanced toward Wei Xuan's position, his expression unfriendly. Wei Xuan sensed Huo Yuhao's gaze, but chose to disregard it, responding calmly, 3 million. Brother Wei Xuan, does this fearsome blade truly warrant such a price? Meng Hongchen whispered, not wishing for Wei Xuan to continue bidding. Su Yanqing and Xiao Hongchen exchanged glances, sharing the same inquiry in their minds. Indeed, the value of this carving knife cannot be encapsulated in mere currency. It is a necessity for me, Wei Xuan replied with a light chuckle, his tone resolute. From Wei Xuan's demeanor, Meng Hongchen and the others understood his determination. He was resolutely set on acquiring this carving knife, and no one could alter his decision. Each of Wei Xuan's bids struck a blow to Qingya, and upon hearing the price of 3 million, she nearly leaped with excitement. Chapter 66, The Prolonged Auctioneer. Huo Yuhao, unwilling to be outdone, continued to raise the price, albeit with smaller increments compared to Wei Xuan's substantial increases. After several rounds of bidding, the price of the soul-devouring carving knife, which had previously faced multiple failures at auction, astonishingly soared to a staggering 10 million gold soul coins. This represented a 100-fold increase from the initial asking price, leaving the attendees in stunned silence, their hearts racing. To witness a bidding price at this level 4 auction that typically only grazed top-tier events, many felt their journey was worthwhile. Qingya, the auctioneer, could no longer maintain her composure. Overwhelmed by the price, her body weakened, and she had to support herself against the auction table to avoid collapsing. Sensing her grip on the situation slipping, Qingya had already sent someone to notify the higher-ups of the auction house. The first esteemed guest has bid 20 million gold soul coins. Is there any other esteemed guest wishing to place a bid? The elegant voice was urgent, almost breathless with excitement. A hush fell over the crowd, and their gazes instinctively gravitated towards Huo Yuhao. Beneath his mask, his expression was one of distress, his body trembling slightly as he grappled with the staggering figure presented. 21 million, he uttered through clenched teeth. Before Qingya could respond, Wei Xuan swiftly offered a new bid of 30 million. Huo Yuhao yearned to counter, but his arm was restrained by Wang Yan, who spoke in a low, firm tone. Yuhao, this price is exorbitant and unjustifiable. Even a genuine blade from the top 30 would struggle to command such a sum, let alone the flawed spirit devouring. Indeed, Yuhao, this figure is utterly outrageous. It is not worth pursuing further, Kai Tu echoed in agreement. Yet, Huo Yuhao was reluctant to concede. his resolve bolstered by a recent conversation with Ilex, who had urged him to secure the golden spirit. The blade was said to offer unimaginable benefits, potentially altering the course of his future, igniting a fierce desire within him. Regardless of your reluctance, we cannot bid any higher. It has surpassed our limits. Wang Yin stated resolutely, determined to halt any further offers. Teacher Wang, let us try once more. What if the other party? Huo Yuhao began, his anxiety palpable. The opposing bidders showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. Do you truly believe they would relent? No matter the circumstances, we cannot bid again, Wang Yin replied, his expression grim. With that, he announced loudly, bidder number 333 withdraws from the auction. At his words, disappointment rippled through the crowd. The auction price did not ascend as they had anticipated. Qingyao's momentary disappointment was quickly replaced by a confirmation. Bidder number 333. Do you truly wish to withdraw your bid? Huo Yuhao opened his mouth to protest, but the stern glare from Wang Yin silenced him, and he ultimately nodded in resignation. Are there any other esteemed guests willing to place a bid? Qingyao inquired as per protocol, though she already sensed that none would respond. A profound silence enveloped the audience. They kept their lips tightly sealed, fearful of uttering a word that might betray their thoughts. 30 million was beyond their means. After 3 consecutive calls for bids, Qingyao decisively proclaimed, congratulations to bidder number 1, who has secured the spirit-devouring blade for the price of 30 million. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. While they could not fathom why someone would offer such a price, it did not dampen their cheers. Let us depart, Wei Xuan said, rising as he attracted the attention and curiosity of all present while making his way towards the exit. Huo Yuhao's expression darkened as he watched Wei Xuan. His fists clenched tightly, an undercurrent of murderous intent bubbling within him. He had recognized the identity of the individual from their blue hair. Is it him? Bei and the others recognized Wei Xuan. His striking blue hair, combined with an ethereal aura, made him hard to overlook. After witnessing the formidable prowess of the Sun Moon Royal Academy, Wang Yin leveraged his connections with Shrek Academy to investigate the competitors from the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Utilizing the strength of Shrek Academy, they successfully acquired the confidential enrollment information of the participants, revealing Wei Xuan's name. It appeared that this individual held a significant status within the Sun Moon Empire. Otherwise, he could not possibly afford to bid 30 million for a questionable spirit-carving knife. Bei murmured. His gaze flickered towards Su Yanqing's retreating figure, pondering in silence. Their identities bore little relevance to us. Let us depart from this place, Wang Yin suggested. Bei and the others readily concurred, while Huo Yuhao trailed behind, his mood dismal, fist clenched tightly. How is it always you who disrupts my plans? Huo Yuhao seethed inwardly, yearning to unleash his frustration in a shout. Upon exiting the auction hall, Wei Xuan and his companions were ushered into a luxurious VIP room by Su Su. The room, nearly 100 square meters in size, boasted opulent decor, exquisite murals, and a crystal chandelier that cast a gentle glow. Esteemed guests, please await a moment. Our staff will soon deliver your auction items, Su Su announced. Why do I sense a familiar aura from those individuals? Meng Hongchen inquired, recalling his lingering gaze upon them earlier. It's not just a resemblance. They are indeed Shrek's students, those 7 reserve team members and their supervising teacher. Wei Xuan replied with a light chuckle. Is it truly them? What a narrow path for rivals. Meng Hongchen exclaimed with a hint of regret for not having taunted them earlier. The 4 engaged in brief conversation before the door to the VIP room swung open, revealing a group of individuals. Leading them was not the previous auctioneer, Qingya, but a young lady clad in a flowing red gown. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, possessing an exquisite beauty and a figure that was nothing short of impeccable, her red attire accentuating her fair complexion. A gentle smile graced her lips, exuding an approachable demeanor. Her aura was exceptional, elegant, and noble, cultivated from a young age. Following closely behind her was the auctioneer Qingya, whose demeanor was respectful, her face betraying an unmistakable joy. Wei Xuan rose to his feet, casting a fleeting glance at the young lady before his attention shifted to the spirit-carving knife displayed on the tray. His interest in the knife was evidently far greater than in the girl. The young lady, taken aback by his apparent disregard, paused. She was confident in her looks, yet he merely glanced at her before redirecting his gaze. This made her involuntarily question her own charm. Could she truly be less captivating than a notorious dagger? Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Gio, the chief auctioneer and one of the responsible parties at the Starlight Auction House. This is the item you just acquired. Please confirm. Gio introduced herself, as a handmaiden stepped forward, extending her hands and slightly bowing to present the tray before Wei Xuan. Throughout her speech, Jiujiu's gaze remained fixed upon Wei Xuan, scrutinizing him intently. Now that Wei Xuan and his companions had removed their masks, revealing their true identities, Jiujiu recognized them as the 4 students from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Chapter 67. The incredibly wealthy Wei Xuan, quite handsome, Jiujiu mused inwardly, feeling a tinge of regret. How splendid it would be if such a genius belonged to their Xinglua Empire. As Wei Xuan grasped the soul-devouring dagger from the tray, a chilling aura surged toward him, accompanied by a hint of divine consciousness. The once ferocious soul-devouring dagger, akin to a rampaging beast, was instantaneously encased in ice. The dagger's formidable presence was entirely sealed, rendered indistinguishable from an ordinary ice blade. In the face of Wei Xuan's divine consciousness, the menacing aura that once instilled fear was suppressed utterly, offering no resistance whatsoever. Jiujiu's expression shifted in surprise as she regarded Wei Xuan with newfound intrigue. How could he subdue the terrifying might of the soul-devouring dagger? In their auction house, it had garnered quite a reputation, with many powerful soul masters unable to tame it. Yet, Wei Xuan had accomplished this feat with remarkable ease, leaving her utterly astounded. After securing the ice-encased dagger in his storage ring, a crimson card materialized in his hand, which he then presented to Jiujiu. Upon seeing Wei Xuan offer a gold soul coin card, a flicker of disappointment crossed Jiujiu's eyes, though her demeanor remained unchanged as she signaled to the handmaiden. The handmaiden stepped forward, accepting the card before exiting the room. You seem rather disheartened by my choice to transact with gold soul coins, Wei Xuan perceptively remarked, a smile playing on his lips. What keen insight, Jiujiu acknowledged, her true feelings evident. She had indeed hoped for a different form of payment. Yet, her expression remained unaltered as she replied with a smile, how you choose to pay is entirely your prerogative. How could I be disappointed? Is that so? Wei Xuan's gaze bore down upon Jiujiu with a pressure that even the composed woman found unsettling, making her avert her eyes. May I be so bold as to inquire why you would expend such a considerable sum to acquire this soul-devouring dagger? The topic shifted after a prolonged moment. She was indeed curious about this. While others avoided the soul-devouring blade, he was drawn to it like a moth to a flame, which was rather peculiar. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often harbor hidden motives. She did not believe that he was merely a fool with too much money to spend, engaging in such extravagant bidding. If he was unwilling to elaborate, so be it, she added with a smile. I can only assert that it is worth this price, Wei Xuan said enigmatically, not intending to delve further into the details. Respecting some professional ethics, Jiujiu refrained from pressing him for more information. Before long, the maid who had previously left returned, handing a card to Wei Xuan. We have deducted 28 million gold soul coins for you, esteemed guest. As a token of our gratitude for your support of our auction house, we have granted you a discount of 2 million gold soul coins, Jiujiu explained. They hoped for Wei Xuan's return, naturally inclined to offer him some concessions. In truth, these discounts were hardly substantial, initially. They would have considered it a triumph if the soul-devouring blade fetched 100,000. Instead, the final price had soared to 300 times that amount. Their profits had far exceeded expectations. Even a discount of 20 million would still leave them exceedingly wealthy, without a trace of regret. Wei Xuan paused, casting a penetrating glance at Jiujiu before smiling lightly. You certainly know how to conduct business. Jiujiu beamed in response, saying, our auction house values repeat customers. Offering discounts to esteemed guests is also an invitation for your future patronage. While speaking, she presented Wei Xuan with a golden voucher, stating, this is our auction house's golden VIP voucher. Please keep it safe. With this voucher, you can enjoy top-tier treatment and additional discounts at our establishment. Wei Xuan graciously accepted the voucher, remarking with a hint of significance, in a few days, I shall certainly return to experience this premier VIP treatment. With that, he turned and made his way toward the exit, with Meng Hongqin and the others following closely behind. Once Wei Xuan and his companions had departed, Jiujiu's ever-present smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. How much balance remains on his card? She inquired of the maid beside her. 72 million, the maid replied, bowing respectfully. Such a substantial amount. Why would he bring such a considerable sum to participate in the Soul Master Academy competition? Jiujiu frowned. With the deduction of 28 million, it meant that Wei Xuan's card originally held a staggering total of 100 million gold soul coins. The substantial sum of money left her utterly astonished upon hearing it. It appears that a discussion with her royal brother regarding a strategy is imperative, she murmured to herself. As she exited the auction hall, Meng Hongqian inquired with curiosity, Brother Wei Xuan, just how much is on that card of yours? 28 million. And it was deducted just like that? Originally possessing 100 million, Wei Xuan remarked that when he mentioned this figure, it felt as though he was merely stating a numerical value rather than referring to gold soul coins. The trio was taken aback upon hearing this amount, their eyes widening in disbelief. 100 million gold soul coins is no trifling sum. It represents an astronomical figure, not only for commoners, but even for many nobles. For numerous long-established families specializing in soul-guiding artifacts, producing such a vast quantity of gold soul coins is no simple feat. The royal family possesses such wealth, and they can simply bestow 100 million gold soul coins? Meng Hongqian exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively glancing at Su Yanqing as she spoke. Would His Highness possess a sum of 100 million gold soul coins? Su Yanqing decisively shook his head and replied, I certainly do not have 100 million gold soul coins. I do not even possess 10,000. The soul guide devices he carried were indeed valued at over 10,000 gold soul coins, but he truly lacked such a substantial amount of gold soul coins. This currency was bestowed upon him by the master of the Red Dust Hall in the name of the Mingda Hall, as he briefly explained to several individuals. In a certain sense, these gold soul coins could be regarded as the fruits of his labor, earned through the enhancement of the soul guide formations. The modified soul guide formations were initially intended as unconditional gifts for the Mingda Hall's use and promotion, with no intention of leveraging them for personal gain. After all, they were not of paramount importance, and there was no need to cherish them excessively for exclusive use. However, the members of the Red Dust Hall and the senior officials of the Mingda Hall held a different perspective, feeling a certain unease in their hearts about their unreciprocated demands. They were, after all, masters of soul guides, esteemed individuals, yet they found themselves requesting items from a mere child, which stirred discomfort within them. Consequently, they devised a method to symbolically offer some gold soul coins to Wei Xuan, thereby alleviating their moral burden. To ease their conscience, Wei Xuan accepted the gold soul coins they offered. So that is how it is. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's explanation, the three individuals displayed expressions of realization. In fact, I still possess a few of these cards, Wei Xuan remarked, producing 3 red cards. Upon seeing these cards, Meng Hongqian and the others widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison, could it be that these also amount to 100 million? Chapter 68. The Purification of Living Beings. Wei Xuan chuckled and remarked, clever. The amounts on these cards are identical, apart from the one I just used. The others have remained untouched. Therefore, if the Lord of the Red Dust did not deceive us, there is indeed 100 million within. As the three stood in stunned silence, Wei Xuan had already placed a card into each of their hands. Regaining their composure, they instinctively sought to return the cards to him, for they had no intention of keeping the golden soul currency cards. Their curiosity had merely been piqued. Since I have offered them to you, you should accept them. Why return them to me? Wei Xuan replied, as a frosty mist emanated from his palm, firmly encasing the cards in their grasp, rendering them unable to part with them. Brother Wei Xuan, this is all your hard-earned money. Why give it to us without reason? We are not lacking in funds, Meng Hongqian remarked. Su Yanqing and Xiao Hongqian nodded in agreement. There is no hardship involved. In truth, this wealth has come quite effortlessly, Wei Xuan said with a smile. The four then commenced their return to the Star Emperor Hotel, during which Wei Xuan recounted the ease with which he had acquired this fortune. To improve a soul-guiding formation of any rank costs 100 million golden soul coins. Over the past few years, I have enhanced nearly every formation available. From level 1 to 9, a total of 9 ranks, which means I possess 9 such cards, amounting to 900 million golden soul coins. 900 million golden soul coins. What an astonishing figure. To put it into perspective, the annual tax revenue of Xinglua City is merely around 60 million golden soul coins. Thus, 900 million equates to the tax revenue of 15 years. In other words, Wei Xuan has amassed a sum equivalent to 15 years of Xinglua City's tax revenue within just a few years, underscoring the remarkable ease with which this wealth has been acquired. With such a considerable sum of money, Wei Xuan truly finds himself at a loss as to how to spend it. Thus, he opts to give away a portion, for he is not particularly concerned about wealth. It is noteworthy that although Mingda Hall functions as a research institution, it also oversees several subordinate entities. These institutions are responsible for the immediate promotion and application of the research and development achievements of Mingdatang. Among them, The two most significant entities can be described as thriving abundantly. One is tasked with supplying soul-guiding devices to the military, while the other is devoted to providing civilian soul-guiding devices. The annual revenue generated by these two institutions for Mingda Hall can only be described in astronomical terms, far beyond imagination. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in terms of profit-making capability across the continent, no force can rival Mingda Hall. It is precisely because of these two veritable money-making machines that Mingda Hall could present 900 million gold soul coins to Wei Xuan. Of course, such a substantial amount of money is not easily relinquished by Mingda Hall, and they felt a pang of reluctance in parting with it. Upon discovering the wealth possessed by Wei Xuan, the trio of Ming Hongqian accepted the gold soul coin card. In the Star Emperor Hotel, within Wei Xian's chamber, he sat cross-legged in the living room, where the soul-devouring cutter hovered before him, its dart blade emanating a forbidding aura. At that moment, the soul-devouring cutter trembled slightly, exuding a menacing energy, and began to radiate a green light. This green luminescence intensified, swirling around the cutter, coalescing into a grotesque visage. The visage was humanoid, yet possessed long, sharp fangs, resembling a malevolent spirit. A chilling scream reverberated through the room, as a sinister wind howled, sending shivers down one's spine. The monstrous face roared at Wei Xuan, its gaping maw seeming to threaten to engulf him whole. Wei Xuan, with his eyes firmly shut and his demeanor unruffled, appeared oblivious to the menacing presence. A golden radiance emanated from his brow, exalted and sacred, wielding the power to purify all evil and filth in the world. As soon as the green visage came into contact with the golden light, it emitted a piercingly dreadful shriek, a sound so shrill that it seemed to tear the very air. Fortunately, Wei Xuan had preemptively sealed the surroundings with his divine consciousness. Otherwise, the cacophony would have echoed far and wide, causing quite a commotion. The golden brilliance blazed like a flame, while the green visage resembled snow, with the fierce fire melting the icy facade. Under the illumination of the golden light, the green face quickly began to dissolve, becoming increasingly ethereal within mere moments. The once dark soul-devouring cutter transformed. Its blackness dissipated gradually into vapor, revealing its true azure hue. After 10 breaths, the grotesque visage vanished entirely, and the soul-devouring cutter had undergone a remarkable transformation. What was once a dark, ancient, and sinister blade, evoking the image of an exceedingly malevolent beast, was now a pure, translucent azure, devoid of any impurities, akin to pristine azure crystal. The surface of the cutter radiated a life-affirming azure glow, where its light shone. Vitality flourished, and energy was boundless. Wei Xuan opened his eyes, the purified cutter falling into his palm. After examining the cutter with satisfaction, he nodded and remarked, "Fortunately, it has not been severely tainted by malevolent energy. Should I use it now, or wait a while longer?" Wei Xuan murmured to himself, filled with hesitation. The essence of life gold, rather than being merely a metal, could be better described as a rare treasure existing in a unique form, abundant in its applications. It possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's strength, as its immense vitality can improve physical constitution, elevate potential, and even extend lifespan. Through specialized methods, it can be refined into a furnace while preserving its life force. Alternatively, it can be directly transformed into medicinal concoctions, showcasing its myriad of extraordinary uses. Wei Xuan opted for the method of refinement to mend his consciousness, relying on this vast reservoir of vitality to facilitate some restoration. However, he found himself uncertain about the process of refinement. Should he refine it now, directly using the immense life force to nourish his consciousness, or should he, leveraging this vitality, condense a life soul core, nurturing his consciousness in a gradual and sustained manner? While he could foresee the effects of the former, the latter method left him uncertain regarding its efficacy. After all, he had never condensed a soul core and lacked first-hand experience of its effects, rendering him unable to ascertain the extent of its power. This implies that employing the latter method carries considerable risk. The success of condensing the soul core, as well as the efficacy of the results thereafter, remains uncertain. Should it succeed, all would be well. However, if it fails, one would incur the loss of a precious fragment of life essence. In such circumstances, it is indeed necessary to deliberate carefully before reaching a decision. After a brief period of contemplation, Wei Xuan formed a resolution in his heart, sealing the essence of life within the confines of the soul guide. He has never lacked a spirit of adventure, nor is he one to shy away from risks. Otherwise, he would not have dared to seize the twin pupils at the peril of his own life. Compared to the cautious and risk-free first method, He is far more inclined to embrace the second method, which carries a certain level of risk. As the adage goes, the greater the risk, the larger the reward. Thus, in order to restore his consciousness more effectively, this slight risk is indeed worthwhile. Chapter 69. Shrek battles Qianling on the 6th day of the tournament. The Douluo square was as bustling as ever. Before the sun had even risen above the horizon, the vast square was already filled with people. In their eagerness to witness the day's competition, many had endured the night in line, standing from the previous evening until now. Although their bodies were weary, their spirits were invigorated, filled with anticipation for the 2 matches scheduled for the day. The contest between the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon and Shrek Academy were set to take place in the morning. Due to its esteemed standing, Shrek Academy enjoyed certain privileges in this Soul Master tournament, with its matches arranged to be held first. At the referee's signal, the captains of Shrek Academy and Qianling Academy ascended the stage to draw lots. Team battle. The competitors from both academies stepped onto the platform and took their positions according to their formations. The atmosphere on the stage grew heavy, charged with tension, poised for conflict. The Shrek participants included Huo Yuhao, Bei, and other reserve team members, standing in their designated positions. The assault-type Bei and the defense-type Su Sanshur positioned themselves at the forefront, with Jiang Nannan and He Kaitu behind them. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao occupied the rear flanks, while Huo Yuhao stood centrally. In this match, Shrek Academy's formation was rather conventional, unlike the peculiar arrangement observed in the first contest. However, their opponents, Qianling Academy, displayed a rather unusual positioning. 4 tall men stood resolutely at the forefront of their team, forming an impenetrable wall. Behind them were 2 women and a man, with the man occupying the central position and the 2 strikingly beautiful women positioned at the rear. The formidable barrier created by the 4 men rendered it nearly impossible for the Shrek team to discern the situation of the 3 individuals behind. This formation has sparked considerable curiosity among many, leaving them wondering about its significance. Once the positioning was complete, the referee announced the commencement of the match. In the resting area of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, Xiaolonqin and others gazed at the formation of Qianling Academy, their expressions filled with perplexity. Brother Wei Xuan, do you discern any intricacies in Qianling Academy's formation? Meng Hongchen leaned toward Wei Xuan, speaking softly. After careful contemplation, Wei Xuan responded. They seem to be aiming to accumulate a powerful assault, intending to weaken Shrek from the outset and create a situation of numerical advantage. With 4 defensive Soul Masters in the front line acting as a blockade, while 2 young ladies in the rear amplify the capabilities of the central Qianji Spear Soul Master. Their strategy becomes apparent. If my assumptions hold true, once their energy is fully amassed, the Qianji Spear will surely be launched. With the enhancement provided by the 2 Soul Masters, a strike from a Soul King, aimed at the individuals from Shrek, would undoubtedly inflict significant damage. Should the referee fail to intervene promptly, or if the target's defenses are inadequate, a kill is also within the realm of possibility, whether through killing or inflicting heavy damage. It would lead to a reduction in Shrek's numbers, thereby enhancing their own odds of victory. One must concede that Qianling Academy's strategy is commendable. If the situation unfolds as they envision, they may indeed triumph over Shrek. Upon hearing Wei Xian's insights, the initial doubts of Meng Hongchen and the others dissipated, as they grasped Qianling Academy's tactical approach. Should Shrek fall to the hands of Qianling Academy, it would indeed be quite amusing. Such a defeat would be a lifelong disgrace, Xiaolonqin remarked with a smirk, her gaze laced with mockery, as she anticipated the unfolding of the match. Although she believed Shrek was unlikely to lose, given that these were their representatives, who should not be deemed weak, a flicker of anticipation lingered within her. What if they were to lose? How intriguing it has become. Although I believe that Shrek would not succumb so easily, I eagerly anticipate the unfolding of this scene, remarked Ma Rulong with a smile. Others joined in laughter, their enthusiasm for the match intensifying. The 1000-strike Spear Soul Master surprisingly possesses a locking skill. It appears this individual is destined to suffer a grievous blow, as everyone has taken note of the developments on the stage. With this locking skill, evasion becomes impossible, heralding the certainty that someone from Shrek will inevitably be severely injured. The 1000-strike Spear Soul Master's attack has fully charged, and the 4-Lingxi Shield Soul Masters stationed in front suddenly shifted, revealing a gap. A white cross mark appeared on Bei, indicating his chest. Should his chest be struck, it would undoubtedly result in a fatal injury. Wei Xuan, seated in his chair, shook his head, contemplating the slim likelihood of the 1,000-strike Spear Soul Master succeeding with this strike. By locking on to his opponent with mental energy, he is most vulnerable to mental interference, which could skew his targeting. If he were to face an opponent devoid of mental soul masters, his strike would likely be successful. However, Shrek possesses a mental soul master. As long as Huo Yuhao is not foolish, he will utilize his mental power to disrupt the lock. If he is resourceful enough, he could even directly interrupt the 1,000-strike Spear Soul Master's attack, causing him to suffer a backlash from his own soul skill. Indeed, the progression of the match aligned closely with Wei Xuan's conjecture. The 1,000-strike Spear Soul Master's attack missed its mark. His long-charged assault not only failed to diminish Shrek's ranks, but instead struck one of his own teammates, breaching the shield wall from within. What has transpired with the 1,000-strike Spear Soul Master? The smiles of Xiao Hongchun and the others froze, as the situation diverged from their expectations. At the moment he threw the spear, he was met with a mental assault, causing damage to his psyche while skewing his aim. Wei Xuan elucidated. A mental attack? The group paused momentarily, quickly redirecting their gazes toward Huo Yuhao. Is this not a case of the thief losing his rice while attempting to steal a chicken? Dreaming of the world, she murmured with sorrow for the 1,000 Spirits Academy. Wei Xuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Indeed, their cleverness has led them to folly." In a conventional battle, the outcome would remain uncertain. However, at present, the considerable expenditure of soul power for their attacks has not only failed to harm their adversaries but has also severely injured their own teammates, thereby significantly diminishing their chances of victory. The 1,000 Spirits Academy boasts a starting strength of 4 rings, alongside a Soul King, which, in terms of surface strength, surpasses that of Shrek. In a normal combat scenario, even if Shrek were to triumph, it would not be without challenge, and injuries would be inevitable. On the competition platform, the members of Shrek seized the opportunity. As the 1,000-strike Spear Soul Master disrupted the frontline defense, they launched a fierce counterattack. The imposing figure of Hikaitu emitted a metallic rumble as a circular base materialized beneath him, anchoring his body firmly to the ground. Metal cannons emerged from his shoulders, flanks, and back, transforming him into a human artillery tower, adorned with numerous barrels that exuded a sense of impending destruction. Taking a deep drag from his cigar, Hikaitu channeled his soul power into the cannons, awakening the previously dormant barrels, which roared like ferocious beasts. Chapter 70. Let me strike 7 times. The sound of cannon fire erupted in succession, akin to the sudden detonation of firecrackers, as dozens of shells arced beautifully through the air. Explosions erupted at the positions of the 2 Lingxi Shield Soul Masters, causing the competition platform to tremble and the distant energy shield to shudder under the impact. The 4 Lingxi Shield Soul Masters and the 1,000-strike Spear Soul Master were enveloped by the barrage, a cloud of smoke shrouding their forms. Within the smoke, flashes of light flickered, signaling intense energy fluctuations as the 4 summoned their soul power to withstand the onslaught of the shells. The explosions persisted for a spell, and even the 2 Lingxi Shield Soul Masters, who had initially remained unscathed, were grievously injured, suffering worse than the first 2. The attire of the 1,000-strike Spear Soul Master was tattered and disheveled, had it not been for the 5th-level defensive soul guidance device that absorbed much of the impact. His condition would have been far more dire. The launch of these 63 shells has significantly depleted Hikai's resources, rendering him incapable of firing again in the near future. "Don't just stand there, hurry up," Hikai bellowed, feigning an attack at the fierce tiger's Spirit Master, which startled the opponent into a hasty retreat. After a brief moment of astonishment, Bei and the others swiftly regained their composure and sprang into action, with Jiang Nan being the quickest among them. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had appeared behind one of the 4 Lingxi Shield Spirit Masters, her soul rings aglow as she hurled him away from the competition arena. The others also surged towards the members of Qianling Academy with utmost speed, eager to seize the opportunity to vanquish them completely. At that moment, the Frost Bear Spirit Master from the 1,000 Spirits Academy sprang into action. The towering Frost Bear leapt forward, seizing the airborne Yangming, originally on the verge of elimination. Yangming's crisis was averted as he remained on the competition stage. The 4th spirit ring on Enlengye's body shimmered to life, and with a thunderous roar, the Frost Bear unleashed a chilling blast, creating a swirling vortex of frost around her. Simultaneously, an unusual energy disturbance emanated from Enlengye's head. Bolstered by this surge of power, the ferocity of the snowstorm intensified, spiraling faster and emitting a piercing howl, causing the temperature on the stage to plummet sharply. The frost vortex surged forward, the immense force repelling the approaching Shrek team. Faced with this formidable vortex, Bei and the others found themselves unable to traverse it directly, compelled to channel their spirit power for defense. Shinsu, the spear master, wore a grim expression, tightly gripping his spear. With a mighty shout, his fifth spirit ring flared to life. The spear, exuding a sharp aura, was hurled with all his might, soaring through the air like an arrow, accompanied by a deafening whistle. His target was no longer Bei, but rather the figure standing at the rear, Huo Yuhao. The faces of Bei and the others shifted in alarm. Wang Dong, standing beside Huo Yuhao, instinctively rushed to shield him from the impending attack. Wang Dong, trust me. Do not move. Huo Yuhao shouted, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. Taken aback by Huo Yuhao's urgent command, Wang Dong hesitated, torn between anxiety and the trust he placed in Huo Yuhao, ultimately remaining still. Suddenly, the space surrounding Huo Yuhao shimmered, and he vanished, replaced by Su Sanshi. The fourth spirit ring on Su Sanshi glowed, causing the Xianming turtle shield to expand significantly, sprouting sharp points beneath it. With a powerful push, the pointed base of the shield plunged into the ground, and he braced it diagonally upwards. A jarring collision resounded as Shunsu's spear struck the Xianming turtle shield with tremendous force, causing Su Sanshi to stagger, his feet scraping against the ground as he was pushed back. With the assistance of Xiao Zhao's Sansheng Jinhunding, Su Sanshi managed to slide back 7 or 8 meters before stabilizing his stance. Witnessing this, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Had it not been for Su Sanshi, Huo Yuhao would have faced dire consequences. Shinsu knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his face pale and devoid of fighting spirit, a pervasive sense of weakness enveloping him. Realizing his attack had failed to gauge his opponent's strength, disappointment washed over Shinsu as he laboriously rose to meet Enlunya's gaze, shaking his head slightly. Enlunya, though reluctant, recognized the futility of victory and began to withdraw her spirit power, causing the frost storm to dissipate gradually until it vanished completely. We concede, Shinsu, as the team captain, stated to the referee, a hint of melancholy in his voice. The referee, understanding, announced Shrek Academy as the victor. Below the stage, Wei Xuan cast a deep glance at Enlunya and remarked with a wry smile, had you employed that skill earlier, the outcome would have been different. The fourth soul skill of the Frost Bear possesses the ability to obstruct mental power. If it could effectively sever Huo Yuhao's mental assault from the outset, then the 1,000-strike Spear Soul Master's attacks would not miss their mark, allowing their strategy to unfold seamlessly. Of course, this perspective is offered by Wei Xuan as an observer. For the parties involved, how could they anticipate that their meticulously prepared assaults would be interrupted? To their astonishment, the speed at which Shrek Academy assembled their soul-guiding artillery was astonishing. Xiao Hongshan remarked in surprise, a slight frown crossing his brow. The assembly speed displayed alongside Kai Tu had indeed left them awestruck. Such velocity is rare even within the Sun Moon Royal Academy. It seems we have underestimated Shrek Academy's cultivation and soul engineers, Ma Rulong remarked gravely. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Kai Tu now tinged with a greater sense of seriousness. Wei Xuan, who did not pursue the path of soul-guiding artillery, refrained from offering further commentary, simply listening to their astonishment. After Shrek's match concluded, for more contests transpired before it was time for the Sun Moon Royal Academy to compete in a personal elimination format. The strength of Tianyuan Academy is arguably the weakest in our group, comprising 5 soul ancestors and 2 high-ranking soul kings, yet lacking a soul king. This academy seems to have a strong aversion to soul-guiding devices, having not utilized them in their matches, which makes our task considerably easier. Ma Lao began to analyze Tianyuan Academy's capabilities with a relaxed smile, displaying no signs of pressure. Let me take the stage alone to finish the match, Xiao Hongshan volunteered. Intending to achieve a 1 versus 7 feat, the others, brimming with enthusiasm, seemed eager to join, sharing a similar desire to showcase their prowess in a 1 versus 7 scenario. Any of the main team members here would suffice to take on 7 opponents, and even the reserve team members, like Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongchun, could accomplish such a feat. Let Yin Qing take the lead, Wei Xuan suggested. Me? Yin Qing, who had been enjoying snacks leisurely while listening to their analysis, blinked in surprise, pointing to himself with slightly greasy fingers. He quickly shook his head and chuckled. Brother, I'm only at level 29, not even a soul master. How could I possibly contend with opponents above level 40? No way, no way, Yin Qing insisted, shaking his head, believing that Wei Xuan was jesting. Chapter 71. Yin Qing. Who astonished everyone? The others looked at Wei Xuan in confusion. Was he really suggesting that Yanqing go up there to humiliate the opponent? Surely that was unnecessary. After all, the opponent was not Shrek Academy. Wei Xuan smiled and patted Yanqing's head, saying, I merely want you to gain some practical experience. The outcome is inconsequential. Moreover, with your exceptional fire and the aid of soul-guiding devices, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to triumph over your adversary. But you must seize the opportunity. The group suddenly understood Wei Xuan's intention. Seeing the seriousness in Wei Xuan's demeanor, Yanqing realized he was not joking and hesitated. Do I really have to take the stage? What do you think? Wei Xuan retorted, meeting Wei Xuan's gaze for a brief moment. Su Yanqing's previously languid expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. Clenching his somewhat chubby hands, he declared, very well. Since Wei Xuan has suggested that I take the stage first, the others will naturally have no objections. During the battle, be sure to seize the opportunity. Wei Xuan advised Su Yanqing. As the referee called for the participants to enter the arena, Su Yanqing jogged onto the stage, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Unlike the previous occasion where he had been surrounded by a group, this time he stood alone on the competition platform, which left him feeling somewhat disoriented. The spectators, upon noticing the 10-year-old Su Yanqing, displayed expressions of astonishment. How much combat prowess could someone so young possess? The team from Tianyuan Academy similarly found themselves momentarily taken aback upon seeing their opponent. Their initial despair and anxiety morphed into confusion. Although the referee was surprised by Su Yanqing's youth, he ultimately refrained from making any comments, announcing, the match begins. The competitor from Tianyuan Academy wasted no time in unleashing his martial soul. His body swelled, limbs thickening, and a layer of yellow scales enveloped his skin. Each scale was the size of a palm, rhomboid in shape, and a scaled tail emerged behind him. His face elongated sharply. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, exuding a heavy aura. His name was Liang, a defense-type soul master with the martial soul of a pangolin. I can do this. Su Yanqing inhaled deeply, his fists clenched in a self-encouraging gesture. As a fierce aura began to emanate from him, a crimson glow enveloped his body, and the surrounding temperature surged dramatically. A spherical fireball of light materialized behind him, radiating brilliance akin to that of the sun. Su Yanqing's eyes transformed into a pale gold, seemingly aflame with an inner fire as his clothing was incinerated, revealing the armor he wore beneath. 2 yellow soul rings circled around him, emitting a fervent and tempestuous energy, causing heat waves to ripple outward. Witnessing Su Yanqing's martial soul, the crowd displayed expressions of bewilderment, failing to recognize its nature. Many initially thought of a fireball, yet something felt amiss. In the Shrek resting area, Hikaitu stood up abruptly upon seeing the martial soul, gazing at Su Yanqing in shock, exclaiming, the sun martial soul. Wang Yin and the others were startled by Hikaitu's intense reaction and hurriedly inquired, Kaitu, do you recognize this martial soul? The records concerning the sun martial soul were scarce, to the extent that even Wang Yin, who focused on martial soul research, could not immediately identify it. Hikaitu instinctively clenched his fists, a profound murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He indeed was of royal lineage. Initially, he had harbored doubts upon seeing the surname Su. But witnessing the sun martial soul confirmed his suspicions. Brother? Huo Yuhao gently nudged Hikaitu's hand, concerned by his unusual demeanor. Hikaitu urged himself to remain as composed as possible, returning to his seat. I am simply astonished by this martial soul, he remarked. What is it about this martial soul that elicits such a strong reaction from you? Beibei inquired curiously. This is the Sun Martial Soul, the inherited martial soul of the imperial family of the Sun-Moon Empire. Kaitu replied in a low voice, his words imbued with latent animosity. The crowd was taken aback, their gazes towards Su Yanqing filled with astonishment. In other words, this plump boy is a member of the royal family? Did you notice the temperature of that flame? Wang Yin spoke up, his expression grave. Flame temperature? From this distance, how can we gauge how high it is? Su Sancha remarked. The others stared for a moment, unable to discern much. It was Huo Yuhao who first reacted, standing up in surprise. Ultimate fire? His ice-blue scorpion martial soul was the epitome of ice, making him particularly sensitive to temperature. He soon realized just how high the temperature of that sun martial soul was, although he could not ascertain the precise temperature. The intense heat he felt was even more pronounced than that emanating from Ma Xiaodao. Ma Xiaodao's flame was already close to the level of ultimate fire, and the fact that this flame surpassed hers was self-evident. The others were equally stunned, while Wang Yin nodded gravely. recognizing the extent to which the flame distorted the space around it, which made him aware of the flame's caliber. "Have you all noticed this little fatty's soul power level?" Wang Yin spoke solemnly, his voice thick with astonishment. Reaching level 30 at around 10 years old? This talent is simply extraordinary. Upon Wang Yan's remark, the crowd began to carefully assess Su Yanqing's soul power level, their pupils constricting in disbelief. It wasn't he just them. Many were utterly shocked upon sensing Su Yanqing's soul power. On the competition stage, the battle had already commenced. Surprisingly, it was not Li Yang, who had reached the Soul Sovereign rank, that initiated the attack, but rather Su Yanqing, a mere great soul master. After calming his emotions, Su Yanqing launched his assault. Multiple cannon tubes emerged from his body, and with handheld cannons equipped on both hands, he unleashed a barrage of fire towards Li Yang. His technique was not the conventional soul-guided cannon strategy. Instead, he had mounted numerous small soul-guided cannons onto specially crafted inner armor for the attack. Compared to the soul-guided cannon strategy, his method had less power but was far more agile, allowing for constant movement. However, Su Yanqing chose to remain stationary, initiating his attack from his position. 20 small cannon tubes and 2 handheld cannons fired simultaneously, arcing through the air towards Li Yang's location. The small cannon tubes were all level 2 soul-guided cannons, while the handheld cannons were level 3 soul-guided devices, thanks to enhancements to the formation. Their power exceeded that of devices of the same rank. Initially, Li Yang regarded the incoming projectiles with indifference, confident that he could easily fend them off. After all, how strong could the attack of a great soul master truly be? Naturally, he did not remain stationary to endure the bombardment. That would be foolish. One may evade if possible or withstand if unavoidable. After all, the assault inflicts minimal harm upon him. However, after enduring the bombardment of several shells, his countenance shifted. The impact of the shells caused his body to ache, while the searing flames from the explosions clung to the surface of his scaled skin like a relentless affliction. The intense burning sensation emanating from his skin was nearly unbearable for Li Yang, prompting him to swiftly channel his soul energy to combat the flame's torment. Recognizing the ferocity of the fire and the bombardment, Li Yang adjusted his earlier underestimation, now regarding the situation with heightened seriousness. The first 2 soul rings upon his body illuminated, causing the scales on his skin to shimmer with a faint yellow glow, enhancing both his speed and strength. Li Yang surged forward, deftly dodging left and right to evade the shelling while closing the distance to Su Yanqing. Chapter 72, Striking Unawares. The weak triumph over the strong initially, their strategy was to prolong the confrontation, wearing down their opponent. Every second they could endure was a victory in itself. For they had no illusions of triumph against the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. It was not merely a lack of intention, but rather an acknowledgement of the absence of any possibility for victory. This is precisely why he was dispatched onto the field initially, to leverage his defensive capabilities for prolonging the contest. A loss is acceptable, yet it must not be a humiliating one. Every second he can endure would salvage a modicum of dignity. However, at this moment, the opponent had only sent forth a single great soul master. Thus there was no necessity for defensive delays. He could simply vanquish his adversary. The mere thought of potentially eliminating a contestant from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy filled him with exhilaration and a sense of accomplishment. As he observed Li Yang charging toward him, Su Yanqing's expression betrayed a hint of panic. The firing rate of his cannon accelerated, relentlessly bombarding Li Yang. Despite Su Yanqing's usual indulgence in gluttony, his mastery of soul-guided devices was indeed commendable, and his projectiles were remarkably accurate, inflicting considerable damage on Li Yang. Some shells detonated before Li Yang, the fiery energy from the explosions hampering his speed, at times even bringing him to a halt. The considerable distance of over 100 meters rendered Li Yang's advancement exceedingly arduous, presenting substantial obstacles. He bore the marks of the bombardment, appearing somewhat disheveled. With several fragments of his armor shattered, the Soul Master truly posed a nuisance. Li Yang gritted his teeth, vexed by the incessant barrage of projectiles. Wow, this plump little fellow is surprisingly formidable. He is indeed causing quite a stir for the Soul Sect. Indeed, do not underestimate his youth. His proficiency with soul-guided devices is impressive, befitting a student of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. The Tianyuan Academy participants are rather inept. It is rather embarrassing for the Soul Sect to struggle against a great Soul Master like this, the surrounding spectators animatedly remarked, expressing astonishment at Su Yanqing while harboring disappointment toward Li Yang. Although Li Yang could not hear the murmurs around him, he was acutely aware of their scrutinizing gazes. How infuriating! Li Yang's anger intensified, his impatience growing as he failed to conclude the battle swiftly. If this protraction continued, victory would inevitably be his. For the disparity in soul power was stark. The opponent's incessant attacks were depleting their soul energy significantly. Eventually, their soul power would be exhausted, and once that occurred, victory would naturally be within his grasp. Yet, facing a great soul master whose soul power was vastly inferior to his own, relying on mere delay to secure triumph was a blow to his pride. Such a victory is far from honorable. Even in triumph, one faces defeat. Thus, he could not afford to prolong this encounter any further and must swiftly conclude the battle. The third soul ring upon his body illuminated, activating the burrowing armor. Li Yang leaped into the air, his feet springing off the ground as he soared over 2 meters, then deftly adjusted his form like a leaping whale, tracing an elegant arc. Upon reaching the apex, he inverted, and the silhouette of a massive pangolin materialized upon his body. As his head made contact with the ground, the anticipated collision did not occur. Instead, he plunged directly into the earth, followed closely by his entire form. Upon completely submerging, the ground exhibited a slight bulge, unceasing in its motion, racing towards Su Yanqing with remarkable speed. Li Yang's abrupt disappearance caused Su Yanqing's expression to change, redirecting the cannon's aim to the ground, firing toward the advancing bulge. However, the speed of that rising mass was exceedingly rapid, making it exceedingly difficult for the projectile to connect. Even if it did, it would have little effect as the speed remained unabated. Su Yanqing hastily retracted the soul-guided cannon, seemingly intent on vacating the area post-haste. Suddenly, Li Yang erupted from the ground, mere meters before Su Yanqing, leaping high into the air, twisting powerfully, with his tail striking out behind him. The thick tail produced a low, resounding whoosh as it sliced through the air, wielding considerable force. You should refrain from competing at such a young age. Perhaps it's best to sit this one out, Li Yang smirked, confident of his imminent victory. The expressions of Mo Hongqian and the others shifted, their concern for Su Yanqing palpable. Wei Xuan, however, remained composed, displaying no signs of worry. In truth, he felt no anxiety. Given the strength exhibited by the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, even if this individual sought to defeat Yanqing, he would not employ excessive force. They would be cautious, wary of potential retaliation from the Academy in subsequent matches. As long as he did not sustain serious injury, it mattered little. Allowing this young man to experience some pain might serve as a valuable lesson. Furthermore, Su Yanqing was not guaranteed to lose. At times, proximity to his soul master could prove disadvantageous. On the competition stage, feeling the weight of gravity descend upon him, Su Yanqing's once panicked expression shifted to one of cunning triumph. He had awaited this very opportunity. The thrusters on his chest activated, propelling his previously stationary form backward, evading the sweeping tail. In retreat, a flaming whip materialized in Su Yanqing's right hand, cracking it toward Li Yang. Witnessing Su Yanqing evade his assault, Li Yang momentarily faltered in confusion. Was he not immobilized? How could he suddenly move? Although their academy does not utilize soul-guiding devices, they possess a certain understanding of them, including the soul-guiding artillery formation. He comprehends the advantages and disadvantages of the soul-guiding artillery. Logically, employing such artillery implies a temporary inability to move, making one vulnerable to close combat. Yet, at that moment of distraction, the fiery whip wielded by Su Yanqing struck him. The impact did not inflict severe pain upon Li Yang, but rather adhered to his body, beginning to coil around him. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yanqing relinquished the whip, allowing it to entwine around Li Yang, binding him from his chest down to his feet. In no time, Li Yang found himself ensnared, akin to a tightly wrapped dumpling, collapsing to the ground. Whether it was due to the pain of the fall or the overwhelming feelings of anger and humiliation, Li Yang struggled and screamed, attempting to break free from the whip. Yet, the whip proved to be sturdier than he could have imagined. Despite his vigorous efforts, he could not escape its grasp. Instead of freeing himself, his struggles resulted in several lacerations upon his skin, for the whip was imbued with intense flames. The force he exerted was akin to pressing his skin against a searing fire, producing an unbearable sensation. Cease your struggles. The material of this whip cannot be shattered even by a formidable soul king, let alone by you, Su Yanqing chuckled, his face alight with excitement. In this moment, he felt he had triumphed over a soul master through his own strength. The whip he wielded was a third-tier soul-guiding device, named the Binding Whip. While the formation was of third-tier quality, The materials used to enable it to channel intense flames were of a higher grade, comparable to those suitable for crafting a 5th-tier soul-guiding device. This rendered the binding whip exceptionally resilient, not easily broken free from. Chapter 73. The Appearance of Laughter in the Mundane, 1 against 6. Referee, I have triumphed, Su Yanqing said to the referee with a beaming smile, his expression brimming with pride. To defeat a soul master with the prowess of a grand soul master was indeed a source of great pride for him. The referee, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure upon hearing Su Yanqing's words and cast a deep glance in his direction before announcing the result of the match. Li Yong, relinquishing his struggle, turned his body to face the ground, utterly mortified by his defeat. Upon hearing the referee declare the outcome, Su Yanqing leaped with joy, patted Li Yang's shoulder, retracted his binding whip, and merrily descended from the competition stage. The victor of the individual elimination round was permitted to continue competing. However, it was evident that Su Yanqing had no such intentions. As a grand soul master, having vanquished a soul master was no small feat, and he had neither the strength nor the desire to continue battling. Moreover, such a tactic could only be employed once. His opponent would not grant him another opportunity to wield the binding whip. Remaining on stage would only lead to certain defeat. Rather than waiting for the next contender to best him, he preferred to exit the arena voluntarily. The audience below observed this scene with astonishment, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected conclusion. The final victor turned out to be this innocent youth of merely 10 years. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted in approval for Su Yanqing, igniting the audience's excitement, which erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Su Yanqing reveled in the accolades. Skipping back to the resting area, where he approached Wei Xuan to boast, "Brother, I won. Wasn't he that splendid?" Wei Xuan smiled and playfully pinched Su Yanqing's cheek, saying, "You performed admirably. It is deserving of encouragement." He, Su Yanqing beamed with an innocent smile, feeling even more elated by Wei Xuan's praise. "Little Yanqing, I never expected you to be so clever, deliberately feigning weakness only to deliver a lethal blow to your opponent." "Impressive," Meng Hongqian remarked, her gaze towards Su Yanqing shifting slightly, realizing he was not merely a glutton. "Of course, just look at who I am," Su Yanqing declared proudly, raising his arms triumphantly. "Hey, you little rascal, a few compliments and you're already puffing up with pride?" Meng Hongqian spoke with irritation. Xiao Hongshun and the others gazed at Su Yanqing in astonishment. They too were taken aback, although this strategy had been imparted to Su Yanqing by Wei Xuan. Its successful execution relied solely on Su Yanqing's own capabilities, earning him their newfound respect. "Xiao Hongshun, it is your turn now. Remember to hold back a little." They had also shown mercy to Yanqing, Wei Xuan instructed. The individual from earlier had intentionally moderated the force of his tail strike, fearing that excessive power might severely injure or even eliminate Su Yanqing. Indeed, evading such an attack would have proven quite challenging for Su Yanqing, increasing the likelihood of defeat. The opponent had displayed restraint out of respect for the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, yet they had indeed refrained from using their full strength. And there was no need for them to retaliate harshly. Understanding Wei Xuan's intent, Xiao Hongqian nodded slightly and proceeded toward the arena. The appearance of a Soul King instilled a profound sense of pressure on the Tianyuan Academy, especially since the opponent was also a soul minner. The battle commenced swiftly. Numerous artillery tubes emerged from Xiao Hongqian's form. After a brief moment of targeting, he unleashed a barrage. Nearly 100 shells soared into the air simultaneously, creating a significant visual impact. Xiao Hongqian evidently aimed to conclude the battle swiftly. The coverage area of these projectiles was vast, leaving the opponent with little chance to evade. Sensing the terrifying might emanating from the shells, the student from Tianyuan Academy fell into disarray, instinctively deploying his most powerful soul technique in defense. This student is also a defense-type soul master. When his fourth soul ring illuminated, his defensive capabilities significantly increased. However, in the face of the incessant barrage of projectiles, his defenses appeared somewhat inadequate, and he soon found himself battered and bruised, his garments torn asunder. This is still attributed to the restraint of Xiao Hongqian, who has merely employed the weakest artillery shells. Were he to utilize more potent projectiles, it is likely that this individual would be utterly incapacitated. "You should concede," Xiao Hongqian remarked with a calm demeanor, all the while refraining from even unleashing his martial soul during the deployment of these soul-guiding cannons. The student's chest heaved erratically, breath coming in quick gasps as he struggled to fend off the relentless attacks. Aware that the odds were not in his favor, He nonetheless refused to concede defeat so easily. Gritting his teeth, he propelled himself forward at full speed towards Xiaohongchun, determined to give it one last effort. While he did not expect to inflict significant harm, he at least hoped to force his opponent's martial spirit into the open. Otherwise, it would be an utter disgrace. Unfortunately, his aspirations were thwarted, for Xiaohongchun would not grant him the opportunity to close the distance. With a resigned shake of his head, he recalibrated the cannons affixed to his body and unleashed a barrage. The cannonballs, varying in length and girth, accurately struck the ground around the student and the path he sought to traverse. Xiaohongchun's combat experience far surpassed that of Su Yanqing, and his mastery over the soul-guided weaponry was unparalleled, allowing for precise bombardments along the student's trajectory. Before he could cover much distance, the student was sent sprawling, tumbling to the ground and rolling a considerable distance before coming to a halt. Thanks to Wei Xuan's earlier warnings, Xiaohongchun refrained from unleashing his full might, skillfully controlling the power of his assault. Thus, while the student appeared quite disheveled, he sustained only minor injuries. The student comprehended that Xiaohongchun had shown him considerable leniency on multiple occasions, and thus he refrained from further resistance. He reluctantly rose to his feet and offered a gesture of gratitude towards Xiaohongchun. "I concede," he remarked to the referee, devoid of any resentment. The disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable, leaving him with no semblance of hope for victory. Subsequently, the Tianyuan Academy dispatched their third student. Their intention was not to stage an upset against the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, but rather to test whether they could defeat Xiaohongchun, thereby preserving some dignity. The third student, however, was similarly overwhelmed by Xiaohongchun's prowess, unable to approach him due to the barrage of attacks that rained down relentlessly. The advantages of a soul mentor were vividly manifested in Xiaohongchun's performance. Within less than a minute, the third student from Tianyuan Academy voluntarily conceded defeat, followed by the fourth and fifth, until the seventh student also announced his surrender, none having managed to vanquish Xiaohongchun. He achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 6 opponents in succession. "Remember my name, I am Xiaohongchun," he declared coolly, filled with pride after securing the ultimate victory for the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Defeating 6 opponents undoubtedly took a toll on him. Yet he suppressed the feeling of fatigue, revealing no signs of weakness. The audience erupted in applause, utterly captivated by Xiaohongchun's extraordinary accomplishment. The members of Shrek Academy, witnessing his performance, bore grim expressions, recognizing the formidable strength of their adversary. Observing from the imperial city, the Star Luo Emperor wore a serious countenance, devoid of any mirth. The Sun and Moon Empire is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. They have produced some truly remarkable figures, he mused after a prolonged silence, exhaling a deep sigh. Chapter 74, Level 9 Soul Mentor, Elder Meng. Elder Meng, what kind of soul guide did that young man employ just now? Inquired the Star Luo Emperor of the elder beside him. The elder, tall and with a darker complexion, clearly hailed from beyond the original Douluo continent. Known as Elder Meng, he had once been one of the 4 elders accompanying Su Tianran 4 years prior. Upon their arrival on the Douluo continent, he had diverged from his companions regarding which faction to align with, ultimately choosing to pledge allegiance to the Star Luo Empire. Owing to his status as a level 9 soul mentor, he held a position of great prestige within the Star Luo Empire, comparable to that of Jing Hongchun in the Sun and Moon Empire. However, due to his origins from the Sun and Moon Empire, the Star Luo Emperor harbored reservations about him, despite granting him considerable honor and status without any real power, primarily assigning him to the research and instruction of soul guides. Elder Meng furrowed his brow tightly, having observed the match in its entirety, feeling quite unsettled. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Your Majesty, the soul guide employed by Xiaohongchun was likely only of level 3, yet its power rivals that of level 4. If my deductions are accurate, it should be related to the array modified by Wei Xuan, which enhances the overall potency of the soul guide." A flicker of malice passed through Elder Meng's eyes at the mention of Wei Xuan. Although he received favorable treatment in the Star Luo Empire, it did little to assuage the hatred that festered within him. Should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Wei Xuan to avenge his grievances. The Star Luo Emperor's expression shifted. They had previously harbored such suspicions, which led them to consider utilizing the auction house to acquire higher-level soul guides. Now, with Elder Meng's confirmation, their resolve to seize control of this extraordinary array was fortified. "Do you think it is possible for Wei Xuan to modify a level 9 soul guide array?" The Emperor of the Starry Empire inquired with a hint of anxiety. For his greatest fear was that Wei Xuan would enhance the 9th level formation to rival that of a 10th level, resulting in a soul guide of extraordinary power that surpassed the typical capabilities of a 9th level device. Should that occur, the current equilibrium would be irrevocably disrupted, rendering the Sun and Moon Empire exceedingly perilous and potentially inciting warfare. This would spell disaster for the Xingluo Empire and indeed the entirety of the Douluo continent. Old Meng's pupils constricted, and he did not respond immediately. The Emperor of Xingluo did not press him, anxiously awaiting his answer. In my view, the likelihood is minimal. When I departed from the Sun and Moon Empire, he was only capable of refining formations below the 4th level. To expect him to enhance a 9th level formation within just a few years is unrealistic, Old Meng stated, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Xingluo nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. He too did not believe that Wei Xuan could be so extraordinary. Does Old Meng think we should still seek to acquire some high-level soul-guiding devices for research? The Emperor inquired. In matters concerning soul-guiding devices, he felt it imperative to consult Old Meng, for he was a 9th level soul engineer and an undeniable authority in this field. If we can procure a few, it would be beneficial, as I could ascertain whether they have achieved any technological breakthroughs in recent years, Old Meng replied. The Emperor of Xingluo nodded seriously, acknowledging the necessity of knowing both friend and foe. However, acquiring 9th level soul guiding devices would not be a simple task. It would require a significant sacrifice. The thought of auctioning that soul bone made the Emperor wince with discomfort. Your Majesty, if the opportunity arises, it would be wise to eliminate this Wei Xuan. Otherwise, given his talents, there will be no rival for him in a few decades, Old Meng urged. Is this Wei Xuan's talent truly so astonishing? The Emperor of Xingluo exclaimed, his brows arching in surprise. He is undoubtedly the most remarkable youth I have encountered, possessing an unparalleled ice martial soul and exceptional aptitude for soul-guiding devices. Within the Sun and Moon Empire, he is regarded as the most likely candidate to ascend to the rank of a 10th level soul engineer with boundless potential, Old Meng asserted gravely. The Emperor's pupils constricted, and he nodded solemnly, stating, this matter will be given careful consideration. It seems this youth cannot be left unchallenged. The Emperor thought, his gaze shifting coldly towards the resting area of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Wei Xuan seemed to sense something amiss as he gazed towards the city walls, his perception of danger particularly acute. Just moments ago, his instincts had alerted him to the presence of malice. Silently, his consciousness extended outward, vividly revealing the scenario atop the walls within his mind. Before long, he discerned a familiar visage, one that caught him by surprise. The elder who had once been by Su Tianran's side had unexpectedly allied himself with the Xingluo Empire. Furthermore, judging by his position and the regard shown to him by the Emperor of Xingluo, it appeared that this individual enjoyed a considerable status within the empire. No wonder there had been no news of this group within the realm of the Sun and Moon Empire. They had evidently sought refuge here, Wei Xuan mused. After lingering for a moment with his consciousness upon the city walls, he withdrew it without further contemplation, deciding to seek an opportunity to address the matter later. The Sun and Moon Royal Academy, with its formidable prowess, encountered no rivals in the preliminary rounds, achieving an uninterrupted series of victories that culminated in a remarkable 7 consecutive wins, thereby securing their advancement. The preliminary rounds comprised groups of 8 and 9 teams, and the group to which the Sun and Moon Royal Academy belonged contained only 8 teams. In stark contrast to their smooth sailing, the reigning champions, the Shrek Academy, faced a far more arduous path, struggling to secure victories in their initial 3 matches. Notably, the third match proved exceedingly challenging, had their opponent not been careless. The legendary undefeated streak of Shrek might have been irrevocably shattered. Following the conclusion of the third match, Wang Yan, the instructor leading the Shrek team, publicly elucidated the rationale behind the Academy's decision to field their reserve players. This indeed garnered Shrek considerable applause and understanding. During the fourth match, Shrek's starting player, Ling Luoqing, made his debut, leading the team to victory with undeniable prowess. Following this, Shrek found their subsequent matches to be less arduous, ultimately advancing to the knockout stage with an impeccable winning record. As the round-robin phase concluded, the question of which team would seize the ultimate championship became a hot topic within the city of Xingluo. Among the 16 teams that progressed, the public's focus was primarily on 2 institutions, the defending champions, Shrek Academy, and the runners-up, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. One is Shrek, the undefeated academy that has consistently claimed the championship since the tournament's inception. The other is the formidable Sun and Moon Royal Academy, composed of powerful soul masters capable of overwhelming both soul sects and even soul kings. The debate over which of the two academies will ultimately seize the coveted championship title has become a favored topic of daily discourse. Although Shrek Academy has long been synonymous with power, and the championship has historically been theirs, the strength they have displayed this time has led many to doubt their ability to defend their title. It is possible that a new champion may emerge from the Soul Master Academy competition. Numerous casinos have set the odds for the final champion, offering 3-1 against Shrek Academy winning, while the odds for the Sun and Moon Royal Academy claim victory are even at 1-1. This clearly indicates a strong belief in the Sun and Moon Royal Academy's potential to triumph. In contrast, the other academies have garnered significantly less attention. Chapter 75, the premier auction. The evening before the start of the elimination rounds, the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, having finished dinner, were invited to the Starlight Auction House. Upon their arrival, they were greeted at the entrance by the elegant auctioneer, whom Wei Xuan and his companions had encountered previously. Upon seeing them approach, the auctioneer, with a warm smile, welcomed them, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests." Dressed in a resplendent red gown that accentuated her alluring figure, the auctioneer exuded both sophistication and youthful charm. Wei Xuan, Meng Hongchun, and others couldn't help but steal glances at her, their hearts aflame with admiration. The allure of the auctioneer, with her captivating attire and gentle smile, was undeniable. "What does the auctioneer mean by this?" Wei Xuan inquired, curious about her seeming anticipation of their arrival. "Our auction house was aware of your esteemed presence, so I was sent to welcome you," the auctioneer explained, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Her gaze towards Wei Xuan held a myriad of emotions, perhaps gratitude or something else entirely. "Ah, I see," Wei Xuan nodded. "Then please lead us inside." "Certainly, esteemed guests, please follow me," she replied with a radiant smile, guiding them forward. "Why is she dressed so provocatively?" Meng Hongchun, feeling less than favorable towards the auctioneer, pouted in annoyance. She instinctively glanced at her own modest figure, her cheeks flushing as she muttered a few words only audible to herself. "Come on," Wei Xuan chuckled, ruffling Meng Hongchun's hair. "This girl. It seems our prince enjoys quite the high status here, with such dedicated reception," Ma Rulong remarked to the others as they followed behind. "Indeed, with our standing, a dedicated reception is to be expected. However, I did not anticipate being greeted by such a stunning beauty. Did you all notice the way she looked at our prince?" Chen Fei playfully draped his arm around Ma Rulong's shoulder, wearing a mischievous grin, utterly engrossed in gossip. "Haha, I've noticed it too. That gaze is as gentle as flowing water, filled with tender emotions." Lin, she remarked at the end, revealing an expression that conveyed understanding. "Given His Highness's unique charm, it's only natural for her to be captivated. Were I a woman, I would be as well," Ma Rulong chuckled lightly. His words elicited a chorus of coughs from the others, as they were indeed quite startling. Ahead of them, Wei Xuan had initially intended to disregard the chatter. But upon hearing Ma Rulong's comment, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. He turned to give Ma Rulong a glance, which caused him to instantly fall silent, laughing awkwardly. "I was merely joking, just trying to express how immensely charming His Highness is, nothing more." "Is that truly how you jest?" Meng Hongchun retorted, slightly exasperated. She shot a glare at those who had spoken earlier, her eyes narrowing as she indignantly added, "What is there to discuss? Even if she were interested, Brother Wei Xuan would feel nothing for her. Stop spreading nonsense here, humph." At the forefront, Qingya also caught wind of their conversation. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her emotions tangled within. Even she herself was uncertain whether her affection for Wei Xuan stemmed from gratitude or from something deeper. After all, he had purchased the spirit-devouring carving knife for 30 million, resulting in her receiving a commission of 300,000 and a promotion to a red-level auctioneer. It could be said that her life had undergone a tremendous transformation overnight, leaving her with a sensation of soaring to new heights. All of these were bestowed upon her by Wei Xuan. He was truly her benefactor, illuminating her future and rendering it resplendent with boundless possibilities. Such kindness, coupled with Wei Xuan's striking visage, ethereal demeanor, and formidable strength, inevitably stirs certain exceptional sentiments within me. Yet, I find myself pondering, what am I truly contemplating? The age difference is considerable. To refer to us as siblings would be to feign youthfulness. How could such peculiar thoughts even arise? Subtly, I pinched myself to regain my composure, banishing all distracting notions. Before long, under Qingya's guidance, we entered a spacious room of over 200 square meters. The opulence of the room was nothing short of breathtaking, adorned with precious jade, sandalwood, and an array of exquisite decorations that dazzled the eyes. At the heart of the room, slightly toward the interior, stood an enormous sofa, luxuriously soft and silky, inviting one to sink into its embrace. It was large enough to accommodate 20 individuals, while a jade table before it was laden with an assortment of beverages and delicacies. Had one not known they were at an auction house, one might easily mistake it for a lavish dining establishment, given the abundance of culinary offerings. "Oh, so many delectable treats," Su Yanqing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon sighting the food. He leaped up in exhilaration, bounding over to the sofa, where he promptly seized a vibrant green fruit and began to munch on it. Initially indifferent to the auction, he was now thoroughly enchanted. "This is exquisite," Su Yanqing proclaimed, savoring every bite. Since arriving in Xinglua City, he had not tasted such rare fruits. It was not a matter of affording them, but rather the lack of a place to purchase them, rendering his wealth useless. "Brother, come quickly. There are so many delicious things here." Su Yanqing eagerly called out to Wei Xuan, eager to share the culinary delights. Wei Xuan could only smile in exasperation at the sight of Su Yanqing's enthusiasm. Realizing there was little he could do to temper his excitement, the others chuckled, finding amusement in the little prince's unabashed gluttony. As everyone settled onto the sofa, Wei Xuan took the central position, flanked by Su Yanqing and Ming Hongqian. Qingya, beckoned by Wei Xuan, took a seat beside Ming Hongqian, while two young maidens clad in golden gowns stood attentively beside the sofa, ever ready to assist. At Qingya's signal, one maiden glided over to the wall and gently pressed against it, causing the entire white surface to radiate with light. The wall gradually transformed into a colossal screen, positioned directly in front of the sofa. Having seen such screens before, the assembled company was unfazed, naturally directing their attention toward it. Qingya began to elucidate the details of the upcoming auction. She commenced by outlining the prestige of this event, known as the Starlight Auction, the most elite auction house, held merely once or twice a year. The auction rules here differ significantly from the conventional live paddle bidding. The appraisal of the items takes place on the soul-guiding light screen, with the elegant Qingya providing an introduction alongside. To participate in the bidding, one merely needs to state their price, and a nearby maid will promptly upload the bid, ensuring convenience. This treatment clearly distinguishes this elite auction from ordinary ones, aptly embodying the essence of exclusivity for the distinguished guests. Before long, the soul-guiding screen emanated a gentle golden light, casting the entire room in a soft golden hue, infusing warmth with a touch of nobility. "Esteemed guests, the auction is about to commence," Qingya announced with a smile. Chapter 76. The exceptional ice blue scorpion left arm bone. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Stellar Auction House's premier auction." A melodious voice resonated from the soul-guiding light screen. As the voice faded, a layer of white enveloped the platform displayed on the screen, revealing a young girl in a red dress stepping onto the stage. This girl was none other than Jiujio, the auctioneer previously encountered by Wei Xuan and others. Upon taking the stage, Jiujio refrained from unnecessary chatter. After a brief introduction, she declared the auction open. The image of the first item appeared on the soul-guiding light screen, allowing for a clear view of every detail, down to the minutiae, rivaling that of close-up observation with the naked eye. The image of the Ba-Hu Soul Refining Blade, an 8th-level close combat soul-guiding device, materialized on the screen as Jiujio's voice resonated once more. As an auctioneer, her understanding of the items was profoundly comprehensive, and she thoroughly elucidated both the merits and demerits of this particular piece. Upon hearing Jiujio's exposition, Xiao Hongqian and others displayed expressions of astonishment, not primarily due to the grade of the soul-guiding device, but rather its origin. It was astonishingly revealed to be from the Mingda Hall. Although items from Mingda Hall are sold, they are typically restricted to the Empire and are not available for export to foreign nations. The appearance of this soul guide here truly took them by surprise. However, there is no reason for astonishment. There will always be those who take risks to sell such items, and this cannot be entirely prohibited, Wei Xuan stated calmly. The crowd nodded in agreement, feeling merely a sense of surprise without any further thoughts. "Let us acquire this soul guide. If we have Lord Hongqian assist in its modification, its power will be quite formidable," Wei Xuan remarked to Su Yanqing. This soul guide is crafted primarily from the bone of the ancient Tyrannosaurus arm, possessing commendable malleability, which can be enhanced with minor modifications. However, such alterations must be conducted by a 9th-level soul master. Those of lower ranks would find themselves powerless to improve this soul bone. After all, this soul guide was originally fashioned by an 8th-level soul master, and any attempt at modification by an equal or lesser-ranked soul master would likely result in ruin rather than enhancement. Yet, the attributes do not align. Su Yanqing's actions faltered as he pondered this discrepancy. The soul guides he typically creates and utilizes are predominantly of the fire attribute, which harmonizes seamlessly with his soul power, amplifying their efficacy. The attributes of the dominant tiger soul refining blade remain a mystery to him, yet it is undoubtedly not of the fire attribute, which is inappropriate. Its characteristics do not align with yours, but with slight modifications, it could indeed withstand the most intense fire energy, coupled with its solidification skill. The results would be quite remarkable. It is certainly worthy of a bid. Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. Su Yanqing pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, beautiful sister. I kindly ask you to assist me with the bidding. Regardless of who places a bid, I shall add an additional 10,000 gold soul coins. He addressed Qingya. Upon saying this, he resumed his fervent enjoyment of the delectable cuisine, as such exquisite food was a rare find, and he could not afford to squander time. Qingya, observing Su Yanqing's determination, couldn't help but find it amusing and exchanged a questioning glance with Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, shaking his head in resignation, stated, "Let us proceed as he suggests. As long as it does not exceed 3 million gold soul coins, we shall increase the bid." In his view, the utmost value of the dominant tiger soul refining blade was 3 million. Beyond that, it would not be worth pursuing. All right, Qingya replied with a charming smile. Astonished not only by Wei Xuan's insights into soul-guided devices, but also by their financial capacity. Clearly, they were not the only ones interested in bidding for the dominant tiger soul refining blade, as many others also expressed their intrigue. After a considerable announcement declaring the commencement of the auction, several individuals promptly began to place their bids, resulting in a rather spirited competition. Soon, the price of the dominant tiger soul refining blade exceeded 1 million, and the figure continued to rise. 2 million, Qingya whispered, and the attendant beside her immediately recorded the price. This is a quotation based on 1,990,000, with an additional increment of 10,000 as per Su Yanqing's request. In the VIP room number 7, Dai Yaoheng, a robust figure with striking features, clenched his fist tightly, his expression exceedingly grim. The initial bid of 1,990,000 was his own, yet it was swiftly surpassed, igniting his fury. He had set his sights on the formidable tiger soul blade and was determined to acquire it. But the relentless competition was utterly infuriating. Taking a deep breath, Dai Yaoheng declared his utmost acceptable price, 230,000. This constitutes his bottom line. Should it be surpassed, he would have no choice but to concede, not due to an inability to muster sufficient funds for the purchase, but rather because he deems it unworthy. The exclusive VIP room number 231 immediately quoted this price. Enraged, Dai Yaoheng clenched his fist and retreated to the sofa, opting not to compete further. Ultimately, Su Yanqing secured the item at the price of 231 million, grateful for the support from the esteemed guest who had just purchased the Dominator Soul Forging Blade. The auctioneer smiled broadly and commenced the introduction of the next item. The subsequent item for auction consists of 12 fixed-position soul-guided cannons, each possessing unique attributes and distinct characteristics, yet all being deemed rare treasures. As for the second item, Wei Xuan and others merely observed the spectacle without participating in the bidding. The fixed-position soul-guided shells are predominantly utilized by the military, suited for warfare. What utility do they hold for these students? This does not resemble a close-combat soul-guide device, which can be employed at any moment. Although its power is formidable, it is accompanied by numerous restrictions, leaving them devoid of any inclination. Ultimately, these 12 projectiles were sold for a staggering price of 655,000, a rare occurrence, yet they did not go unsold. The subsequent auction items grew increasingly precious: 3 soul bones, an exceedingly rare metal, and a long-range level 8 soul guide device. Of the 3 soul bones, 2 were acquired in the second VIP room, with the charming Hongqian securing the left arm bone, aged over 20,000 years. Ma Rulong obtained the left leg bone, nearly 20,000 years old. The prices of these 2 soul bones are quite substantial, exceeding 3 million gold soul coins. The precious metal was acquired by Wei Xuan for a staggering 5,600,000 gold soul coins. Wei Xuan and the others did not place bids on the 8th level long-range soul guide, showing little interest. The figure of Jiao reappeared, smiling as he remarked. The first 7 items were merely a prelude to this auction. Now that the atmosphere has been sufficiently warmed, it is time to unveil the main event. The following 2 items are each extraordinarily precious, rare as they are sought after. I hope all esteemed guests will not let this opportunity slip away. With a gentle smile, Jiao's form gradually became ethereal, and a soul bone, magnified to an unimaginable extent, materialized upon the soul guiding screen. This soul bone is entirely emerald green, with a halo swirling around it, seemingly imbued with vitality as it undulates upon its surface. The outer layer of the soul bone is enveloped in a mist of white, which is not merely ordinary vapor, but rather resembles a chilling aura, a result of excessively low temperatures. Anyone with even a modest understanding of soul bones would recognize it as the left arm bone. Upon witnessing the emergence of the soul bone, Wei Xuan, who had initially been somewhat disinterested, found his curiosity piqued. His purpose in attending this auction was to acquire the 2 final items, of which this soul bone was one. Chapter 77. The words of Huo Yuhao. Esteemed guests, it is my great honor to present to you this soul bone. The voice of Jiao resonated, elevated slightly in pitch. Clearly, upon mentioning this soul bone, even she could not contain her excitement, underscoring its rarity. This soul bone possesses 3 significant advantages and 3 notable drawbacks, and I shall keep you in suspense regarding the advantages, beginning instead with the drawbacks. Jiao, with a playful demeanor, stated, the first drawback is the attribute limitation. Only ice attribute soul masters can absorb it. The second drawback is the fixation of soul skills upon absorption. It grants only a fixed skill without variation. The third drawback is the physical limitation, given that the soul bone's age ranges from 50,000 to 70,000 years. A sufficiently robust physique is required for absorption. Upon hearing these 3 drawbacks, the audience's lips twitched. Apart from the first, do the latter 2 truly qualify as drawbacks? While the fixation of soul skills diminishes variability, it concurrently enhances the skill's potency. High-age soul bones are the dreams of soul masters. No one has ever complained about a soul bone being too old. What may seem like a critique of the soul bone's flaws was, in fact, a veiled acknowledgement of its merits. After discussing the drawbacks, it was time to unveil the advantages. After granting a minute for the audience to absorb this information, Jiao continued, the first advantage is the origin of the soul bone. It hails from the ice blue scorpion, one of the dominators of the extreme northern lands. Naturally, a soul bone derived from such a formidable soul beast boasts exceptional quality, which I need not elaborate upon. If an ice attribute soul master absorbs it, their martial soul's attributes will be enhanced, becoming even colder. The second advantage is the amplification of strength. Absorption of this soul bone will significantly elevate the soul master's power. The third advantage is the remarkable soul skill known as Ice Explosion, capable of igniting ice to create a terrifying explosion of immense power. Gasp! When Jiao revealed the final advantage, a collective intake of breath echoed through the guest chambers, leaving many astonished. Brother Wei Xuan, this soul bone is perfectly suited for you, exclaimed Ming Hongchen with palpable excitement. Others turned their attention towards Wei Xuan. While Ming Hongchen could also be considered an ice attribute soul master, she lacked the purity of his affinity. Moreover, with Wei Xuan's mastery over ice, the addition of the ice explosion skill would be akin to a fish returning to water, immensely enhancing his capabilities. For Wei Xuan, this skill could be deemed divine. This soul bone is tailored for ice attribute soul masters. Do you not desire it? Wei Xuan joked, while Ming Hongchen, without a moment's hesitation, shook her head and replied, I desire it, but I believe it is more suited for you, Brother Wei Xuan. Since it performs better in your hands, why should I hold on to it? That would be a waste. I understand the principle of making the most of resources. With a playful smile at the end of her statement, she exuded a sense of sincerity and authenticity, devoid of any pretense. Originally, Xiao Hongchen intended to advocate for his sister, as familial ties often dictate a certain hierarchy. Clearly, his sister held greater significance in Wei Xuan's eyes. However, upon hearing Ming Hongchen's words, he found himself at a loss for a response, opting instead for silence, treating it as a matter that did not concern him. Wei Xuan smiled gently, gazing into Ming Hongchen's clear, light blue eyes. He said nothing, merely ruffled her hair with a tenderness that surpassed previous encounters, as an unspoken seed of potential took root in his heart. Brother Wei Xuan, why do you look at me like that? Do you not desire this soul bone? Ming Hongchen's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke softly. This soul bone is something I must acquire. Wei Xuan replied with a smile, encouraging her to continue listening. In the VIP room number 7, Huo Yuhao and Ling Luochan were both filled with fervor, their faces betraying their intense longing for the soul bone. I can advocate for you both regarding this soul bone. But the final decision on its ownership must be a matter you discuss thoroughly, Wang Yin addressed the two of them. Aware of the soul bone's rarity, Wang Yin felt it necessary to fight for it, not only for Huo Yuhao and Ling Luochan, but also for the academy. In comparison to the gold soul coins that could be earned again, this unique soul bone stood as a far more precious treasure, should it be overlooked. It would be nearly impossible to find another. Of course, this was merely an attempt to secure it. The likelihood of success remained slim. Huo Yuhao and Ling Luochan exchanged glances, their emotions unspoken, each unwilling to be magnanimous at this moment, both yearning for the soul bone. The room fell into silence, the atmosphere growing peculiar. Wang Dong and others leaned towards Huo Yuhao, yet it felt inappropriate to voice their preferences at that moment. After a prolonged silence, Huo Yuhao seemed to have made up his mind, his gaze steely as he looked at Ling Luochan and said, "Senior Ling, Yuhao, think carefully before you speak. This soul bone is exceedingly rare. If we miss this opportunity, finding a second one will be nearly impossible," Wang Dong interjected. Sensing that Huo Yuhao might be on the verge of relinquishing his claim and hoping to prevent any impulsive decisions, Bei Bei and Su Sanshur also shook their heads slightly, signaling Huo Yuhao not to make any hasty choices. If one were to determine the most suitable recipient for this soul bone, it would undoubtedly be Huo Yuhao. Both share the affinity of the ice crystal scorpion, and the benefits he would reap from absorbing the left arm bone would be significantly greater. Setting aside who stands to gain the most, on a personal level, they all wish for Huo Yuhao to acquire this soul bone. Seeing Huo Yuhao in such a state, Ling Luochan trembled slightly, her delicate fingers instinctively tightening as she bit her lip, feeling a twinge of compassion. Even a junior younger than herself could make the sacrifice. Yet she, as an inner court disciple, found herself unable to overcome her own greed, leaving her feeling quite ashamed. Perhaps it was time to be magnanimous, she thought, making a difficult decision. If she were to obtain the soul bone through the kindness of others, she would feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. Just as she prepared to speak, Huo Yuhao shook his head and earnestly declared, "You have misunderstood my intentions. I do not wish to give up, rather, I seek to claim this soul bone for myself. I aspire to absorb it. If I can succeed, I believe my soul power and the quality of my martial soul will see a significant enhancement, and I will acquire a divine skill. With these improvements, coupled with everyone's support, I will have a greater chance of defeating the Sun Moon Royal Academy and leading our academy to victory." Huo Yuhao's words resonated with determination and a fervent desire for the soul bone. He elucidated his reasoning, half for himself and half for the glory of the team and the academy.